Chapter 853. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land. Inside Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan showed his true form. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his 8 arms, his eyes closed. And inside his immortal aperture, there was a battle of wills going on. Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death. Mo Yao's will shouted furiously, but Fang Yuan's nebula pounced at it at the next moment. The two wills immediately mixed together. They entered a dangerous battle of wills. Soon, Fang Yuan's nebula dissipated at a visible speed. Mo Yao's fake will also suffered losses, but it was much less than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan did not care, he only watched the battle. He did not use many wisdom path killer moves to support his nebula like the first time. When Fang Yuan's nebula was about to be completely defeated, Fang Yuan smiled. He sent out another nebula into the battle of wills. A while later, Fang Yuan's nebula suffered heavy losses again. Fang Yuan added a third one. Mo Yao's will was like water without a source, but Fang Yuan's was like a tree with roots. After sending out several nebula, Mo Yao's fake will was on the verge of death. Fang Yuan pulled back nebula from the battle. At the same time, he used several killer moves to imprison Mo Yao's fake will again. At the same time, he nourished her fake will, allowing her to slowly recover, making it easier for Fang Yuan to plunder her next time. Mo Yao's fake will was messed around by Fang Yuan. It did not even have the strength to curse, let alone maintain its basic form. The greatest value of this Mo Yao's fake will was the clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Fang Yuan had already squeezed it out. The rest were some memories related to Gu refinement. While participating in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan did not forget to search for these Gu refinement memories from Mo Yao's fake will. At the same time, he also intended to train his will in battle. At the start, he didn't use wisdom path methods. Fang Yuan's nebula was forced to retreat again and again. He was no match for Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao was indeed a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. As an Inkman woman, she was favored by Sword Immortal Bo Qing and became his only companion. Even among all the fairies of Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao would definitely be one of the best. This old demonic woman, even if she majored in refinement path, her attainments in wisdom path far surpassed Fang Yuan's. In order to train himself, Fang Yuan deliberately pretended to engage in a battle of wills with Mo Yao. In the beginning, the casualty ratio was an astonishing 100-1. Fang Yuan's side lost 100 players. Mo Yao's fake will lost 1 player. But later, as the number of battles increased, Fang Yuan's experience accumulated rapidly, and most importantly with the guidance of Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, Fang Yuan's battle of wills improved rapidly. Originally, it had been a blank slate, but now, it was fighting brilliantly against Mo Yao's fake will. It had improved tremendously. The original ratio of 100-1 had now been reduced to 4-1. In other words, 4 times Fang Yuan's nebula could defeat Mo Yao's fake will. As for Fang Yuan stealing his cultivation experience and using him as a free fighter, he could do whatever he wanted. Mo Yao's fake will was naturally furious, but it was under the control of others. It could do nothing even if it was angry. Nebula entered his mind. Fang Yuan carefully checked Mo Yao's memories that he snatched from Nebula. Next, he slowly opened his eyes. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. This time, the memories were not the Gu refinement experiences of the past. They were Mo Yao's adventures with Sword Immortal Bo Qing. In Central Continent's Truyang Mountain Range, they killed a group of desolate beasts and searched for spoils of war. They found a hibiscus stalactite in a cave. Hibiscus stalactite was a rare rank 7 immortal material. The stalactite produced a drop of stone heart liquid every year. This stone heart liquid was even more precious. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Bo Qing wanted to cut the stalactite with his sword but was stopped by Mo Yao. Cutting the stalactite would only give 1 rank 7 immortal material. But if left alone many years later, there would be a lot of stone heart liquid left. Rank 8 immortal materials were much more valuable than rank 7 immortal materials. Bo Qing accepted Mo Yao's suggestion and made many exquisite Gu formations, perfectly concealing this cave. So many years have passed, if this cave had not been discovered, I would have accumulated a lot of rank 8 immortal material stone heart liquid. Even if I cannot use it, it is good to keep it. In the future, I can put it in jewel yellow skies and barter for Gu refinement immortal materials that I want. Rank 8 immortal materials are highly sought after by Gu immortals. Fang Yuan was secretly overjoyed. He also gained a deeper understanding of Mo Yao's fake will. This Mo Yao's fake will has many methods. She purposely hid such precious memories. Until now, when I've searched through most of his memories, I've finally discovered it. This method is not recorded even in Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. I need to get it back. Fang Yuan inwardly reminded himself. However, at this moment he could not continue to be violent towards Emo Yao. She needed to slowly recover her fake will, otherwise she would not be able to bear it. Fang Yuan did not go to Truyang Mountain Range directly to obtain the stone heart liquid. Instead, he stood up and opened the cell door, coming to his younger brother Fangjing. Fangjing was in a very strange state. His eyes were closed as he lay on the ground, his expression was sometimes sinister and sometimes relaxed, sometimes he would scream and even dance around. It was like he was in a nightmare. This was naturally a method that Fang Yuan had used on him. Fang Yuan waved his hand, dispelling this method. Fangjing was sweating profusely as he breathed roughly. He slowly sat up after a while. "What did you do to me?" He looked at Fang Yuan and shouted, his gaze filled with hatred. Fang Yuan chuckled, saying plainly, "My good brother, what I showed you is the truth. It is the influence of my memories, combined with Master Tenchiru's memories. You should know now that the reason for such a tragedy in Qingmao Mountain is not because of me, but because of your so-called master, Master Tenchiru. If he had not come here and forcefully obtained the Blood Dao true inheritance, perhaps we would still be living happily in Qingmao Mountain." Fangjing was stunned, he forgot to speak for a moment, or rather, he did not know how to answer. Fang Yuan was indeed telling the truth. Although his clansmen were killed by Fang Yuan, he had no choice but to do so for survival. If Master Tenchiru had not come to snatch the Blood Dao true inheritance, the 3 strongholds of Qingmao Mountain would not have been destroyed. Of course, the cause of this matter. Master Tenchiru did not hide the truth from Fangjing, but it was necessary to beautify the process. It was not that Fangjing had not thought about this problem before. But every time his thoughts touched on this topic, he would subconsciously choose to avoid it. But now, Fang Yuan had searched Master Tenchiru's soul. He directly played the image of his memory in Fangjing's mind. This was simply bringing the bloody and cruel reality to Fangjing's eyes. Even if he wanted to avoid it, he could not. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's cold laughter echoed in the air. "My good little brother, have you never thought that your master, Master Tenchiru, has an unshirkable responsibility for the destruction of Qingmao Mountain? You still let him be your master, you are acknowledging a thief as your father." Fang Yuan's words, without a doubt, cut to the heart. They directly pierced into the deepest part of Fangjing's heart. "You shut up." Fangjing suddenly roared, he had never been so angry before. "You shut up, don't say any more. You demon, it was clearly you who killed the entire clan, it was you who killed uncle and aunt, it was you, you murderer. Without master's help, I would have died long ago. You are not allowed to slander my master." "Oh." Fang Yuan's mouth curved into a mocking arc, he laughed lightly. "Master Tenchiru saved you because he wanted to use you. Search me out? Aha, not long ago, Crane Gate even used you to attack my Immortal blessed land. You almost died in that battle, right? My foolish little brother. They used you like this, are you willing to do so? Don't say any more. Shut up, shut up." Fangjing covered his ears. He closed his eyes tightly, his face filled with anger and fear. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, his voice icy. "My cowardly little brother, you don't even dare to face the truth. Even if you have the strength of a rank 5 Gu master, you are still a child deep in your heart. But you and I are related by blood. As your elder brother, I will give you one more chance. Come to my side, I will train you, I will make you truly strong and mature." No. Fangjing opened his eyes were bloodshot, he looked at Fang Yuan with hatred and anger. "You murderer! You want me to sell my life for you? You can give up on that idea. Even if Crane Gate used me, I do not hate them. Because they also nurtured me. And you killed uncle and aunt, you killed all of our clansmen. I hate you, I will never forgive you in this life. If you give me one more chance, I will definitely kill you personally and take revenge." Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, looking at Fangjing silently. He laughed instead of getting angry. "Haha, it seems that you learned a lot at Crane Gate. You want to kill me so badly, I am looking forward to it." Saying so, Fang Yuan turned around and walked out of the prison cell. These last days, Fang Yuan had been spending most of his energy on the Refinement Path Convention. But he did not forget to use Wisdom Gu and Star Thought Gu to make deductions. Deducing the killer move vaguely familiar face had already expended all of Fang Yuan's potential. Fang Yuan began to deduce the killer move Myriad Self. He had already successfully fused pulling water Immortal Gu into it. This way the killer move Myriad Self would have 3 strength path cores. Next, Fang Yuan modified the air sac Gu's Gu recipe, increasing the number of steps in the assembly line Gu refinement and reducing the danger by 30%. When modifying memory thought Gu, star thought Gu, and malicious thought Gu, he met with a bottleneck. Fang Yuan's wisdom path cultivation had just started. His wisdom path attainment level was too low. It greatly hindered Fang Yuan's progress in deducing these Gu recipes. These last days, Fang Yuan had placed his attention on the immortal Gu recipe, Blood Deity. He gradually repaired Blood Deity and discovered some of its mysteries. Even if Blood Deity Immortal Gu was refined, to activate it, one would need a blood relative. Killing a relative would allow one to obtain a Blood Deity under the power of Blood Deity Immortal Gu. If this relative did not resist and was willing to contribute, the Blood Deity that was created would be able to get close to the Gu Immortal and command it. Conversely, if the hatred and anger of the relative were incurred, the Blood Deity could devour its owner. This was the reason why Fang Yuan recruited Fang Jing. Chapter 854. This matter was somewhat troublesome. Swoosh. There were many unconventional methods to make a person swear loyalty. The Gu Master world did not lack such methods. For example, enslavement path specialized in dealing with such problems. But to refine Fang Jing into a blood deity, these methods would not work. Blood deity was like a different life form. The moment the transformation succeeds, all the methods used on Fang Jing would lose their effect. Fang Jing's heart and will would decide the blood deity. The strength of blood deity could be predicted. This was because the thunder god, who had learned from the blood god, was extremely powerful. Vicious lightning fiend only had rank 6 cultivation level, but with the three-headed lightning deity, his reputation was rising and many rank 7 Gu immortals had lost to him. Blood deity was similar, he had Gu immortal level battle strength. One more meant 2 against 1. If there were 2 more, it would be 3 against 1. Any more and it would be a group fight. Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie now. He could not raise his cultivation level, but he could use numbers to make up for it. That was a temporary way out. All dreams, plans, and ambitions were based on survival. Once destroyed, everything would be for naught. Blood deity could greatly raise Fang Yuan's battle strength, and Fang Yuan was a blood path grandmaster. If things went wrong one day and Fang Yuan was chased everywhere, he would have no choice but to cultivate blood path again. Time path, wisdom path, blood path. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He would make some preparations for everything. He would never complain about making ample preparations. Of course, the current situation was not too bad. Training Fang Jing is not something that can be done quickly. I can do it slowly. Even if Crane Gate brainwashes him. With my methods, as long as I put in the effort, there will be a day when I achieve my goal. Right now, the Guts Gu and Regretful Spider trade have been established. I only need Western Desert's Shao clan to act as a stepping stone. With the trade token, I can openly enter Western Desert with my Dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Python businesses. At that time, I will be able to make huge profits. Right now, my main goal is to refine change form Immortal Gu. I had already eliminated most of my main opponents, so getting into the top 6 was pretty much guaranteed. The only variable is Feng Kim Hong. Fang Yuan thought about the current situation and development plans. Because Feng Kim Hong lost to Fang Yuan, he instead learned of the true usage of Dream Wing's Immortal Gu. She used Immortal Gu to explore dream realms. Her refinement path attainment had already reached quasi-grandmaster level. Exploring dream realms was indeed the best shortcut to a Gu master's attainment level. Feng Kim Hong had Immortal Gu. With the wholehearted care of his mother, Fairy Bai Qing, his refinement path attainment level rose at an astonishing speed. Fang Yuan had accumulated over 500 years to reach refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Feng Kim Hong caught up to him in a short time. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, the flames of war raged through the sky, forming a great era. It was magnificent, and countless heroes rose up from the grasslands. It was astounding. Other than the 5 regions' chaotic war, the main reason was dream realms. Dream realms were dangerous and difficult, but if one could explore them, one's foundation could be raised. This was a huge fortuitous encounter. It created countless grasslands. Most of the time, heroes and ambitious people just lacked an opportunity to develop. Know yourself and your enemy and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan had also secretly gathered a lot of information about Feng Kim Hong participating in the Gu refinement competition. Initially, her methods were not very proficient, but after so many trials, she grew rapidly. She could be said to be a formidable opponent for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was familiar with the contents of the competition. Thus, his strength was overestimated by the outside world. But the duel with Feng Kim Hong was unknown. it had never happened in his previous life, so it was not within the scope of Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage. I need to pay attention to the problem of Feng Kim Hong. If I do not deal with it properly, I might miss the infallible inheritance. But after I pass it, I can use this precious opportunity to refine change form immortal goo in one go. Fang Yuan knew many secrets of the infallible inheritance. The top 6 would be rewarded with 6 success Dao marks. They would be carved on the goo master's body on the spot. Outsiders could not snatch them. But invincibility did not mean certain success. The success Dao marks on the body could only eliminate the probability of failure in the goo refinement process. There was always a chance of failure when refining goo worms. Even if there was no human error in the entire process, there was still a chance of failure. This was the probability of failure. For example, during the second round of the refinement path convention, Fang Yuan refined 10 ghost fire goo and flying frost sect. He did not make any mistakes, but one of the ghost fire goo was destroyed for no reason. And during the battle with Fang Huai, when the blue peacock head was fused into the incomplete goo worm, it also failed mysteriously. During the whole process, Fang Yuan did not make any mistakes in controlling the flames. Later on, when he refined the goo worm, the method was exactly the same, there were no changes. There were many different theories as to why there was such a probability of failure. The most mainstream theory was that it was laws and principles. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Why did they have all sorts of mystical abilities? It was because their bodies contained the laws of heaven and earth. Mortal goo contained fragments of the laws, while immortal goo contained fragments of the laws. Goo refinement was to combine these fragments of the laws into one, to form even more fragments of the laws. Or reverse refinement, to break down the larger fragments of the laws. Because it involved the fragments of the laws, there would always be some situations. These laws would always have slight differences. When refining the goo, they would not fuse like the goo master wanted, they would clash and clash, causing the goo refinement to fail. Fang Yuan accepted this theory. He felt it was reasonable. The smaller the fragments of the laws, the fewer their characteristics, and the easier it was to combine them. This was why the lower the rank of mortal goo, the easier it was to refine them. The larger the fragments of the laws, the more they had different characteristics from other fragments, and the harder it was to combine them. At immortal goo level, the fragments of the laws would have their own characteristics and become unique. Thus, immortal goo were unique and refining immortal goo was extremely difficult. The infallible inheritance rewarded success Dao marks, which eliminated the probability of failure. One success Dao mark could only be used on rank 6 immortal goo at most. At rank 7 or rank 8 to succeed, one would need more than one success Dao mark. But if during the refinement process Fang Yuan made a huge mistake in his technique, the immortal goo refinement would also fail. If there was no mistake, the probability of failure would be completely eliminated by the success Dao mark, but the immortal goo already existed in the world. Then at the final juncture, the entire goo refinement would fail for no reason. Immortal goo were unique since there was already an immortal goo. That meant that the specific fragment of the law had already been formed. It was impossible to form the same fragment of the law again. As for the change form immortal goo that Fang Yuan wanted to refine, there had never been a goo immortal who had it. Of course, Fang Yuan had used his previous life's memories and the information he gathered in this life to deduce that the possibility of change form immortal goo existing was very small. If it really existed, Fang Yuan would have no choice, he could only blame it on his bad luck if he failed. This was the cruelty of goo refinement, but it was also the most exciting part. Central Continent. Truyang Mountain Range. Vicious lightning fiend slowly descended from the sky. He stood at the peak of the mountain looking at the opposite mountain, where a rank 7 demonic path goo immortal was already standing. Vicious lightning fiend, since you want to challenge me, I will not make a move without a decent wager. The demonic path rank 7 goo immortal said. He looked like a middle-aged man, dressed in martial attire and a scarlet cloak. His physique was majestic. His surname was Dan and his name was Qiao. He was known as the fierce demonic immortal, and he mainly cultivated the fire path. Ha ha ha. Fierce lightning fiend laughed loudly. Blazing demonic immortal, you are worthy of being a demonic path goo immortal, you prioritize benefits over benefits. You are a formidable opponent. That's why I've specially prepared 3,000 caddies of Fusang tree branches for you. What? 1,500 gene of Fusang tree branches. Dan Xiao was immediately tempted by vicious lightning fiend's offer. It struck the deepest part of his heart. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao laughed coldly. It seems that you have made a lot of preparations for this trip. You found out that I urgently need Fusang tree branches to refine immortal goo. If I lose, I'll give you 600 strands of 29 thunder firmament energy. Sign the contract. Both of them were straightforward and decisive people. After setting the challenge contract, they immediately started the battle. Fire Crow Apocalypse. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao waved his hand, countless fire crows flew out, covering the sky and creating a boundless sea of fire. Lightning Dragon Purgatory. Vicious lightning fiend laughed loudly, he pushed his palms forward as hundreds of lightning bolts burst out. Lightning flashed, hundreds of lightning dragons gathered and charged forward. Everywhere they went, mountains crumbled and rocks shattered, they had terrifying might. The lightning dragon and the fire crow clashed against each other, and the area within a radius of several hundred miles was filled with crimson flames and azure lightning. Bam bam bam, explosions continued to sound, blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao and vicious lightning fiend moved like smoke, they were extremely fast, they clashed several times in the sea of fire and lightning prison, fighting intensely. Both sides did not probe each other, they used their strongest methods. Vicious lightning fiend treated blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao as an opponent and wanted to increase his reputation. He had already collected information about the other party. On the contrary, since Dan Xiao agreed to vicious lightning fiend's challenge, he had made ample preparations. He had a deep understanding of vicious lightning fiend and was confident in winning. A moment later, blazing demonic immortal used 3 different immortal killer moves. Vicious lightning fiend could not even raise his head. Dan Xiao could be said to be the strongest opponent vicious lightning fiend had challenged since he came out of close cultivation. Be it cultivation level, immortal essence, or the Tao marks on him, he surpassed vicious lightning fiend. Vicious lightning fiend was at a disadvantage, but he did not panic. This situation was within his expectations. In fact, when he challenged those rank 7 Gu immortals earlier, he was also at a disadvantage. After all, his cultivation level was only rank 6. This was a normal situation when challenging someone of higher ranks. Haha, this fire is really powerful. Vicious lightning fiend suddenly raised his head and shouted, his eyes shining with lightning. His body shook, 3 shadows flew out of his immortal aperture, attacking blazing demonic immortal. Lightning deity. Lightning deity who had lightning path Tao marks. 3 Gu immortal level battle strength. Blazing demonic immortal quickly retreated, while vicious lightning fiend counterattacked, regaining control of the battle. After fighting for an hour, the intense battle raged on like a raging fire. This was a huge bet and reputation, so neither side was willing to give up so easily. The intense immortal essence expenditure made both sides feel heartache. Dan Xiao was impatient, he suddenly attacked. He had planned this for a long time, vicious lightning fiend could not dodge in time, he had to face it head on. Boom. Amidst the intense explosion, vicious lightning fiend coughed out blood and retreated. Lose, great flame demon true body. Dan Xiao suddenly turned into a flame demon, chasing with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the flame demon was already close to vicious lightning fiend. No, I won't lose. Lightning deity self-detonate. At the moment of danger, vicious lightning fiend's vicious nature was triggered. He actually self-detonated a lightning deity. Rumble. Lightning deity's self-detonation created a huge sound wave. The 3 mountains in the area were instantly destroyed. Vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao were both heavily injured. Their expressions were weak and their battle strength fell sharply. Interesting, give me your lives. Suddenly, a blood-red light flew out, forming into a battlefield killer move that covered both sides who were heavily injured. Chapter 855. Blood, blood, blood. Blood clouds were in the sky, blood sea was on the ground, blood light was everywhere. This was the signature battlefield killer move created by Song Zixing, Blood Tu Su. It was unique in Central Continent. Song Zixing was extremely vengeful. Back then, during an exploration, he was robbed by Tu Su City's Gu immortals. After creating this battlefield killer move, he went to take revenge. The entire city was turned into nothingness, the 2 Gu immortals in the city were killed. After succeeding in his revenge, Song Zixing felt extremely happy. He carved words in blood above the ruins of Tu Su City. Revenge is too late even after a year. Today I have come to Blood Tu Su. The killer left his name, Song Zixing. From then on, his battlefield killer move was named Blood Tu Su. Thus, seeing this scene, blazing demonic immortal immediately recognized Song Zixing. As expected, at the next moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky. Song Zixing wore a large blood robe, but it could not conceal his tall and straight body. His face was pale, his nose bridge was high, his brows were dark and sharp like an eagle. As he descended, the blood sea surged with countless waves, blood clouds moved like dragons and pythons. The surrounding blood light shot into the sky, it was dazzling. Song Zixing was like the ruler of heaven and earth, a demonic god of the sun and moon. Song Zixing, why are you here? Demon hunter Immortal Dan Xiao looked at Song Zixing with a pale expression. He was shocked and furious, but also fearful. Why can't I be here? Song Zixing turned his head slightly, looking at Dan Xiao with a smile on his face. His gaze was filled with killing intent. Dan Xiao, back then I lost to Feng Jioge. You tried to attack me while I was down, using an immortal killer move on my back. You caused me a scar. I purposely left it on my back. I kept this grudge in my heart. You hid in Truyang Mountain Range. So be it if I could not find you. But you actually dared to accept Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge. So I came today. I want to settle the old score with you. A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. Dan Xiao breathed heavily. He decided to admit defeat. Lord Song Zixing, I am willing to apologize to you. He was a grand rank 7 Gu immortal. He actually lowered his head without fighting. Song Zixing's demonic might was vast and mighty. He was as famous as Shi Lei, and his battle achievements were illustrious. As early as when he was at 10,000 Dragon Dock, he had already become famous in Jianghu state. Later on he defected and the myriad Dragon Dock hunted him down. They sent out 8 Gu immortals, but he killed 4, crippled 3 and forced 1 to retreat. This battle shocked the Jianghu state. Song Zixing swaggered off, getting away scot-free. The 10,000 Dragon Dock was dispirited for a time. Its prestige was greatly reduced, and it couldn't even compare to the Crane Gate. Among the 10 great ancient sects they were at the bottom. Until now. Only after Vicious Lightning Fiend came out of closed-door cultivation did he show signs of regaining his might. Of course, Song Zixing had been defeated before. His most famous defeat was when he fought with Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge only made 3 moves. Song Zixing was utterly defeated and fled in defeat. However, this defeat did not tarnish Song Zixing's reputation, because his opponent was Feng Jioge. However, he was able to escape with his life, which made him even more so not to be underestimated. In fact, almost all demonic path Gu immortals were skilled in escaping. Song Zixing was even more outstanding in this aspect. Apologize? Hearing fierce demonic immortal's words, a mocking smile appeared on Song Zixing's face. If you had been so sensible earlier, I would not have chased you into Truyang Mountain Range. Lord, please speak. As long as I can obtain Lord's forgiveness, I am willing to pay any price. Dan Xiao said in a muffled voice. If you want my forgiveness, it is actually very simple, just hand your life over to me. Song Zixing said lightly. Dan Xiao raised his head, his expression was miserable as he said in a sorrowful tone, Song Zixing, are you really not going to let me go? Let you go? This demonic path overlord laughed loudly. I, Song Zixing, am a vengeful person, slaughtering Sioux City's Gu immortals and stealing my things. I exterminated their entire clan and the entire city. Back then, you plotted against me, I killed you directly and did not torture you. That was already a great favor to you. Are you still not satisfied? You will definitely die today. Saying so, he turned to look at Vicious Lightning Fiend. Oh right, there is also you. Didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? I'm here right now. His tone was mocking like a cat catching a mouse. Vicious Lightning Fiend was healing himself. The explosion earlier had injured him quite badly. He was using methods now. He raised his head. Song Zixing, you are a Gu immortal of my myriad Dragon Dock. According to seniority, you are my senior. Challenging you is a path I have to take. But today, since you are here for revenge, I will not interfere in this matter. Let me go, otherwise I will self-detonate Lightning Deity and fight my way out. Haha, your immortal killer move Lightning Deity is indeed mystical. Its self-detonation has great power, it can break my blood too soon. But so what? Can you escape? Think about it, can your method of retreat be faster than my blood rainbow flash? Song Zixing smiled proudly. He seemed like he was speaking nonsense, but his words were aimed at their hearts. He was trying to affect their morale. But at the next moment, Song Zixing's expression changed, his gaze towards Vicious Lightning Fiend turned grim as he shouted, No. With your personality and standpoint, why would you retreat now? Vicious Lightning Fiend's acting skills were inferior to demonic path Gu immortal Dan Xiao. In Song Zixing's eyes he immediately found a flaw. At once, Song Zixing's heart was pounding, his blood was surging, it was like a tidal wave crashing against his blood vessels and the walls of his heart. This was his immortal killer move, sudden inspiration. Even though it was a blood path method, It could mimic wisdom path and help Song Zixing deduce his fortune. An intense sense of danger assaulted Song Zixing's mind. This is a trap. Song Zixing growled, wanting to leave. Lightning lock. Lava chain. Right at this time, vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao, who were fighting to the death earlier, actually joined hands and attacked Song Zixing. Song Zixing snorted coldly. The blood sea below his feet surged into the sky, creating red waves that looked like raging waves. The huge blood wave stopped the lightning and lava. Meanwhile, Song Zixing turned into a blood rainbow, vanishing on the spot. This was the immortal movement killer move Blood Rainbow Flash. It was extremely fast. He immediately flew out of the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. Song Zixing was very decisive. He did not even want the blood path immortal Gu used to construct the battlefield killer move. He directly flew out, trying to escape. In a few breaths of time, the blood rainbow flew thousands of li. The blood rainbow suddenly dissipated. Song Zixing's figure appeared in the sky. He looked at the unchanging mountain below him. His expression was extremely ugly. No, this is just an illusion. His thoughts moved rapidly. The sense of danger was getting stronger. This was definitely an ambush from the enemy. He quickly turned around and tried to use the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. But at this time, a total of 16 Gu immortals appeared. Their grand aura burst out. They attacked together. 16 immortal killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Bam bam bam. The dazzling light shone on the emotionless and cold faces of the Gu immortals. As the light faded, Song Zixing appeared in a sorry state. His face was dark, his blood-red cloak was tattered. His body was covered in a layer of blood armor. He looked around with shock and anger. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's illusion garden. Such a huge move, they even brought out an immortal Gu house to deal with me. And all of you, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects have joined hands? Song Zixing was shocked and angry, but he was also very confused. After becoming a demonic path Gu immortal, he hid here and there. He was not overly arrogant. Recently he had not committed any major crimes either. Why did so many people come to deal with him? But soon, Song Zixing understood. To be able to make Central Continent's 10 great sects attack together, it must be an order from the Celestial Court. That's right, Song Zixing, you are an understanding person. Junior brother Vicious Lightning traveled the world and challenged people everywhere. It was actually a trap set up by a wisdom path Gu immortal to lure you. Junior brother Vicious Lightning's lightning deity was born from blood deity. You had been coveting this immortal Gu recipe. Moreover, fierce demonic immortal is your enemy. You were finally lured out. But you are really careful. You had been following behind Vicious Lightning Fiend and watched his challenges for more than a dozen times, but did not make a move. Only when Vicious Lightning Fiend self-detonated a lightning deity did he succeed. Hehehe, you are really not easy to catch. In order to lure you out, 3 Wisdom Path Gu immortals from my ancient soul sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, and Spirit Butterfly Valley joined hands to disrupt your immortal killer move, Sudden Impulse. That was why you did not sense the danger in advance. The leading 3 rank 7 Gu immortals spoke slowly, one after another. The other 13 Gu immortals were all rank 6. At this moment, someone could not hold back anymore. He charged forward. Song Zixing, you killed my big brother and humiliated my sister-in-law. I will tear your tendons apart today. Ah. Song Zixing, you will definitely die today. I will take revenge for the 730 members of Sun Tribe. Song Zixing had done many evil deeds. He had countless victims. But there were very few people who had the strength to take revenge on him. Many Gu immortals had offended Song Zixing. They lived in fear all day, afraid that one day, Song Zixing would come and take revenge. Blood Dragon Song Zixing's desire for revenge was very strong. Everyone knew about it. Fierce Demonic Immortal was one of them. He was chased by Song Zixing and had no choice but to hide in Truyang Mountain Range. It was also because Song Zixing had pressured him too much that this demonic path Gu immortal was willing to put on the most realistic show with Vicious Lightning Fiend. 8 rank 6 Gu immortals attacked Song Zixing. The Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stayed in the sky, forming a huge and loose encirclement. The Gu immortals who were fighting with Song Zixing were mostly lone cultivators. These people had been contacted by the 10 great ancient sects. They all had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing had been committing crimes all these years. He had targeted small sects. He did not want to make things difficult for the 10 great ancient sections. But he had recently become a person who had escaped from fate. Killing him would be a great help in repairing Fate Immortal Gu. Once the Celestial Court gave the order, even though the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent restricted each other, They had to stop fighting and send Gu Immortals to kill Song Zixing. Song Zixing blocked left and right, he was firmly suppressed. He could not retaliate, he could only choose to escape. Chapter 856. Song Zixing, to think you would have such a day. Aren't you called the Blood Dragon? Don't run if you have the guts. Blood Rainbow Flash was extremely fast and agile. The pursuing Gu Immortals used killer moves to obstruct it, but it had little effect. Instead, the distance between them was increasing. But the Immortal Gu House illusion circle was already set up. He was not afraid of Song Zixing escaping. The scene became a little strange. A group of people chased after Song Zixing with endless hatred and burning killing intent, yet they couldn't reach him. It's really as slippery as a loach. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects did not give chase. They watched from the side and used some immortal killer moves from time to time. Song Zixing was still extremely dangerous. His battle record of betraying 10,000 Dragon Dock and killing the pursuers was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Thus, the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects invited many lone cultivators to join them. In their battle plan, these lone cultivator Gu Immortals were cannon fodder to test Song Zixing's methods and expend as much of his immortal essence as possible. Without immortal essence, even if Song Zixing was a blood path Gu Immortal, his battle strength would fall. We can't go on like this. Song Zixing is running away, we cannot force him to use his trump card. After watching for a while, a Central Continent Gu Immortal said. Many of the others also frowned. Don't you think it's strange? Song Zixing was called Blood Dragon, his violent Blood Dragon bat had rank 7 battle strength, but he had never released it. Up until now he hasn't even made a move. He's just running. What are you afraid of? Song Zixing had already fallen into the Immortal Gu House Illusion Garden. The biggest drawback of our ambush strategy is that it takes time to activate the Illusion Garden. Right now, Song Zixing is like a turtle in a jar. Failure and death is only a matter of time. Don't be careless. Blood Path Gu Immortals could not be judged with common sense. Maybe he's looking around to see if there are any loopholes? Could it be that he has some powerful backup? That's why you're delaying? While they were guessing, the voices of the other 2 Heavenly Lotus Sect rank 7 Gu Immortals resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone make your move. Activating the Immortal Gu House consumes a lot of energy, we cannot delay this. So this trip, including Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao, there were a total of 20 Gu Immortals surrounding Song Zixing. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao were the bait. The 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals of Heavenly Lotus Sect did not show themselves, they were secretly controlling the Immortal Gu House. The remaining 16 Gu Immortals appeared and fought against Song Zixing. Activating an Immortal Gu House expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Especially for a complete Immortal Gu House like Illusion Garden, the expenditure was much higher than an incomplete Immortal Gu House like Profound Ice House. Even a rank 7 Gu Immortal could not last long. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects were urged. Most of the Gu Immortals joined the battle. Only 3 rank 7s were left watching from afar. Song Zixing continued to flee and did not retaliate. I've long since heard of how fast this Blood Rainbow Flash is. Now that I've seen it today, I'm truly amazed. It's actually a bit faster than my Cloud Jing fan. It's almost as fast as the Purple Firmament Lightning Wings. This is one of the top 10 movement killer moves in Central Continent. Not only speed but agility as well. Such a twist and turn, suddenly straight and suddenly crooked. All aspects were well taken care of. What a pity. The 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals evaluated. They felt some regret. An outstanding movement immortal killer move like Blood Rainbow Flash. It could only be encountered and not sought, it was extremely precious. If they could obtain it, they would be able to advance and retreat freely, it could even save their lives when escaping. But this was a Blood Path killer move. Even if Righteous Path Gu Immortals obtained it, they could not use it unless they betrayed the Righteous Path. Entering the Demonic Path. Back then, Song Zixing betrayed the sect and entered the Demonic Path, other than some conflict with the sect. It was mainly because he could not resist the temptation of Blood Path. With the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects joining in, Song Zixing's situation became even worse. The encirclement continued to shrink. With everyone working together, no matter how fast Blood Rainbow Flash was, it had its limits. In the end, he was slowly surrounded. Demons should be killed by everyone die. Kill Song Zixing. Finally, Song Zixing was trapped in the center. Many lone cultivator Gu Immortals attacked Song Zixing. They did not get close, they attacked from afar. Song Zixing did not attack, they were wary of him. These lone cultivator Gu immortals were not idiots. They knew why Central Continent's 10 great sects invited them to ambush Song Zixing. But even if they were cannon fodder, they would accept it. The reason was that they had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. It was either he or they die. Gu immortals were also humans, they were afraid of death. If not for Song Zixing forcing them too much, causing them to live in fear all day long, they would not be like this. From this, one could see the advantage of vicious lightning fiends, lightning deities. Gu immortals who did not fear death could be formed in batches. This was very terrifying. Thankfully, each lightning deity required a huge price to form. And normally they needed a lot of wealth to maintain them. The Gu immortals prepared for battle. Their attacks landed on Song Zixing. Song Zixing tried to dodge, but the space was limited. He was hit. In an instant he exploded, blood splattered. No. This is not Song Zixing's true body. Seeing this, the immortals were dumbfounded. They soon realized the truth. Be careful of Song Zixing's sneak attack. How did he conceal himself? My investigative killer move could not find him? Calm down, this is the Immortal Gu House Illusion Garden, he cannot escape. Search carefully. The Gu immortals were all experienced people, they quickly calmed down. If Song Zixing wanted to sneak attack, he could not find a chance. The immortals used their methods to search quickly, but they could not find anything. When their gazes gradually focused on Blood Tu Su, someone realized, oh no! Song Zixing did not come out, his true body is still inside his battlefield killer move. Vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao are in danger. From start to finish, Song Zixing's battlefield killer move, Blood Tu Su, was like a bright red egg floating in the air. The immortals did not destroy this battlefield killer move on purpose. Firstly, their attention was attracted by Song Zixing. Secondly, they did not want to help vicious lightning fiend. He had been challenging people everywhere recently, his fame was unparalleled, he was quite arrogant. Central Continent's 10 sects were competing with each other, even Myriad Dragon Doc wanted to suppress his limelight. Thirdly, destroying Blood Tu Su from the outside also required immortal essence. Thus, Blood Tu Su was accidentally forgotten by the immortals. Ultimately, it was because he was too strong. This was a disaster caused by underestimating the enemy. The immortals realized that they had been fooled by Song Zixing. They were furious and embarrassed. They attacked Blood Tu Su together. Blood Tu Su was not an immortal Gu house, it was only a battlefield killer move, it shook intensely from the intense attacks. 3 breaths of time later, Song Zixing retracted it. Blood Tu Su collapsed. Song Zixing laughed loudly as he turned into a blood rainbow and flew away. Blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao was already dead. His corpse was held by Song Zixing. Meanwhile, vicious lightning fiend was on the verge of death, he was unconscious. Only one lightning deity was left. It was also very weak, it was surrounding and protecting vicious lightning fiend. If he had been any slower, vicious lightning fiend would have fallen into Song Zixing's hands. But Song Zixing was also heavily injured, his left arm was severed at the shoulder. The battlefield killer move, Blood Tu Su, isolated heaven and earth, forming a world of its own. Moreover, Song Zixing had a special method to prevent vicious lightning fiend and Dan Xiao from asking for help. Song Zixing actually killed blazing demonic immortal Dan Xiao while being surrounded by everyone, and even heavily injured vicious lightning fiend until he fainted. This was a huge humiliation. The Gu immortals were furious, their anger was rising. This matter was going to spread. How were they going to survive in the future? Kill Song Zixing. Blood Dragon deserves death, he cannot remain in this world. Get rid of evil for the people, uphold justice. At once. The Gu immortals attacked, all sorts of immortal killer moves and battlefield killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing laughed maniacally without fear, a blood rainbow flashed. He dodged most of the immortal killer moves. Next, he raised blazing demonic immortal's corpse. Thank you for the gift, I will return it to you now. Explode. Blood light shot to the sky. There was a huge explosion. The immortals retreated. Song Zixing was at the center of the explosion. The blood path Dao marks on his body shined brightly, he was not injured at all. Illusion Garden shook intensely, a crack was actually created by his explosion. Blood rainbow flash. In the blink of an eye, Song Zixing vanished on the spot. He escaped from the immortal Gu house's cage, escaping from the Gu immortal's vision. Chase, he was hit by my immortal killer move, I can sense it. How can a great immortal Gu house get a crack from the explosion? The immortals shouted as they chased. The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals of Heavenly Lotus sect stored the immortal Gu house and joined them. Their expressions were ugly. It's that violent blood dragon bat. Song Zixing actually arranged for it to stay outside. It crashed into Illusion Garden and self-detonated, working together with Song Zixing to create a crack. Violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast. Its battle strength was equivalent to a rank 7 Gu Immortal. The self-detonation of such an existence had extraordinary power indeed. Illusion Garden was only controlled by 2 Gu Immortals. They could not defend against the explosion. Song Zixing managed to struggle out of the desperate situation. The Immortals naturally stopped attacking. They gritted their teeth and chased after him. A battle of pursuit was happening in Truyang mountain range. The pursuers were huge. There were 17 Gu Immortals. There was one myriad dragon Doc Gu Immortal who stayed behind to look after vicious lightning fiend. But at this point, the battle had already gone out of the control of the righteous path Gu Immortals. They had fallen into Song Zixing's specialty. As a demonic cultivator, Song Zixing was most proficient in escaping. I cannot go out directly. This Truyang mountain range is the best place to hide. I lost the violent blood dragon bat. After I escape, I will definitely settle this score with you. Song Zixing's expression was distorted. His heart was bleeding due to the huge losses. He swore in his heart. The blood rainbow suddenly turned and landed on the mountain range. There were countless fierce beasts living in Truyang mountain range. In the battle of pursuit, large numbers of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were startled. They caused a huge disturbance to the pursuers behind Song Zixing. Song Zixing was very clear. The more chaotic the situation was, the more chances he would have to sneak away and escape. 3 days later, late at night, the crescent moon hung in the night sky. A dim blood light flew out of Truyang mountain range while sticking close to the ground. Clang. Suddenly, there was the sound of metal colliding. A golden bell phantom descended and covered the blood light. A Gu Immortal appeared. He was injured. He shouted, "Song Zixing, where are you going?" The moment he said that, Song Zixing disappeared from the golden bell. A palm and a small forearm appeared. "Oh no, this is also fake. My true body is over there." The Gu Immortal's expression changed. He quickly turned around and flew far away. A long while later, a figure quietly approached from afar. It was Fang Yuan. He was wearing a mask and his body was covered in smoke. He carefully walked towards the golden bell phantom. Chapter 857. Immortal Killer Move Blood Demon Body Separation. Fang Yuan looked at the broken arm in the golden bell phantom as he muttered. According to Legends of Song Zixing, after Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Doc, he killed his pursuers and hid his tracks, developing rapidly. He had foresight and knew his situation, thus he created this killer move. During the current Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, the 10 great sects worked together to ambush and kill Song Zixing, but he escaped in the end. In this battle, blood demon body separation shocked Central Continent for the first time. Song Zixing was able to escape mostly because of this move. This immortal killer move could create a flesh clone for a short period of time. The flesh clone was extremely fast, comparable to Blood Rainbow Flash. Moreover, it was extremely lifelike and lifelike. Even an investigative immortal killer move would not be able to find any flaws. However, the price of using this move was extremely high. A portion of one's body was needed to create a flesh clone. A large amount of immortal essence was also expended to maintain the existence of the flesh clone. The more immortal essence was expended, the longer the clone could last. There were many ways for Gu Immortals to regrow their limbs. Blood demon body separation was only a manifestation. The truth was, it expended the blood path Dao marks in the body. It was because of these blood path Dao marks that blood demon body separation had such a mystical effect. If not for the blood path Dao marks as the price, the flesh clone created by blood demon body separation would not be able to pass off as the real thing. When ordinary Gu Immortals were injured, for example, Fang Yuan would lose most of his body if he was attacked. The strength path Dao marks on his body would be retrieved by his immortal aperture. When his body recovers, the strength path Dao marks would return to his body. Once the Gu Immortal died, the Dao marks on his body would also be retrieved into his immortal aperture. For example, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Song Zixing successfully used blood demon body separation. Even if the severed limb could regrow, the new body would be empty. The original blood path Dao marks would be expended along with the flesh clone. Undoubtedly, the expenditure of Dao marks was a huge loss to Gu Immortals. Because Dao marks were very rare, they could only be accumulated after experiencing heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. In every heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, Gu Immortals often had to risk their lives, even damaging their immortal apertures and destroying the resources that they had painstakingly managed. Thus, the cost of obtaining Dao marks was extremely high. This showed the value of each strength immortal gu. But Fang Yuan was sure. Song Zixing should not have an immortal gu like each strength. If he lost the blood path Dao marks, he would have to undergo calamities and tribulations and slowly accumulate them again. The Dao marks on a gu immortal could effectively increase the power of immortal gu and immortal killer moves. This amplification was terrifying. It could increase a rank 8 by hundreds or thousands of times. Thus, rank 7 gu immortals could rarely defeat rank 8 existences. According to the legend of Song Zixing managed to escape with his life. In the end, only his head and half of his chest were left. The rest of his body had been decisively abandoned by him. He had activated the blood demon body disintegration. In this battle, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent lost a great deal of face. They didn't achieve their goal and were played by Song Zixing instead. They suffered heavy losses. Song Zixing also suffered heavy losses. He lost an ancient desolate beast, the violent blood dragon bat, and more than half of his blood path Dao marks were destroyed in this battle. As a result, he did not appear in public for the next 200 years. There was even no news of him at all. People suspected that he was already dead. But when he reappeared, not only did he recover his battle strength, he even nurtured 3 violent blood dragon bats. Ambushing Song Zixing was a huge matter. Fang Yuan naturally knew about it. He looked at the severed arm with a burning gaze. This severed arm came from Song Zixing. It was his flesh and blood. As long as Fang Yuan obtained it and used the gu refinement method, he could refine Song Zixing's head. And Song Zixing's head was the only condition for Star Form Blessed Land's land spirit to recognize him as its owner. Land spirits were stubborn existences. As long as Fang Yuan gave Song Zixing's head to the land spirit, he could become the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. Star Form Land Spirit did not care if Song Zixing was alive or not. It was only a pure obsession formed by the heavenly power of the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan could become its owner with this. Even if one day Song Zixing appeared in front of the land spirit alive and kicking, the land spirit would not betray Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan had already fulfilled the condition for recognizing him as its owner. But at this moment, Fang Yuan still had some trouble subduing this arm. It was not difficult to break the golden bell, but once the golden bell phantom was broken, the arm would explode and turn into a blood fog that covered the sky. Fang Yuan had to use other methods to suppress the severed arm, otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. In fact, Fang Yuan also had a deep impression of this arm. His current location was at the edge of Truyang Mountain Range, near Yuanyang City. Song Zixing's severed arm was wrapped by an immortal killer move. The gu immortal who used the immortal killer move was busy chasing after Song Zixing. He had already forgotten about this severed arm. As time passed, the golden bell would dissipate after a night, and the severed arm would explode into a blood fog. At that time, the blood fog would cover hundreds of li, life would be lost, and the poison would spread far and wide. For the next few hundred years, Yuanyang City would continue to issue missions, recruiting talents to enter the blood fog and kill the blood beasts that were born in the blood fog, to prevent the blood beasts from forming a beast tide and attacking Yuanyang City. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan came to Central Continent, he had lived in Yuanyang City for a period of time. In order to survive, he had accepted missions to exterminate blood beasts. From this perspective, Fang Yuan had done a good thing by subduing Song Zixing's severed arm in advance. Fang Yuan observed for a while, carefully using several mortal killer moves to probe. The golden bell phantom did not move as expected of an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan then circled around the golden bell phantom, observing it from all angles, trying to find a suitable method. The golden bell phantom was not completely still, it was rotating slowly, the severed arm inside was floating in the air, the arm and palm were flickering with bright red light from time to time. Fang Yuan circled around it for more than 10 times. He already had a plan. He was about to make a move when his ears twitched. He heard many voices. Explosion, you heard it too? Yes. I saw a strange light. Treasure, maybe. The voices were intermittent, getting closer and closer. Fang Yuan immediately understood. The nearby gu masters were attracted. This was the edge of Truyang Mountain Range. Desolate beasts rarely came here, and it was near Yuanyang City. Many gu masters were active here. Earlier, the gu immortal had used an immortal killer move, the golden light soared into the sky. The commotion was not small, thus many gu masters came to investigate. A bunch of ants. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. He willed, strength path phantoms rushed out of his immortal aperture one after another. Soon, these strength path phantoms numbered in the hundreds, densely packed as they surrounded Fang Yuan. Every time Fang Yuan moved, he would store large numbers of strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture. Because he used myriad self. A certain amount of time was needed to form a strength path phantom army. Kill. Fang Yuan gave the order, close to 1,000 strength path phantoms immediately moved, quickly disappearing into the night sky. What is that? Formation. Quickly formed the formation. Run. Screams and shouts could be heard. A life and death battle started instantly. After a few breaths of time, the Gu masters were completely defeated. The strength path phantoms chased mercilessly, countless Gu masters died. The smell of blood quickly spread to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had his hands behind his back. Looking at the golden bell phantom in front of him, his expression was calm under the mask. Even though he had thought of a method, he had not made a move yet. Haste makes waste. Even though the strength path phantoms were strong and fierce, they could not be investigated. They also did not have methods to increase their speed. Some Gu masters might not give up and use earth escape or concealment to sneak in again. However, these people would all die without a burial ground. Because Fang Yuan was here, he had already activated dozens of investigative killer moves. Without stopping, he covered this area layer by layer. There was no movement. They could escape his investigation. The advantage of having unlimited primeval essence was that he could use mortal Gu at will. Mortal killer moves would never stop. And because of Fang Yuan's accumulation in his previous life, the mortal killer moves he knew were even more outstanding, even surpassing this era. Fang Yuan waited for a while and sure enough, 3 or 4 Gu masters sneaked in. Fang Yuan controlled the strength path phantoms and killed these Gu masters one by one according to his instructions. Impossible, how did you find me? Spare my life. Ah. The Gu masters had nowhere to hide, they were all killed. After a while, the surroundings became quiet again. The smell of blood was getting thicker, there was not even the sound of birds chirping in the sparse forest nearby, it was completely silent. Fang Yuan started to act. Myriad self first style, giant hand. A giant strength path hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the golden bell phantom. The golden bell phantom targeted the inside, it suppressed the inside, but its external defense was not strong. After adding pulling mountain and pulling water, Fang Yuan's current strength path giant hand could be said to be much stronger. He only needed to squeeze it tightly and the golden bell would explode. But the key was how to prevent Song Zixing's arm from exploding into a bloody mist after it was crushed. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was not only a strength path grandmaster, he was also a blood path grandmaster. He knew as many blood path methods as Song Zixing. And this time he had planned for a long time, he had made ample preparations. Immediately he set up with full concentration. He set up close to 100 blood path killer moves in a row, they were tight and orderly, coordinating with each other. There were also large numbers of Gu formations set up in the surroundings, layer upon layer. After setting them up, he inspected carefully to see if there were any mistakes in his arrangements. He found 1 or 2 mistakes. After modifying them, Fang Yuan checked again a 3rd time, a 4th time and a 5th time. This was a huge matter. Fang Yuan was very patient. Finally, when he made his move, everything was under his control. The golden bell phantom shattered, the arm was about to explode when it was suppressed, layers of seals were added on top of it. When Song Zixing severed this arm and used blood demon body separation, he was already at the end of his rope, he had used less than 10 beads of immortal essence for it. Chapter 858. After obtaining the severed arm, Fang Yuan carefully stored it in his immortal aperture. Next, he carefully cleaned the place, trying to get rid of his traces. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, he did not rest, he started immediately, spending 4 days and 3 nights to refine this severed arm, turning it into Song Zixing's head. Next, he used fixed immortal travel immortal Gu to go to Earth Abyss. Star form land spirit, I have brought Song Zixing's head. In the dark underground world he shouted. A speck of starlight appeared in front of him, it shone brightly and gushed out like spring water. After a breath of time, the dazzling starlight turned into a square door. The translucent starlight door floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door, on it were the words, Star form blessed land. Fang Yuan squinted, looking at it quietly. Ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens had doors. Because with doors they could interact. With interactions they could absorb heaven and earth chi and strengthen themselves. Thus, infallible blessed land was very special because it did not have a door. This was a very strange exception. Under Fang Yuan's observation, the starlight door opened slightly. It's you? You really brought Song Zixing's head? A voice came from the door. Star form land spirit did not appear, he was on guard. Fang Yuan chuckled, throwing the head over. Facts speak louder than words. The door opened slightly again, an attractive force appeared out of nowhere, sucking the head in. It really is Song Zixing's head. The land spirit's joyful voice came from behind the door. Bam! The door opened completely, a path made of starlight spread out in front of Fang Yuan. Star form land spirit was at the door. It said to Fang Yuan with utmost sincerity, "Star form land spirit welcomes master." Fang Yuan nodded, his expression calm. He took large steps, stepping onto the starlight path. Stepping into star form blessed land. The moment he stepped in, starlight filled Fang Yuan's vision. But in the blink of an eye, the starlight faded, revealing the unique terrain of star form blessed land. The whole of star form blessed land was a huge basin. It was like a giant bowl, and the edge of the giant bowl was a series of continuous mountain ranges, forming a circle like a towering wall. Inside the giant bowl was a vast slope that continuously tilted towards the center. The curtain of night shrouded the world. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked up. The sky was pitch black, but there were tiny stars that shone weakly. It was just like how Immortal blessed land only had day and no night. Star form blessed land only had night, there was no day. Generally speaking, blessed lands did not have any astronomical changes. Only when one became a grotto heaven or approached the level of a grotto heaven would there be a change in the weather. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had come here. In fact, he was the one who had planted this blessed land. The last time he was here, the night sky was filled with stars, and the stars were still very bright. It shone on the surface of the blessed land, giving it a high visibility. But now the starlight was indeed dim, it could be seen that stellar form land spirit's life wasn't good. This was normal. There were no Gu immortals. The blessed land could no longer produce immortal essence on its own. The land spirit and the blessed land were one. In order to protect his own existence, he had to manage his blessed land. But how could a land spirit have the strength and intelligence of a Gu immortal? So basically, land spirits would ask their masters to help them. Survival was the most basic instinct of any living being. It was just that the conditions for each land spirit to recognize a master were different. Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the surroundings, before landing on stellar form land spirit. "Bring me around the blessed land," Fang Yuan ordered. Stellar form land spirit had the appearance of a boy floating in the air. He was wearing a pinkish blue doo-doo, his small arms and legs were white and tender like a lotus root, he was very cute. Ever since he recognized Fang Yuan as his master, stellar form land spirit had been looking up at him, his clear eyes filled with admiration and love. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, stellar form land spirit quickly nodded. "Master, please follow me." His attitude before and after recognizing him as his master was like heaven and earth. A lump of starlight automatically gathered on Fang Yuan's body, bringing him along as he flew rapidly. This speed was extremely shocking. Even Song Zixing's blood rainbow flash could not compare to it. Fang Yuan only felt that starlight was lingering in front of him, the surrounding scenery was rapidly retreating, even with his vision he could only capture a blurry image. The starlight suddenly stopped, the scenery in front of him had changed greatly. "Master, you have reached the southeast corner of the blessed land. This is the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the largest livestock farm in the blessed land." Stellar form land spirit introduced. Fang Yuan looked over, seeing that this Arrow Bamboo Forest was huge, extending to the end of Fang Yuan's vision. The arrow bamboo was straight, somewhat similar to the green spear bamboo, but it was not jade green like the green spear bamboo. Instead, it had a pitch-black body. There were no leaves on the bamboo, there were only branches. On the edge of each arrow bamboo's markings, there were 2 or 3 bamboo branches. These bamboo branches were as straight as an arrow. At the foot of the arrow bamboo forest, there were large numbers of star cave stones, countless dark shiitake mushrooms, and densely packed white shadow grass. Fang Yuan nodded inwardly. This kind of ecological construction could not be any better. "If I am not wrong, this is the place that produces star dark goo?" Fang Yuan asked. "Master is wise." Stellar form land spirit immediately replied. Star dark goo was only a rank 1 mortal goo, formed from the evolution of all kinds of ordinary insects. This was different from starlight firefly goo. Starlight firefly goo was formed from a portion of starlight firefly groups, evolving and mutating. As for star dark goo, this was any kind of insect. It would drill into the star cave stones that were filled with holes and fall into a deep sleep. After 49 days, a portion of the insects would wake up from their slumber and transform into star dart goo. Star dart goo's food was the arrow bamboo forest bamboo juice. The air in the arrow bamboo forest had always been hot and humid. This kind of bamboo would slowly ooze bamboo juice. In the past, when this bamboo juice oozed out, it would form a thick blue fog. It was the best environment to raise star dart goo. Unfortunately, it has not been properly watered recently. It has become like this. Stellar Form Land Spirit said with a reminiscing tone. It seems that I will need to purchase large amounts of moon well water in the future. Fang Yuan muttered. He was knowledgeable. He knew what kind of irrigation was needed for the arrow bamboo forest. Master is wise. Stellar Form Land Spirit immediately said. His expression became slightly more spirited. Although Star Lord Wanxiang left behind a lot of immortal essence, there were very few immortal yuan stones. Thus, Stellar Form Land Spirit's finances were rather tight. He could not buy whatever he wanted in jewel yellow skies. Compared to irrigating the arrow bamboo forest, other areas required more financial resources to maintain. Soon after, under the land spirit's lead, Fang Yuan went to the north of the blessed land, inspecting the meteorite pit. This was the place to raise star fire goo and even produce meteorite goo. He went to the center of the blessed land. There was a huge lake with sparkling waves. It was called Broken Star Lake. It was also a place to raise goo worms. It produced star river goo. Finally, he went to a few grasslands. They were all filled with star fragment grass. It seemed endless. Planted on the black soil, the grass leaves were plump and tender. The color was like oil. It was much better than the sky grasslands in immortal blessed land, be it in terms of size or appearance. Arrow bamboo forest, meteorite pit, broken star lake, star fragment grass field. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking at the lake below him with a satisfied expression. These four were the four pillars of Star Lord Wanxiang's economy. Star Lord Wanxiang followed the rules. He mainly sold star dart goo, star fire goo, meteorite goo, star river goo and starlight firefly goo. When Fang Yuan was searching for these four pillars, he already had them. Fang Yuan currently only had guts goo and regretful spiders. The remaining eerie fire dragon python and dragonfish had not entered the market yet. Star Lord Wanxiang had rank 6 first stage cultivation. He had passed one heavenly tribulation. He was also a lone cultivator, but his cultivation was higher than immortals. Originally, with his identity and foundation, it was impossible for him to develop the blessed land so well. But he had a fortuitous encounter. His fortuitous encounter was Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child. In order to prolong his lifespan, he turned into an immortal zombie. He explored star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm and fell into it. He was trapped in a deep sleep. Star Lord Wanxiang unexpectedly found that Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was connected to the outside world of Central Continent. Every fixed time of the year, this gap would appear. Thus, Star Lord Wanxiang would go in every year and plunder the resources inside to strengthen himself. Although the time he could go in was limited, he could not stop going in. Because of this, Star Lord Wanxiang developed very well. His immortal aperture became more prosperous with each passing day, far surpassing other lone cultivator goo immortals. Even Shirley had praised him inwardly when he saw him. This Star Lord Wanxiang's strength was already on par with ordinary rank 6 goo immortals in the 10 great ancient sections. But unfortunately, Star Lord Wanxiang was injured by Song Zixing and was about to undergo tribulation. He had no choice but to take the risk and ask a tiger for its skin. He invited immortal Monkey King Shirley to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. In the end, in the 8-star hall, he fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. His soul was destroyed and only his physical body was left. Fang Yuan seized his physical body and planted his blessed land in Earth Abyss. This led to the subsequent developments of Star Form Land Spirit recognizing him as its master. With these 4 pillars of support, my financial resources have doubled from before. I'm making a lot of money every day. I'm really making a lot of money every day. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Star Lord Wanxiang had managed his blessed land for so many years. He had already opened up the market and occupied a portion of Jewel Yellow Skies' market. Fang Yuan inherited his blessed land and avoided the difficult development period of entering the market. He directly inherited Star Lord Wanxiang's channels and saved him a lot of trouble. Common resources like Star Dart Goo and Starfire Goo were usually sold in large quantities and faced intense competition. It was not easy to seize the market and get a share of the profits. They would face ostracization, price wars, and even the threat and assassination of Goo immortals. In short, cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents. The goo immortal world was bare. If you wanted to do business you had to display your strength first. Without strength, no matter how good your business was, it would still be plundered and robbed. Thus, Fang Yuan was very careful with his dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. He wanted to use Shao Clan's transaction token to enter Western Desert's market. This way he could cause less trouble and earn more money. Of course, things like the monopoly of guts goo, he could sell them as he pleased. Others wanted to compete but they could not, they could only watch helplessly. After inspecting the blessed land, Fang Yuan was very satisfied, but he had even greater expectations. Chapter 859. The whole of star-formed blessed land was like a huge bowl, the center was also the lowest point. Here there was a vast sea of lake, named Broken Star Lake. And Star Lord Wuxia's usual cultivation location was at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. Deep into the lake, Fang Yuan found a crystal palace. It was not big, there was only one main hall and two sub-halls. Star Lord Wuxia's immortal goo were kept in the main hall. Under star-formed land spirit's lead, Fang Yuan smoothly entered the main hall. Once he entered, he saw an immortal goo flying in the air. This immortal goo looked like a centipede, it was long like an arm and dark like tungsten. It was moving around in the empty space of the main hall, the short stripes on its body were shining with blue light. This is rank 6 immortal goo star mark, it can temporarily add 600 star path Dao marks to master's body. Star form land spirit introduced at an appropriate time. 600. Fang Yuan was shocked. He only had a little over 200 strength path Dao marks. And this was after using each strength immortal goo recently, he gained over 40. This star mark immortal goo could actually add over 600 star path marks at once, the effect could be said to be outstanding. Over 200 Dao marks can amplify my strength by 20%. 600 is a 60% amplification. Unfortunately they are star path Dao marks, I am not a star path goo immortal. Undeniably, this star mark immortal goo was an excellent supplementary immortal goo. Even though Fang Yuan was a strength path goo immortal and had strength path Dao marks, once he activated star mark immortal goo, his body would be covered in a layer of star path Dao marks, allowing him to act like a star path goo immortal. Other than star mark, there were two other immortal goo in the hall. One was like a rhombus crystal. It was the size of a fist, quietly lying on the table. It was unmoving. The other one was like a tender bean sprout, full of vitality. After star form land spirit's introduction, Fang Yuan learned that the first colorless crystal immortal goo was starlight immortal goo. The second bean sprout immortal goo was called star shoot. Fang Yuan heard this and was overjoyed. My luck has come. These two immortal goo were much more useful to Fang Yuan than star mark immortal goo. Because starlight goo was a necessary goo material for refining wisdom path star thought goo. Now that he had starlight immortal goo, he could imitate how strength chi immortal goo refined air sac goo, refining star thought goo on a larger scale and faster. With starlight immortal goo, this would save him the trouble of purchasing the starlight goo. At the same time, using immortal goo as the base to refine mortal goo star thought goo was done from top to bottom, the failure rate was much lower than the previous goo refinement method. The danger would be greatly reduced, this way the losses of the hairy men would be greatly reduced. Of course there were two problems. The first problem was that to use starlight immortal goo, Fang Yuan would need to modify the star thought goo's recipe. The second question. Using starlight immortal goo would expend immortal essence. But with wisdom goo and the complete star thought goo recipe, it was not hard for Fang Yuan to modify the goo recipe. It was only a matter of time. As for the second problem, if it was the previous Fang Yuan, he would indeed be an obstacle. But now, Fang Yuan had become the owner of star-formed blessed land. There were 6 economic pillars and in the future, there would even be 8 profitable businesses. The earnings of immortal yuan stone would be 4 times the current amount. Large amounts of immortal yuan stone also gave Fang Yuan great confidence. He could expend immortal essence to activate starlight immortal goo. Starlight immortal goo was a huge help to the large-scale accumulation of star thought goo. And star shoot immortal goo was also very useful. Fang Yuan had once bought a mortal killer move from Star Lord Wuxia. It was called Spring Star Rain. This move could irrigate plants and ensure that they would grow lushly. Ever since he obtained this move, Fang Yuan had been using it continuously. The reason why Immortal Blessed Land's grassland in the sky was able to maintain its current scale was because of this mortal killer move. Using Spring Star Rain frequently would expend large amounts of Star Shoot Mortal Goo. Star Shoot Mortal Goo were only sold by Star Lord Wuxia. Fang Yuan had once wanted to break free from Star Lord Wuxia's control and research the refinement recipe of Star Shoot Mortal Goo. But even with Wisdom Gu's help, Fang Yuan's star path attainment level was only ordinary, he could not achieve his goal. Now that Fang Yuan had Star Shoot Immortal Gu, he could use Spring Star Rain as he wished. He could also raise Spring Star Rain to Immortal level, using Star Shoot Immortal Gu as the core, it would have a greater effect on nurturing Star Fragment Grass. But soon, Fang Yuan learned from Star Form Land Spirit. Star Lord Wuxia had the Immortal Killer move Spring Star Rain. In fact, the Mortal Killer move Spring Star Rain that Star Lord Wuxia sold was a modified version of the original Spring Star Rain. The Star Shoot Gu that Star Lord Wuxia sold was refined from Star Shoot Immortal Gu. It was no wonder Fang Yuan could not reverse engineer the Gu recipe from the Mortal Star Shoot Gu. Because Star Lord Wuxia's Gu refinement method was from top to bottom. Star Mark, Starlight, Star Shoot, these three Immortal Gu were all the Immortal Gu left in the Blessed Land. Star Lord Wuxia had a total of 4 Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, the 4th Immortal Gu was destroyed in the battle with Song Zixing. Fang Yuan only obtained 3. Just these 3 were enough to satisfy Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, only a small portion of rank 6 Gu Immortals in the 5 regions had Immortal Gu. Most of them used Mortal Gu and Mortal Killer moves. Only the elites among rank 6 Gu Immortals had rank 6 Immortal Gu. For example, the rank 6 Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or lone cultivators like Star Lord Wuxia who had fortuitous encounters. Northern Plains' situation was special, because of the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, Northern Plains Immortal Gu were much more common than the other 4 regions. Speaking of which, Central Continent was the last among the 5 regions in terms of Immortal Gu usage. There was no helping it, Central Continent had the most Gu Immortals. Of course, Fang Yuan was even more special. Not counting the 3 Immortal Gu that he had just obtained, Fang Yuan already had 14 Immortal Gu. No one would believe him if he told others about this number. Not to mention there was also the rank 9 Immortal Gu wisdom here. Normally speaking, even if one killed an enemy Gu Immortal, it was hard to obtain spoils of war like Immortal Gu. Like how Fang Yuan had such a huge advantage against Dongfang Naganori, even Dongfang Naganori's soul was captured alive. But Dongfang Naganori only had a thought. All the Immortal Gu self-detonated, Fang Yuan did not get anything. Star Lord Wuxia was a special case. Because he entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm by mistake. Without any reaction he died in a daze. Thus the Immortal Gu were preserved. In the end it benefited Fang Yuan. These 3 Immortal Gu still had Star Lord Wuxia's will. But with Star Form Land Spirit's help, subduing them was not a problem. Master, this is the immortal inheritance stored in the Blessed Land, please take a look. Land Spirit presented another inheritance for Fang Yuan to take a look. It turned out that this was Star Lord Wuxia's first fortuitous encounter. A Gu Immortal inheritance related to Star Path. It was this inheritance that guided lone cultivator Star Lord Wuxia to cultivate and become a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Star Lord Wuxia's second fortuitous encounter. He found the entrance to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and entered it many times to plunder resources. Speaking of which, his luck was quite good. Star Lord Wuxia cultivated Star Path, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was also a grotto heaven that focused on Star Path. They were very compatible in terms of resources. Unlike Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Gu Immortal, who Immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path Gu, and Danghun Mountains Guts Gu was a Soul Path Gu. These aspects were not closely related. Unfortunately, Star Lord Wuxia died in the end. Everything was in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan stayed in Star Form Blessed Land for an entire day, inspecting a small group of rockmen in the Blessed Land, as well as those 3 desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish. Star Lord Wuxia had used all sorts of methods to relocate this small group of rockmen. He did not have guts Gu. Star Form Blessed Land was not a hotbed for rockmen, many of them died there. It was not easy for him to keep this batch. The 3 desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish were caught from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. That place had no lack of desolate beasts. The reason why he spent so much effort and resources. It was because Star Mark Immortal Gu's food was the fresh flesh of the spine-fin star dragonfish. As for feeding Starlight Immortal Gu, it needed the bodies of rockmen. As for Star Shoot Immortal Gu, its food was a large amount of dark star kelp. This kind of kelp grew in large amounts at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. This was the state of orthodox Gu Immortals. What path they cultivated. Immortal Gu belonged to a certain path, and the Immortal Aperture mainly had the Tao marks of that path. This way, the feeding of the Immortal Gu could be born by themselves, they could nurture their own food. Unlike Fang Yuan, whose Strength Path Immortal Aperture was dead, who Immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path Immortal Aperture, It had Strength Path, Wisdom Path, Soul Path and Luck Path Immortal Goo. To feed these Immortal Goo, they had to seek help from the outside world each time they had to work hard and were unstable. Fang Yuan's cleansed soul Immortal Goo had not been fully fed yet. Be it Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Strength Path Immortal Aperture, they both lacked Soul Path Dao marks. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to raise White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, it was impossible. After Star Form Blessed Land recognized him as its owner, Fang Yuan's strength had doubled. 3-star path Immortal Goo, 4 trades, and a complete star path inheritance. Fang Yuan still needed a lot of time to slowly digest them. He still had Star Form Land spirits spread the ownership requests in jewel yellow skies, creating the illusion that Star Form Blessed Land had not recognized a master yet. For the time being, he did not intend to tell the truth to He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing. He would hide it for as long as he could. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was already exposed. Star Form Blessed Land was in a semi-exposed state. He Lulan knew its location. In the future, if he wanted to flee for his life, this foundation would be very important. As for Hu Immortal Blessed Land's resources as well as Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan did not intend to move it for the time being. The arrangements had just been made, a large amount of funds had already been invested. Once it was moved to Star Form Blessed Land, with how astute He Lulan was, how could she not know about it? In the following days, Fang Yuan continued to participate in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Due to the convention, Central Continent was in a frenzy of Goo refinement. The news of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects joining hands to ambush Song Zixing was not spread, only the Goo Immortal higher-ups knew about it. The 10 great ancient sects lost face. There was no news of Song Zixing. Many other sects and lone cultivator Goo Immortals saw this as a joke. Many Goo Immortals moved, trying to find traces left behind by Song Zixing in Truyang Mountain Range. But how could they find him? In Fang Yuan's previous life, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent searched for hundreds of years to protect their sect's reputation. Song Zixing's concealment skill was at the peak, even Fang Yuan could not match him. Thus, from the start, Fang Yuan did not have the intention to kill Song Zixing. Finally, the agreed date arrived. It was the day of the duel between Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong. Even though it was not a competition, it attracted many Goo masters. Feng Kim Hong, if you want a duel, let me see the wager first. If the wager is too low, there is no need to start this duel. Fang Yuan said in front of everyone. If he could avoid the duel, Fang Yuan only wanted the top 6 of the infallible inheritance. Furthermore, even if he lost the duel, he would not be eliminated and his ranking would not be affected. Chapter 860. A way to regain a new life? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and his expression changed. Yenef Spirit Affinity House was indeed one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Its foundation was deep beyond imagination. Spirit Affinity House actually had the method that Fang Yuan was searching for to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his new life. At this moment, Feng Kim Huang's proposal to use this as a gambling stake was a direct hit to Fang Yuan's weakness. He had no choice but to reject it. He. Fang Yuan laughed and calmed himself down. He looked at Feng Kim Hong and asked, "The method you mentioned, could it be the Crane Gates possession technique?" "Of course not." Feng Kim Hong smiled. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Your bet is indeed tempting. But this gambling capital is still lacking compared to my Hu Immortal Blessed Land." Feng Kim Hong said, "The value of everything will change. Fang Yuan, if you had to choose between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and being reborn, which would you choose?" "Of course it's to be reborn." Fang Yuan did not hesitate in his heart, nor did he hesitate in his mouth. "Of course it's Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This is my greatest foundation. Even if I become an immortal zombie, I can still rely on this to survive." The corner of Feng Kim Huang's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and shook his head. "Fang Yuan, you're not such a short-sighted person. However, I know that you will not use Hu Immortal Blessed Land as a wager, and I cannot force you to do so. Let's talk about something practical. If I lose, I'll tell you the method to regain your life. Don't worry, there are already successful precedents for this method. If you lose, we'll make a deal." Fang Yuan looked at the faint smile on Feng Kim Huang's face. He narrowed his eyes. "What kind of deal?" Thereupon Feng Kim Hong said, "If you lose, I won't be able to defeat you. He made a deal with my Spirit Affinity House to supply Gets Goo to us in the long term. The price is negotiable. It was fine as long as it wasn't too outrageous. But you must deliver the goods regularly and in sufficient quantities. If you lack a soul, my Spirit Affinity House can sell it to you at a price 30% lower than the market price. However, this transaction must be the highest priority. even more so than the crane gate. No matter how many goods you have, you must first supply them to my spirit affinity house before selling them to other parties. When Fang Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but size up Feng Kim Hong again. He had a whole new level of respect for this young lady. Who would have thought that after such a short period of time, the other party would have grown to such a degree? As expected of a genius. No, it should be said that there was a capable person behind him. Good education. Feng Jin Huang's request was too lenient to Fang Yuan, it could even be said to be generous. And Guts Gu was something that Feng Kim Hong urgently needed. Why? Because Feng Kim Hong used Dream Wing's Immortal Gu to explore the dream realm. Even with the help of Immortal Gu, the soul would get tired and get injured. And Guts Gu was the one and only soul-strengthening product in the world. Even the rank 9 demon Venerable Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had praised it. Feng Kim Hong had challenged Fang Yuan. It was just a young man acting in a fit of pique. But right now, when discussing the bet with Fang Yuan, it was for the present, it was realistic. Practical benefits. This was a mature move. If Feng Kim Hong requested Fang Yuan to use Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Danghun Mountain as the bet, Fang Yuan would definitely not agree. And although Fang Yuan had the reputation of Crane Gate, but his relationship with Crane Gate was known to the 10 great ancient sections. Fang Yuan would not care about Crane Gate's reputation. He had no choice but to agree to Feng Kim Huang's duel. Thus, Feng Kim Hong made this request. For Fang Yuan, selling Guts Gu to Spirit Affinity House had its benefits. Naturally, there were benefits. The first benefit was to increase the scale of sales and earn more Immortal Yuan Stone. Who would complain about having more Immortal Yuan Stone? The second benefit was to establish a relationship between Fang Yuan and Spirit Affinity House. If he were to fall out with Crane Gate one day, Fang Yuan would have a way out. In fact, Fang Yuan had agreed to Feng Kim Huang's duel request earlier because he wanted to cooperate with Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Hong had explored dream realms many times, he had sensed the value of Guts Gu, thus he wanted to take advantage of Crane Gate. And Fang Yuan was happy to do so. If he really made a deal with Spirit Affinity House, it would be extremely beneficial to his relationship with Crane Gate. Regardless of whether I win or lose, this duel is beneficial to me. After all, the result of the duel has nothing to do with the Gu refinement competition. Something is wrong. Feng Kim Hong made this request to lower my fighting spirit. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He understood another layer of Feng Kim Huang's intention. Then let's begin, the final victor of this duel will be me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he laughed heartily. Feng Kim Huang's gaze flickered, that might not necessarily be the case. After confirming the wager, both sides started to discuss the duel's contents. Feng Kim Hong suggested refining River Wave Trace Gu as the topic. River Wave Trace Gu was a rank 5 Water Path Gu worm, it was part of the same series as rank 3 Water Trace Gu, rank 4 Wave Trace Gu, and rank 6 Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan immediately rejected it. Spirit Affinity House specialized in raising and using Water Path Gu worms, this could be seen from the Water Pavilion Immortal Gu House. If he refined River Wave Trace Gu, Feng Kim Huang's advantage would be too huge. Fang Yuan suggested refining Blood Walk Gu. This was a rank 3 Blood Path Gu used for movement. Feng Kim Hong also rejected it. What a joke, who did not know that Fang Yuan specialized in Blood Path Gu refinement techniques? Feng Kim Hong had no confidence in refining Blood Path Gu worms. Both sides discussed for a while before deciding to use the method of a martial duel to refine the rank 5 Fire Path Gu worm, 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu. The entire duel was not a private duel, but an open duel like the competition. Soon the same materials appeared in front of both sides. To ensure fairness, both sides had to refine the Gu according to the Gu recipe. Whichever side could successfully refine 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu first would be the winner. Different from the literary duel because it was a martial duel at a specific stage, both sides could attack each other once. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong sat cross-legged facing each other, each occupying a corner of the stage, with a distance of 260 steps between the two. The duel began. Fang Yuan immediately checked the Gu refinement materials in his hands. He had to have a thorough understanding of every material. If there were any damaged materials, it would greatly affect the Gu refinement. Fang Yuan's inspection was very detailed, sometimes regarding the conference. Sometimes they would purposely provide some flawed materials, or even tamper with them to conceal the flaws of the materials, making it hard for the Gu master to detect them. If they were really deceived, it would be terrible when the Gu refinement started. This arrangement had practical significance. Gu masters could not always gather perfect Gu refinement materials when refining Gu. Sometimes because the materials were stored for too long, or damaged during transportation. Or snatched in battle, there would always be some damage. Or bought shoddy Gu refinement materials in the market. Gu masters needed to distinguish them. Thus, checking Gu refinement materials was the foundation of refinement path attainment. This time, for the refinement of 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu, more than 1,000 kinds of materials were provided. Not a single Gu worm, they were all flowers, grass, rocks and bones. Fang Yuan spent an hour checking all the materials. Next, he checked the Gu recipes provided by the competition. A total of 5 Gu recipes, corresponding to rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu, rank 2 twin orifice furnace Gu, rank 3 3 orifice firehouse Gu, rank 4 4 orifice fire tower Gu, as well as the rank 5 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu. These 5 Gu worms were of the same series, inherited from the same origin. To refine 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu, one had to first refine a large number of rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu. Then use single orifice charcoal Gu as the main material. Refine twin orifice furnace Gu. From rank 1 to rank 2, from rank 2 to rank 3, from rank 3 to rank 4. Rank 4 to rank 5, progressing like this. Finally, 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu was refined. Because there were many steps, the process was long. Thus, there were more than 1,000 kinds of Gu refinement materials provided to both sides. Of course, with Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods, he could modify the Gu recipe and save on the steps of the entire Gu refinement process. He could even directly use these materials to refine 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu in one step. But Fang Yuan thought for a while and gave up on the idea of modifying the Gu recipe, deciding to take it step by step. There were many reasons. Firstly, he could not rely on wisdom Gu in public. Secondly, deducing and modifying the Gu recipe consumed a lot of time, it was not worth it. Moreover, this was a battle, both sides could attack 5 times and disturb each other's Gu refinement. If the Gu recipe was completed in one step, once it was disturbed, all the previous efforts would be wasted. It was better to take it step by step. While Fang Yuan was inspecting the Gu refinement materials, Feng Kim Hong was inspecting the Gu recipe. While Fang Yuan was inspecting the Gu recipe, Feng Kim Hong was carefully inspecting the Gu refinement materials. Although the order of the two was different, when they started refining the Gu at almost the same time. It has finally begun. Both sides spent over an hour inspecting the materials and Gu recipe. They are really patient. This competition concerns the reputation of Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House. It is a battle of reputation for the two ancient sects. The spectators started to mutter. Some supported Feng Kim Hong while others favored Fang Yuan. There were also 2 sects below. The numerous Spirit Affinity House disciples and Immortal Crane Sect disciples were staring at each other and competing with each other. The leading elders of Immortal Crane Sect had ugly expressions. Fang Yuan had used Guts Gu as the gambling stake and did not report it to Crane Gate's higher-ups, acting arbitrarily. This made them unhappy. At first, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong's Gu refinement techniques were the same. During this process, Fang Yuan relied on his proficient Gu refinement techniques to gradually surpass Feng Kim Hong, progressing faster and pulling apart the gap. After all, Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Even if Feng Kim Hong relied on Immortal Gu to explore dream realms and raise his refinement path attainment level, he was still far from being able to use it. He lacked practice. To catch up to Fang Yuan, Feng Kim Hong started to use her refinement path killer move. Advancing side by side. Her hands shook as the lump of fire she was holding suddenly split into 2, forming 2 lumps of fire. Refinement path killer move, small wishful hand. 2 small hands flew out of Feng Kim Hong's mind. They were made of will and were tightly condensed, emitting a jade-like luster. Feng Kim Hong's hands were holding the 2 lumps of fire, continuously adjusting the intensity and temperature of the fire. And the 2 small wishful hands were grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Amazing! He used 2 killer moves in a row. Feng Kim Hong came prepared. Her speed is far faster than Fang Yuan. Chapter 861. She used 2 immortal killer moves in a row. Under the mask, Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp as a blade. But soon, his gaze returned to the fire in his hand. Huff, that was close. Below the stage, a female disciple of Spirit Affinity House let out a breath of turbid air. Senior Sister Qin Wan, how is it dangerous? I clearly saw Senior Sister Jin Huang use 2 refinement path killer moves in a row and catch up. Another female disciple of Spirit Affinity House sitting beside Qin Wan, Sun Yao, who had some baby fat, asked curiously. Junior sister Xianxia, you have to know this duel is different from the previous ones. It is a martial duel. In a martial duel, Gu masters can attack each other and disturb their Gu refinement. Qin Wan explained patiently. It can be like this? It is already very difficult for me to refine Gu normally. But now I have to be disturbed while refining Gu. Oh heavens! Sun Yao covered her mouth, showing an expression of disbelief. This martial duel is clearly a form of torture. Who thought of this rule? It is too crafty. No. Qin Wan, however, showed an expression of agreement. Resisting interference is also one of the most important aspects of refinement path. In our future cultivation, we might encounter the situation of being sneak attacked by enemies while refining Gu. In fact, many times when we leave the sect and go out to complete sect missions, because of all kinds of reasons, our Gu worms will be exhausted, and we will have to refine new Gu in the wild to deal with the situation. By the same logic, when we face a strong enemy and discover that the enemy is refining Gu, we will also choose to launch a sneak attack, taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to make the first move and create a favorable situation for ourselves. This is the practical meaning of martial duels. Junior sister Xianxia, you also know. During the process of refining Gu, Gu masters need to be fully focused. Because of a careless mistake, they will fail and suffer backlash. But refining Gu in the wild, you need to pay attention to your own environment. First, senior sister Jin Huang used 2 refinement path killer moves in a row. This is very risky. Because the moment the killer move is activated, your mind naturally needs to be focused on the Gu worm that is constructing the killer move. If it were any other Gu master, they might get distracted and use the killer move, causing the fire to go out of balance and the Gu refinement to fail. If at this time, that devil Fang Yuan suddenly attacked eldest senior sister Jin Huang, I'm afraid it'll be quite troublesome for her. After listening to senior sister Qin Wan's explanation, Sun Yao finally understood. So that's how it is. It was indeed quite dangerous. Fortunately, that devil Fang Yuan didn't make a move. Because Fang Yuan had repeatedly used the blood path Gu refinement technique at crucial moments, Spirit Affinity House's disciples who did not like him called him a demon in private. However, there were actually many devils in the 10 great ancient sects of the central continent. For example, the 3rd elder in Crane Gate, Lord Tiger Demon, was a demonic path Gu immortal long ago. They were recruited by Immortal Crane sect. The one who reached the pinnacle in this aspect was Spirit Affinity House. The former sword immortal Bo Qing was a member of the fiendish Dao. He had a murderous nature. In the end, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao used her emotions to influence Bo Qing into Spirit Affinity House. Currently, the story of Fairy by Qing and Feng Jioga. It was also widely spread. Feng Jioga was also a genuine demonic path cultivator. Central Continent was huge, it was a land of outstanding people. Every once in a while, there would always be some talented demonic cultivators and lone cultivators appearing out of nowhere. In order to maintain the overall situation, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In order to protect their own benefits, recruiting these people was the best method to maintain the situation. He didn't attack? What a pity. Feng Kim Hong sighed inwardly. One of the 2 flames burning in front of him suddenly extinguished. What happened? The crowd could not help but feel a slight commotion. Did Demon Fang Yuan already make a move? Eldest senior sister was disrupted by him and the Gu refinement failed halfway? The demon is too crafty, we actually did not see what attack it was. Sun Yao anxiously shouted, her tone was filled with disgust towards Fang Yuan. No, that's not right. The elder hosting this duel did not announce anything. This proves that Demon Fang Yuan did not make a move earlier. So that's it. Qin Wan's eyes brightened, she suddenly understood. So first senior sister was pretending to use 2 killer moves, it was actually a trap to lure Fang Yuan to attack her. Once Fang Yuan attacks, his mind will be focused on his own attacking method. This way he will expose a flaw. First senior sister's counterattack will be very likely to succeed. Oh my, it was actually like this? Sun Yao's pouting lips slightly opened, exclaiming at the battle of wits and strategies behind this duel. Qin Wan's expression turned solemn. I was also kept in the dark earlier. This way the truth is that first senior sister set up a trap, but that demon Fang Yuan saw through it and did not fall for it. Junior sister Sun Yao, watch carefully, this duel is going to be extremely exciting. The 2 sides are definitely the most outstanding geniuses of this generation. Yes. Sun Yao nodded, her large eyes staring at the duel without blinking. The competition among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had always been intense, not only in terms of Gu immortals, but also in terms of disciples. In this generation, The most outstanding person among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was no doubt Feng Kim Hong. But in the contest for who immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and trampled Feng Kim Hong down the mountain. Disciples like Sun Yao and Qin Wan could not come into contact with all the details. Even Crane Gate's own disciples and most of the elders thought that Fang Yuan was a genius disciple that Crane Gate had secretly nurtured. In the previous duel, Feng Kim Hong was defeated by Fang Yuan. This duel was Feng Kim Hong trying to get back at him. It involved the most outstanding disciples of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This was an invisible collision between Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. Thus, most of the spectators were thinking about one question: who was the most outstanding Jianghu master of this generation? What they did not know was, Fang Yuan had already become a Gu immortal. Even though he was only an immortal zombie, he was no longer someone they could estimate. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings immortal Gu. He had already started using it and tasted great benefits. Outsiders could only see the surface, while both sides did not care much about the fight for reputation. Feng Kim Hong had already matured a lot. He understood the word benefits. There was no need to even mention Fang Yuan. The duel continued. Even though Fang Yuan saw through Feng Kim Hong's trap, he did not fall for it. But Feng Kim Hong used 2 killer moves. Little Wishful Hand was real. It wasn't like they were advancing at the same time. That was just a facade created. With the help of these 2 will hands, Feng Kim Hong's Gu refinement speed was still slightly faster than Fang Yuan's. And as time passed, the gap between the two was getting bigger. But this gap was not obvious. Fang Yuan maintained his own rhythm and did not use any killer moves. He only used Gu refinement techniques, handling the materials and controlling the flames almost perfectly. Gu refinement techniques were not refinement path killer moves. Techniques were just a type of technique, a summary of experience. It could be said to be the foundation of Gu refinement. So strong. Even enemies have to admit this demon Fang Yuan's Gu refinement foundation is too solid. Even some of our sect's elders can't reach his level. Qin Wan stared fixedly for a long time before she suddenly sighed. He has grasped so many Gu refinement techniques. Up until now, he has at least 30 of them. But I feel our first senior sister is still the best. She was a little behind at the start, but she caught up later. Now, no matter how the demon Fang Yuan chases, he cannot catch up. This little wishful hand killer move is so convenient. Sun Yao said in admiration. No. Qin Wan shook her head. First senior sister's lead might not be a good thing. Maintaining a killer move expends primeval essence and also mental energy. In contrast, the demon Fang Yuan is only using basic Gu refinement techniques. His mental energy consumption is low. In the long run, his mental energy will be more abundant than first senior sister's. It will be more helpful for the Gu refinement later. It's like this. Then isn't first senior sister in danger? Senior sister Qin Wan, from what you said, first senior sister is using a refinement path killer move and is in the lead, but is in a disadvantage now. Although what you said makes sense, how can this be? Sun Yao felt dizzy. Junior sister Sun Yao, this is the brilliance of the refinement path convention. You have just started cultivating, there are many things you have yet to come into contact with, you will slowly understand in the future. Qin Wan smiled, but her heart was heavy. The demon Fang Yuan is really too strong. Just by using Gu refinement techniques, he is able to keep up with first senior sister. Even if first senior sister uses a refinement path killer move, she cannot close the gap. This can't go on. Feng Kim Hong felt fatigued. Logically speaking, the competition had just started. Both sides should be refining the rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu. According to Feng Kim Hong's ability, she should still be full of mental energy, she should not be feeling fatigued. But the previous estimation was one thing, and the actual competition was another. Feng Kim Hong could ignore the gazes outside the stage. She had outstanding talent and had Gu immortal parents. She had been showered in everyone's gazes since she was young. One could say that Feng Kim Hong was already used to it. Feng Kim Hong's pressure mainly came from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan displayed an incomparably solid foundation. Just by using Gu refinement techniques, he was able to keep up with Feng Kim Hong. Even when she used a refinement path killer move, she could not shake off Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's outstanding performance and strong battle results, the outside world's overestimation of his attainment level made Feng Kim Hong feel pressure even before the competition. After the competition started, Fang Yuan chased after her unhurriedly, causing Feng Kim Hong to feel pressure. This pressure greatly increased the expenditure on Feng Kim Hong's mental energy. It made Feng Kim Hong feel traces of fatigue and unease from the depths of her heart. It seems that even if I have refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment level, I cannot match Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment. What should I do? Feng Kim Hong refined Gu as she tried to think of a countermeasure. Now that I have used a refinement path killer move, my mental energy is being expended rapidly. The competition has just started. As time passes, Fang Yuan's advantage in this aspect will become even more obvious. But if I give up on using refinement path killer moves, I will not be able to match Fang Yuan in terms of Gu refinement techniques alone. And my greatest advantage is the large number of refinement path killer moves that I have meticulously prepared. Chapter 862. In this duel, only the Gu refinement materials provided by the convention could be used. Although offensive methods and refinement path killer moves could be used, soul and mind-related methods such as soul-nourishing methods were all prohibited. This rule was suggested by Feng Kim Hong. The goal was to prohibit Fang Yuan from using Guts Gu to strengthen his soul. The soul and mind were closely related. Feng Kim Hong's action was to restrict Fang Yuan's advantage in this aspect, but who could have thought that she would be the first to taste the bitterness of this rule? Whoosh! Suddenly Feng Kim Hong flicked her pinky finger, shooting out a golden light. The golden light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Fang Yuan, directly aiming at the Gu refinement fire in Fang Yuan's hand. If this fire was hit by the golden light, even with Fang Yuan's ability, he could only admit defeat and suffer the backlash, starting all over again. But such an important position, how could a cautious person like Fang Yuan not pay attention to defense? Clang! With a crisp sound, the golden light hit an invisible barrier 3 inches away from the fire and was blocked. Fang Yuan's gaze was calm. The fire in his hand was not affected in the slightest. Feng Kim Hong's attack was blocked by Fang Yuan without batting an eyelid. Only after this attack and defense ended did the Gu masters below the stage react. Spirit Affinity House's Feng Kim Hong attacked first. But it was blocked by Crane Gate's Fang Yuan. What was that attack just now? It was so fast. Feng Kim Hong made a mistake this time. How could Fang Yuan not defend such an important place? It would have been better to attack Fang Yuan's body and injure him. Quickly look. Feng Kim Hong used a refinement path killer move again. There was a commotion below the stage, but the stage was very quiet. All the noises outside the stage were isolated. Attack the enemy's weakness, then take advantage of this relatively safe opportunity. Are you going to use other refinement path killer moves? Fang Yuan glanced at Feng Kim Hong as he sneered internally. Looks like you are going all out. As expected of Feng Kim Hong. Even when you were young, you knew your strengths and weaknesses. I have to say this is a wise choice. While praising in his heart, Fang Yuan did not restrain himself. He continued to refine the Gu according to plan. Feng Kim Hong attacked the enemy's vital point and wasted a precious opportunity to attack. And he used this chance to truly activate the second refinement path killer move. With the help of 2 killer moves, her Gu refinement speed rose sharply, gradually leaving Fang Yuan in the dust. Without Fang Yuan pressuring her from behind, Feng Kim Hong's pressure was reduced, her body and mind felt light, a layer of shackles was removed from her mind, her Gu refinement speed seemed to have increased by 10%. In this duel, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong each had 5 chances to attack. Because it was only a duel, not a life-and-death battle. The power of each attack was limited to a certain extent. The first time he could only use rank 1 Gu. The second time he could use rank 2 Gu. And so on. The 5th time, he could use rank 5 Gu. Similarly, when defending he could only use Gu worms of the corresponding rank. This was another restriction on Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, he had the immortal killer move Myriad Self. The giant hand pressed down, Feng Kim Hong would not be able to block it. Of course, Feng Kim Hong had Gu immortal parents behind her. She definitely had immortal essence, immortal Gu, and the Gu immortal's emotions or will. If Fang Yuan really wanted to kill her, it was unlikely. This time he really used a refinement path killer move, advance together. First senior sister is far ahead. Outside the stage, Sun Yao shouted excitedly. That's right, it is a pity that he used one of the 5 chances. But this is also the most classic battle tactic. After all, victory or defeat depends on the Gu refinement results. Qin Wan looked at the stage and pondered. As time passed, Fang Yuan fell further behind Feng Kim Hong. But the strange thing was, he was not anxious at all, he did not seem to have any intention of overtaking Feng Kim Hong. Fang Yuan was still using his Gu refinement method, refining single orifice charcoal Gu 1 by 1. Meanwhile, Feng Kim Hong had already started refining rank 2 twin orifice furnace Gu. Soon, the stage was filled with exclamations of admiration. As it turned out, Feng Kim Hong used the third refinement path killer move to increase her speed again. An hour later, Feng Kim Hong took the initiative to attack Fang Yuan, and while Fang Yuan was defending, she activated the fourth refinement path killer move. 4 killer moves were activated at the same time. Feng Kim Hong already had 6 fireballs floating in front of her. Each fireball was equipped with a small wishful hand, constantly grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Through the control of the small wishful hand, the amount of goo refinement materials thrown into the fire was very precise. With the help of the 4 killer moves, Feng Kim Hong's goo refinement speed had already surpassed Fang Yuan's, and not long after she started refining 3 orifice firehouse goo. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had just started refining twin orifice furnace goo. Looking at Feng Kim Hong's triumphant progress, leaving Fang Yuan further behind, many people were puzzled. What the hell is Fang Yuan doing? Sun Yao giggled. First senior sister will win for sure. Qin Wan was also a refinement path genius. She was already the focus of Spirit Affinity House, but she had not matured yet. She agreed with Sun Yao's words. At this rate, first senior sister has a high chance of winning. With my ability, my limit is to maintain 5 refinement path killer moves at the same time. But this is a martial duel. I need to conserve my strength to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks. Out of the 5 chances to attack, I have already used 2, while Fang Yuan is only defending. He has not attacked yet. Don't tell me my conditions are too tempting, making him admit defeat? Feng Kim Hong could not understand Fang Yuan's performance. She could not help but feel suspicious. Another 30 minutes passed. Feng Kim Hong's refinement of 3 orifice firehouse goo was already halfway through. Right now, Feng Kim Hong's advantage was extremely clear. She was far ahead of Fang Yuan. It is time to make a move. Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp. He sensed that the time was ripe. He took out a goo worm from his immortal aperture. I'm going to attack, he suddenly said softly. Feng Kim Hong's attention was immediately attracted. Her bright eyes stared at Fang Yuan. At the same time, she continued to refine the goo. You are finally starting to attack? But why did you take the initiative to tell me? What is the meaning of this? Feng Kim Hong was naturally extremely vigilant. Fang Yuan chuckled, continuing, Feng Kim Hong, you need to be careful. This goo worm of mine is a rank 1 ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong squinted her eyes, vigilance flashing in her eyes. She quickly thought, it is definitely a rank 1 goo worm. According to the rules, this is Fang Yuan's first attack. He can only use rank 1 methods. But ghost fire goo might not be the same. He showed me the appearance of the goo worm. Is he trying to mislead me? After all, goo worms can also be disguised. I need to be extremely careful. Just as she was thinking, Fang Yuan activated the goo worm in his hand. Once this goo was activated, it immediately turned into a small lump of eerie ghost fire, slowly floating towards Feng Kim Hong. It really is ghost fire goo? Feng Kim Hong was slightly stunned. Right at this time, ghost fire goo suddenly accelerated, shooting towards Feng Kim Hong. It's coming. It is merely a rank 1 ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong's eyes shone with a sharp light. She was extremely confident. She was already prepared. Defending against the rank 1 ghost fire goo was a piece of cake. When the ghost fire goo rushed over, she even had the time to consider the possibility of Fang Yuan's continuous attacks. However, the moment the ghost fire goo got close to Feng Kim Hong, it suddenly stopped. Then the ghost fire leisurely revolved around Feng Kim Hong, swaying left and right. What? Feng Kim Hong was secretly shocked. What is Fang Yuan trying to do? The next moment, her expression darkened as she understood. In this duel, the goo master's defense was limited to a radius of 3 feet. If the ghost fire goo did not get within 3 feet of Feng Kim Hong would not be able to defend against it. The process of the ghost fire floating could only be considered as the process of Fang Yuan's attack. He is trying to use rank 1 ghost fire to pressure me and restrain my mind. Feng Kim Hong was extremely intelligent. She quickly understood Fang Yuan's intention. So sinister. Many people outside the stage also saw through this. Sun Yao was filled with indignation. Demon Fang Yuan is using a loophole in the rules. Who can refine goo peacefully with a ghost fire floating in front of them? Is no one doing anything about this? This is too shameless. Qin Wan shook her head, saying solemnly, this rule was set by both sides. This kind of suspense attack is a classic battle tactic. It is not shameless. Damn it. Feng Kim Hong's forehead started to break out in cold sweat. The ghost fire attacks the soul. I have expended a lot of my mind. If I get hit, I will definitely make a mistake. But if I only defend now, I will have to divert my mind to pay attention to the ghost fire's movement, and the Gu refinement speed will fall. There was another method in front of Feng Kim Hong, that was to take the initiative to attack and destroy this ghost fire. But this would not be worth it, because her third move would be a rank 3 method. Using a rank 3 method to destroy Fang Yuan's rank 1 ghost fire Gu, she would be at a disadvantage no matter how she thought about it. Maybe this is Fang Yuan's intention. He wants to lure me into using this precious opportunity to attack. Feng Kim Hong looked at Fang Yuan, gritting her teeth. Manipulating the ghost fire also expended mental energy. But Fang Yuan had not used any refinement path killer moves, he only used Gu refinement techniques. He could be said to be full of mental energy. It was more than enough to manipulate the ghost fire. Oh, you don't want to destroy my ghost fire? You are really patient. Fang Yuan laughed. Then how about I add another ghost fire? Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out the second ghost fire Gu. Feng Kim Hong looked carefully. This is a rank 2 ghost fire Gu. Fang Yuan said plainly, different from Feng Kim Huang's sneak attack, he directly revealed his methods. His attacking style was the complete opposite of Feng Kim Huang's style. Feng Kim Huang's 2 attacks were fast, accurate and ruthless, attacking the enemy's weak points, causing Fang Yuan to be busy dealing with them, while he used the chance to use refinement path killer moves to increase his speed. But Fang Yuan could only be described with one word: slow. The second ghost fire slowly floated in front of Feng Kim Hong, 3 feet away from her. This ghost fire was sent out by the rank 2 ghost fire Gu. It was twice the size of the first one. Chapter 863. The 2 ghost fires moved one after the other, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, sometimes far away and sometimes near, without any pattern. Feng Kim Hong had to guard against these 2 fires while also splitting her attention to refine Gu. Soon, Feng Kim Hong could not hold on any longer. Bam! With a small explosion, one of the Gu refinement flames that she controlled was instantly destroyed. The Gu worm inside had already formed its embryonic form, but unfortunately, it was all for naught. First senior sister made a mistake. What a pity that Gu worm only lacks the final 3 steps. Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. Qin Wan's expression also sank. This is the first mistake since the start of the duel. Even though first senior sister has a deep foundation, it is still too much for her to split her attention to so many things. Then what do we do? Sun Yao looked over with a pleading expression. Qin Wan pondered. If it were me, I would take the initiative to cancel a refinement path killer move. Because we have a huge advantage. As long as we maintain this advantage and do not make any more mistakes, the other party should be anxious. But canceling the killer move is the same as activating it. Because of the change, we will have to pay more attention to it, which will create an instant flaw. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong was also having the same thought. Cancel a refinement path killer move? Is that what Fang Yuan is trying to do? No, I still have a way. I will attack for the 3rd time and use a sound wave attack to get rid of these 2 ghost fires. Geniuses like Feng Kim Hong always had pride in their bones. They were not willing to admit defeat. Feng Kim Huang's eyes shone when she thought of this, but when she looked at Fang Yuan, her heart turned cold. Fang Yuan was wearing a sinister mask. His gaze was cold as ice in the holes of the mask. There seemed to be a mocking smile hidden within. Wait, something's not right. As their gazes met, Feng Kim Huang's heart shook. This is Fang Yuan's trap. He has been waiting for this. Once I attack for the 3rd time, Fang Yuan will grab this opportunity and attack. By then, my mental state will have already exceeded its limit. It will be hard for him to take care of the situation. He might not even be able to defend himself and will be hit by him. Damn it. Feng Kim Hong gritted his teeth. A drop of cold sweat slid from his forehead to the corner of his eyebrows and down his cheeks. This can't go on. I have to think of a way. What should I do? Think carefully, think quickly. Bang. While Feng Kim Hong was thinking, another fireball exploded. This explosion. It was much more serious than the first time. The surrounding fireballs were affected. Feng Kim Hong quickly discarded the messy thoughts in his mind and tried his best to stabilize the other fireballs. Eldest senior sister had made a mistake again. How could this be? Not good. Eldest senior sister is injured. Sun Yao cried out in alarm. Demon Fang Yuan gave her too much pressure. First senior sister was trying to think of a countermeasure, and in a moment of carelessness she paid less attention to the Gu refinement and made a mistake. Failing the Gu refinement would naturally result in backlash. Fortunately, her injuries are not serious. Qin Wan's tone also revealed her nervousness. She exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, however, This is also a good thing. Sun Yao didn't understand and angrily mumbled, Senior Sister Qinwan, what are you saying? Senior Apprentice Sister made a mistake in the Gu refinement. Why is it a good thing that you're injured? Because the fire in her hand extinguished two of them. Part of his mind was freed. Now she had the strength to spare. We can calmly deal with the current situation, Qinwan analyzed. Sun Yao slapped her forehead in realization. All right. He. Fang Yuan started laughing again. When Feng Kim Hong heard Fang Yuan's laughter, his heart sank. She raised her head and indeed saw Fang Yuan take out the third Gu worm. Fang Yuan continued, look closely, this is a rank 3 ghost fire Gu. In the next moment, 3 balls of will-o'-the-wisp hovered around Feng Kim Hong. Damn it. Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. This demon is too shameless. Eldest senior sister had just recovered from her shock when he sent out another ball of ghost fire. He still wants to force eldest senior sister to make a mistake. That is indeed the case. Qin Wan's expression was solemn. This way the pressure will increase greatly. I'm afraid eldest senior sister will have to focus all her attention on defense. Sun Yao gritted her teeth in anger and subconsciously waved her fists. This demon is not refining Gu properly and is spending all his attention on the will-the-wisp. This is a classic example of not focusing on proper work. This person is too evil, I really want to beat him up. Damn it, how can this be? Feng Kim Hong fell into a huge predicament. She was clearly in the lead, but when Fang Yuan made his move, she was in a passive position. Feng Kim Hong knew the situation was bad, because the duel's tempo was completely under Fang Yuan's control. Feng Kim Hong wanted to counterattack, but she did not have enough strength. Those 3 will-the-wisp floated around her, sometimes even breaking through the 3 feet distance before suddenly retreating. It was clear that he was teasing Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong was a young girl after all, she was filled with anger from Fang Yuan's teasing, but she could not vent it out. She wanted to get rid of these 3 annoying will-the-wisp, so she had to take the risk. But reason told Feng Kim Hong that she did not need to take the risk. Because even if she made 2 mistakes, she was still ahead of Fang Yuan by a huge margin. As long as she maintained her lead, victory was hers. However, when Feng Kim Hong started refining 4 orifices fire tower Gu, not long after Fang Yuan also started refining 4 orifices fire tower Gu. This discovery immediately made Feng Kim Hong shocked. When did Fang Yuan close the gap between us? This is impossible, he has not even used a refinement path killer move. But the truth was like this, Fang Yuan was just using refinement path techniques and pure basic skills to shrink the gap bit by bit, unknowingly catching up to Feng Kim Hong. The Gu masters below the stage also realized this. Unbelievable, this demon Fang Yuan actually caught up. Spirit Affinity House's female disciples cried out in shock. He is actually using Gu refinement techniques to win against refinement path killer moves. Fang Yuan's strength truly far surpasses Feng Kim Hong. These were people who overestimated Fang Yuan, and they were still overestimating him. How can this be? Fang Yuan must have cheated. Everyone knows the power of refinement path killer moves, he did not use any killer moves to catch up. This is impossible. Sun Yao was very dissatisfied. What kind of eyesight does the hosting elder have? He is not even stopping the competition. Is he investigating this demon Fang Yuan? Senior sister Qinwan, who was beside her, sighed deeply. Be quiet, junior sister. Gu refinement techniques naturally cannot compare to refinement path killer moves. But in this duel they can win against killer moves. Senior sister, what do you mean? Because the key to victory is not the methods, but the Gu masters themselves. The Gu refinement has already reached the middle and late stages. Fang Yuan's mind is still full, while first senior sister's mind is fully focused. Once she relaxes, Fang Yuan will use ghost fire to intimidate her, making her feel tired. First senior sister is already very tired, without the control of her mind. No matter how powerful a refinement path killer move is, it is only a support, the Gu refinement speed will naturally slow down. Saying so, Qinwan sighed, this is all Fang Yuan's plan. First senior sister suggested refining 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu, and he agreed without hesitation. But the Gu recipe and refinement materials were all provided by him. From the start of this battle of attrition, he purposely lagged behind to preserve his mind. At the middle stage he attacked, although he was lagging behind. But he held the initiative in the competition. Because first senior sister had the advantage, she did not want to take risks, so she dragged it on. But she did not know that this was Fang Yuan's scheme. Now that it is the late stage, first senior sister is too tired. Her speed is getting slower and she will soon be overtaken by Fang Yuan. What? Sun Yao looked over worriedly. Soon her worry became reality. Fang Yuan's progress was slowly on par with Feng Kim Hong. Then he slowly overtook her. Don't tell me, is first senior sister going to lose? Sun Yao's eyes were red. She could not help but tear up. She has already worked so hard. It is already the end and first senior sister is even injured. Was he going to let this despicable and shameless demon win just like that? I am not resigned to this. I'm also not resigned. Qin Wan heaved a deep sigh, but first senior sister still has a chance. There is still a chance? Sun Yao turned her head, looking at senior sister Qin Wan in pleasant surprise. Qin Wan nodded. That's right, don't forget, first senior sister still has 3 chances to attack. Rank 3 attack once, rank 4 attack once, rank 5 attack once. Each attack will be stronger. This is the method to turn the tables. This competition is not over yet, there is still hope. That's right, we still have hope. First senior sister, do your best. Sun Yao's eyes brightened, she suddenly shouted. Her shout soon attracted the support of others. The strong sense of pride and belonging to the sect made the hundreds of Spirit Affinity House disciples cheer loudly, cheering for Feng Kim Hong. Even though their voices could not be transmitted, Feng Kim Hong could feel it. These guys. I cannot lose, I want to win. It is time to use my trump card. Refinement Path Killer Move, Ink Transformation. Feng Kim Hong shouted in his heart. He raised his hand and launched 3 consecutive attacks at Fang Yuan. Feng Kim Hong staked it all in one throw. He did not make a move, but once he made a move, he used all his remaining chances to attack. Child's play. Fang Yuan blocked all these attacks at the same time. He sent out 3 ghost fires to interfere. The interference effect was not too outstanding. Feng Kim Hong extinguished these 3 ghost fires. His refinement path killer move was almost completed. Expose goo go. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He flicked his finger and a rank 4 goo worm flew out. At the same time he launched a rank 5 attack, attacking later but arriving first. Feng Kim Hong was prepared. She blocked the rank 5 attack, but expose goo detonated when it got close to her. The explosion was not intense, but the light was very dazzling. How can this be? How did he know the flaw of ink transformation killer move? Under Feng Kim Hong's incredulous expression, ink transformation killer move was completely interrupted. The killer move's activation failed. The intense backlash immediately caused Feng Kim Hong's internal organs to twitch. A large amount of blood was flowing out of her body. The intense pain caused her body and mind to shake. She was no longer able to control the fire lump. The entire goo refinement failed. Another huge backlash erupted on her body. Feng Kim Hong raised her head and vomited a mouthful of blood. She fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. The audience was in chaos. Spirit Affinity House's disciples wanted to go up, but were blocked by the goo formation. Do not disturb the order, violators will be punished. The hosting elder shouted. After stabilizing the situation, he looked at Fang Yuan. At once, almost everyone in the audience looked at Fang Yuan. Feng Kim Hong had already fainted. Even if she woke up and tried to refine goo again, the materials she had were far from enough. Right now, Fang Yuan was in an invincible position. As long as he refined 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, he would obtain victory. But just as Fang Yuan was about to succeed, the incomplete goo worm in his hand suddenly self-detonated. Fang Yuan was stunned. This? Chapter 864. Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong's duel, which attracted countless people's attention, ended with an outcome that surpassed everyone's expectations. The duel was very exciting. It could be said to be full of twists and turns. Eventually, Fang Yuan already had the absolute advantage, but he coincidentally encountered a rank 5 goo's failure rate, causing his efforts to be in vain. He did not have enough goo refinement materials for a second attempt. While Feng Kim Hong had fainted, he also lacked materials. Thus this duel ended in a draw. Meanwhile, after the duel ended, Feng Kim Hong was healed and recovered rapidly. After learning of the final outcome, Feng Kim Hong looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. Since it was a draw, then according to the duel's rules, both sides had 2 choices. One was to take back their winnings, the second was to exchange their winnings. Just as Fang Yuan expected, Feng Kim Hong chose the second option. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. Feng Kim Hong first handed an information path goo worm to Fang Yuan. The goo worm recorded the method for immortal zombies to regain life. Next, both sides signed a contract. As a subordinate force of Crane Gate, the owner of who immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan, would establish a guts goo trade with Spirit Affinity House. From now on, Fang Yuan would prioritize the supply of guts goo to Spirit Affinity House. Even Crane Gate would have to wait. Lord Fang Yuan, my clan's Lord He Fengyang would like to have a chat with you. After the duel ended, a Crane Gate elder came to Fang Yuan of his own accord, showing a humble attitude. Oh. Fang Yuan was surprised. Then lead the way. On a desolate mountain peak he met He Fengyang again. He Fengyang still had the appearance of a young man wearing a white robe. He had a black belt and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. His green eyebrows that extended to his waist were also fluttering in the wind. This is a bet. It must not have been easy, right? He Fengyang looked at Fang Yuan with a deep gaze. Fang Yuan smiled. There's nothing I can do. I've encountered a failure rate so I can only stare. His words were naturally flawless. He Fengyang examined Fang Yuan from top to bottom, then suddenly said solemnly, "It is a pity that you have such talent in refinement path, but you have degenerated into a zombie. Actually, if you want to find a way to regain your life, you don't have to go far. My Crane Gate has a mystical method that can guarantee that you can get rid of your immortal zombie body." Fang Yuan listened. He could not help but feel strange. Why did he feel that He Fengyang was trying to recruit him? But thinking about it, even if Fang Yuan was opposing Crane Gate and had some other background just based on Fang Yuan's goo refinement attainment, it was enough to move Crane Gate. Fang Yuan naturally knew what the mystical method He Fengyang was talking about was. What else could it be? It was obvious that it was a technique of possession. He Fengyang would never have expected that Fang Yuan had already made preparations in this aspect. If I lose my freedom, I would rather keep my immortal zombie body, Fang Yuan said. He Fengyang shook his head. I invited you here not to debate about freedom with you. Let's get down to business. You captured that brother of yours, you must hand him over. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Is this a threat? Fang Yuan's tone sank. Fang Jing was his backup for rebirth. Even if he did not use it to get rid of his immortal zombie body, Fang Jing was still the best candidate to refine blood deity. How could Fang Yuan let him go? He Fengyang nodded. You can think of it as a threat. But I prefer to think of it as a warning. To tell you the truth, we want to get rid of Fang Jing. This is an order from the Celestial Court. You might not understand the weight of the two words Celestial Court, but you need to understand. In Central Continent, no force or person can go against the Celestial Court. How could Fang Yuan not understand the power of the Celestial Court? He had his previous life's memories. He knew more about the power and terror of the Celestial Court than He Fengyang. Of course I know about the Celestial Court. But the Celestial Court actually wants to get rid of Fang Jing? It actually wants to get rid of Immortal so seriously? Isn't your excuse a little too fake? He Fengyang, how can you convince me? Fang Yuan shrugged. He Fengyang sighed. I don't need to convince you. But if you leave Fang Jing alive, the final outcome would be Hu Immortal blessed land being attacked and absorbed by the Celestial Court. To me, to Crane Gate, I do not wish for this to happen. Think about it, but there is not much time left. If you can think it through, 3 days later, hand over Fang Jing to me. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. This unexpected news caught him off guard. He did not know about the existence of Fate Immortal Goo, and could not link the Celestial Court and Fang Jing together. He looked at He Fengyang's face, trying to find a flaw in his expression. Do you think I am stupid? Handing over Fang Jing to you is equivalent to handing you the key to attacking Hu Immortal blessed land. He Fengyang raised his head and laughed. Fang Yuan, it has been hard on you, an immortal zombie. You have so many tricks up your sleeves. You don't need to test me. The truth is, you are already starting to believe my words. I'm actually more curious than you. But regarding the Celestial Court, it is better to stop being curious. 3 days later, I will execute Fang Jing in front of you. But in exchange, you have to bring Master Tenshu's soul back intact. You should know that he is my subordinate. He is quite capable. Fang Yuan became silent. He Fengyang did not stop. He disappeared on the spot with a flash of light. Since He Fengyang left, Fang Yuan did not stay for long. He used fixed immortal travel to return to Hu Immortal blessed land. He threw the matter regarding Fang Jing to the back of his mind. The first thing Fang Yuan did was to research the method that Feng Kim Hong gave him. Fairy Lian Xiang? What Fang Yuan did not expect was that this method of getting rid of the zombie body was related to a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Lian Xiang was a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, just like how Mo Yao was a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. According to Feng Kim Huang's information, when Fairy Lian Xiang was rank 5, she was plotted against by an enemy and refined into a zombie. But she had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Guiyue Desolate physique. Due to a fortuitous encounter, she succeeded in her immortal ascension. Her zombie body was baptized by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. She was reborn. In the end, many Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House deduced, getting rid of the zombie body. The method to obtain rebirth was the immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques? Fang Yuan was a little disappointed. This method. To him it was not feasible. Even though he had blood skull Gu. It could raise a Gu master's aptitude. Guiyue's generation was Fang Yuan's role model. But blood skull Gu was only a mortal Gu. Even if Fang Yuan had many descendants and killed them, it could not raise Fang Yuan's aptitude as an immortal zombie. However, if I can raise blood skull Gu to immortal Gu, it will be useful to me. I can use blood skull immortal Gu to raise my first aperture to Guiyue Desolate physique, and undergo immortal ascension. I will have a high chance of reviving. But to raise blood skull Gu to immortal Gu, I need to deduce the immortal Gu recipe of blood skull Gu. This will take a huge amount of time and effort. Also, even if I raise my aptitude to the level of one of the 10 extreme physiques, my future tribulations will be very dangerous. According to Feng Kim Huang's information, Fairy Lian Xiang's immortal ascension tribulation was extremely terrifying. It was almost equivalent to the grand tribulation of a rank 7 Gu immortal. It was very likely that the immortal ascension of a zombie was too heaven-defying and attracted the wrath of heaven. If not for the help of several Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House, Fairy Lian Xiang might have been turned to ashes by the grand tribulation. The tribulation of one of the 10 extreme physiques when they undergo immortal ascension. It was very terrifying. Fang Yuan had personally witnessed He Lolan's tribulation. The latter had even lost her immortal Gu. When one of the 10 extreme physiques turned into a zombie and attempted to ascend to an immortal, the tribulation would be even more terrifying. Its might would increase by dozens of times. Fang Yuan concluded. This method not only needed a lot of preparation, it would waste a lot of time and effort. The risk was also very high. There was no help from others. With Fang Yuan's current strength, even if he worked with Tai Bai Yunxing He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, it would be impossible. It was also impossible. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Yuan could only put this method aside. He entered Danghun Palace's prison. He saw Fang Jing who was imprisoned inside. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Seeing his brother, Fang Jing shouted angrily, his gaze was filled with hatred. Fang Yuan said, what, you still haven't thought it through? Fang Jing shouted, even if there is a reason Crane Gate and Master are responsible, you are still the main culprit, you are the true culprit who killed uncle and aunt. I will never forgive you, I will never let you off. Kill me, otherwise I will forever be your enemy. My good little brother, you are really stubborn. In that case, Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, he suddenly stretched out his hand and aimed at Fang Jing. Soul search. Fang Jing's body shook, he could not move, he wanted to scream but could not, his throat seemed to be blocked, his expression was filled with pain. Fang Yuan searched Fang Jing's soul 7 or 8 times, but did not find anything valuable. Fang Jing is such an ordinary Gu master. Why was Celestial Court ordered to exterminate him? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Although there was no evidence, he was inclined to believe that Feng Yang was speaking the truth. Fang Yuan did not know that Celestial Court had Fate Immortal Gu. Although he had his previous life's memories, they were limited, he could not know everything. Especially when it involved the secrets of the strongest organization in the 5 regions, Celestial Court. Did someone do something to Fang Jing's soul? Fang Yuan shook his head. This was not possible, but it could not be ruled out. Then should I hand over Fang Jing or not? This was the problem. Fang Yuan was not afraid of Feng Yang, but he was wary of Crane Gate, and more worried about Celestial Court. Celestial Court had rank 8 Gu immortals. As long as one of them made a move, killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. Of course, this was the result of the battle. Fang Yuan naturally would not be so foolish, he could still escape, he could escape. Fixed immortal travel was a great method. 3 days later, Fang Yuan handed over Fang Jing, as well as the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenchiru's soul was inside. Fang Jing had clearly been tortured. He had gone through many terrifying tortures. Not only were his flesh torn, there were many wounds on his body that were so deep that bones could be seen. Even one of his arms had been cut off and replaced with a dog's front limb. And Fang Jing could still feel the dog limb, he could control it and perform a series of actions. Such torture could cause a person to break down. But Feng Yang only glanced at him, he did not say anything. He said to Fang Yuan, you have made a clear choice. Now fulfill your promise. Fang Yuan's gaze shone brightly. Then watch carefully. He Fengyang slowly made his move. Under Fang Yuan's full investigation, he killed Fang Jing on the spot. Not even a trace of him was left behind by the flames. Lord He Fengyang, why? You promised me. Master Tenshuru's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. This is the Celestial Court's order. Crane Gate needs Fang Jing's sacrifice. Sky Crane, this is your fate. You wanted to possess Fang Jing, but in the end your heart softened. You were willing to accompany him and guide his cultivation. Now he is completely dead, not even a trace of his soul is left. As compensation for going back on my words, I will find a good candidate for you to be reborn. He Fengyang said slowly. Lord. Master Tenshuru cried. Chapter 865. Now I can confirm that He Fengyang is expressing goodwill towards me. Fang Yuan had a realization. He Fengyang invited Fang Yuan to Feihe Mountain to take a look. What kind of place was Feihe Mountain? It was where Crane Gate's mountain was located. Even though the symbolic meaning was greater than the actual meaning, the meaning behind these words was already very clear. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan pondered over He Fengyang's subtle attitude and suddenly laughed silently. After the duel with Feng Kim Hong, Fang Yuan had established a business relationship with Spirit Affinity House. This Getsu transaction had a higher priority than Crane Gate. But because it was the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, and with so many witnesses, even Immortal Crane Sect could not find any excuse to stop this transaction that had extraordinary meaning. Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Spirit Affinity House were in cahoots. This made Crane Gate feel a sense of danger. In history, Spirit Affinity House had the most cases of roping in demonic path Gu immortals. For example, Bo Qing Feng Joga, and others, they were examples that were deeply rooted in people's hearts. Not long ago, after failing to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan displayed extremely high refinement path attainment. Crane Gate finally decided to appease and rope in Fang Yuan. Thus He Fengyang's attitude towards Fang Yuan had changed. Fang Jing's matter should be true. He Fengyang's actions were no doubt a kind of goodwill towards Fang Yuan. He even used the possession method to lure Fang Yuan. To him, if Fang Yuan detained Fang Jing, Celestial Court would definitely attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan did not destroy Danghun Mountain in advance, Celestial Court would definitely obtain it. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could not be moved away, and Celestial Court might not be interested in it. He would leave it to one of the 10 great ancient sections. As for which ancient sect it was, it would depend on the results of the internal competition within the Celestial Court. Obviously, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals at Crane Gate had low influence. The possibility of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land in the competition was not high. Even if they took it back without Danghun Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's value would be greatly reduced. No matter how he looked at it, this was against the interests of He Fengyang and the Crane Gate. Therefore He Fengyang told Fang Yuan about this to protect his own interests. Right now I am a vassal of Crane Gate in name, but I am benefiting from both Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. All of a sudden, my external pressure has been reduced by more than half. Fang Yuan sighed. In fact, Fang Yuan had been planning for such a situation for a long time. Previously he had ignored Feng Kim Huang's challenge. Later on he took the initiative to communicate with him. What was the point of accepting the challenge? He wanted to borrow Spirit Affinity House's influence to resist Crane Gate's strength. Fang Yuan achieved his goal, but the crucial factor was not him. It was the temptation of Getsu itself. Fang Yuan snatched to Immortal Blessed Land, which caused Feng Kim Hong to be stimulated and discover the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Gu. And it was because Feng Kim Hong used Dream Wings and tasted its benefits that he placed even more importance on Getsu. If not for that, how could Spirit Affinity House let Fang Yuan borrow its influence so easily? The other party was not an idiot. That's right, Fang Yuan purposely made it a draw. It was to show a gentle attitude to Spirit Affinity House's people. For Fang Yuan, because of this duel, his situation in Central Continent had undergone an unprecedented change. It greatly reduced his pressure and allowed him to have more energy to make other plans. Of course, once the secret of Fang Yuan destroying 88-point Jinyang Tower was exposed, Central Continent's situation would definitely collapse. Fang Yuan would be chased by everyone and forced to flee for his life. For Feng Kim Hong, although she was injured and defeated in the duel, she was the biggest winner. From now on, with the help of Getsu and Dream Wings Immortal Gu, she would advance by leaps and bounds, surpassing almost all Gu immortals and growing rapidly. In my previous life I killed Feng Kim Hong, but in this life, it seems that I am the one who made her a success. Regarding this, Fang Yuan sighed deeply. it was not worth mentioning. Feng Yuan, the matter has been settled. If there is nothing else, I will leave now. Tai Bai Yunxing came to bid farewell. These days he had been walking around northern plains, looking for a suitable place to set up his blessed land. He had already found a good place and was about to set up his blessed land, but at the crucial moment he was called back by Feng Yuan. I have to thank you this time. You chose a good location. Don't worry and adjust the heaven and earth qi. When the tribulation comes, I will definitely lend you a hand. Feng Yuan said to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded and said goodbye to Feng Yuan, using a stargate to go to northern plains. After Feng Yuan obtained star-form blessed land, his starlight firefly goo reserves were extremely huge. The construction and opening of stargates were no longer as urgent as before. Feng Yuan came to the secret room and saw Guiyue Fangjing again. Wasn't Guiyue Fangjing killed by He Fengyang? How could he still be alive? As it turned out, this was a trick arranged by Feng Yuan. He purposely cut off one of Guiyue Fangjing's arms and installed a dog limb, making it look like he was tortured and humiliated. In fact, he left this severed arm here. After He Fengyang killed Fangjing, Tai Bai Yunxing, who was called back by Feng Yuan, used man as before immortal goo and expended a considerable amount of immortal essence to revive Fangjing. He Fengyang did not suspect him. He also had his limitations. He did not know that an immortal goo like man as before existed in this world. In his opinion, Fangjing's body and soul were completely destroyed in front of his eyes. Fangjing was truly dead. If it were any other goo immortal, they would also think so. This was common sense. But this world was huge. There were all sorts of strange immortal goo, immortal killer moves and so on. Just like man as before, they did not know that humans had limitations. Even immortals were no exception. Omniscience and omnipotence. Even rank 9 goo immortals or Renzu could not achieve this. Perhaps there was only one great existence that could achieve this, and that was this world. Feng Yuan threw an information path goo worm to Fangjing, showing a mocking expression. Take a good look. This is the crane gate that you are so grateful to, and that kind master of yours. If not for me, you would be dead already. Impossible. I will not believe your lies. Fangjing screamed, but he still took this information path goo worm. This goo worm naturally recorded the scene of He Fengyang killing Fangjing, as well as the conversation with Master Tenshu's soul. After Fangjing saw it, he immediately crushed the information path goo worm to pieces, falling into an incomparably furious state. He raised his head and screamed. His expression was distorted as he pointed at Feng Yuan, shouting, "Impossible! This is all fake. You faked it. I will never believe it. I will never believe it. You lied to me. You lied to me. Unless I see it with my own eyes, hear it with my own ears and get my master's reply. You will see it with your own eyes. But now is not the time." Feng Yuan turned around and left the secret room. He closed the door. The secret room fell into darkness again. Fangjing screamed in the darkness, moving around in a frenzy in the limited space, punching and kicking the walls in a hysterical manner. After dealing with Fangjing's matter, Feng Yuan returned triumphantly in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. He eliminated the true goo refinement experts in advance. It made the later stages of the convention easier than the middle stages. Eventually Feng Kim Hong obtained 6th place. And Feng Yuan entered the finals. He faced the strongest opponent in this convention, Yumu Chun. In this match, Feng Yuan lost cleanly. Even though the competition's topic was the same as in his previous life, Feng Yuan had the huge advantage of knowing beforehand. But his opponent, Yumu Chun, was a genuine refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. This attainment level was terrifying. Even if Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Goo, he could not easily reach this attainment level. The higher the attainment level of a path, the more difficult it was to advance. In the whole of history, only 3 people surpassed him. They were the 3 refinement path elders. In the whole of Northern Plains, only 4 were publicly recognized to be comparable to him. They were the 4 refinement path elders. Feng Yuan knew that even if he had the advantage of knowing the topic, he could not win against Yumu Chun. This was the difference in strength. Speaking of which, this Yumu Chun was dressed like Feng Yuan. He wore a black robe that covered his entire body. He also had a large mask on his face. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, he was the one who obtained 1st place. Unsurprisingly, his strength was truly unfathomable. Feng Yuan admitted defeat. Many people criticized him. After all, refinement path attainment level was hard to describe. Yumu Chun was indeed very strong, but Feng Yuan was also very strong in the eyes of the world. Such an action of admitting defeat without fighting made the spectators who were looking forward to the finals very unhappy. Rumors started to spread that Fang Yuan admitted defeat without fighting. This was a shady plot. No matter what, Fang Yuan, who obtained second place, achieved his original goal. He had a success Dao mark engraved on his body. After that, Crane Gate and the other 9 great ancient sects sent people to contact Fang Yuan, trying to buy his Dao marks. This success Dao mark could not be seized or transferred. Even Celestial Court tried many times, but none of them succeeded. The 10 great ancient sects naturally did not want to seize it, they only talked about transactions. In any case, Fang Yuan had such amazing Gu refinement methods, they still greatly overestimated Fang Yuan. He could refine Gu. If he refined a rank 6 immortal Gu, this success Dao mark would be used up in exchange for 0 failure rate. No matter how high the 10 sects of Central Continent offered, Fang Yuan rejected them all. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he made the final preparations to refine change form Immortal Gu. Ever since Fang Yuan had the plan to refine change form Immortal Gu, he had been gathering Gu refinement materials. Because he had the success Dao mark, Fang Yuan only needed to gather 1 set of Gu refinement materials. This greatly reduced his expenditure. Even so, by the time Fang Yuan gathered the materials, the immortal materials he obtained from the Northern Plains auction had already been sold or exchanged. If not for some of the materials he obtained from the Refinement Path Convention, there would still be a gap. The difficulty of refining immortal Gu could be seen at a glance. Fang Yuan only gathered 1 set of materials, his accumulated resources were almost all used up. If not for the Guts Gu trade, if not for the success Dao mark, Fang Yuan would not take such a risk and make such a risky move. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 866. Central Continent, Truyang Mountain Range. The setting sun was like blood, shining on the rolling hills. On one of the steep peaks, a hairy man was climbing with all his might. Master, master, wait for me. The hairy man climbed as he shouted. Different from other hairy men, this hairy man's gaze was filled with intelligence. He spoke like an ordinary human. He chased after Yu Mu Chun's figure in the mountains. Ever since the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this hairy man had been paying attention to Yu Mu Chun. When the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended, Yu Mu Chun got first place. The hairy man chased after him. This hairy man was at the prime of his life, but he could not catch up to Yu Mu Chun. After the convention ended, Yu Mu Chun entered Truyang Mountain Range. The hairy man followed behind him, shouting as he chased. Along the way he suffered a lot, he was covered in dust and injuries. Master, wait for me. The hairy man climbed the mountain, but his eyes were wide open. How can this be? Master was still on the peak earlier, how did he reach the foot of the mountain in such a short time? What Gu worm is he using? The distance that he had closed with much difficulty grew even further. The hairy man became anxious and hurried down the mountain. In the end he stepped on empty air and lost his footing, falling down the mountain stream. Thankfully, there were many branches that helped him resist the force of his fall. Even so, when he cried out as he tumbled down the mountain, his head was bleeding and his body was broken in many places. The pain in his body could not compare to the pain in his heart. If I miss this chance, it will be hard to find Master again. The hairy man's face was covered in tears. He struggled to get up, but he could not. He raised his head and moaned in despair, Master, please have pity on me, please wait. Sob, sob, sob. His voice was extremely weak. After the moaning he started to cry. But when he cried, his body shook. He found that unknowingly, a pair of feet had appeared in front of him. He followed the feet and looked up. He was surprised to find that Yu Mu Chun had returned at some point. He was standing in front of him, looking down at him. The hairy man quickly knelt on the ground. Master, master, you are finally willing to see me? Yu Mu Chun sighed. His voice was deep and magnetic. Handui, a few years ago I just casually gave you some pointers. We are not fated to be master and disciple. Hearing this, the hairy man Ben Duo started to cry. He did not know where the strength came from, but he suddenly jumped and hugged Yu Mu Chun's leg. Master, master. Even if you don't want to admit that you're my master, I was able to escape from ignorance thanks to your guidance. After breaking through the shackles, his Gu refinement had reached an unprecedented level. Although you only said a few words, the grace of teaching is as heavy as a mountain, deeper than the sea. My fate has changed because of this, so in my heart, you will forever be my teacher. Yu Mu Chun stretched out his hand and rubbed the hairy man Ben Duo Yi's head. I taught you back then because I saw that you were more quick-witted than normal hairy men. His mind was clear. However, I don't want to acknowledge you as my disciple. For your own good. I am the one who escapes my fate. If you get involved with me, there's no benefit to it. From now on, you must not tell anyone about what I've taught you. Otherwise you'll definitely die a tragic death. Remember this, remember this. Disciple will remember. The hairy man Ben Duo-e nodded rapidly. Yu Mu-chun snorted lightly, Ben Duo-e quickly corrected himself. I will remember, I will remember. Master Yu Mu-chun, please take me in. I am not qualified to be your disciple. Please let me be your follower, your servant. I am very hard-working and smart, you even praised me earlier. I will be loyal and devoted to you and do my best to serve you. Yu Mu-chun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Oh you. Forget it. Considering that you chased after me and went through over 30 mountains, suffering countless hardships. This sincerity and perseverance towards the Tao is very rare and precious. Ben Duo-e, remember this quick-wittedness is your greatest strength. Man is the spirit of all living beings, you are a hairy man but your intelligence is no longer human. But you cannot rely on this, you need to know that a good swimmer will drown. Today you need to remember your sincerity and perseverance. Get up. Yu Mu-chun said. Master, if you don't agree I won't get up. Ben Duo-e shouted. Oh no. Suddenly his arms were empty. His arms were originally wrapped around Yu Mu-chun, but now an invisible force was repelling him. He could only look up as Yu Mu-chun ascended into the sky step by step. Ben Duo-e, our fate has come to an end, today will be the last time we meet. Now I will teach you one last lesson as a parting gift, watch carefully. In the sky Yu Mu-chun's voice came. Ben Duo-e hurriedly raised his head and looked at the sky expectantly. Central continent, earth abyss, star-form blessed land. The night was warm, the wind was gentle. Fang Yuan looked up, the blessed land was filled with stars, giving off dim starlight. It was completely silent. Fang Yuan slowly lowered his head, he retracted his gaze from the sky and looked at the giant tortoise shell in front of him. This tortoise shell had an extraordinary origin, it was the shell of a desolate beast tortoise. Right now the tortoise shell was upside down like a giant bowl. The tortoise shell was filled with poisonous blood. This poisonous blood was collected by Fang Yuan when he was undergoing tribulation in Hu Immortal blessed land. Now, to refine change form immortal goo, these poisonous blood were put to use. Change form immortal goo refinement can finally begin. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. Fang Yuan kept the matter of refining change form immortal goo a secret, he did not tell anyone. People like Tai Bai Yunxing He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan were kept in the dark, they did not know anything. Star form blessed land had already closed its doors long ago. The blessed land itself was deep in earth abyss. At this time, this layer of earth abyss was not known to anyone yet, it was very safe. Safety was very important. Refining immortal goo was not easy to begin with, it was filled with difficulties. There were too many external factors that could affect a goo immortal's goo refinement. If there was a mistake, the valuable immortal materials would be wasted, their efforts would be wasted. Thus, the refinement of immortal goo required a calm and stable environment. Even though Fang Yuan had a success Dao mark and could reduce the refinement failure rate to 0 when refining rank 6 immortal goo, it was not enough. But what if during the refinement Fang Yuan made a mistake? Thus, star form blessed land was a quiet and reliable environment for goo refinement, he needed it. Otherwise, if Fang Yuan failed the goo refinement, he would not even know where to cry. Even though he was about to start, before Fang Yuan started, he meditated for a long time. Only when he felt that his soul was at its peak condition and could not be any more perfect, did he make a move. His eyes shined, countless ghostly fires burned at the bottom of the tortoise shell. At once, the surrounding several li was engulfed in dark flames, the temperature fell rapidly. The poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, however, was calm. Central continent, Truyang mountain range. Ben Duo-e had just raised his head when he was stunned. At once, his eyes opened wide. He had thought that Yu Mu-chun would give him a final lesson, he would at most teach him some unique goo refinement methods or powerful refinement path killer moves. But to think that Yu Mu-chun stood in the air, waving his hand as a vast light shone down. This light was extremely pure and dazzling, Yu Mu-chun's tears flowed down. Just as he was feeling dizzy, he heard Yu Mu-chun say slowly, Ben Duo-e, open your eyes for the final lesson, how much you can absorb will depend on your luck. Alright, watch me refine an immortal goo now. Immortal goo. Ben Duo-e's heart shook, his mouth was wide open, his jaw almost dislocated. Refine an immortal goo? He stammered, he could not understand, he was shocked and uncertain. Why did Master Yu Mu-chun go so far? Even if Ben Duo-e was not skilled in goo refinement, he knew that refining immortal goo was not easy. Before refining, one needed to adjust their condition to the peak, They had to calm their mind, they had to research and deduce the immortal goo recipe countless times. But Yu Chun did not do that. After the refinement path convention ended, he entered Truyang mountain range and traveled in the mountains. He did not rest at all. And he was refining goo here? Truyang mountain range was a very dangerous place. The environment was very important to goo refinement. Even a 3-year-old child knew this. Right now Ben Duoi was very worried. What if the goo refinement attracted desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts? This was not the most troublesome thing. Compared to desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, goo immortals were more threatening. Because of Song Zixing, many goo immortals in Truyang mountain range were searching here, trying to find Song Zixing. On one hand they could beat him up when he was down, on the other hand, they could complete the mission that the 10 great sects of Central Continent had secretly issued. Yu Chun did not care about Ben Duoyi's worries and nervousness. He had a relaxed expression as he waved his hand. At once, this mountain peak shined with 1,000 rays of light, auspicious clouds and auspicious qi appeared. Winds blew, the grass on the mountain swayed with the wind, the mountain flowers bloomed, emitting the purest fragrance of nature. Central Continent, star-form blessed land. An hour had already passed. In the huge tortoise shell, the poisonous blood was boiling, emitting loud noises. Above the poisonous blood, a large amount of poisonous qi was coiling, forming a dense pitch-black poisonous fog. As Fang Yuan continued to heat it up, the poisonous fog started to spread, corroding the surrounding grass and flowers, causing them to wither. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He had prepared meticulously, he had already set up layers of goo formations around him. These poisonous qi would not spread out, they would only stay in the surrounding space. 1,000-year bitter shell. Fang Yuan stared at the boiling poisonous blood. He suddenly stretched out an immortal zombie monstrous arm and spread out its huge claw. Here, master. At the next moment, star-form land spirit handed the 1,000-year bitter shell to Fang Yuan. To refine change form immortal goo, star-form land spirit had become Fang Yuan's free labor. Chapter 867. Bitter shells were hidden in deep water. By eating the sand and rocks in the water, they could melt the sand and turn it into bitter water. Someone pried open its shell and obtained this bitter water to make wine. The bitter shell wine that was brewed was bitter and fragrant, it was very unique. In the past, Fang Yuan had obtained a bitter shell, he pried it open and used the bitter water to refine wine, using the bitter wine to refine the liquor worm. Bitter shells were rare, 1,000-year bitter shells were even rarer, they were excellent materials for refining immortal goo. The bitter shell in Fang Yuan's hand was the 1,000-year bitter shell. The shell was pitch black, there were white patterns on it like tree rings. The black and white color was very eye-catching. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on the fire under the tortoise shell. As for the 1,000-year bitter shell in his hand, he did not even look at it and threw it in. Refining immortal goo was very important, all immortal materials had to be checked. But Fang Yuan had already checked many times, he could ensure the materials were flawless. Thus, Fang Yuan was refining goo now, he did not need to check the immortal materials while refining goo, he could focus on the intensity of the fire. After the 1,000-year bitter shell was thrown in, the poisonous blood stopped boiling, but the poisonous smoke and gas surged like a black python inside. A strong stench was immediately emitted. Fang Yuan did not move, he carefully sniffed in the stench. Although he was an immortal zombie he could not smell anything. But with the help of investigative killer moves he could replace his sense of smell. This stench was indescribable, it was extremely terrible, Fang Yuan felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. But Fang Yuan had to persevere, because this stench was a sign of whether the goo refinement was successful or not, whether the 1,000-year bitter shell had completely melted. The 1,000-year bitter shell that Fang Yuan threw in completely melted. The black poisonous fog stopped moving. The poisonous blood started boiling again. Fang Yuan threw in a second 1,000-year bitter shell. The third 1,000-year bitter shell. After a total of 12 bitter shells melted, the poisonous fog became extremely thick, the intense stench started to emit a faint fragrance. Fang Yuan's expression became more solemn. Twin ice hearts, the hairy man Ben Duoi shouted. Although he was only a rank 5 goo master, his refinement path attainment level was extraordinary, far beyond ordinary. Thus, he was very knowledgeable. The moment Yu Chun took out the immortal material, he knew the name of the immortal material. Honda's face was filled with shock. An ice heart the size of a thumb was already an immortal material, but the ice heart that Yu Chun took out was the size of a wash basin. It was not just big. Most importantly, this ice heart had a special appearance. It was made up of 2 heart-shaped pieces of ice connected together. This was the twin ice heart. It was 100 times more precious than an ordinary ice heart. Ordinary ice heart was only a rank 6 immortal material, it could be used to refine rank 6 immortal goo. Twin ice heart was an immortal material for refining rank 7 immortal goo. He's the first to take out such a precious immortal material. Clearly, the twin ice hearts were not the main material of the goo refinement, but a supplementary material. Master was really amazing. I wonder what goo he wants to refine. Ben Duo's eyes shone with admiration. At the same time he was slightly relieved. He even used such a precious material, it showed that Master Yumu-chun had made preparations, he did not do it on a whim. But Ben Duo thought, Yumu-chun was here. In the wilderness, refining a precious immortal goo in front of everyone. Should he say that Yumu-chun had a screw loose in his head? Or that he was too daring? Ben Duo could not comment on this. Cool winds blew in his face. The winds got stronger and stronger, soon strong winds blew. Tornadoes were formed. The tornadoes were separated from each other, they did not interfere with each other. They formed a forest of tornadoes. Yumu-chun was in the air, in the middle of the forest of tornadoes. The strong winds blew his bronze mask away, revealing an old face with thick hair. Yumu-chun laughed heartily, his body shook as the black robe covering his body broke apart. The pieces were blown away by the wind, revealing Yumu-chun's muscular body, which was covered in brown hair. His true identity was the same as Ben Duo, a hairy man. No wonder he had given pointers to Ben Duo. Hairy men were variant humans, they were different from humans. Or more accurately speaking, they were two different races. Even Fang Yuan did not know about Yumu-chun's identity. Like he understood Ben Duo's worries, Yumu-chun paid attention to his work as he said, "You idiot! Why do we hairy men have the talent for goo refinement? It is because hairy men have refinement path Dao marks since birth. In fact, refinement path originated from hairy men. In terms of goo refinement history, we hairy men have a long history, our foundation is dozens of times that of humans. But humans are too powerful, they exterminated many hairy men and lost countless precious refinement path insights. Now, the goo refinement ideology of humans is influencing hairy men, there are many mistakes in this." Yumu-chun continued. For example, when humans refine goo, they emphasize on silence, they seek an isolated environment. This is safer and increases the success rate of the goo refinement. But they only focus on the present, not the long term. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine. Nurturing goo is to familiarize themselves with the connection between the materials and the goo worm. Why does this goo worm need to be fed with such food? Between the goo worm and the food there are countless goo recipes. As for using goo, it is to experience the Dao marks on the goo worm. Goo refinement is even more crucial, it is the handling of the Dao marks. When refining goo one should be in nature. Because this world was the place with the most Dao marks. It is like a mother to a baby, heaven and earth is the best place to refine goo. If we can use the Dao marks of heaven and earth, in a sense, we can use the power of heaven and earth to help us refine goo. Using the power of heaven and earth to help us refine goo. Ben Duo stared with wide eyes, he was tongue-tied. Yumu-chun's words were shocking, this was the first time Ben Duo had heard of this theory, it was extremely enlightening. Yumu-chun laughed heartily, his eyes shined with bright light. Ben Duo, you are learning human goo refinement techniques, even though they are powerful, you have already gone down the wrong path. You can use other methods to improve yourself, but the things of humans are not yours. If you want to advance to refinement path Great Grandmaster attainment level, you will need to return to your roots, return to our hairy man goo refinement path. I am willing. I am willing. Master Yumu-chun, please be merciful and teach me hairy man goo refinement techniques. Ben Duo shouted excitedly, kowtowing non-stop. Yumu-chun laughed heartily, don't be in a hurry to make a decision, there is a huge risk in this, it might not help you but harm you instead. I started feeding goo worms when I was 3, when I was 10, I only had to touch goo worms and without any guidance, I could learn what food foreign goo worms needed and how to feed them. When I was 16 I used human methods to refine rank 5 goo, with 10% success. But this was a deeter. When I was 22 I realized this and decided to start again, I started refining goo in nature. When I was 138, I had initial success in my natural goo refinement technique. Now that I am 246, my natural goo refinement technique has reached great success. I can comprehend nature, I can understand the astronomical phenomena above and the geography below, I can choose the most suitable place and use the hidden Dao marks of heaven and earth to help me refine goo. Right now, I have a 40% success rate in refining rank 6 immortal goo. Rank 7 1 out of 20. As for rank 8 immortal goo, Due to my cultivation level, I have not tried it yet. Hearing this, Ben Duoyi's heart shook intensely. Mu Chun's Gu refinement success rate was simply too high. Normally speaking, the success rate of rank 6 Immortal Gu was less than 1%. The success rate of rank 7 Immortal Gu was 1 in 1,000. The success rate of rank 8 was 1 in 10,000. And when Mu Chun refined rank 6 Immortal Gu, he had a 40% success rate. This was 40% success rate. And when refining rank 7 Immortal Gu, he had 1 success rate in 20 attempts. Such a success rate would shock the whole world. This was the power of the natural Gu refinement technique. But Ben Duoyi could tell. To refine such a powerful technique, one had to have talent. Mu Chun's talent was outstanding. When he was 3, he fed Gu worms. At 10, he touched foreign Gu worms and learned what they ate. This showed that he had already understood the connection between the Tao mark fragments of Gu worms and all living beings in the world. When Mu Chun was 16, he used human methods to refine rank 5 Gu. When he was 22, he realized this was not his path. He gave up on his abilities and started cultivating again. From this, it could be seen that Mu Chun not only had talent, he also had ambition and aspirations. Secondly, to refine the natural Gu refinement technique, he needed a lot of time and resources. Mu Chun only had minor success when he was 138 years old. At 246 years old, he had major success. This required a huge amount of practice and resources. It was unimaginably terrifying. Putting aside talent and talent, just the consumption of resources was unrealistic for someone like Ben Duoyi who was by himself. Gu immortals needed resources. Refinement was even more important for refinement. Without a lot of practice and resources, even Gu immortals could not do it well. Most Gu immortals were flying masters, but only a few were refinement path masters. Fang Yuan did not have high attainment in refinement path. He only became a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Other than his limited talent and lack of focus on this path, it was also because of the lack of resources. Mu Chun saw that the tornado forest was stabilizing. He started to refine Gu. He stood in the air, his hair fluttering in the wind as he grabbed or pulled out immortal materials from his immortal aperture. He selectively tossed these immortal materials into the tornadoes one by one. The tornadoes were sharp wind blades. They quickly turned the immortal materials into powder. Ben Duoyi was dumbfounded. Normally speaking, when refining Gu worms, every material had to be measured precisely, the time to throw them in, and the heat used to handle the immortal materials. But Mu Chun was very casual, not mentioning the huge tornado forest. His method of handling the immortal materials was extremely crude. He did not care about the quantity of each immortal material at all. He was like a sloppy chef cooking a dish. He would casually add oil here and salt there. If anyone else used this method, Ben Duoyi would scoff at it. But Mu Chun used it with an indescribable smoothness and naturalness. Every single one of his actions was extremely ordinary, yet they revealed an indescribable sense of beauty, and they conformed to nature and contained a profound aura. At once, Ben Duoyi was petrified. His eyes were wide open. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 868. Star-form blessed land. Demonic fog shrouded the area. Poisonous blood was boiling. The 3 layers of the Gu formation had already been corroded and destroyed. The surrounding ground had turned into a thin layer of poisonous swamp. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This Gu refinement material was very special. It was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi, below was black mud. Astral chi was the heaven chi of the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick astral chi wall. If Gu immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the earth chi of the 10 earths. Heaven and earth chi could not coexist, but at this moment in this earthly limit astral chi the two were in harmony. Not only did they coexist peacefully, they were also transforming into each other. The black mud turned into astral chi, while the astral chi turned into black mud. Fang Yuan waved his hand. This lump of earthly limit astral chi quickly turned turbid. The black mud and astral chi mixed together, forming a lump of gray fog. But if he did not shake it, after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down, while the astral chi remained. Black and white would appear again. They would circulate slightly. Dealing with this immortal material is the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only by using the publicly recognized strongest 4 immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials. slumbering lightning python, reflecting snow, muffled thunderstone drum, and wind grind. Can I deal with it? Unfortunately, I do not have any of these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limit astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. Fang Yuan had a thought as he stomped on the ground. His body flew into the air. With a light leap, he entered the turtle shell and the poisonous blood. Whoosh! Fang Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on the 6 monstrous arms. Then on his chest. Wounds appeared on his back and other areas. Blood refinement killer move, blood trace travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the turtle shell pot seemed to be attracted. It started to enter Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread. Fang Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain. Fang Yuan could feel pain because he was using goo worm methods. He needed to sense the pain to understand to what extent the immortal materials were processed. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell continued to mix. It formed a cycle, entering and exiting Fang Yuan's body continuously. After the process stabilized, Fang Yuan swallowed the earthly limit astral energy that he had taken out earlier. With a gulp, he swallowed the earthly limit astral energy into his stomach. This was a unique creation of his previous life, a blood path goo refinement method. He named it the flesh and blood refinement art. The earthly limit's astral energy entered his body and was constantly washed by his blood, slowly dissolving in it. This blood. Then it flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through his wounds and into the turtle shell walk. It sank to the bottom of the pot. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the cauldron flowed into Fang Yuan's body through his wounds and washed away the earthly limit's astral energy. As the cycle continued, the earthly limit's astral energy grew at an extremely slow speed. It continued to melt and shrink. On a mountain peak in Truyang mountain range, there was a huge gust of wind. Whistling sounds could be heard. The hairy man Gu Immortal Yumu Chun suddenly pointed. In the direction of his finger there were 5 to 6 tornadoes. They started to move closer. When they got close to a certain extent, they suddenly merged into one, forming a huge tornado that howled and rotated. Yumu Chun flipped his palm and took out a stone bead-like immortal material. With a flick of his finger, this stone bead was shot into the huge tornado. This stone bead was small and inconspicuous. But after it entered the tornado, it emitted an ear-piercing sound. The whistling sound of the tornado was much weaker and it spun much slower. It was like a strong man who had eaten too much. But as time passed, the tornado spun faster and faster. It was rapidly digesting the bead. 15 minutes later, the tornado completely digested the bead. The entire wind pillar was dyed black and white, alternating between white and black. Earthly limit astral energy bead? Ben Duo saw this and had a flash of inspiration. He blurted out. Yumu Chun was a little surprised. He praised, you are quite knowledgeable. To process the earthly limit astral energy bead, the small tornado earlier is not enough. Only a large tornado can do that. Ben Duo suppressed the shock in his heart. Earthly limit astral energy was already an immortal material that was hard to process. Ben Duo knew that even if he used all his strength, he would need to spend years to slowly corrode a lump of earthly limit astral energy to refine goo. He was a mortal goo master. To process immortal materials, it would take years. As for the earthly limit astral energy bead, it was a large number of earthly limit astral energy. They were compressed together and condensed into a pure bead. One bead was equivalent to 100 portions of earthly limit astral energy. Earthly limit astral energy beads were very hard. They were hard to process. Even goo immortals needed months or even a year or two to wear down one bead. But Master Yumu Chun used such a short time to process one earthly limit astral energy bead? Ben Duo suddenly thought of something. His voice trembled. Could it be that Master Yu's refinement path killer move is the legendary wind grind? It should be. Only the 4 legendary refinement path killer moves can process immortal materials to such an extent. That's right, it is wind grind. Yumu Chun replied. Ben Duo's eyes were burning with passion. This was one of the best methods to process immortal materials, even if he was not a goo immortal and could not use an immortal killer move. Right now he was filled with envy. He was fantasizing about the day when he could use wind grind to process immortal materials perfectly. How amazing would that be? After the earthly limit astral energy bead was processed, Yumu Chun started to throw immortal yuan stones into the countless tornadoes. One by one, the immortal meta stones were thrown into the tornado pillar. Immortal yuan stones were not as hard as the earthly limit astral energy bead. They were grinded into powder by the wind blades, bursting with a dazzling green light. At this moment heaven and earth resonated, the nearby mountains started to shake, the sky was filled with dark clouds, thunder could be heard. What's going on? Ben Duoi panicked. Looking around, he found that there were traces of light in the surrounding space of the mound he was on. These light traces were Dao marks. Some were red fire path Dao marks, some were blue water path Dao marks. These two types of Dao marks were mostly incomplete. Most of them were earth path and wood path Dao marks, they were more complete. But most of them were Dao marks shining with silver light. These were rule path Dao marks. These Dao marks were densely packed, but they were not evenly distributed. Some overlapped with each other, they were densely packed. Some were sparse, they were sparse. Ben Duo found that the place Yu Mu Chun chose to refine Gu was the place. It was the place with the highest concentration of rule path Dao marks. This mound looks ordinary, but there is something extraordinary about it. Did Master Yu choose this place to refine Gu? Strange, ordinary mountains definitely do not have so many Dao marks. The more Ben Duo found, the more questions he had. He felt increasingly stifled because the mountains were shaking more intensely. The dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker. A storm was brewing, a great calamity was approaching. Even those tornadoes seemed to have stopped, they shrunk in size. Yu Mu Chun raised his head in the sky, laughing loudly, his laughter was filled with confidence and boldness. At this moment, his immortal Gu refinement had reached the most crucial step. Come. He suddenly pointed at the sky and the ground. In the sky lightning flashed. The lightning was like water, it gathered into a huge dragon-like lightning python. Lightning was yang, python was yin. A giant python made of lightning. It contained yin and yang, it dispelled the berserk nature of the lightning, it looked gentle instead. This was slumbering lightning python. One of the 4 refinement path immortal killer moves. On the ground, the countless tornadoes merged together, quickly forming a single gigantic tornado. The wind pillar was tall, it almost connected heaven and earth. The slumbering lightning python started to move slowly. It descended slowly, coiling around the giant wind pillar. The lightning was not dazzling at all. The process of the python coiling around the pillar had an indescribable beauty that could shake one's soul. At this time, heaven and earth chi suddenly rose. An intense sense of danger filled Ben Duoyi's mind. Master Yu, what is going on? Why does this look like the records of Gu immortals undergoing tribulation? Ben Duoyi screamed. Ah, you guessed right. It is a small problem. Yu Mu Chun said plainly. Small problem? Ben Duoyi's eyes were wide open, his mouth was dry. Star form blessed land. Fang Yuan was covered in injuries, his face was twisted in pain, his 8 monstrous arms were stabbed into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed, his eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing heavily. After spending 3 days and 3 nights, he finally got rid of the earthly limit astral chi and fused it into the poisonous blood. The pot of poisonous blood was originally full, but now less than half was left. The most difficult step is over, land spirit, throw those captives in. Fang Yuan shouted angrily. Star form land spirit quickly agreed. At once, large numbers of living beings like cows, horses, pigs, and dogs were thrown into the poisonous blood. Screams, and roars could be heard. The poisonous blood was extremely thick, it was like a swamp. After these living beings were thrown in, they struggled but they sank even faster. Their blood, flesh and bones were all dissolved. Soon the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell pot started to rise. Not enough, not enough. Fang Yuan urged, his bloodshot eyes were filled with excitement and cruelty. Land spirits did not have good or evil, they only had stubbornness and loyalty. Star form land spirits started to throw in large numbers of variant humans. These variant humans included hairy men, rockmen, snowmen, inkmen, eggmen, feathermen, mermen. The poisonous blood rose rapidly, but Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. He calculated the time in his mind as he shouted, more, more. Thus, the human captives that he prepared were thrown into the pot. Ah, spare me. So painful, it hurts so much. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Fang Yuan was unmoved, he only paid attention to the Gu refinement progress. An old Gu master was thrown to his side, he struggled to get up. Fang Yuan raised his leg and stomped the old man into the poisonous blood. The old man struggled for a while, but only his hand was left on the surface of the poisonous blood. His fingers were like hooks that grabbed at the sky, it was like the weak was cursing and complaining to heaven and earth, to fate, to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. In this limited time, the poisonous blood returned to its original state, it was at the edge of the tortoise shell. He started to throw large numbers of immortal yuan stones into the poisonous blood. 100, 200, without hesitation. Countless vengeful spirits lingered in the air above the poisonous blood. The poisonous fog rumbled as the poisonous blood fell again. 7 days later, the poisonous blood finally fell to the bottom. There was only a pool of poisonous blood left in the tortoise shell. It could not even reach Fang Yuan's ankles. Fang Yuan slowly bent down, picking up a goo from this pool of poisonous blood. Change form immortal goo success. Central continent, Truyang mountain range. Ben Duo Yi sat on the ground muttering, I finally passed the tribulation. More than half of the mountain had collapsed. It was like a battlefield in a mess. Be it the tornado wind pillar or slumbering lightning python, they were all gone. The heavy rain poured down, drenching Honda like a drowned rat. Yumu Chun kept the refined immortal goo in his pocket. Next, he threw an information path goo worm to Ben Duo Yi. Lad, this is my refinement path inheritance. It is for you. You can learn the natural goo refinement method, but if you are not a goo immortal, you cannot use it to refine goo, because it will attract heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. Yumu Chun said this as he stepped on the void and left. Ben Duo Yi's body shook. He knelt down as his eyes shined with bright light, shouting, Master, don't worry, I will not let this inheritance down. Chapter 869. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. Immortal Goo Starlight. Fang Yuan stood proudly at the top of a Fang Yuan stone nest. He willed and activated Starlight Immortal Goo. Suddenly, a huge pillar of starlight shot out and pierced into the stone nest. Under Fang Yuan's control, the starlight did not harm anyone, it was very gentle. In this stone nest there were already many goo formations set up. The moment the pillar of starlight entered, it split into beams of blue starlight, and was guided to the first room of each floor. The hairy men in the first room used their goo worms to absorb the incoming starlight, before processing it. The processed half-finished product was sent to the second room for the second processing. After a total of 7 rooms, star thought goo were refined one by one. These star thought goo flowed along the pipes, into the storehouse at the lowest floor of the stone nest. Every time Fang Yuan used starlight, the hairy men in this stone nest could refine goo for days without rest. After using starlight immortal goo, there was a huge amount of starlight. Fang Yuan no longer needed to purchase starlight goo and use it as the main material to refine star thought goo. Not only did this save a lot of trouble, the cost was also lowered. Although using starlight immortal goo required immortal essence. But if he purchased a huge amount of starlight goo, he would still earn a sum. The cost was quite high. The improved star thought goo recipe was also safer. Goo refinement was a risky matter. It was not as safe as fighting. Many hairy men got injured or even lost their lives when refining goo. After Fang Yuan sent the starlight goo, he did not leave. He observed for a while. A long while later, he nodded, feeling satisfied. The current star thought goo recipe. He had already modified it. The hairy men's losses during the goo refinement were much lower than before. Most importantly, the production of star thought goo was not lower than before. But the modification has already reached its limit. Unless my star path attainment rises in the future, or I find a better star thought goo recipe. Fang Yuan knew that he did not cultivate star path. His star path attainment was likely to remain at this level for the rest of his life. Maybe in the future he could explore dream realms and raise his star path attainment. But who knows what will happen in the future. It's a pity that there are on average 10 rooms in this stone nest. 6 of them were unoccupied. If there are enough hairy men, the production of star thought goo can more than double. Fang Yuan secretly felt that it was a pity. In this refinement of change form immortal goo, not only did he expend the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, he also used up almost all of his immortal materials and immortal Yuan stone. As a result, the current Fang Yuan could be said to be penniless. Thus, the problem of hairy men could not be solved for now. Even if he could capture wild hairy men, he would need to spend time and effort to train them, before he could get qualified hairy man slaves to refine goo for him. Fang Yuan naturally did not know how to train wild hairy men into qualified slaves. It was the most convenient method. It was to purchase hairy man slaves from other goo immortals. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan didn't have any extra money at the moment. Even the celestial origin energy in his hand was extremely sparse, only around 10 beads. He had to use it wisely. It could be said that right now Fang Yuan was in a very weak state. Even if he had the killer move Myriad Self, and 3 star path goo worms. He had obtained several star path immortal killer moves from Star Lord Wuxia. Without enough immortal essence, these killer moves could not be used. As the saying goes, having food in hand. He did not panic. For goo immortals, the so-called food. The most important thing was immortal essence and immortal Yuan stone. Thus, Fang Yuan's urgent matter was to accumulate immortal essence. After leaving this stone nest, Fang Yuan went to inspect the other 2 stone nests. During this period of time, these 2 stone nests were under He Lulan's management. She used her immortal Gu strength to provide Gu refinement materials for the countless hairy men in the stone nests. After large numbers of air sac Gu were refined, they were loaded with guts Gu and sold to Central Continent's forces, to jewel yellow skies. In these 2 stone nests, there was a hairy man in each room. The risk of refining air sac Gu was much higher than refining star thought Gu. The reason why the stone nests were still full was because Fang Yuan had transferred a portion of the hairy men from the 3rd stone nest to fill up these 2 stone nests. Fang Yuan's current focus was to increase the volume of guts Gu. In the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong had a duel. They had set the agreement in front of everyone. From now on, they would sell a huge amount of guts Gu to Spirit Affinity House. Thus, the demand for guts Gu increased. Fang Yuan had to increase the production of air sac Gu. In a stone nest, Fang Yuan met with He Lulan. He Lulan was reading Central Continent's information. Have you heard about Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing? The moment they met, He Lulan asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from Gu immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, other Central Continent Gu immortals do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are watching the commotion caused by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply. We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten star form blessed land. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, He Lulan, you are dreaming. Central Continent is not like Northern Plains. We are both Northern Plains Gu immortals. Once we expose our auras, we will be discovered. The consequences of our identities being exposed will be so severe that we cannot bear it. Moreover, Song Zixing is very crafty. He is skilled at escaping. Our investigative methods are not that good. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects could not find any traces of him in Truyang Mountain Range. How can we find him? You are right. He Lulan sighed again, replying gloomily. Ever since she was beaten awake by Fang Yuan, she realized her own shortcomings. These last days she had been thinking about how to operate and earn resources to support her own cultivation, to be independent. But unfortunately these were not easy to make a living. He Lulan wanted to start from scratch. She would need to spend a lot of time and experience many setbacks before she could establish the project. But once the project was established, it would face market competition. How much she could earn would depend on the situation. He Lulan investigated for a long time. She also asked Fairy Lishan for guidance. She knew that if she really wanted to develop the project from scratch, she would suffer losses in the early stages, it would be difficult in the middle stages, and if she earned less in the later stages, it would be a burden to her. There was no helping it. She was one of the 10 extreme immortal apertures. Time flowed very quickly. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were even fiercer. After He Lulan's investigation, she found out the only thing that was truly suitable for her was the trade of guts Gu, a seller's market, a monopoly business. It was unique. Or like the business projects that Fang Yuan plundered in Dongfang tribe's headquarters. Like eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, and others, these resources were already well managed by Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan only needed to take over and choose where to sell them. After discovering this, He Lulan's desire for star form blessed land deepened. As long as she obtained star form blessed land, He Lulan would be able to gain a stable footing. After inheriting Star Lord Wanxiang's business, she would be able to be self-sufficient and advance her own cultivation. Fang Yuan did not tell He Lulan that he had already become the owner of star form blessed land. He liked to keep a secret. The Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. It was hard to say if He Lulan would be a friend or foe in the future. Of course, if He Lulan found out about this and asked Fang Yuan could not lie due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Although he could choose not to answer, He Lulan would easily confirm it. He would hide it for as long as he could. This was Fang Yuan's plan. After Yu Mu-chun refined the immortal Gu, he went deep into Truyang Mountain Range. Ever since he parted with Ben Duo-e, he used an immortal killer move to conceal his traces. On this day at noon, he stopped in front of an inconspicuous valley. He took out an information path Gu worm and threw it in front of him. The Gu worm vanished like a rock falling into water. Ripples appeared in the air in front of him. The ripples expanded and tore open a long hole, revealing the bloody light inside. Mu Chun did not hesitate. He took a step forward and stepped into the spatial crack. At the next moment he was in an unfamiliar space. The spatial crack behind him closed. Mu Chun's vision was filled with bloody light. It was a dark swamp filled with poisonous gas. There were large numbers of corpses scattered in the swamp. A dense smell of blood assaulted his nose. Mu Chun could not help but frown, saying, "Using so much blood sacrifice, it seems your injuries are very serious." Song Zixing, cough cough, "There is no helping it. I was lucky to be able to escape with my life. Come in." From the depths of the swamp, Song Zixing's voice could be heard. Looking at this situation as a hairy man Gu Immortal, Mu Chun actually had a deep relationship with the number 1 demonic path Gu Immortal of Central Continent, Song Zixing. They were very close. Mu Chun walked into the depths of the swamp with familiarity. This was not the first time he had been here, he was very familiar with it. Finally, in the blood pool at the center of the swamp, he saw Song Zixing. Song Zixing, who only had his head and half his chest left, was originally in the blood pool to recover. When Mu Chun arrived, he popped his head out of the blood pool. Seeing Song Zixing, Mu Chun's expression turned grim. "With your injuries, you will not be able to participate in the upcoming plan." "Hehe, I just have to give up my life and cultivation level?" Song Zixing had a plain expression. He spoke in a carefree tone. He changed the topic. "You refined that rule path Immortal Gu. After expending the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, using my natural Gu refinement method, the Gu refinement would definitely succeed. But it is a pity. If I had enough time, I should be able to research many valuable things from this success Dao mark. The infallible inheritance's success Dao mark is different from ordinary success Dao marks. It is very close to refinement path. If I can research it, I can even set up my own infallible inheritance." Mu Chun shook his head, sighing. Chapter 870. Hearing Mu Chun's sigh, Song Zixing also sighed. "The most crucial thing is time. If I have enough time, I can recover and regain my battle strength. Unfortunately, time is too tight. I estimated that I still had 10 years, to think that I would have to activate it now. These years we have made many preparations. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Since Fate Immortal Gu was not completely destroyed, it is normal for these changes to happen, isn't it?" Mu Chun said. Even Fang Yuan, who had been reborn 500 years ago, did not know about Fate's existence. But Mu Chun knew, and Song Zixing also had an expression of understanding. "All right." Mu Chun said whatever he thought of. "Before coming, I met a pretty good hairy man junior. I have already given him my refinement path inheritance." Legacies and inheritances were the cultural characteristics of the Gu Master world. It was like ancient China. People used all sorts of methods to return to their roots. The heroes among men all wanted to leave their names in the annals of history. When people died and were buried, they would have large amounts of treasures buried with them. Even servants and wives would be buried with them. During Japan's Warring States period, generals had to wear grand armor on the battlefield. They did not care about the danger of attracting firepower. Egypt, Rome, from ancient times to modern times, they all had similar cultural complexities. Even though they were different, they all had the same starting point: to prove their own existence. To prove to the world, to prove to others that they had once existed, that they had lived before. Even if they died, such a person had once existed in this world. Thus, legacies were not hard to understand. Some people would write their own legacies when they were alive. Some would have their descendants write their legacies for their seniors after they died. Some would have no descendants. They would have their enemies write their legacies for them. In such a situation, the legacies were more realistic. The descriptions were vivid and detailed. Enemies often understood you better than your loved ones. When enemies wrote their legacies, they would not be stingy with praise. It would often become a good story. Legacies were the same. Legacies only described the trajectory of a person's life, but legacies were the foundation of a person's strength in the world. It was their understanding of nature, their thinking of heaven and earth. It was the conclusion of truth. Like ancient China, even craftsmen did not want to leave behind any regrets before they died. They tried all sorts of methods to find a successor. They did not want to lose their skills that had been passed down for generations. Craftsmanship, inheritance. It was an affirmation of one's own value and the appreciation of one's success. By leaving behind an inheritance, even if he died, he would be able to leave behind a mark that belonged to him in the world. Mu Chun's inheritance had an ominous feeling of entrusting his orphan to him before his death. Who would leave behind an inheritance? When one lived well and had a bright future, no one would leave behind an inheritance. Why would he leave behind an inheritance for no reason? Teach the disciple, starve the master. The human heart is treacherous. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause another competitor to appear. Usually, only when someone was on the brink of death and realized that death was approaching would they leave behind their inheritance. For example, the flower wine monk. For example, Patriarch Blood Sea and Dongfang Naganori. Yu Mu Chun left behind his inheritance. It was clear that he wanted to participate in the grand plan. He did not have the slightest confidence in his survival. What kind of grand plan could make this unfathomable refinement path Gu Immortal expert do it? There was no hope of survival? What kind of motivation could make him so willing? Even Song Zixing, the first person of the diabolism in Jianghu state who had just escaped with his life, was willing to sacrifice himself for this great plan. Furthermore, Yu Mu Chun actually said in front of Song Zixing that he was going to choose the inheritor of his inheritance. This was not normal. If Song Zixing had ill intentions and secretly went to intercept him, he could easily snatch Yu Mu Chun's inheritance and strengthen himself. And to Yu Mu Chun, now that his background was exposed, he would be countered by Song Zixing. Yu Mu Chun was able to tell Song Zixing such a precious secret like his inheritance. He clearly trusted the latter. This level of trust could be said to be from the bottom of one's heart. Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Dock and had a terrible reputation. How could he gain Yu Mu Chun's trust? Was it his charisma or was there another reason? I need to make some preparations. Hearing that Yu Mu Chun left behind an inheritance, Song Zixing had an indifferent expression. He did not seem to have any intention of snatching it. Let me show you something too. Song Zixing smiled mysteriously. At the next moment, there was a ripple in the blood pool. A blood fetus floated up from the bottom of the pool. The blood fetus was the size of a pony. There was a human figure in the fetus. It was curled up like a sleeping baby. Yu Mu Chun looked at this blood fetus and his pupils shrunk. He said in disbelief, You actually developed blood demon body separation to this extent? Song Zixing laughed, showing a proud expression. Even though I did not collect the complete blood deity Immortal Gu recipe, I did collect some remnant blood deity recipes. This blood fetus was created by using blood deity's remnant recipe and Northern Plains blood path methods, as well as my immortal killer move blood demon body separation. The fake body created by blood demon body separation needs to expend immortal essence to maintain its existence. There is a time limit. But this fake body created by this blood fetus does not expend immortal essence. It can last for at least 200 to 300 years. Furthermore, it can cultivate and have independent thoughts. It can cultivate step by step until it becomes an immortal. In terms of appearance, it will look exactly like me. You are planning? Yu Mu Chun showed a look of understanding. That's right. It doesn't matter if I die, the important thing is for the plan to succeed. If the plan fails, I will have to consider what to do after that. Song Zixing needs to survive. Even if I sacrifice myself, the blood fetus will give birth to a second Song Zixing. Yu Mu Chun looked at the blood fetus, showing an interested expression. Can I research this blood fetus? I seem to have a new inspiration. Of course, go ahead and research it. But remember, the blood fetus cannot leave this blood pool, not even for an instant. I know, don't worry. Central continent, Hu Immortal blessed land. Looking at the whole earth Gu in front of him, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was Hu Immortal blessed land's second whole earth Gu. The first one was connected to Crane Gate, while this one was connected to Spirit Affinity House. Just earlier, the first transaction with Spirit Affinity House was completed. Large numbers of air sac Gu carrying guts Gu were sent to Spirit Affinity House. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan obtained 180 Immortal Yuan stones, solving his urgent problem. Speaking of which, in the competition between Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong, the true value was not the Immortal Zombie Revival method that Feng Kim Hong provided, but the cooperation with Spirit Affinity House. The reason why Feng Kim Hong took out the revival method was because he was gambling. Because Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie, he could not use this method. But she did not know that Fang Yuan still had the first mortal aperture. She wanted to scam Fang Yuan, but she did not manage to do so. With these 180 Immortal Yuan stones, Fang Yuan did not hesitate to convert half of them into green grape immortal essence. This way he passed the period of weakness and recovered his battle strength. A day later he transacted with Crane Gate again, obtaining a huge sum of Immortal Yuan stones. Crane Gate's attitude was much more amicable than before. Evidently, they were concerned that if they pressured Fang Yuan too much, Fang Yuan might side with Spirit Affinity House. At the same time, Crane Gate wanted to buy the success Dao marks on Fang Yuan. They asked for a high price and asked Fang Yuan to refine a certain rank 6 Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu recipe was given to Fang Yuan for free, and the Immortal Gu materials were all provided by Crane Gate. Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had an endless demand for immortal goo. Towards this request, Fang Yuan tried to evade it. He did not say that he had already used them, he only said that he needed some time to consider it. Crane Gate needed help from Fang Yuan, they naturally had to be more amicable. After completing these 2 transactions, Fang Yuan immediately used the immortal yuan stones. He had to buy some hairy man slaves from Jewel Yellow Skies to replenish the goo refinement losses. The price of hairy man slaves was not cheap. The immortal yuan stones in Fang Yuan's hands had just started to rise, but now they were all gone again. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had plenty of green grape immortal essence, it was much safer than before. But even if he bought these hairy man slaves, Fang Yuan could only replenish his losses, he could not expand the scale of the next stone nest. Because of the transaction with Spirit Affinity House, the Guts Goo orders had increased by a huge amount. Fang Yuan was using 2 stone nests, it could not satisfy the current market demand. He planned to first accumulate a sum of immortal yuan stones to build a 4th stone nest, and provide hairy man slaves. This was not a small amount of funds. Fang Yuan's 3rd stone nest was funded by He Lulan. But with Star Form Blessed Land's secret help, Star Lord Wanxiang's goo worm businesses were also helping Fang Yuan accumulate immortal yuan stones. This caused the time that Fang Yuan needed to accumulate funds to be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan accumulated immortal yuan stones while using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan successfully fused change form immortal goo into vaguely familiar face. Moreover, with his Strength Path Grandmaster attainment level, he successfully deduced the rank 5 all-out effort goo's recipe. Different from the ancient goo recipes, the goo recipes that Fang Yuan deduced used goo refinement materials that could be bought easily. All-out effort goo was the vital goo of Fang Yuan's 2nd immortal aperture. It had always been rank 4, its rank was far lower than Fang Yuan's own. With this goo recipe, Fang Yuan had another mission, that was to refine all-out effort goo. After failing once, all-out effort goo advanced to rank 5. If I can refine all-out effort goo to rank 6, the killer move Myriad Self would have a huge boost, it would be second only to Self-Strength Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is already beyond my ability. With this successful experience, Fang Yuan deduced Small Family Chi Goo's recipe. The result was a crushing defeat. Chapter 871. The sky was slightly green, winds that did not stop throughout the year were blowing gently. In this small world, a huge city floated high up in the sky. This was the gathering place of the Feathermen, others called it Sky City, while the Feathermen called it Sacred Feather City. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City, cheers and shouts were resounding in the sky. Most of the Feathermen in the city had gathered at the training field in the city, watching the most important match. The Featherman King had passed away. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. Of course, the candidate for the King Feather contest had to be recognized by most of the Feathermen. The Feathermen did not need ruthless criminals, they needed benevolent heroes. Thus, the Feathermen who participated in the King Feather contest had prestige, they had done righteous deeds and made many contributions to Sacred Feather City. Sometimes the eyes of the masses were sharp. In the history of Sacred Feather City, there were very few vicious and ruthless Feathermen who were elected as kings. Even if there were ruthless ones, there were still 3 supreme Feathermen in Sacred Feather City, they were Goo Immortals who could control the situation. The huge battle stage had tens of thousands of spectators. Cheers resounded in the sky, and at the center of the battle stage 2 youngsters were fighting intensely. "You Fei, come to your senses. I am the king of Sacred Feather City, WW plus WW. Son, I will inherit the throne and protect the glory of my Dan surname." A tall and muscular Featherman youngster with shiny golden hair sent his opponent flying time and time again. This was the final match. The victor would become the new king of the Feathermen. From the current situation, it could be seen that the handsome Featherman prince had the upper hand. He was flying in the sky. He had rank 5 cultivation level and was constantly using goo worms. He was using long-range attacks. And his opponent was a Featherman youngster with short black hair. He was thin and weak, he was sprinting on the ground, rolling and dodging the Featherman prince's attacks. "Danyu! Danyu!" The spectators were shouting the Featherman prince's name, the voices were getting louder and louder. The situation was very clear. The prince, Danyu, had the absolute advantage while his opponent, Yu Fei, could only take a beating without being able to retaliate. Yu Fei was covered in dust. Battered and exhausted, he rolled on the ground like a mouse trying to escape. Danyu, on the other hand, was high and mighty. His attacks were light and heavy, which was more in line with the expectations the audience had for the new Featherman King. You want me to admit defeat? That's impossible. I, Yu Fei, am the man destined to become the Featherman King. Suddenly Yu Fei shouted loudly and erupted with power. His legs stomped hard on the ground and he shot forward like an arrow. He shot towards Dan Yu. What? You actually still have strength left. Dan Yu hurriedly retreated. Yu Fei jumped into the air and was about to get close to Dan Yu. However, after Dan Yu cautiously distanced himself, he could only descend helplessly. Yu Fei, I broke your wings and you are still waiting for an opportunity to retaliate? Dan Yu looked at Yu Fei who was falling down and felt a lingering fear. He sneered mockingly. Unexpectedly, Yu Fei suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. It's not over yet. Look at my killer move, balloon inflation. The next moment, Yu Fei opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. In almost an instant, large amounts of air were sucked into his stomach, his entire body swelled up, turning into a human balloon. Yu Fei's balloon started to rise into the air. The audience was silent for a few breaths of time before bursting into laughter. Yu Fei suddenly turned into a balloon. It was truly comical. Even Dan Yu was stunned for a moment before relaxing. It really is your style, Yu Fei. But you can't become the new king of the Feathermen just by playing around. Lose killer move, strong blade wind slash. Dan Yu's eyes shined with sharp light. He raised his arms and slashed in the air. Two translucent blade-shaped wind blades slashed towards Yu Fei with incredible speed. Yu Fei was still rising slowly. Many of the audience gasped. They had watched the battle for a long time and were very clear about the power of the strong blade wind slash. If these two wind blades landed, Yu Fei's stomach would definitely be cut open and he would be heavily injured. But right at this moment, Yu Fei, who was in danger, had a strange light in his eyes. He saw a fleeting opportunity. He suddenly opened his mouth as an intense chi current shot out of his body, giving him great propulsion. Yu Fei's speed increased as he shot towards Dan Yu. Dan Yu was pale with fright. Yu Fei's body rapidly shrunk as he nimbly passed through the space between the two strong blade wind slashes. Dan Yu wanted to retreat but his speed was slower than Yu Fei. Where do you think you can run to? If you are a man, fight me with your fists, we will fight for 300 rounds. Yu Fei shouted, his body continued to spin in the air as his legs touched Dan Yu's body. Killer move, coiling old tree roots. Yu Fei shouted in his mind as his legs suddenly turned soft, coiling around Dan Yu's waist like old tree vines. Dan Yu could not break free. He subconsciously activated his defensive goo worms. Killer move, crane crossing neck. Yu Fei's head suddenly turned into a crane's head, his long neck coiled around Dan Yu's neck like a metal chain as he tightened his grip. His sharp beak pierced towards Dan Yu at lightning speed. Clang. The beak pierced Dan Yu's forehead but sparks burst out. It was like he had pierced a tough steel wall. Even though Dan Yu was not injured, he suffered a heavy blow. The pain was unbearable and he felt dizzy. Killer move, 6-9 great windmill. Yu Fei saw the chance and his head turned back to its original shape. Using the recoil force to move backwards, his head was buried in between Dan Yu's legs, causing Dan Yu's body to spin in the air. The two's bodies were tightly coiled together like a windmill. They rapidly approached the ground. The Feathermen spectating the battle erupted in screams and screams. But Dan Yu was hit by the killer move. His entire body was spinning, his mind was in chaos, he was dizzy and could not react at all. When he was about to reach the ground, Yu Fei retreated. Only Dan Yu was left. He smashed towards the ground. With a loud sound, his head landed on the ground unluckily. The tiles of the battle stage were sent flying as his head pierced into the ground. He fainted on the spot. The entire place fell into silence. They were all stunned speechless by this sudden turn of events. Only Yu Fei's heavy breathing could be heard. A long while later, the Featherman elder in charge swallowed his saliva as he shouted, "The victor is Yu Fei, he is our clan's new king. Yeah. I finally became the Featherman King, I succeeded." Yu Fei raised his arms as he shouted excitedly. The audience reacted. First they broke into applause. Then someone shouted, "Yu Fei! Yu Fei!" The voices calling Yu Fei's name became louder as more people joined in. Soon the entire battle stage. No, the whole of Sacred Feather City was filled with the cheers of Yu Fei, Yu Fei. Ha 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 ha. The young Yu Fei placed his hands on his waist as he raised his head and laughed heartily. Suddenly, he grimaced as he touched the wings on his back, breathing in deeply. So painful, so painful. On the other side, the unconscious Dan Yu was pulled out of the ground by the healing goo masters. He was saved in time. Deep inside Sacred Feather City, 3 Featherman Gu Immortals were half asleep, communicating with their consciousness. This generation's Featherman King. He looks quite unique, he is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard he is very ambitious. He wants to expand our Featherman empire. But after he becomes the Featherman King for some time, he should become more stable. The 3 Gu Immortals conversed casually. If this was the past, the new Featherman King had already been elected. He would bring a new atmosphere to the peaceful sacred Feather City. If there were no accidents, Yu Fei would rule the Feathermen of sacred Feather City for hundreds of years. But at the next moment, something that the Feathermen did not expect happened. Boom! The entire sacred Feather City was shaking amidst the earth-shattering explosion. The Feathermen in the city screamed as they flew up. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yu Fei was caught off guard, he lost his footing and fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. Look this. The Feathermen who saw this were the first to notice something amiss. They pointed at the sky but stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads and were shocked to find that above their heads, there was a huge crack in the green sky. From the crack, several figures descended like demonic gods. The 3 Featherman Gu Immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted, they flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting instructions to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful, a strong enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm, defend our homeland. Gu Masters, get to your positions, take the formation cores and activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic, it was in chaos. Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time, they lived a peaceful life, it was like a paradise. Their defenses were lax, and with the new king, the soldiers and civilians could not react properly. Everyone, why have you come uninvited? Please leave. We Feathermen do not fight recklessly, we love peace, but that does not mean we have no battle strength. The 3 Featherman Gu Immortals had solemn expressions as they warned the invading enemies. The invaders were silent, most of them looked at their leader. This Gu Immortal leader was a thin old man, he was barefooted as he stood in the air. His head was wrapped in a white bandage, his forearms and calves were also wrapped in white bandages. The old Gu Immortal had a deep gaze as he looked at the 3 Featherman Gu Immortals, before looking at Sacred Feather City behind them. Begin the attack. The old Gu Immortal said plainly. Yes, Lord Xianxia. The other Gu Immortals replied. An intense battle erupted. There were only 3 Featherman Gu Immortals, 1 rank 7 and 2 rank 6, even though they were strong they could not compare to the invaders. The battle lasted for 3 days and 2 nights, 1 Featherman Gu Immortal died and 2 were injured, they could only rely on Sacred Feather City to defend. Sacred Feather City was a huge Immortal Gu house. Because of the power of the Immortal Gu house, they could barely resist the attacks of Xianxia's group. Chapter 872. Rumble. The explosions had been going on for 3 days and 2 nights. The attacks from Xianxia's group had never stopped since the beginning. Countless mortal killer moves mixed with immortal killer moves landed on the Immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City trembled incessantly. More than half of the soldiers and civilians in the city had already died, and despair was spreading. Failure is inevitable, let's break out. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong suggested. Sacred Feather City has already been locked down by the enemy, without this Immortal Gu house, how can we break out? Another Featherman Gu Immortal, Zhengling, asked. Sacred Feather City had 3 Gu Immortals, now that one had died, only rank 7 Gu Immortal Zhengling and rank 6 Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong were left. Lord Zhengling, the situation is urgent. I have to speak frankly. Zhou Zhong had a solemn expression on his face. The reason why Sacred Feather City was previously trapped was because you were unwilling to give up on this piece of land. That was why the enemy had time to set up a trap. Now if you don't cut off your wrists and make a prompt decision you will be killed. I'm afraid our lives will end here. I'm not afraid of dying in battle, but the tens of thousands of innocent people in the city will also die. Even if the enemies spare their lives, they will train them into slaves and make them work for the humankind. When Zhengling heard these words he finally came to a realization. He looked at Zhou Zhong with tears in his eyes. You're right, I was foolish. Zhou Zhong consoled him. Sir, I can understand your decision. After all, this is the world of the human race. There is no place for us mutants to live. This world was a fragment world of green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens, isolated from the rest of the world. This was a paradise and he couldn't give it up easily. But we won't give up now. I have to give up too. Zhengling furrowed his brows. Now that Sacred Feather City is also under control, We need to escape with the people in the city. There's only one way. Zhou Zhong immediately expressed his support. That's right, let's use that immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. Thus, an hour later, the remaining feathermen were summoned and gathered around the training grounds. I wish for my feathermen to survive. I'm willing, the feathermen of my race will be free. I wish for our feathermen to have a world. Tens of thousands of feathermen roared in unison. Under Zhou Zhong and Zheng Ling's combined efforts, the entire sacred feather city started to shine with a pure white light. At first, the light was only 5 to 6 feet, but it quickly climbed higher and higher until it reached 7 to 8 feet. Lord Whitesea Shitudo, the enemy seems to be making a big move. Are we not going to destroy it? The female Gu Immortal Tang Yenran asked. It's fine. I had already anticipated this situation. I only want this immortal Gu house. They can't be taken away. Whitesea Shadua explained faintly before ordering the others. Don't stop attacking, just maintain the status quo. Don't disturb them, just let them escape. Northern Plains, Tai by Blessed Land. The sky was as blue as crystal, and the earth was as wild as Yellowstone. Accompanied by Tai by Yunxing, Fang Yuan took a tour of this excellent blessed land. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had come to Tai by Blessed Land. However, he was accompanied by Tai by Yunxing. This was the first time. Only when the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture is placed in the world would the Gu Immortal's main body enter the immortal aperture to control the situation. Normally, the immortal aperture was inside the Gu Immortal's body. When the immortal aperture landed in the outside world, the immortal aperture contained the Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals and their immortal aperture were one. When the immortal aperture is in the outside world, the Gu Immortal cannot leave the immortal aperture. Go to the outside world. Tai by Blessed Land itself was a top-grade blessed land with a vast area. It covered an area of more than 7 million acres. Time path resources were extremely abundant. A day in the outside world. This was the 33 heavens. Of course, after Tai by Blessed Land landed, it absorbed the heaven and earth chi of the outside world and established a connection with northern plains. The flow of time had slowed down. There were only 12 days left. Tai by Paradise had been managed well by Tai by Yunxing. There was no need to mention the float ball tea grass in the air or the flock of jade peak birds among the tea grass. In the sky there were already large patches of Chengkue clouds. Flowers grew in the clouds and sparrows soared. Tai by Yunxing had already started to establish the third economic pillar. His first source of income was landscape as before. It repaired blessed lands for Gu Immortals and restored the outside world of the 5 regions. This was Tai by Yunxing's biggest source of income. Not only could he increase his wealth, he could also expand his network. Basically, it could be compared to Fairy Li Shan's mountain pledge Gu. Tai by Yunxing's second source of income was float ball tea grass. Every season, Tai by Blessed Land would produce a large amount of float ball tea grass. These tea grass would be sold to Eastern Seas Market by Tai by Yunxing. With the help of Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon Immortal Zombie, Tai by Yunxing had already entered the market. But this business was very competitive, it had low profits but high turnover. Often, a season's profits could not even compare to the remuneration that Tai by Yunxing received from helping other Gu Immortals repair their immortal apertures. I intend to use Luck Path Mortal Gu as my third source of income. The sparrows have already migrated over 100,000 sparrows. The sparrows have parasites on them. Large numbers of Cloud Path Mortal Goo will be produced from these parasitic worms. But now it will depend on this earthly calamity. If it passes smoothly and increases the number of Cloud Path Dao marks in my blessed land, that would be the best. Tai by Yunxing stated his expectations to Fang Yuan. Precisely so, the resources in his blessed land were not moved out. It was to draw out the earthly calamity that was related to it, and after the earthly calamity Tai by blessed land would gain more Cloud Path Dao marks. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Earlier, when Fang Yuan underwent tribulation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he moved out all of his precious resources and welcomed the Blood Path Earthly Calamity, increasing the number of Blood Path Dao marks in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan did not move these resources away, the earthly calamity might change and form other earthly calamities. For example, Fire Path Dao marks that were beneficial to eerie fire dragon pythons, Wisdom Path Dao marks that were beneficial to regretful spiders, Water Path Dao marks that were more beneficial to dragonfish, and so on. If these Dao marks increased, it would be very beneficial to the related resources. But there were disadvantages to this. When an earthly calamity occurs, these precious resources would often suffer heavy losses. In other words, it was to lose current benefits in exchange for long-term gains. Of course, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities might not go as one wished. This was only a possibility. Fang Yuan might not have moved these resources away. It would still be the blood begonia earthly calamity. If that was the case, his losses would be huge. After all, this was heaven's will. It was impossible to fathom it. Right now, Tai Bai Yunxing did not move these resources away because he wanted to draw out the cloud path earthly calamity. Whether he could succeed or not, Fang Yuan had no confidence. He consoled, "In this tribulation I have already used the immortal killer move Time Aid Luck on you. Who knows, you might get what you want." Speaking of which, Time Aid Luck immortal killer move, during this period of time Fang Yuan had modified it slightly. Using the light of wisdom, he had modified it slightly. Right now, Fang Yuan was gradually experiencing the huge effect of wisdom gu. Even though he could only use the light of wisdom, just this point alone had a huge effect on his cultivation. Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly sensed something. His expression changed. The earthly calamity is here. The whole of Tai Bai Yunxing started to shake slightly. Large amounts of earth chi were moving, small amounts of heaven chi were falling down. A burst of profound light suddenly exploded. From the profound light came the call and prayers of countless people. "I wish my clan's feathermen to survive. I wish my clan's feathermen to have freedom. I wish my clan's feathermen to have heaven and earth." The profound light faded. In the western part of the blessed land, tens of thousands of feathermen appeared. What earthly calamity is this? At once, even Fang Yuan was in a daze. He had never seen such a strange earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunxing fell into deep thought. Where is this place? The featherman gu immortal Zhou Zhong quickly looked around with a vigilant expression. After using the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, a strong force moved all the feathermen in Sacred Feather City. They teleported out, leaving behind an empty Sacred Feather City. White Xianxia had great foresight. Without much effort, he successfully took over this immortal gu house. Looking at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing slowly flying over, the featherman gu immortal Zheng Ling's expression changed. "Oh no! This is a human gu immortal's immortal aperture blessed land. We have been treated as an earthly calamity and descended here." Zhou Zhong also had a shocked expression. "How can this be? Won't we still have to face gu immortal enemies? There are only 2 rank 6, and one of them is a bottom-tier immortal zombie. What are you afraid of?" Zheng Ling laughed loudly. "If we kill them, we can obtain this place. Heavenly Wish, although this place is inferior to the original Green Heaven Fragment world, it is enough for our clan to survive. But it is enough for our clan to survive." Zheng Ling said as he flew up. He was thousands of steps away from Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing when he pushed with his palms. Whoosh! Winds howled as a thick wind wall formed, pressing down on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. This was an immortal killer move. Zheng Ling was venting his anger. He could not get back at White Xianxia. He vented his anger on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Seeing the wind wall pressing down, Fang Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yunxing behind him as he snorted in disdain. "Petty tricks. Myriad self-first style, giant hand. Rumble." The strength path giant hand smashed through the wind wall, shattering it to pieces. Moreover, its momentum did not decrease as it continued to crush towards Zheng Ling. Zheng Ling and Zhou Zhong's expressions changed. They looked at Fang Yuan's giant hand like they had seen a ghost. What? A mere bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie actually has rank 7 battle strength. The 2 featherman gu immortals knew that they had met their match. Zheng Ling had a bitter expression on his face. If he was in his normal state, he would not be afraid of an opponent like Fang Yuan. But now, after the intense battle with White Xianxia and the rest, his battle strength had fallen greatly. Not to mention the rank 6 Zhou Zhong, his situation was even worse than his. "Wait, we can talk this out. I acted rashly earlier. I have offended you. Please forgive me." Zheng Ling shouted. "We have our difficulties. We had no choice but to enter your blessed land." He shouted for them to wait, but Fang Yuan moved even faster. Not just that, he even activated 5 strength path giant hands that he had comprehended and attacked. Chapter 873. The featherman gu immortal Zheng Ling's expression turned ugly. "Sir, do you think you have us under your thumb? Why must you be so overbearing? It is not easy for your immortal aperture to develop. Wouldn't it be a pity if all these resources are destroyed in battle? Are you threatening me?" Fang Yuan's bloodshot eyes shined with a fierce light. "Of course not, but I am speaking the truth, isn't that right?" Gu immortal Zhou Zhong said. Fang Yuan laughed loudly in his heart. If other gu immortals were threatened like this, they would have to be cautious. these two feather mangu immortals might really succeed. However, the person they encountered was Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng had immortal Gu landscape as before. It was the best way to deal with this threat. The two feather mangu immortals did not know about landscape as before, that was why they said this. According to Fang Yuan's intentions, he wanted to leave the two feather mangu immortals alive. But this was Tai Bai Blessed Land's tribulation, it was not Fang Yuan's decision. And Tai Bai Yunsheng was a good person, he had a kind and gentle nature. Thus, Fang Yuan did not speak, he looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. The two feather mangu immortals also looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng, waiting for his response. The mortal feather men looked at the sky with deep respect, looking at the four figures floating in the sky. Earlier, when Fang Yuan talked to the feathermen, they were loud, so these mortal feathermen could hear them. Tai Bai Yunsheng's decision would greatly affect the fate of these tens of thousands of feathermen. Some feathermen were already praying silently, some were gritting their teeth, some were groaning in pain. Yu Fei, who had just ascended to the featherman throne. He clenched his fists, staring at the sky with all his might. He was a commoner. He was not like the original Prince Danyu, he did not have much knowledge. This was the first time he was seeing Gu immortals. While he was shocked, he also felt a deep sense of helplessness. Tai Bai Yunsheng had been in deep thought ever since the feathermen appeared. The feathermen disaster Tai Bai Yunsheng did not expect. These intelligent beings could communicate with each other. If Tai Bai Yunsheng released these feathermen, then the earthly calamity would be over. If he did not let them go and fought in his immortal aperture, he might be able to recruit these feathermen. However, the risks and losses of the battle were difficult to estimate in a short time. No matter what he chose, it was a big decision. Just as Fang Yuan expected, Tai Bai Yunsheng was somewhat indecisive. At this moment he could not make up his mind. Seeing Fang Yuan looking at him, he also looked back, using his eyes to ask for Fang Yuan's opinion. Of course. Fang Yuan replied immediately. It was resolute and decisive. You have the immortal Gu landscape as before, you are not afraid of your immortal aperture being destroyed. The only thing that was lost was the sky full of float ball tea grass, sky chief clouds and other resources. If these resources are destroyed, immortal Gu landscape as before cannot be restored. But during this tribulation you did not move these resources out. You were prepared to suffer losses. Your main source of wealth is landscape as before, the gains from these resources are small, even if you lose them all, there is no harm in starting over. There are tens of thousands of these feathermen, they can all be trained as slaves. There are tens of thousands of these feathermen, they can all be trained as slaves. Feathermen have innate cloud path Dao marks. They are good at flying, the elites of the feathermen are almost all flying masters. But these two feather mangu immortals, they cannot be left alive. Even if they do not cultivate cloud path, killing them will give you a lot of cloud path Dao marks to add to your blessed land. Isn't this what you want? This was an extremely rare opportunity. The two feather mangu immortals were injured, they did not seem to have any way to escape. As long as Tai Bai Yunsheng did not open the entrance, these feathermen would be trapped. Once these two feather mangu immortals were killed, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai Bai Blessed Land. This was a very rare situation. The Gu immortals who died would leave behind their immortal apertures. To turn the immortal aperture into a blessed land, it would need to absorb heaven and earth qi. Like back then when Fang Yuan took away Star-Lord Wanxiang's corpse, he went deep into Earth Abyss and placed the blessed land there. But when the blessed land was placed, it absorbed a large amount of earth qi, a small amount of heaven qi was extracted, causing an intense earthquake in Earth Abyss. If the feather mangu immortals died in battle, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai Bai Blessed Land, they would need to absorb heaven and earth qi to turn it into a blessed land. But Tai Bai Blessed Land was different from the 5 regions, it was controlled by Tai Bai Yunsheng, heaven and earth qi could not be extracted easily. If the immortal aperture could not turn into a blessed land, what would happen? There were clear records in history that in such a situation, the immortal aperture would be destroyed, all the resources inside would be destroyed along with the immortal aperture. But the Dao marks inside the immortal aperture would remain, fusing into the outside world. The outside world here was Tai Bai Blessed Land. As mentioned earlier, Dao marks were extremely precious, the cost of obtaining them was extremely high. Even if Tai Bai Yunsheng destroyed the blessed land, if he could inherit all of the Dao marks of these two feather mangu immortals, this deal would definitely be profitable. Fang Yuan transmitted secretly before adding, "Old Bai, don't tell me you are soft-hearted and want to give up this fat piece of meat that is already in your mouth?" Tai Bai Yunsheng had a stern expression. He made up his mind and transmitted, "Don't worry. Variant human feathermen are not pure humans. Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Then let's fight and kill them. As for these Featherman captives, I will treat them well. After the discussion, he was about to make a move, but Fang Yuan transmitted secretly to stop him. Wait. This is a rare opportunity. How can we fight just like that? Let me test it out a little more. How could Tai Bai Yunxing not know Fang Yuan's cunning? He immediately said, then I will have to trouble you, Fang Yuan. The secret conversation between the two only lasted for a short period of time. Fang Yuan looked at the two Featherman Gu immortals, saying hypocritically, it is not impossible to let you go. But you have to keep these Feathermen mortals as our slaves. The Gu immortals of both sides did not conceal their conversation. Fang Yuan's words immediately caused a huge uproar among the tens of thousands of Feathermen on the ground. What? They actually want us to become their slaves? Losing my freedom is like losing my wings. No, even if I die, I will not become a slave of the human race. Don't be afraid, we also have Gu immortal ancestors. They definitely won't abandon us juniors. Impossible. The two Featherman Gu immortals' expressions changed as they denied it. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The mutant tribe. Purebred humans were usually more united. Dongfang Naganori harming his own tribesmen for his own gains was basically impossible among variant humans. Humans were the spirit of all living beings, they had the most intelligence and many thoughts. In contrast, variant humans had lower intelligence and pure thoughts, they did not have as many evil thoughts as humans. Of course, this was also related to the overall situation of the races. Currently, humans ruled over the 5 regions, they were the strongest. Variant humans had a hard time surviving, they were ostracized and suppressed by humans, there were few variant human tribes that could control precious resources. No matter which region there were variant human slaves for sale, there were huge markets for them. In the overall situation of the races, humans had the absolute advantage while variant humans were the weakest. They were the weakest group. If they wanted to survive, they needed to stick together and support each other to resist the external pressure. Thus, the other party's 2 Gu immortals were not willing to give up on the mortal Feathermen, they had a firm attitude. Fang Yuan had expected this. Moreover, he deeply understood the determination of these 2 immortals. Fang Yuan quickly transmitted. Tai Bai Yunxing showed an expression of anger as if he was offended. He repeated Fang Yuan's words, Humph? You group of Feathermen barged into my blessed land for no reason, this is an invasion. Not only did you invade, you attacked us and even threatened us, and now you want to leave? How can we let you off without paying a price? Of course, you can also bring these Feathermen to fight your way out. As long as you are strong enough, we will admit defeat. Otherwise, I will deal with you anytime. How could these 2 Featherman Gu immortals have such ability? If they did, why would they need to use words to negotiate with Fang Yuan? Even though they could still use the immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. But now, without the protection of Immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City, Heaven's Wish expended a lot of immortal essence and also needed a long time to activate. In this situation, they could not replicate their earlier feat of escaping. Seeing that Fang Yuan was not willing to give in, Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong had to emphasize the importance of immortal apertures to Gu Immortals. If they really fought now, it would not be good for either side. If the 2 of us were to avoid the battle and focus on attacking your blessed land, you would not be able to survive. At a certain point, the blessed land will be destroyed and the winds of assimilation will be triggered, it will not be easy to resolve the situation. Zhou Zhong said with an obvious threat. They did not know about landscape as before. With landscape as before, wherever the blessed land was destroyed, it could be repaired. It would not be destroyed to the point of triggering the winds of assimilation. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, Tai Bai Yunxing was furious. You dare to threaten me? Let's fight. What are you afraid of? Do you think I am a coward? I can deal with you anytime. He looked like he was old but young at heart, he had a fiery temperament and wanted to fight. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, showed an expression of holding back, but he still did not relent and wanted to negotiate. Seeing him like this, the 2 Featherman Gu immortals felt hope of leaving peacefully. After arguing for a long time, Zheng Ling finally gave in. He said that he could compensate Fang Yuan's side with a considerable amount of immortal Yuan stone. The 2 of them, Zhou Zhong was the good guy while Zheng Ling was the bad guy, they had a tacit understanding. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing rolled his eyes. How could this immortal Yuan stone compare to the value of tens of thousands of Feathermen? Fight, I can deal with them anytime. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's tacit understanding did not lose to the other 2. On the ground, the Feathermen were in a commotion. They were angry and helpless, this was the cruel world, the sorrow of the weak. Yu Fei shouted at the sky, "Enough! Even if we die, we will not become lowly slaves." This feeling of being discussed like livestock, of being used as a bargaining chip was truly terrible. Shut up. Do not provoke existences like Gu immortals for no reason. You are the new Featherman King, you need to consider the entire race. You are mocking Gu immortals like this, are you trying to drag our race into the abyss? Dan Yu scolded. Damn it, damn it. Yu Fei gritted his teeth, his fists were clenched so tightly that his veins were bulging, but he listened to Dan Yu's scolding and fell into silence. To Yu Fei the rise and fall of fate was too fast, it was too sudden. He who aspired to become the Featherman King, had already achieved his life's dream. But his grand and lofty goal was now like a speck of dust. Gu immortals were simply too strong for mortals. No matter how hot-blooded they were, no matter how much they fought, they could not surpass that gap in strength. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 874. Zheng Ling suggested compensating the immortal Yuan stone, but Tai Bai Yunxing rejected it, but Fang Yuan pretended to think. We want Featherman slaves, but you only want to compensate the immortal Yuan stone. This is an irreconcilable conflict. How about this? Let's take a step back and use strength to speak. Tai Bai Yunxing had a firm attitude, showing the appearance of a battle maniac. During the conversation, he had already shouted the slogan, "I will take care of you in minutes." If Shark Demon and the rest who knew Tai Bai Yunxing's character were here, they would definitely think that this Tai Bai Yunxing was an imposter. Zheng Ling and Zhou Zhong glanced at each other. The battle maniac Tai Bai Yunxing was not easy to talk to, but it seemed that the immortal zombie Fang Yuan had the upper hand. The two Featherman Gu immortals did not find this strange, because Fang Yuan had already displayed rank 7 battle strength earlier. The two secretly transmitted and discussed they felt, Fang Yuan was much easier to talk to than Tai Bai Yunxing, and was also more rational. He is an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture cannot produce immortal essence, he is even more careful. We need to make use of this mentality of his. But it seems that this blessed land belongs to that damned old man. This old man is not young, he has a bad temper. It seems that his battle strength cannot be underestimated, we need to be careful. Forget it, the current situation is better than him, let's listen to this immortal zombie's suggestion. The two Featherman Gu immortals analyzed seriously, they even seemed to have a clear and logical explanation. But they were completely unaware that they had walked into Fang Yuan's meticulous trap. Please speak. After the discussion, Zhou Zhong said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued, the world of Gu immortals is all about benefits. Strength speaks. Let's do 10 duels. If we win, please give us 10% of the Feathermen. If we lose the bet, then we can only accept the sum of immortal Yuan stone as compensation. Zhou Zhong was unwilling and shouted, no matter who wins or loses, you're both at an advantage. Fang Yuan smiled faintly but did not respond. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately shouted, what's with the noise? If he wasn't willing, he could just beat him up. This old man's fists are itching right now. I'll take care of you in a minute. If you dare to attack my immortal aperture, I will slaughter these mortal Feathermen first. At most we'll just break up. Who's afraid of who? He looked like a reckless and warlike fool. Zhou Zhong and Zheng Ling turned a deaf ear to him, looking like they didn't want to argue with him. The two of them began to communicate telepathically again. They began to discuss. Fang Yuan put pressure on him at the right time. If you don't agree to this condition, then we can only go to war. These words caused the hearts of the two Featherman immortals to skip a beat. The two of them were well aware of the current situation. Sacrifices were unavoidable. The most sensible response now was to minimize the losses as much as possible. Eventually Zheng Ling nodded and agreed to the bet. But there was a prerequisite, they had to use the information path immortal killer move they had, which was equivalent to Mountain Pledge Gu. They had to set an agreement to bind both sides. Regardless of the result, after 10 duels, Fang Yuan's side could no longer make things difficult for the Feathermen. No matter what, they had to open the door and let everyone leave safely without any form of obstruction. The Feathermen actually had such an information path killer move. The depth of their foundation was truly out of Fang Yuan's expectations. First, Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong went up for the first duel. On Fang Yuan's side, Tai Bai Yunxing was sent to fight, the latter was full of fighting spirit. He had an excited and bloodthirsty expression as he shouted, come, I'll take care of you in a minute. Zhou Zhong was truly intimidated by this attitude. He was a variant human after all, his intelligence was inferior to humans. Most importantly, Zhou Zhong had misgivings, he did not want to sacrifice his tribesmen. He did not want any of the Feathermen to lose their freedom and become the slaves of humans. Thus he chose the thing he was most proficient in, the duel. What, you only want to compete in flying speed? Tai Bai Yunxing was surprised. According to the agreement, we will decide what the duel is. Are you going to renege on it? Humph, I'll do as you say. Tai Bai Yunxing was very annoyed. This duel had no suspense at all. Tai Bai Yunxing only had a mortal killer move for flying. But the other party not only had wings, he also had an immortal killer move that focused on movement. After witnessing such a result, the feathermen on the ground cheered enthusiastically. After all, this concerned their fate, freedom or enslavement. They were naturally very anxious about the outcome of each duel. Here's an immortal yuan stone. Zhou Zhong laughed loudly. He threw over a dozen immortal yuan stone to Tai Bai Yunxing in high spirits. Tai Bai Yunxing received it with a gloomy expression, but internally he was very impressed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is really good at scheming. The other party clearly paid the immortal yuan stone, but he is so happy as if he gained a huge advantage. I am inferior. In the first duel, Fang Yuan's side lost. In the second duel, Fang Yuan went up. In view of Fang Yuan's rank 7 battle strength, the two Featherman Gu Immortals did not dare to be careless. They sent the stronger Gu Immortal Zheng Ling to fight. Fang Yuan suggested, let's compete in speed as well. Zheng Ling's expression froze, but he nodded in agreement. In this duel, Fang Yuan quickly lost. Zheng Ling also had an immortal killer move. His speed was twice as fast as Zhou Zhong's. And Fang Yuan had 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. They were all desolate beast wings. But in this duel he did not activate Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu. He had no hope of winning. Third duel, fourth duel, fifth duel. In duels after duels, Fang Yuan's side lost continuously, while the two Featherman Gu Immortals won continuously. The duel was one-sided. Fang Yuan's and Tai Bai Yunxing's expressions became more unsightly. The two Featherman Gu Immortals, on the other hand, were becoming more confident. They had gradually realized that the two opposite them were all bark and no bite. They were mostly bluffing. Like the immortal zombie Fang Yuan, he was only at rank 7 in terms of offense. He only relied on mortal killer moves and his immortal zombie body for defense. He had recovery and healing methods, but it was limited to the immortal zombie body's recovery ability. He did not have immortal killer moves for movement, investigation and so on. And Tai Bai Yunxing was arrogant. He was very arrogant. But his actual battle strength was too horrible to look at. They both used mortal killer moves. The two Featherman Gu Immortals. They felt like they had been deceived. So these two are so useless. If I had known earlier, we would have fought directly. Humans have always been the best at scheming. We have already used information path immortal killer moves to restrict our movements. We can only leave this place and cannot attack anymore. Think about it, we were also frightened by that group of human Gu Immortal invaders earlier. With our sacred Feather City's foundation, we can surpass most human Gu Immortals. The two people in front of him should be considered as outstanding. They are still not our match. Just like this, the two Featherman Gu Immortals won 9 duels in a row. There was only 1 duel left. Regardless of the result of this duel, after it ended, Fang Yuan's side would not be able to stop these Feathermen due to the agreement. They could only let them leave safely. On the ground, cheers of victory could already be heard. The new generation Featherman King Yu Fei had a much better expression. His eyes were shining brightly. Looking at the two Featherman Gu Immortals, another grand goal appeared in his mind. I have decided. Only by becoming a Gu Immortal can I be considered a true man. I must become a Gu Immortal, even if I do not become a Featherman King. I must become a Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan took a step forward, his voice turning cold. This is the final duel, all 4 of us will participate. Let's have a battle of offense and defense. I will attack, you defend, then I will attack. The other can only use healing methods. If either side cannot persevere, it will be considered a loss. Zheng Ling and Zhou Zhong looked at each other. They both frowned, realizing that something was amiss. Fang Yuan had designed the duel rules like this. He was clearly trying to make use of all their advantages. But Zheng Ling and Zhou Zhong were restricted by the agreement. They could not directly object to this duel, they could only accept it. This way, this will be the most difficult duel among the 10 duels. This is the final duel. After we win, we can protect all the Feathermen and leave safely. The two Featherman Gu Immortals transmitted to each other before agreeing to the duel. Sir, please make your move. Zheng Ling also took a step forward, saying. Fang Yuan did not speak. He was 1,000 steps away from Zheng Ling. He stretched out his hand towards the other party. Rumble. A strength path giant hand tore through the air, grabbing towards Zheng Ling ruthlessly. Zheng Ling suppressed his intention to dodge. He gritted his teeth and activated a defensive killer move. A layer of phantom light armor shone around him. The armor was lifelike. It blocked the strength path giant hand. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He had seen this phantom light armor in the fourth duel. It was a light path immortal defensive method. He blocked it. Zhou Zhong shouted happily, "Next it is time for us to attack." Fang Yuan snickered. "Sir, you are coming to a conclusion so quickly, isn't it a bit too early? My attack is not explosive power, it is endurance. My attack is not over yet." "No matter. Sir, go ahead and attack," Zheng Ling said solemnly. In the previous duel, Fang Yuan had also attacked. Zheng Ling felt that this myriad self-giant hand could completely block it. But at the next moment, when Fang Yuan revealed a sinister smile, Zheng Ling's expression changed. It turned out that Fang Yuan had been concealing his strength earlier, only activating one core immortal goo. But this time he activated all of his core immortal goo. The strength path giant hand crushed the light path defensive method until it gave off a creaking sound. "Oh no. If this goes on, Lord Zheng Ling will be crushed into minced meat." Zhou Zhong was shocked. "Zheng Ling, have you considered it? My giant hand only has offensive power, it cannot restrict your movement. But if you break out now, you will be violating our agreement. This way you will be the first to violate the agreement. The duel earlier will not count." Fang Yuan snorted coldly. "Damn it. I will fight it out with you." Zheng Ling shouted furiously, activating his defensive killer move again. It was also an immortal killer move. Two immortal killer moves stacked together, blocking the strength path giant hand. This way both sides were in a deadlock. Alright, he is just a rank 6 immortal zombie, how can he match Lord Zheng Ling in a battle of attrition? Zhou Zhong relaxed instead. But a moment later, Fang Yuan still had plenty of strength left. While Zheng Ling's expression became more anxious, he was showing signs of not being able to hold on. "Oh no. The other party must have turned the immortal Yuan stone into immortal essence and is using it. On the other hand, because of the intense battle, we have expended a lot of our foundation. Thus, we are the first to be unable to hold on." Thinking of this, Zhou Zhong felt indescribable anger and gloominess in his heart. At the same time he was panicking. What should I do now? If I want to help, I can only use healing methods. Otherwise, I will be violating the rules of the duel, all of the duels will not count. He was clearly here, right in front of him, but Zhou Zhong felt helpless. The mental trap that Fang Yuan meticulously created had already trapped him deeply. Sometimes, your past achievements were obstacles that prevented you from achieving greater achievements. Win one round and you would win everything. Save all of the feathermen and bring them away safely. Just one more round, just one more round. If they violated the rules of the duel, all of it would not count. These thoughts made Zheng Ling choose to resist, while Zhou Zhong was sweating nervously, but he did not do anything. "It's over." Fang Yuan laughed loudly. 7 other strength path giant hands flew out. The strength path giant hands smashed towards the feathermen on the ground with a crushing force. "What are you doing?" Zhou Zhong shouted angrily. He was like a furious dragon. "Don't fall for it, he wants to lure you to attack and break the rules first. The other party must be at the end of his rope, persevere." Zheng Ling shouted. Zhou Zhong was stunned, his gaze towards Fang Yuan completely changed. Don't immortal zombies have rigid thinking? Why is this one so insidious? While he was in a daze, Fang Yuan got close to Zheng Ling and opened his mouth to spit. Immortal killer move, poison breath. This was a modified version of harboring malicious heart using woman's heart immortal goo as the core. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had kept it hidden for a long time. This was the first time he used it. Zheng Ling was caught off guard. He was poisoned by this attack. He naturally had a method to detoxify the poison, but at this moment his attention was focused on the battle, his reaction was slow. When it was time to detoxify the poison, he was already deeply poisoned. The difference between life and death was often this thin line. Despicable. Zheng Ling stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. These were his final words. With a loud sound, he could not hold on any longer. He was crushed into a lump of flesh by the strength path giant hands. "Lord Zheng Ling." Zhou Zhong shouted furiously. Everything happened too quickly. Even if Zhou Zhong reacted now, it was too late. He did not have an immortal goo-like man as before. Fang Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand towards Zhou Zhong. "You can't defend, attack or dodge. Don't forget, according to the rules of this duel, you can only use healing methods." Fang Yuan shouted. Zhou Zhong heard this and his eyeballs almost popped out. He was so angry he almost spat out blood. How could he fight? If he retaliated, dodged, or defended, it would all be against the rules, all duels would be invalid. On his side, Zheng Ling, who was in charge of attacking and defending, was already dead. He could only use healing methods. But the strength path giant hand would definitely kill him on the spot. Even if he had healing methods, they could not be used. Even if Fang Yuan could not kill him, he could heal himself, but he could not retaliate. That would be against the rules. Fang Yuan's side was definitely going to win. This was too much of a bully. At this moment, seeing Zhou Zhong's dazed expression, even Tai Bai Yunxing felt some sympathy and pity. Chapter 875. At the crucial moment of life and death, the only remaining Featherman Gu immortal, Zhou Zhong, suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. He thought of the most direct method to change the situation. "I admit defeat," he shouted. Fang Yuan's attack stopped abruptly. Zhou Zhong breathed roughly. In just a short while he was already sweating profusely. The tens of thousands of feathermen on the ground finally reacted. They gasped in shock. In just a few blinks of an eye, the Featherman's rank 7 Gu immortal died. Zhou Zhong had no choice but to admit defeat. Fang Yuan's meticulous plan was exposed. The Feathermen had to pay a huge price. It could be said that they had suffered a great loss. This was completely different from the previous 9 duels. It was like heaven and earth. Thus, the Feathermen could not be blamed for being shocked. Zhou Zhong's expression was pale. He had some lingering fear in his heart. He repeated, "I admit defeat. According to the agreement, the 10 duels are over. We need to leave this place." He looked at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing with unconcealable hatred and anger in his gaze. The other party killed the Featherman Gu immortal Zheng Ling, but Zhou Zhong was not strong enough now. He could not take revenge. How could he take revenge? If Zheng Ling was still alive, he could join forces with Zhou Zhong and suppress Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. This was the truth. Zheng Ling and Zhou Zhong's foundation was extremely deep. It was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. They might not have many immortal Gu, but they had already deduced and designed many immortal killer moves. These immortal killer moves covered attack, defense, advance and retreat, healing, investigation and other aspects. They had no shortcomings in any aspect. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing mostly used mortal killer moves. If they really fought intensely, they would be suppressed in all aspects. It would be hard to even gain the upper hand. Of course, this was Tai Bai blessed land. Fang Yuan's side had the geographical advantage. But don't forget, the blessed land could not contain immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. Thus, Zhou Zhong could only suppress his anger. He also suppressed his desire to take revenge. He decided not to bicker with Fang Yuan's group. The most important thing now was to escape this place and find a new place to live. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing could not stop his request. The reason was simple. It was the information path immortal killer move earlier. Once Fang Yuan's side did something that went against the agreement, they would suffer an intense backlash. They would die on the spot. Fang Yuan was not like Fairy Li Shan. He did not have the time path killer move, Kai. Thus he could not violate this agreement. In fact, Zhou Zhong was very vigilant, hoping that Fang Yuan would violate the agreement. This way, once the enemy was dead, this blessed land would fall into the hands of the Feathermen. As for Tai Bai Land's spirit recognizing him as its master, that was a matter for another time. Of course, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing could not make a move. They could not summon outsiders like He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan either. Even though the Feathermen did not have as much spirituality as humans. But such a simple loophole could not exist. Once Fang Yuan summoned outside help, he would be violating the agreement. He would die on the spot. Indeed. The 10 duels have already ended. According to the previous agreement, we need to open the doors and let the remaining Feathermen leave safely. Fang Yuan nodded. He said to Zhou Zhong, "Don't worry. We will not go back on our words." "That's good." Zhou Zhong let out a breath of air. He was satisfied with Fang Yuan's promise. He still felt a sense of regret. But Fang Yuan's words suddenly changed. "But what?" Zhou Zhong looked at him nervously. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. "We won the 10th duel, so according to the agreement, we have to choose a slave from the Feathermen on the ground before letting the remaining Feathermen leave." Zhou Zhong sighed. He looked at the Feathermen on the ground. His heart was in a mess, his fingers digging into his flesh. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing lowered their altitude and began to choose a slave from the Feathermen. The Feathermen were in a panic. They were afraid that they would be chosen. "All of you stay where you are and don't move. Let me choose properly." Fang Yuan deliberately shouted loudly. The Feathermen became even more panicked. They were like a flock of weak chicks meeting the gaze of an eagle. "Yes, this girl is not bad." Fang Yuan pretended to consider. He hooked his finger. A young girl among the feathermen was immediately restrained by a formless power. She could not move and flew to Fang Yuan's side. "No, I don't want to." The young featherman girl's beautiful eyes were filled with tears of helplessness. "Let go of my fiancé." A featherman young man shouted. The surrounding feathermen could not stop him in time and were sent flying. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He snorted lightly, courting death. He did not seem to move, but that featherman young man was only a rank 2 Gu master. He had just flown into the air when he suddenly stopped, his expression twisted and his whole body twitched. Soon after he fell to the ground. Even though the surrounding feathermen caught him, his blood was boiling, blood was spurting out of his 7 orifices, he was about to die. "What are you doing?" Zhou Zhong was furious. He landed on the ground and pressed on the featherman young man's chest, personally healing him. The featherman young man was hit by Fang Yuan's blood path method. His blood was boiling and spurting out. But with Zhou Zhong's suppression, Fang Yuan's attack was dispelled. The featherman young man's life was saved. Zhou Zhong raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was dark. "Sir, attacking Immortal is against the demeanor of a Gu Immortal. I remember that in the agreement, you are not allowed to kill our feathermen as you wish." Fang Yuan shrugged. "Gu Immortals need to have a demeanor, but their dignity cannot be violated. I did not violate the agreement. He was the one who tried to attack me first. Our previous agreement had already been made clear. If any mortal feathermen were to attack us, they would be executed. Isn't that right?" Zhou Zhong could not answer. In terms of playing with rules, Fang Yuan was much better than him. Fang Yuan laughed. "Don't worry, I will not violate the rules." Zhou Zhong gritted his teeth, his eyes were about to spit fire. "Then I will choose you as my next slave, Zhou Zhong." Suddenly Fang Yuan pointed at Zhou Zhong, showing a devious smile on his face. "Wah what?" At this moment, Zhou Zhong thought he was hallucinating. A Gu Immortal was actually going to be a slave? How could this be? Zhou Zhong looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. He wondered if the other party had gone crazy. Fang Yuan smiled. "Did you forget?" "Zhou Zhong. Our agreement was that as long as we win the duel, we can choose a portion of these feathermen on the ground to be our slaves." Fang Yuan emphasized the words "on the ground." Zhou Zhong was like a bolt from the blue. He was stunned on the spot, not moving at all. The surrounding feathermen were no longer panicking and dodging. Instead, they stood on the spot like stone statues, staring at their Gu Immortal's feet. Zhou Zhong's feet were on the ground. At this moment, Zhou Zhong's expression was very interesting. He was as pale as paper at one moment, ashen at the next. His wings subconsciously flapped slightly, his legs were also slightly raised. It was as if the ground was boiling lava, burning his feet. "Oh oh oh." Fang Yuan laughed strangely, his red eyes shining with a crafty light. "From the moment you stepped on the ground, you were my slave. Zhou Zhong, even if you fly now, it is too late." Zhou Zhong shouted at Fang Yuan, "This is a trap. This is a devious scheme." Fang Yuan laughed loudly, showing a shameless expression as if he was proud of this. "That's right, this is a trap, a devious scheme. Unfortunately you fell for it." Beside him, Tai Bai Yunxing sighed deeply. "The two of you can only blame yourselves. You subconsciously neglected yourselves. Indeed, a Gu Immortal's dignity cannot be violated. There are few examples of Gu Immortal slaves in history. When we set the agreement, the two of you were in the sky, looking down on the ground. You did not realize this was a trap. Of course, if you realized it and did not land on the ground, we would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you felt guilty and wanted to sacrifice a portion of the feathermen as slaves, in exchange for your freedom and that of the other feathermen." Cough cough. Fang Yuan coughed. "Old Bai, even if he did not land on the ground, I still have a way to deal with him. Let's slowly choose the slaves for a year and a half. We can directly drag the feathermen down. The feathermen need food to survive, but Tai Bai blessed land is yours. Because of the agreement they cannot harm the blessed land. As long as we do not finish choosing the slaves, they will be prisoners in the blessed land." This time, even Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan with slight shock. Zhou Zhong's mouth was wide open. At this moment, he felt that he was too foolish and naive. Chapter 876. The whole place was deathly silent. Immense sorrow, fear and confusion shrouded the hearts of all the feathermen. Zhou Zhong was the only remaining Gu Immortal among the feathermen. If even he was no longer around and became a human slave, then how could the remaining feathermen survive? In the current 5 regions, the entire world basically belonged to the human race. The living space left for variant humans was very small, and it would only get smaller and smaller. Zhou Zhong's mouth that was wide open from shock gradually closed. He looked at Fang Yuan like he was looking at a monster, asking, "Your immortal zombie appearance is fake, right? How can an immortal zombie be so scheming?" Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He did not expect Zhou Zhong to suddenly calm down. Fang Yuan immediately felt something amiss. Tai Bai Yunxing, who was beside him, said pitifully, "Give up, Zhou Zhong. Although you have become a slave, I promise you that I will not mistreat you, and I will not restrict your freedom normally. I will only ask you to work at crucial moments. These feather men behind you will live in my blessed land from now on. Don't worry, I will not be harsh on them or mistreat them. I will give them a corresponding reward for every job they do." Tai Bai Yunxing finished speaking and sighed deeply. His good-natured nature was showing. But Zhou Zhong slightly shook his head 3 times. Fang Yuan's smile disappeared, his expression turned solemn. Next, he saw Immortal Zhou Zhong suddenly turn around, facing the large group of feathermen behind him. He bowed deeply. "Everyone." Zhou Zhong's tone was very calm, but it revealed a sense of determination. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in everyone's ears. He said, "I am sorry everyone, in this world there is only Immortal Zhou Zhong, only Featherman Zhou Zhong. There will never be a slave Zhou Zhong. I am truly ashamed, I am the only one left, but I cannot protect everyone. Everyone goodbye." Saying so, he suddenly spread his wings. Featherman's wings were not as wide as eagle wings, nor as thick as eagle wings. She looked thin and weak. "Zhou Zhong, why are you doing this? Stop." Tai Bai Yunxing turned pale with fright and tried to stop him. But how could he stop a immortal from seeking death? Zhou Zhong flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He rushed into the sky and shouted, "I'm Zhou Zhong. Feathermen. I won't be a slave." At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. He had violated the agreement. Stepping on the ground, he was successfully plotted against by Fang Yuan and became a slave of Fang Yuan's side. However, Zhou Zhong was unwilling and took the initiative to disobey. The information path Immortal Killer move on his body activated, an intense backlash that could not be resisted assaulted Zhou Zhong's body. Zhou Zhong flew slower and slower. The more he flapped his wings, the harder it was for him to fly. At this moment he was flying in the air like an old man with one foot in the grave. His legs were unsteady, but it was as if he was climbing a steep mountain. His entire body quickly crystallized, and soon his entire body turned into a transparent glass crystal. His wings also turned into a crystal-like substance. They could no longer flap. However, his eyes were still looking up at the sky. He did not even look at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. He showed endless courage and determination. Next he started to fall slowly. He fell to the ground. During the process of falling, his entire body started to disintegrate. First it was his head. Then his chest, his wings, his abdomen, and finally his legs. Before he fell to the ground, his entire body turned into shattered glass and crystal shards. Tai Bai Blessed Land had no wind. These crystal shards seemed to be floating in the wind. They became smaller and smaller as they floated, gradually dissipating in the air. "Zhou Zhong." Tai Bai Yunxing muttered, his eyes dazed. As expected, this guy. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. He did not ask Tai Bai Yunxing to revive Zhou Zhong. A slave who did not fear death and did not want to be a slave had no value at all. Moreover, Zhou Zhong was a immortal, reviving him would cost a lot of immortal essence. Even if he revived, his immortal goo would be gone, and his immortal aperture Tai Bai Yunxing would not be able to annex it. It would be better to let him die like this. The immortal aperture could not absorb heaven and earth chi to form a fixed blessed land, it could only be destroyed. After it was destroyed, all of the Tao marks on Zhou Zhong's immortal aperture would be added to Tai Bai Blessed Land. Zhou Zhong's death made all of the feathermen fall into silence. The silence only lasted for a moment, when the new featherman King Yu Fei suddenly shouted, "I, Yu Fei, do not want to be a slave. Everyone, can't you see it? These 2 human immortals are demons. They have already planned to capture us all. They will not let us go. You can choose a new featherman king. I will go with old ancestor Zhou Zhong first. I will go first." As he spoke, he was ready to be executed. "King." The feathermen erupted, shouting furiously, their voices shaking the surroundings. "That's right, in this world there are no feathermen who are slaves, there are only free feathermen. Even if I die, I will be free. When a heart of confidence beats, there will never be a featherman slave. Take our corpses and make them slaves." The feathermen were either shouting, howling, muttering, or mocking. Zhou Zhong and Yu Fei's actions influenced the feathermen. At this moment, they all chose to commit suicide. "Oh no, why are we not stopping them? A group of mortals, Tai Bai Yunxing, quickly make a move, use man as before Immortal Gu, we cannot afford to lose this fortune. I will make sure they cannot die even if they want to. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. But Tai Bai Yunxing did not make a move. Tai Bai Yunxing, what are you doing? Fang Yuan turned around and was inwardly shocked. Tai Bai Yunxing had a conflicted expression. He said to Fang Yuan with difficulty, Fang Yuan, there are two voices in my mind. One voice is telling me to be rational, I should turn these feather men into slaves. But the other louder voice is telling me to give up. These feather men are true feather men, they cannot be humiliated, even sympathy is an insult to them. Saying so, Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes started to tear up. Damn it. A dark light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. It was so subtle that no one could detect it. If these feather men were turned into slaves, it would be of great help to Fang Yuan's Western Desert plan. But at the crucial moment Tai Bai Yunxing actually gave in. Fang Yuan could not help but shout in his mind, this bastard is not worth my consideration. Next he stretched out a monstrous arm and grabbed Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder. The words were stuck in his mouth. But it was something else. Forget it, old Bai, you are right. These feathermen are the real feathermen in U003CU003. See the Legends of Renzi 003U003E. Don't hesitate anymore, let them die for freedom. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression immediately relaxed. He looked at the immortal zombie in front of him gratefully, but also said with some shame, it was hard for you to think of this plan, but in the end, because of me, Fang Yuan interrupted him, don't say any more. Everyone has their own beliefs. Even though I do not agree, I understand. As for you, Tai Bai Yunxing, I will also support you. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing choked, tears were about to fall. Fang Yuan said solemnly, do you know why these two Featherman Gu immortals fell for it? Ihi, do you remember the wisdom path inheritance I obtained from Dongfang Naganori? You are saying? Tai Bai Yunxing was stunned. Fang Yuan sighed, a wisdom path method. It is truly impossible to guard against. Thankfully, there are very few wisdom path Gu immortals in this world. I already have a complete wisdom path inheritance now, I have to guard against such methods. Old Bai, you passed the earthly calamity. But please wait for a while, don't rush to Eastern Sea. I need to plant several wisdom path methods on you to deal with other wisdom path Gu immortals. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and was very moved. He bowed to Fang Yuan, thank you for your trouble. Ah, we are a family. There is no need to thank me. Fang Yuan waved his hand, he did not mind. He looked at the ground again. In just a short while, all the feathermen on the ground had killed themselves. Not a single one of them was trying to survive. A trace of emotion flashed past Fang Yuan's face. The feathermen seeking death made him think of a person deep in his memories. More accurately speaking, he was also a featherman. When Fang Yuan was still a mortal Gu master, as an assassin, he had tried to assassinate Fang Yuan many times. The one who understands you better than your friends is often your enemy. Fang Yuan remembered that in a difficult battle, he discovered the secret of this powerful assassin who had repeatedly tried to assassinate him. He was not a pure human, he was a featherman. You are a featherman? Your wings were cut off? How sad. Fang Yuan used words to attack him. I cut off this pair of wings myself. The featherman assassin laughed evilly. Do you know why? Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Why? Ah, because the Featherman village's elder always praised me, saying that I was a rare Featherman genius, the future pillar of the Featherman village, and that I was a flying quasi-grandmaster. It was so annoying. The elder always told me that I was a Featherman, I belonged to the village. I wanted to leave the village and see the world, but not only did he stop me, all the Feathermen in the village stopped me. I knew they were afraid that I would go out and reveal the location of this village, attracting the human slave hunting team. So one day I couldn't take it anymore and cut off my own wings. Then on the same day I killed all the Feathermen in the village. Saying this Featherman assassin revealed a proud expression. His voice carried a slight smile. What? Fang Yuan was shocked. The Featherman assassin shrugged indifferently. You have also seen the legends of Renzu, the Feathermen all worship freedom. My heart for freedom is probably more than 10 times stronger than normal Feathermen. My identity as a Featherman restricted me, so I cut off my wings. In the village where I grew up, the villagers restricted me, so I killed them. Because in this world, no one can restrict my freedom. Fang Yuan's expression darkened, his heart filled with alertness. At that time he had not entered the demonic path, thus he cursed, You lunatic! Ah! The Featherman assassin laughed loudly, Thank you for the compliment. After that he said, Actually, you and I are the same type of people. Who the hell is the same type of people as you? Fang Yuan's young face revealed a furious expression. He roared and charged forward fiercely. Chapter 877. The legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu was walking on his own path of life. After parting with the leader of the hairy men, he met the feather men in green heaven. Renzu saw these feather men and was very happy. Because the feather men had wings on their backs, they could understand Renzu's words and could communicate with him. Renzu requested the feathermen, "Oh feathermen, please help me. My daughter is in the ordinary abyss, she cannot come out. Please fly down and bring my daughter out, let us father and daughter reunite." The feathermen laughed loudly, "Oh human, how can you order us around? We feathermen are the most free life forms in this world, no one can order us around or restrain us. You want us to listen to your request and do as you wish, that is impossible." No matter how Renzu persuaded or begged them, the feathermen only cared about flying and enjoyed their freedom. Renzu's mouth was dry from talking, but the feathermen only treated him as a clown. They laughed at Renzu and laughed at him. "Look, this is such a pitiful person. Even if he is the most intelligent life form in the world, so what? WWW star. He has no wings, he can only walk, it is so sad. Thankfully I am not a human, I am a featherman. Look, I am flying so nimbly." In Renzu's lonely heart, Self-Gu heard these words and got angrier. Finally it could not hold it in and jumped out. "All of you come down." Self-Gu showed its might. In an instant, all the feathermen were captured alive from the sky. Renzu saw this scene. He could not help but be shocked. "Self-Gu, how did you become so powerful?" Self-Gu said proudly, "That is natural. I took a bite of strength Gu, I have my own strength now, I am very powerful. Moreover, using this strength does not require any price. O human, you need to know, only your own strength is the most reliable. Freedom without power is all fake." The feathermen were captured alive and could no longer fly. He was pinned to the ground, unable to move. The feathermen were so angry that they started scolding Renzu and Self-Gu. Renzu sighed, "Feathermen, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive my rudeness. I just want you to save my daughter. When we are reunited, I will definitely reward you." "This is impossible. We feathermen have the most freedom. Even if we lose our freedom physically, our minds are still free." "Not bad, not bad. Cruel person, you can't force your will on any featherman." The feathermen were all shouting and shouting, they had no intention of compromising at all. Renzu persuaded him for 3 days and 3 nights to no avail. Helpless, he could only release these feathermen once again. Self-Gu said indignantly, "Human, why did you let them go so easily? Don't you want to save your 4th daughter?" Renzu replied confidently, "I can already see that we cannot use force against these feathermen. After interacting with the feathermen for the past few days, I have already discovered that although these feathermen are free, they do not have a nest to shelter from the wind and rain. They do not have enough food to fill their stomachs. If we want them to help, we have to get them to do it voluntarily." Thus, Renzu stayed near the feathermen. He built a house and relied on Self-Gu every day. He gathered a lot of wild fruits and killed a lot of beast meat. The feathermen soon discovered the safety and warmth of the house. Especially in the stormy weather, the feathermen could only hide in the bushes, shiver in the cold, and endure the hunger. But Renzu stayed in the house, enjoying the warmth of the fireplace and the sumptuous food. On a cold, snowy night, some feathermen quietly ran under the roof of Renzu's house. While hiding from the wind and snow, they greedily absorbed the warmth that leaked out from the cracks of the door. Renzu put on attitude Gu and opened the door. Using a very warm attitude, he invited these feathermen into the house to share the warmth and food with him. As this happened many times, more and more feathermen came to Renzu's house. Renzu was very hospitable, he entertained the feathermen every day, even giving the seat closest to the fireplace to the feathermen. No matter how much food the feathermen ate, he let them eat as they pleased. The feathermen gradually got used to this life. Finally, one day Renzu saw that the time was right, he took off attitude Gu and showed a cold expression. He closed the door of the house and kept all the food, no longer providing them to the feathermen for free. The feathermen were caught off guard, they panicked. They were already used to the safety and warmth of the house, they were used to having ample food, they rarely flew into the sky, and even less often went out to hunt. They also had very little food stored up. Many feathermen were so fat that they could not fly anymore. Renzu did this, the feathermen could not do anything to him. They could not defeat Renzu who had Self-Gu. Soon the feathermen faced the fate of starving to death or freezing to death. A few days later many feathermen died. Renzu waited for a long time, but the Feathermen did not take the initiative to compromise. He was very anxious. Finally, more than half of the Feathermen died. Renzu had no choice but to mention this. "Oh Feathermen, as long as you flap your wings and fly down to ordinary abyss to save my daughter, I will give you ample food and a warm house." But the remaining Feathermen all shook their heads and refused. Eventually they all died. Many small insects flew out of these Feathermen's corpses. They were like tiny specks of light that flickered with all sorts of colors. Renzu stretched out his hand to catch them, but he could not do so. "It is useless." Cognition Gu told him at this moment, "Wild freedom Gu cannot be caught. These Feathermen have been chasing freedom since birth, but unfortunately they can only obtain freedom and freedom after death." Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Palace. Fang Yuan slowly pulled back his monstrous claw. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling's soul. It was extremely weak, floating in the air like mud. Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. Because he violated the agreement, his body and soul were destroyed. As for Zhengling, who died first. Instead, because he was only hit by Fang Yuan's poison path and strength path killer moves, his body was destroyed, but his soul was preserved. His soul was secretly kept into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture on the spot. Since ancient times, soul path, wisdom path and enslavement path were closely related. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, his attainment in soul path and enslavement path had increased greatly. Especially when Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to modify the immortal killer move myriad self time and time again. Not only did he gain several core immortal Gu, he also gained many soul path mortal Gu. When used together, after the strength path giant hand killed the enemy, the heavily injured soul would be captured by Fang Yuan. If others were not paying attention, they would think that the soul was also destroyed by Fang Yuan. But in fact, Fang Yuan had secretly captured the soul. This was something that even Tai Bai Yunxing did not notice. Because he did not have an investigative immortal killer move. Fang Yuan also did not tell him. The value of a Gu Immortal's soul was much higher than a Gu Immortal's will or Immortal's soul. Fang Yuan had just finished his first soul search. In this soul search, he learned of the origin of these Feathermen. They are from Western Desert's Featherman tribe. They have lived in a fragment world of green heaven for generations. No wonder they have such an ancient style. Even if they commit suicide, they will not lower their heads and become slaves. But they live in a paradise with abundant resources. They are a single race with no strong enemies, but these Feathermen's minds are corroded. Wuxia Shadow. Who is he? He can actually gather so many people. He attacked Sacred Feather City. And his methods are so powerful that it is beyond imagination. He can actually restrict an immortal Gu house. The Feathermen can only escape pathetically. Fang Yuan searched his memories but could not find any information about Wuxia Shadow. In the end, Fang Yuan could only sigh. Western Desert is also filled with hidden experts. In conclusion, this tribulation in Tai Bai Blessed Land had huge gains. Tai Bai Yunxing obtained the lifetime Dao marks of 2 Featherman Gu Immortals, one rank 6 and one rank 7. He could be said to be the biggest winner. Fang Yuan's gains were also not small. These Feathermen had a huge origin. They also had Sacred Feather City. If one were to trace their origins back to the early late antiquity era, the era of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As the leader of Sacred Feather City, the rank 7 Gu Immortal Zhengling had a lot of secrets, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu recipes and so on. There was a high possibility of a complete Gu Immortal inheritance. The fragment world of Green Heaven had been isolated from the outside world for so many years. Sacred Feather City could be said to be the sacred land of Feathermen. It was very likely to be the largest Featherman settlement in the 5 regions. Because they had little interaction with the outside world, and because the fragment world of Green Heaven had abundant resources, the Gu Immortal methods that these Featherman Gu Immortals had were very ancient. They had distinct characteristics of the late antiquity era. Fang Yuan even had some expectations. If his luck was good, he might be able to find the strength path inheritance in Zhengling's soul. The only pity was that these Feathermen were mortals. Fang Yuan still planned to turn these Feathermen into slaves. They would help him open up a market in Western Desert, and even establish a caravan. Feathermen were the best slaves in Western Desert. Super forces and large forces all had caravans with Feathermen as their main members. Fang Yuan could not only do business with Shao Clan, he indeed needed to use Shao Clan as a springboard to enter Western Desert's market in the beginning. But if he only worked with Shao Clan in the long term, Fang Yuan would suffer a huge loss. But these mortal Feathermen were dead, so be it. Looking at their nature, they were used to being wild. It was very difficult to tame them. It was not as convenient as directly buying Featherman slaves. Fang Yuan was not a person who would dwell on the past, he soon threw this matter to the back of his mind. Right now he already had change form immortal goo, and also the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face that was fused with change form immortal goo. Fang Yuan had originally planned to change into another appearance and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, continuing his thwarted plan. But after contacting Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan analyzed the information he obtained. The situation was not optimistic. Ever since Xia Huang's identity was investigated by Feng Jioga, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's inspection of foreign immortal zombies had increased by many levels. It would not be as easy for Fang Yuan to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance like before. Moreover, Feng Jioga, Kanyang Laojun, and the others were hiding. Fang Yuan felt a sense of impending crisis. Fang Yuan hesitated. In this situation, should he still follow his original plan to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Chapter 878. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The sky was covered in clouds, the white snow was like dust. The peaks stood tall in the snow, the forest was covered in snow, resembling countless clouds. A rainbow light pierced through the sky from the first peak like a meteor flying in the sky. Snowy Mountain's peak lords all looked over. Ancestor gave another order. I wonder who received the order to gather immortal materials this time? I hope it is not me. The rainbow light drew a beautiful arc in the sky, directly entering the third peak. Many peak lords let out sighs of relief. In the third peak, Fairy Li Shan wore a silk leather skirt. It was made of silver. There was a picture of a grassland under the moon embroidered on it. This was Northern Plains style clothing. Fairy Li Shan wore a sapphire blue pearl ribbon on her head. Her eyes were closed at this moment. Most of her attention was focused on her immortal aperture. Inside her immortal aperture, there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was warm like spring. It was the complete opposite of the icy cave of Snowy Mountain. The forest was lush and green, the scenery was picturesque, there were a large number of rare plants, there were also rare desolate plants, there were even ancient desolate plants. At the center of her immortal aperture, there was a hill hidden in the waist-high grass. At first glance, even a small mound was more eye-catching than this hill. But it was Minuscule Mountain, one of the rare secluded domains in the Legends of Rinzu. In this minuscule mountain, a large number of mini-men flew in and out. They flew in the lush grass. Compared to the tiny mini-men, this grass was as tall as a tree. The mini-men were working hard in the grass like bees. Fairy Li Shan paid attention to them secretly. After a while, she felt satisfied. Ever since she obtained Minuscule Mountain, these mini-men did not cooperate with her, they were against her. But Fairy Li Shan was not a useless person. She used both carrot and stick. She supported the puppets of the mini-men race, killing the stubborn ones without any qualms. The mini-men were not as stubborn as the feathermen, but they were loyal. Fairy Li Shan killed about 40% of the mini-men. She finally subdued the mini-men race in Minuscule Mountain. Next, Fairy Li Shan moved Minuscule Mountain into her immortal aperture. With the mini-men race's help, the woodpath resources in her immortal aperture started to increase rapidly. Hairy men were born with refinement path Dao marks, they had the talent to refine goo. The feathermen had cloud path Dao marks, they had wings on their backs and could fly freely in the sky. And from the moment the mini-man was born, it had wood path Dao marks. Wherever they lived, the vegetation would be extremely lush. Furthermore, they had been passed down for generations, and they were the race most adept at cultivating plants in the 5 regions. I am indeed extraordinary. My Jade grass is a rank 7 immortal material. It had always been withered and sparse, but after living here for more than half a year, they had expanded this grassland into a miniature grassland. Every Jade grass was full of vitality. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. In the previous battle, the dwarves had lost more than half of their population. If we had the same population size as before, the pressure on me would have been reduced by more than half. 2-letter goo at once? Fairy Li Shan willed and sensed 2 information path goo worms. One was in the outside world flying through the sky, while the other was the moving perspective goo that had come out of the blessed land. Fairy Li Shan opened her eyes, and with a wave of her hand, the rainbow light in the sky entered her hand. She probed with her consciousness and looked inside. As expected, it was old ancestor Shui whose mission to gather immortal materials. Shrouding heaven dust, rock dragon eye, elephant tusk flame. I am to gather these 3 immortal materials this time. Fairy Li Shan frowned deeply. Among these 3 immortal materials, rock dragon eye and elephant tusk flame were rank 7 immortal materials, while shrouding heaven dust was rank 8, it was extremely precious. Elephant tusk flame was a lump of flame that would quietly burn inside the tusk of an ancient desolate beast elephant after it died. This lump of flame was the size of a bean. Once it burned through the tusk and came into contact with the outside air, it would be extinguished. Ancient desolate beast elephants were existences comparable to rank 7 Gu immortals. After such elephants died, not all tusks would produce elephant tusk flames. With all these conditions, one could see how precious elephant tusk flame was. It was a rare immortal material even in the largest market of the 5 regions, jewel yellow skies. Compared to elephant tusk flame, rock dragon eye and shrouding heaven dust were much harder to obtain. Shrouding heaven dust was a unique phenomenon that only yellow heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens had. But yellow heaven had already disintegrated because of Renzu's 10 children. Fairy Li Shan had to first find a yellow heaven fragment world. And this fragment world had to be large enough with enough Dao marks to allow her to enter and explore it. After entering the yellow heaven fragment world, Fairy Li Shan had to prepare special methods to gather shrouding heaven dust. The process of gathering was naturally filled with danger. Fairy Li Shan was willing to spend a huge amount of money to purchase shrouding heaven dust from jewel yellow skies. As for rock dragon eye, it was the eye of the ancient desolate beast rock dragon. This rock dragon was not an ordinary beast. Instead, in the graveyard of a Rockman tribe, there were a lot of Rockman corpses and rocks. After a long period of accumulation, at a certain moment, a thunderbolt would appear. The thunderbolt destroyed the graveyard and a rock dragon would appear from within. Like the Rockmen, the rock dragon's body was made of rocks. In the immemorial antiquity era and remote antiquity era, variant humans occupied most of the world. Only superforce Rockman tribes or large-scale Rockman tribes with extremely long histories would have rock dragons accompanying them. Even though there were Renzu and his 10 children, as well as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there were not many humans in the tribe. The rock dragon was the guardian beast of the Rockman tribe. The Rockmen believed that the rock dragon was the rebirth of their ancestors and predecessors. During the Variant Human War, the rock dragon shined brightly and was publicly recognized as the #1 war beast in the world. The rock dragon did not feel any pain, its defense was extremely sturdy and it was brave and fearless. Even if it was injured, if a rockman was willing to sacrifice himself, he would go to the wound of the rock dragon. The rockman would sacrifice himself and turn his body into a part of the rock dragon, and the rock dragon's injuries would heal instantly. This battle method was extremely abnormal and gave other races a huge headache. Times had changed. It was very difficult for Fairy Li Shan to find a rock dragon now. Because Rockman tribes were already very rare, most of the Rockmen were slaves raised by Gu immortals. Even if Fairy Li Shan found a rock dragon with her battle strength, she would not be able to defeat the rock dragon that was known as the #1 war beast in the remote antiquity era with its thick skin and flesh. Thus, even though the rock dragon eye was a rank 7 immortal material, the difficulty of obtaining it was much higher than the rank 8 immortal material shroud heaven dust. Old ancestor Shui, whose gathering missions for us peak lords are getting more and more important. Among these 3 immortal materials, only elephant tusk flame is slightly easier. To obtain shroud heaven dust and rock dragon eye, strength is only one aspect, luck is even more important. Sigh, if only I had good luck and could directly purchase them from jewel yellow skies. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Her initial investment in Minuscule Mountain's Miniman tribe had already been settled, and she was starting to reap benefits now. Moreover, He Lulan was determined to be independent and rejected her funding. This caused Fairy Li Shan to start accumulating wealth rapidly in this short period of time. This accumulation speed was more than twice as fast as before. Obtaining Shroud Heaven Dust and Rock Dragon Eye required too much time and effort. Fairy Li Shan would rather expend her wealth in exchange for time and effort. After keeping old ancestor Shuehu's letter Gu, Fairy Li Shan checked the second letter Gu. There were only a few sources that could directly appear in her immortal aperture. After Fairy Li Shan checked, she found that this letter Gu came from Fang Yuan. In this letter Gu, Fang Yuan promised huge benefits to invite Fairy Li Shan to help him kill an immortal zombie from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan. Fairy Li Shan muttered. She left her bed and stood up. She lowered her head and thought as she paced around. When she walked to the window, she raised her head and looked at the falling snowflakes, the silent peaks outside. She snickered. This Fang Yuan had disguised himself as Sha Huang and joined Zombie Alliance. This time he wants me to help him kill another immortal zombie. He definitely has a motive. He promised huge benefits and is overbearing with wealth. After all, he snatched many resources from Dongfang tribe, and also obtained Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. During this period of time, his development will definitely be smooth, it will be like a raging fire. Right now, Northern Plains' situation is very turbulent. The Central Continent Gu Immortals investigation group is still hidden. In this situation, Fang Yuan still wants to make a move. It shows how important the benefits of Zombie Alliance are to him. Is he trying to falsely claim the contribution points of other immortal zombies in exchange for Zombie Alliance's research on how to revive and get rid of the status of an immortal zombie? Thinking of this, Fairy Li Shan squinted. Central Continent, Celestial Court. White jade palaces were brightly lit. 4 Gu Immortals stood at 4 different directions, surrounding the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower at the center. The old Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood at the eastern direction. He raised his walking stick as a bright light shined in his muddy eyes. Repairing fate begins now. The walking stick in his hand stopped in the air as if it had hit a rock. It emitted a clanging sound. Instantly, light burst out, countless goo worms flew around, forming a huge goo formation. Traces of light of different colors intersected with each other, forming a huge 3-dimensional formation diagram that covered 100 li of land. The female Gu Immortal by Tsang Shui, who was participating in the restoration for the first time, said in shock. This refinement path Gu formation is just one step away from becoming a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Immortal Gu houses were the crystallization of one of the Gu cultivation paths, formation path. This refinement path Gu formation is extraordinary. Fairy Tsang Shui looked down. At the western position, the white-clothed young man Lian Jiuxing smiled. Then he grabbed at the air, grabbed a handful of stone dragon pupils and threw them forward. The rock dragon eyes entered the refinement path Gu formation. In just a few breaths of time, they were completely broken down and fused into this mystical refinement path Gu formation. So many rock dragon eyes. And such a processing speed of immortal materials. Bai Tsang Shui was speechless. Who immortal blessed land Danghun Palace. Fang Yuan crushed the information path Gu worm in his hand. He was rejected. They still want to restrict my development, these narrow-minded women. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Right at this time, an information path Gu worm flew into his immortal aperture. Did Fairy Li Shan change her mind? Fang Yuan was stunned. He took a look and was extremely shocked. This is Langya Land Spirit's request for reinforcements. Chapter 879. After Fang Yuan obtained change form Immortal Gu, he fused it into the Immortal Killer move vaguely familiar face. He could transform into anything now. But the situation was not good for him to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance again. Because Xiao Huang's identity was exposed, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was very vigilant. He could not successfully sneak into Zombie Alliance by repeating his previous actions. Thus, Fang Yuan started to target other Zombie Alliance members. As long as he secretly killed one of them and transformed into this unlucky person, it would be possible to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan was undergoing immortal ascension in Northern Plains. He had the aura of Northern Plains all over his body. Zombie Alliance's entrance could stop Feng Jioge, but it could not stop him. However, this secret assassination also had its difficulties and risks. First, he had to kill a Zombie Alliance member. The entire process had to be carried out secretly. No information could be leaked. It was very difficult to accomplish this. Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength now. It was very easy for him to defeat an ordinary immortal zombie. It was also not impossible to kill an immortal zombie. But it was very difficult to assassinate one secretly. Because during battle, the commotion would be huge, it could not be controlled. If the immortal zombie wanted to run, Fang Yuan would have to chase. True solid bat wings was not so reliable. If the immortal zombie used information path Gu worms to ask for reinforcements, Fang Yuan would have to use sufficient and accurate methods to eliminate these Gu worms during the intense battle. In the end, other than Fang Yuan's outstanding offensive strength, he had many shortcomings in other areas. Especially when Fang Yuan lacked battlefield killer moves. Battlefield killer moves could temporarily isolate the surroundings and create a battlefield environment. In battlefield killer moves, Gu Immortals could not use information path Gu worms to ask for reinforcements. Of course, this was not absolute. There were no absolutes in this world. Moreover, outstanding battlefield killer moves had a limited range and could prevent enemies from escaping. Immortal battlefield killer moves had another name. They were called quasi-blessed land. Once activated, countless Dao marks could be temporarily replicated, forming a temporary unique battlefield. Most Gu Immortals did not have such immortal battlefield killer moves. Only a few Gu Immortals had them. Fang Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield killer move. It was very difficult for him to kill a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance member alone. Even in his previous life he did not have one. Because when he obtained his first immortal goo, he was besieged and had to self-detonate to revive. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing did not either. They had just become immortals. No matter how outstanding their immortal apertures were, they would need a long time to accumulate. But Fairy Li Shan had it. Pear Orchard was her battlefield killer move. If he could lure the immortal zombie into the pear garden, then there was a high chance that he could secretly kill it. Of course, even if she succeeded, there was a risk. Fang Yuan naturally would not forget old Lord Qin Yang's group. There were definitely wisdom path goo immortals among them. He deduced that the possibility of Fang Yuan sneaking into Zombie Alliance was very high. Once the truth was exposed, or even the slightest news got out, Fang Yuan entering Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would be like entering a tiger's den. Li Dragon into Li Qin sect. But Fairy Li Shan rejected Fang Yuan's request. Just as Fang Yuan was about to think of another way, a request for help arrived in his immortal aperture. Ever since the Northern Plains auction, Fang Yuan had rarely contacted the land spirit of Langia. This time, the land spirit of Langia contacted Fang Yuan to ask for help. This was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In Fang Yuan's mind, Langia Blessed Land had an extremely deep foundation. In his previous life, Langia Blessed Land, this ownerless blessed land, had resisted 7 waves of Goo Immortals' attacks. And on the 7th wave, even Feng Jioga died in Langia Blessed Land. Langia Blessed Land only had 12 cloud buildings on the surface, each with 1 desolate beast. They were the 12 desolate beasts. But as long as one was not an idiot, they would understand that these 12 desolate beasts were only the outermost layer of defense. Don't forget that the original owner of Langia Blessed Land was Longhair Ancestor. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal in history. He had refined 38 immortal goo in his life, not just rank 7 or 8. And this was only the number recorded in the official history. If unofficial history and rumors were included, the number of immortal goo was enough to surpass 100. Thus, Fang Yuan had already deduced that the true defense of Langia Blessed Land was the many immortal goo left behind by Longhair Ancestor. And not desolate beasts. Langia Blessed Land was very different from other blessed lands. Even without an owner, the Blessed Land's land spirit had an endless supply of immortal essence that could be used. This was because Langia Blessed Land had a heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus immortal goo that could produce immortal essence. Precisely because of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus support, the land spirit of Langia could use immortal goo on a large scale and display their unique power. Now, the land spirit of Langia is asking me for help? In his previous life he could last until the 7th wave, but after careful calculation, this should only be the 4th wave. Don't tell me because of me Northern Plains situation has changed greatly, and the influence is too deep. Could it be that Langia Blessed Land is facing the fiercest invasion in history? Fang Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. To be able to make the land spirit of Langia ask for help, the strength of the invaders this time could be imagined. They definitely surpassed Fang Yuan's personal ability. But in danger there were often precious opportunities. Langia Blessed Land had a deep foundation. It was overflowing with wealth. In his previous life, even the Celestial Court was tempted by greed and forcefully took down this blessed land. Although the Celestial Court paid a huge price, they also gained a lot. Even if they sacrificed Feng Jioga, they still profited greatly. There were many benefits to cooperating with the land spirit of Langia. This point could be clearly seen from their past interactions. Fang Yuan had relied on swindling to obtain many benefits from the hands of the land spirit of Langia. After he became an immortal in this life, the reason why he could develop so quickly was because of the help from the land spirit of Langia. Especially during the early and middle stages, it was a difficult time to start. Unfortunately, after the Northern Plains auction, Fang Yuan's greed and excessive demands caused the land spirit to be disgusted with him, causing the relationship between both sides to worsen and fall to the freezing point. Fang Yuan had requested to cooperate with the land spirit several times, but the land spirit always responded with a firm stance, requesting Fang Yuan to search for a poison flower petal immortal material for it. If I can help the land spirit this time, it will definitely ease the relationship between both sides. Moreover, I have fixed immortal travel. I only need 3 breaths of time to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. No matter how strong the enemy is, 3 breaths of time should be enough for me, right? Fang Yuan speculated. Although the land spirit of Langia urgently asked for help, the situation should not be that bad. He had always felt that Langia Blessed Land's foundation was quite deep. In his previous life, it was able to resist 7 waves of attacks. Even a powerful expert like Feng Jioga had perished in it. This was only the 4th wave of attacks. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan decided to help the land spirit of Langia. He was not a hot-blooded kid like Yu Fei, he would not stand up for his friends when they were attacked, regardless of personal gains or losses. He was Fang Yuan, a demonic path Gu immortal. He cared about benefits, he coldly calculated gains and losses. Allies were meant to be used, what was the point of friendship? In Fang Yuan's heart, it was only a special bargaining chip to obtain benefits. Coincidentally, at this time Tai Bai Yunxing also sent a letter asking for help. The land spirit of Langia also sent him a letter asking for help. In fact, Tai Bai Yunxing had once repaired Langia blessed land for the land spirit. In terms of friendship, the relationship between Tai Bai Yunxing and the land spirit of Langia was much better than that of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan told Tai Bai Yunxing, his decision was acknowledged and praised by Tai Bai Yunxing. Fang Yuan immediately set off, using a stargate, he hurried to Langia blessed land. Although Tai Bai Yunxing had passed the earthly calamity, he still needed some time to recycle his immortal aperture. He could only rush over later. You're here, Fang Yuan. The land spirit of Langia suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that he was not fatigued and had no injuries, he was even more certain of his guess. He laughed. This is your attitude towards your benefactor? You think I don't know? You brat, you won't wake up without benefits. If not for the urgency of the situation, I would not have asked for your help. The land spirit of Langia rolled his eyes. Even though he said that, the attitude of the land spirit of Langia was much more relaxed than before. After repelling the enemies, I will give you the rank 6 all-out effort immortal Gu recipe as your reward. The land spirit of Langia continued. Fang Yuan chuckled but shook his head. Let's talk about the reward later. Let's repel the invading Gu immortals first. Fang Yuan did not talk about the reward, he was worried about the invading enemies, he did not take the chance to threaten him. This made the land spirit of Langia feel much more comfortable, he felt that Fang Yuan was becoming more pleasing to the eye. Follow me. The land spirit of Langia grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and teleported, arriving at the highest floor of a cloud building. It could be seen that Langia blessed land had a large number of space path Dao marks. Otherwise, places like Starform blessed land that did not have many space path Dao marks could only fly, Starform land spirit could not teleport. Fang Yuan stood at a high place, looking outside, he saw that Langia blessed land had undergone a huge change. The original Langia blessed land had vast cloud soil, the sky was clear and boundless, 12 cloud buildings stood in the center, adjacent to each other. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's vision was filled with boundless clouds, he could not even see his own fingers. He could not see the sky or the ground. The land spirit of Langia introduced in a deep voice. This is the Gu formation activated after Langia blessed land encountered enemies, 12 wave cloud confusion formation. The 12 cloud buildings are all mortal Gu houses, they are the formation cores of this formation. These people are the invading enemies. The land spirit waved his sleeves, several mirrors appeared in front of Fang Yuan. In the mirrors there was a Gu immortal, they were either walking slowly or charging rapidly in the clouds. This is. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk when he saw these Gu immortals. Qin Bai Sheng Jianghu Hei Cheng Shuesong Zi Helang Zi. There were 2 more. A green-robed wind path Gu immortal, he was the fastest. A black-robed Gu immortal covered his face, he was very mysterious. You know these people? The land spirit of Langia sensed Fang Yuan's peculiar expression. Fang Yuan nodded, his expression solemn. These people have extraordinary strength, especially the leader, Qin Bai Sheng, he is a famous rank 7 expert in northern plains. I know. If not for this, my 12-wave cloud confusion formation would not have been mostly destroyed. Now there are only 5 left. 2 of them are already guarded by 2 Inkman Gu immortals from Inkman City. You will guard this one, I will guard the other. As for the last one, I will leave it to Tai Bai Yunxing. The land spirit of Langia distributed. Fang Yuan frowned. The other party is very strong, cloud building is only a mortal Gu house. It will be very difficult for me to block these people and protect cloud building. Chapter 880. Qin Bai Sheng Jianghu Hei Cheng Shuesong Zi Helang Zi and 2 mysterious Gu immortals that he did not recognize. Among them, only Shuesong Zi and Jianghu were rank 6 Gu immortals. The rest were rank 7 Gu immortals. As for the 2 mysterious Gu immortals, Fang Yuan did not know about them, so it was fine. The remaining 3 were Qin Bai Sheng, Helang Zi and Hei Cheng, they were all rank 7 Gu immortals. Hei Cheng was a Gu immortal of the Superforce Hei tribe. Even though he had a hidden injury and could not use immortal killer moves, his battle strength had fallen greatly. He was far from his peak state, but he had the immortal Gu Dark Arrow, he could not be underestimated. He Langzi was a famous transformation path demonic immortal in northern plains. His growth was different from ordinary people. He was ferocious and had 3 immortal desolate wolf transformations. His battle strength was very high. He had once been recruited by old ancestor Xuehu, but was rejected by He Langzi. The most powerful one was Qin Bai Sheng. This person had roamed unhindered in northern plains for hundreds of years. As a lone Gu immortal, he defeated Lu Hao, Shan Yuxiong, and New Air Du, killed by Kanzi Jade Fire Farmer and Heavenly Emotion Mountain Lord, fought Yuan Rangzun, and escaped from 5 Elements Master. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal. His status in northern plains was equivalent to Central Continent's Shirley. In the eyes of the world, he had peak rank 7 battle strength. Only rank 8 Gu immortals could suppress him. He was even stronger than Kanyang Laojun. More terrifyingly, not only did he have outstanding battle strength, he could also organize the Northern Plains auction. He was the one who profited the most. It was not strange that Fang Yuan felt it was difficult to protect the cloud building in front of such a person. But Land Spirit of Langia patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, saying, "I did not ask you to protect the cloud building. You only need to resist as much as possible. What I want is to stall for time." These people are too daring. They actually dared to attack Langia Blessed Land. As long as I can drag this on for another 30 minutes, I will be able to make these guys suffer. Land Spirit of Langia's tone was full of confidence. Like Fang Yuan had guessed earlier, Langia Land Spirit definitely had a trump card to win. In the previous 3 waves of attacks, Land Spirit of Langia's battle strength. He definitely did not rely on these 12 desolate Gu immortal. Then what is Langia Land Spirit's reliance? Fang Yuan could not help but feel a strong sense of curiosity in his heart. God Master Gu no. However, Langia Land Spirit did not tell him and only smiled mysteriously. Master. This cloud building had already been lent to Fang Yuan by Land Spirit of Langia. Fang Yuan could freely manipulate it. Fang Yuan browsed through it a few times before memorizing all the methods. Next, he tried to practice and quickly got the hang of it. The cloud building was the formation core of the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. Star thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind. After understanding the cloud building, he started to understand the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. He also had a good understanding of it. All in all, this was a maze-like fog formation. Although it had not been perfected to the level of a battlefield killer move, it was only a step away. It was not that Land Spirit of Langia did not have a battlefield killer move, but to create a battlefield killer move, Dao marks had to be carved. The newly added Dao marks could not perfectly match the Dao marks of this world. There would always be conflicts and contradictions. This would cause damage to Langia Blessed Land. Thus the Land Spirit did not take them. In terms of stalling for time, the 12-wave cloud confusion formation had already reached the limit of a Gu formation. When a Gu immortal is inside the formation, their 5 senses would be confused. They would not be able to distinguish left from right. They would go around in circles and so on. Only an investigative immortal killer move could identify the correct direction in the Gu formation. Only by completely destroying the 12 cloud pavilions could the formation be completely destroyed. Without an investigative immortal killer move, the Gu immortal could only run around in the Gu formation and see if they could find a cloud building. That would be purely based on luck. Thankfully, once the formation was created, the 12 cloud buildings could not be moved. Otherwise, Gu immortals without investigative immortal killer moves would not be relying on luck. It would be impossible. Fang Yuan sat on the cloud bed and opened many mirrors, observing the surroundings of this cloud building. His authority was limited to this cloud building. He could only observe the surroundings of a certain range. There was only white fog in the mirrors. Not a single Gu immortal appeared. Fang Yuan did not lack patience. He waited silently. A moment later, a Gu immortal's figure appeared in one of the mirrors. She wore a purple dress, her nose was tall, her beautiful eyes were deep, her eyelashes were thick, her skin was slightly dark. She gave off a gentle and charming aura. Was Fairy Jianghu. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He immediately thought of her dark limit immortal Gu. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique. Before becoming an immortal, she used dark limit immortal Gu to enter He Lulan's body and move around, concealing the aura of the great strength true martial physique. At the start, He Lulan's plan was to steal dark limit immortal Gu before it was exposed. But unfortunately, Fairy Jianghu's whereabouts were unknown. This plan failed before it could be carried out. Later, when He Qing chased after He Lulan, this plan could not be carried out anymore. Dark limit immortal Gu, if I could obtain it? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. He felt regret. Unfortunately, in this situation, even if I capture Fairy Jianghu alive, I might not be able to obtain dark limit immortal goo. It was very difficult to steal an immortal goo, the chances were slim. After all, one could make an immortal goo self-detonate with a single thought. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about it, Fairy Jianghu moved around in a roundabout manner within Fang Yuan's territory, moving to the side and leaving this place. After leaving Fang Yuan's area of control, Fairy Li Shan disappeared from the mirror. But not long later, a second Gu Immortal entered Fang Yuan's area. His appearance was clearly reflected in the mirror. Was Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn as he watched Qin Baisheng get closer. Undeniably, among all these Gu Immortal enemies, Fang Yuan did not want to meet the most. It was Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan did not know that Qin Baisheng had regained his original battle strength after fighting Feng Jioge. But just based on Qin Baisheng's performance, he was at the level of Central Continent's Shirlei. Such an opponent was too strong. If he really found this cloud building, Fang Yuan would immediately make a decision. He would only deal with the situation for a while before retreating. Even though he was supporting the land spirit of Xianxia, this type of support depended on the situation. Fang Yuan had never planned to risk his life for the land spirit of Xianxia. And the land spirit of Xianxia clearly had trump cards. It was not his turn to risk his life. Qin Baisheng was getting closer and closer to the cloud building. He had an investigative immortal killer move. He was moving forward in a straight line. The cloud building that Fang Yuan controlled was right beside his route, about 300 steps away in a straight line. The range of the immortal killer move's investigative immortal killer move was suppressed by this 12-wave cloud confusion Gu formation. But it was definitely more than 300 steps. Once Qin Baisheng got to a certain distance, the cloud building would appear in his investigative range. That way, Qin Baisheng would naturally charge towards the cloud building, and Fang Yuan's first battle would end in failure. But this failure was not scary. Fang Yuan did not have any psychological burden. For someone like Fang Yuan, failure would not affect his morale. It would not damage his fighting spirit, and it would be difficult to change his plans. His state of mind would not be disturbed. But soon, things changed again. Qin Baisheng's expression suddenly changed. He directly changed his direction and flew towards the northeast. Their information path method is not only at immortal level, it is also very effective against Gu formations. They can actually transmit information in the Gu formation. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan heard. The land spirit of Xianxia's voice was filled with surprise. Fang Yuan nodded slightly, replying, "Since the other party is attacking here, they should have come prepared. But from your words, did they not expose this method earlier?" The land spirit was silent for a while. Then it replied, "No. The cloud buildings before were all guarded by desolate beasts. They fought alone and killed desolate beasts, breaking into the cloud buildings. But this time, Mo Tan Sang and the desolate beasts are guarding the cloud buildings together. The other party should have discovered a Gu Immortal for the first time, thus they changed their strategy of fighting alone and rushed over to help." Fang Yuan's expression sank. Not good. Mo Tan Sang is the city lord of Inkman City. It is already good that he came to help, but he might have to conceal his appearance during the battle. Once the connection between Inkman City and Xianxia Blessed Land is exposed, Northern Plains Inkman City will face a calamity. Mo Tan Sang is restrained in battle, while the other party is strong and many of them are working together. He might not be able to defend the cloud buildings. The land spirit immediately replied, "This 12-wave cloud confusion formation uses Xianxia Blessed Land's own Dao marks to divide the enemy and make them fall into a predicament of fighting alone. In theory, it can isolate rank 7 and rank 6 immortal information path killer moves, preventing the enemy from communicating with each other. Even if they set up whole Earth Gu, it is useless. But this group can communicate with each other. It is likely related to the previous attacks. Sigh. I should not have coveted the benefits of selling Gu immortal slaves. I should have killed them all. This group of people should possess a rather powerful soul Dao technique. I have already erased the memories of the Gu immortal slaves' souls." The land spirit of Xianxia's analysis was clear and logical. He felt great regret. Fang Yuan also agreed with the land spirit of Xianxia's analysis. When Gu immortals fought, their thoughts were all astute. Qin Baisheng only did a small action of helping, but he exposed so many things. On the other hand, since the other party was related to the previous attacks, Xianxia Blessed Land's exposed secrets would not be few. "Can you show me the battle scene over there?" Fang Yuan made a request. A new mirror appeared, displaying the scene of the battle. Mo Tan Sang was riding on a desolate beast, fighting with Gu Immortal He Chen. Mo Tan Sang was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He was at a disadvantage. He cultivated Qi Path, but at this moment he used other methods to fight. He Qing had a hidden illness, but he was still rank 7, he did not use Dark Arrow Immortal Gu to control the battle. The main reason was because Mo Tan Sang was afraid of exposing his identity. He had Inkman City's foundation, he could not let it be destroyed. Right now he was only supporting the Desolate Beast, letting it attack while he healed and defended from the side. Desolate Beasts were brave and fearless, but they lacked intelligence to observe the battle situation. Needless to say, with Mo Tan Sang's careful help, although the Desolate Beast was suppressed, it was still vigorous and seemed to be able to hold on for some time. But Fang Yuan knew that when Qin Baixing arrived, the Desolate Beast would only die on the spot. Just as Fang Yuan was paying attention to Mo Tan Sang, a third figure appeared near Fang Yuan. Xianxia, did he not receive the news and go to the battlefield over there? Fang Yuan was surprised, he had many guesses in his heart. A moment later, Xianxia found Fang Yuan's cloud building. He paused for a moment before shooting towards the cloud building. Fang Yuan also stood up with a solemn expression. The battle was about to start. Chapter 881. Among the 7 Gu immortals who invaded Langya Blessed Land, the one Fang Yuan wanted to meet the most was Xianxia. Because among them, Xianxia had the lowest cultivation level and battle strength. At the same time, Fang Yuan and Xianxia had fought before. In the previous battle, Xianxia was chased around by the Strength Path Phantom Army. He was in a pathetic state. One could say Xianxia was defeated by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had experience and knew Xianxia's foundation. But I cannot be careless in this battle. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression as he looked at Xianxia in the mirror, getting closer to the cloud building that he was guarding. He did not have any disdain or arrogance in his heart. Even a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. And in this battle, Fang Yuan had many concerns. The first concern was that this was not a one-on-one battle, it was a chaotic battle between the invaders and Langya Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan fought with Xianxia, would the other side send reinforcements? This was quite possible. The second concern was Xianxia's battle strength. In Langya Blessed Land, the invaders were forbidden from using Mortal Gu. Xianxia could enter here because he had Immortal Gu. Xianxia could enter here because he had Immortal Gu. This secret was obvious. Because Xianxia was rapidly approaching Fang Yuan, he was using a genuine immortal killer move. It seems that in this battle, I need to use a sneak attack to establish my advantage. Even if reinforcements come later, the pressure I face will be reduced. The pressure I face will also decrease. Evil thoughts rumbled in Fang Yuan's mind. Using malicious thoughts to scheme against others was the most effective method. Fang Yuan had already experienced it deeply. Xianxia flew rapidly. The scene in front of him did not change, it was still a vast white fog. It filled his vision. The rapid flight brought about a gust of wind that blew across his body, making him excited. This Immortal Gu is different from Mortal Gu, it is truly extraordinary. Xianxia experienced the pleasure of using the Immortal Flying Killer move, while also paying attention to his Immortal Aperture. Inside his Immortal Aperture there was an Ice Path Immortal Gu, it was huge. It was the size of a normal horse, the entire Immortal Gu looked like a heart. They were like ice sculptures, vivid and lifelike, overflowing with cold air. This was Ice Heart Immortal Gu. Ice Heart Immortal Gu naturally did not belong to Xianxia. Shadow Sex Qin Baixing had lent it to Xianxia to increase his battle strength in order to invade Langya Blessed Land. Qin Baixing not only gave the rank 6 Immortal Gu to Xianxia, he also gave several sets of Immortal Killer moves with Ice Heart Immortal Gu as the core. It covered offense, defense, advance and retreat, healing and so on. Xianxia was a Snow Path Gu Immortal. Ice Path and Snow Path were twin paths, they intertwined with each other and were almost indistinguishable. Xianxia used this Ice Path Immortal Gu and killer move. It was very suitable. Ice Heart Immortal Gu let out bone-chilling frost energy, but Xianxia's heart was burning. Before Qin Baixing attacked this time, he promised Xianxia that if they succeeded in this invasion, then he would give this Ice Path Immortal Gu to Xianxia as a reward. Thus, Xianxia had a lot of motivation. After invading the Blessed Land he was very proactive. After all, in order to find a wooden chicken Immortal Gu, he had even helped Ma tribe in the Imperial Court contest. Now that there was such a good opportunity, Ice Heart Immortal Gu was much more suitable for him than wooden chicken Immortal Gu. Of course he was moved. Cloud building. Xianxia's body froze, he cried out involuntarily. In the white fog that seemed to never change, a towering pavilion suddenly appeared. Xianxia reacted and was overjoyed. To think that my luck is so good, I really found a cloud building. Qin Baisheng's mission was to find the 12 formation cores of the cloud buildings in this 12-wave cloud confusion formation and destroy them. If I can destroy one cloud building alone, it will be a huge merit. According to the reward system before the battle, I will be able to obtain a huge reward. But each cloud building is guarded by a desolate beast. I need to be careful. Xianxia calmed down again. As if it heard his thoughts, a desolate beast jumped up from below the cloud building. This desolate beast was as large as an elephant. It had a brown-yellow body and thick fur that covered almost half of its body. It was the desolate beast Yellow Jade Lion that Fang Yuan had picked up from Star Form Grotto Heaven and gifted to Land Spirit of Langya. The Yellow Jade Lion did not make a sound. It moved like lightning towards Xianxia. Good. Xianxia's eyes were filled with excitement and battle intent, but he retreated instead of advancing, showing his vigilance. The Yellow Jade Lion's attack did not hit. Xianxia pulled some distance away from it. The latter waved his sleeves, creating a huge snowstorm. The snowstorm howled, snowballs the size of eggs smashed towards the Yellow Jade Lion. This was not a mortal killer move, it was an immortal killer move, freezing snow. Only immortal killer moves could barely be used in this situation. Mortal killer moves could not be used at all. The Yellow Jade Lion could not open its eyes from the wind. The cold air spread rapidly, forming a thick layer of white frost on its body. The Yellow Jade Lion's body shook as it shook off most of the frost, charging towards Xianxia again. Xianxia stared at the Yellow Jade Lion's thick fur. He snorted coldly. His immortal killer move did not have enough offensive power. It used the frost air to penetrate the flesh and bones, affecting the opponent's movement and speed. The Yellow Jade Lion was not large among desolate beasts, but it had both strength and agility. Xianxia used this move to get rid of the Yellow Jade Lion's advantage in agility. But the Yellow Jade Lion was a desolate beast. It had thick fur. If it were any other desolate beast, the frost air might freeze their flesh and blood. The Yellow Jade Lion had its own innate ability. It countered this move, only its fur was frozen. Xianxia was not good at close combat. He liked to fight from afar. Seeing the Yellow Jade Lion charging towards him, he retreated again. Immortal killer move, Ice Trace. He flew backwards towards the Yellow Jade Lion. As he retreated on the ground, white fog froze, forming a path of ice crystals. The Yellow Jade Lion pursued in a straight line. As he ran on the ice crystal road, his speed dropped drastically. Xianxia retreated rapidly. Seeing that there was a sufficient distance between them, he laughed and said, "What a beast! Eat my piercing ice blade." He raised his palm and slashed at the Yellow Jade Lion from afar. Gotcha. In an instant, a huge ice blade was formed in the air. The ice blade fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. The ice blade was sharp and ruthlessly chopped at the Yellow Jade Lion's back. The Yellow Jade Lion howled in pain as blood splattered everywhere. Then it was frozen into blood-red ice. The penetrating ice blade shattered like glass, but the cold air inside was directly injected into the Yellow Jade Lion's body through the wound. The attacks came one after another, overwhelming the opponent. It was extremely vicious and ruthless. The Yellow Jade Lion roared at the sky, and the sound waves surged through the clouds. Balls of flames rose from its four claws, increasing its speed once again. He was even more agile when dodging. The Yellow Jade Lion's body was covered in large numbers of mortal goo worms. These were specially nurtured by the Land Spirit of Langya. Because it was a battle in the headquarters, the Yellow Jade Lion's mortal goo worms were all destroyed. They could all play a role. However, the cold air had already entered its body, and the speed of the Yellow Jade Lion was greatly reduced. Xianxia had the upper hand. He continued to use immortal killer moves. Attack the Topaz Lion. The situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for the Topaz Lion. The wounds on its body were also increasing. His speed was also getting slower and slower. Even when he coughed up blood, what he coughed up wasn't boiling hot blood. Instead, it was a cold blood freeze. Haha, carefree, truly carefree. Xianxia was happy and contented, laughing loudly. He had used almost all of the immortal killer moves that Qin Baisheng had taught him. He could feel the power of immortal killer moves. The desolate beasts that gave him headaches in the past could only run for their lives and howl in pain under the bombardment of immortal killer moves. Next will be the last move, Frozen Heart Lock. Let's test its power. Xianxia suddenly advanced instead of retreating, diving down towards the Yellow Jade Lion below. His speed was extremely fast, like a goshawk hunting in the sky. Before the Yellow Jade Lion could react, The goo worm had already sensed Xianxia's aura being activated, and a light armor appeared on the yellow jade lion's body. Humph! Child's play. A ruthless light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He raised his palm again and used Immortal killer move penetrating ice blade. Boom! The ice blade landed on the yellow jade lion's back and shattered. The light armor created by the mortal goo worm could not even last for a blink of an eye. It was easily destroyed by the ice blade. A deep wound appeared on the yellow jade lion's back. Its bones could be seen. The desolate beast lion howled in pain. It could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Xianxia stepped on the yellow jade lion's back. He suddenly bent down and placed his palms on the yellow jade lion's body. Crack, crack, crack. Soft sounds of ice forming could be heard. First, a thin layer of ice appeared on the yellow jade lion's back. With Xianxia as the center, it rapidly spread across the yellow jade lion's body. Soon, this thin layer of ice could be seen with the naked eye, becoming thicker. Not only this, there was also an intense frost energy spreading in the yellow jade lion's body, freezing its flesh, bones, and even its organs. Xianxia's expression was pale. He was inwardly shocked. This ice heart lock is indeed powerful. It can even freeze desolate beasts. But this immortal killer move expends immortal essence too quickly. After realizing this, Xianxia wanted to let go. But soon greed rose in his heart. Why don't I take this chance to capture this yellow jade lion alive? I will freeze it first, and when it thaws I will sell it to others. A living desolate beast, this is a huge transaction in jewel yellow skies. Just as he was thinking about his beautiful future, the yellow jade lion under his feet suddenly exploded. With a loud sound, a strength path giant hand firmly grabbed Xianxia, who could not dodge in time. Xianxia was pale with fright. What the hell is this? Ice armor. A thick layer of ice armor appeared on his body. The strength path giant hand tightly gripped the ice armor. Cracks started to appear on the ice armor. Xianxia's lips curled up, revealing a ruthless smile. I can test another variation of this defensive killer move. Ice armor explode. With a loud sound, the ice armor exploded. Large amounts of frost energy filled the surroundings. Fang Yuan's strength path giant hand's 5 fingers were pushed away by the huge impact. Xianxia took the chance to fly away, but at the next moment, his sinister smile froze. Above his head, a giant strength path hand was already ready to strike. Xianxia flew to the sky. The ice armor had just exploded. He could not activate it again in time. This strength path giant hand was like a fly swatter. It ruthlessly swung and smashed Xianxia into a pile of meat paste and bone fragments. Chapter 882. You killed an enemy goo immortal? Good. Fang Yuan had just gotten out of the yellow jade lion's body when the land spirit of Langya's voice entered his ears. Fang Yuan's first thought was, it seems that this Langya blessed land has a lot of sound path Dao marks. The land spirit of Langya was so convenient to transmit, who immortal land spirit and star form land spirit did not have this ability. It could be seen that Langya blessed land had a lot of sound path Dao marks. The land spirit was very surprised that Fang Yuan could kill Xianxia, saying good 3 times in a row. This was the first time the enemy had lost a member since they started attacking. Fang Yuan, to think that you are so good at deducing immortal goo recipes, you are also not careless in battle. At this juncture, the land spirit of Langya was not stingy with its praise. He. Fang Yuan also laughed. When he laughed, Xianxia's flesh and bones had just fallen to the ground. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this battle result. The yellow jade lion under his feet was on the verge of death. Fang Yuan used it as a pawn to deal with Xianxia, obtaining a miraculous effect. In this battle, Fang Yuan only used vaguely familiar face and strength path giant hand. He did not expend much energy. But he killed Xianxia. The battle result was huge. At Fang Yuan's level, he deeply understood that all battles were just a continuation of economic conflicts. In other words, battles and wars were like doing business. There was an accounting of what one had to pay and what one obtained. Why was Fang Yuan so satisfied? Because he had paid very little in this battle. But his gains were huge. In business terms, he had used a small amount to gain a large amount. He had made a huge profit. Xianxia had an immortal goo and a complete set of immortal killer moves. If Fang Yuan fought directly, he might not be able to defeat the enemy even after dozens of rounds. Here, Xianxia could only use immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan might be able to use mortal goo, but against the power of immortal killer moves, he would have to use immortal killer moves to block them, right? This way his green grape immortal essence expenditure would be huge. Even if he expended a huge amount of immortal essence, Xianxia might not die. Who knows, the reinforcements might be Fang Yuan's turn to retreat instead. But when Gu Immortals fight, they are not inflexible moves, they are filled with schemes and schemes. Fang Yuan had been guessing earlier. Xianxia was a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He was weak, he was probably a peripheral character among these invading Gu Immortals. Shui Gu Immortal Gu, Immortal Gu Immortal Immortal Gu Immortal Gu Immortal Master. Most importantly, Fang Yuan knew that Xianxia was in the previous Imperial Court contest. Attention to what he did. Master Shui Immortal Gu Immortal Master Shui Immortal Master Master. Thus, he easily deduced the reason why Xianxia obtained the Immortal Gu as well as his mentality. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. Xianxia knew nothing about Fang Yuan. He was also a weakling. He did not seem to have received Qin Baisheng's warning. If it was Qin Baisheng, he would have told Xianxia that there were already Gu Immortals in the cloud buildings. Then Xianxia would not be so careless. What was worse was, earlier the invaders were unstoppable, they destroyed many formation cores of the cloud buildings. They also killed many desolate beasts. After every battle, Qin Baisheng had to send a message to the members and inform them once. Qin Baisheng's action was understandable. Because the Gu Immortals were scattered, searching for formation cores everywhere. The vast white fog made the Gu Immortals feel isolated, their morale would fall. Xianxia heard the notification again and again. He felt that he was unstoppable, his morale was high. He died at Fang Yuan's hands. There was a reason why arrogant soldiers were bound to lose. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was scheming and scheming. He had a huge advantage. Of course, his guess might not be accurate, it was just a guess after all. But the truth was he had a good grasp of Xianxia's mentality. He was also hiding inside the yellow jade lion's body. Xianxia also had an investigative immortal killer move. During the battle, he scanned the yellow jade lion's body at least 3 times. He was afraid that the yellow jade lion might have some wild immortal Gu that would suddenly activate and catch him off guard. He would be in deep trouble. Xianxia did not find any immortal Gu. This made him even more careless. Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face played an extremely important role in this process. If he did not use this killer move to conceal himself, even if he hid inside the yellow jade lion's body, Xianxia would be able to detect him. Because of all these factors, this shocking result was created. Gu Immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men. If Xianxia had not been careless with his current strength, he could have contended against Fang Yuan. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he could have lasted for some time. Unfortunately, his opponent was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. To put it nicely, he was intelligent, but to put it bluntly, he was scheming and scheming. He could use a portion of his strength to the limit and display several times the effect. Land Spirit of Xianxia, I killed Xianxia this time, how are you going to reward me? Xianxia's immortal aperture was destroyed. Although everything in the immortal aperture was destroyed, his Dao marks all belong to this blessed land of yours. Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Haha, no problem, there will be a huge reward after the battle. I hope you can guard this cloud building well. Mo Tansang is heavily injured and barely survived. His cloud building has already been lost. You have Xianxia's soul, you need to search for it and see this group's background. The land spirit immediately replied. Fang Yuan's gaze focused slightly. This was not the first time he had captured a Gu Immortal's soul. Earlier in Tai Bai Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yunxing could not find any flaws. But in Xianxia Blessed Land he was exposed to the land spirit of Xianxia. As for Mo Tansang's loss, it was normal, Fang Yuan had expected it. Xianxia is dead. Qin Baisheng stood in the ruins of the cloud building, his body suddenly shook as he spoke. What? He had your immortal Gu and a complete set of immortal killer moves, how could he suddenly die? He Cheng, who was beside him, was shocked. Xianxia's death caused He Cheng's pressure to rise sharply. Among the Shadow Sect members, He Cheng was rank 7. But his battle strength was relatively weak. He was a natural ally with Xianxia. Moreover, He Cheng was not only worried about this blessed land. There was also this group of mysterious comrades beside him. He fell into a trap. Qin Baisheng thought for a few breaths of time, his eyes shining brightly. In a direct battle, unless a rank 8 Gu Immortal attacks, Xianxia will be able to last for some time. This Xianxia Blessed Land definitely does not have a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Then the biggest possibility left was that Xianxia had discovered a cloud pavilion or other important things. For the sake of the promised reward before the battle, he concealed his discovery and did not report it. He obtained a new immortal Gu and wanted to test it out. In the end he was caught by the enemy and set up a trap. At the right time he killed Xianxia. He Qing took in a deep breath. Then his opponent is not simple to be able to scheme against Xianxia to death. Even though he said that, He Qing felt even more wariness towards Qin Baisheng. This Qin Baisheng was truly skilled in both martial and civil matters. Not only was his strength extraordinary, he was able to analyze the situation so clearly in just a few breaths of time. In terms of scheming, he seemed to be even better. Maybe I treasured the limited number of communication methods too much. I need to learn from this lesson. Qin Baisheng sighed faintly. Soon after, he smiled. But thankfully we dismantled 8 cloud buildings. I have already gained a deep understanding of the formation cores of these cloud buildings. I have already created a mortal killer move that can lead us to the remaining cloud buildings. But here, to use this mortal killer move, we need to use an immortal killer move to protect it. He can actually create a mortal killer move in such a short time? What attainment level is he at? He Cheng's heart shook. Qin Baisheng started to transmit to the others. He summoned the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal to his side, so that he could continue to use immortal killer moves to protect him. It could be seen that Qin Baisheng did not trust He Cheng. He also ordered Hui Fengzi and He Langzi to go to the location where Xianxia died. Qin Baisheng lent Xianxia an immortal Gu. But he also used this chance to plant an immortal method on Xianxia. Could be used to track him. This was not hidden from Xianxia. Because Qin Baisheng used the immortal Gu he lent. If I don't plant a tracking method on you, what if you run away after borrowing my immortal Gu? He also said that he would reward Xianxia with the immortal Gu after the battle, to control him. Thus, Xianxia had a fawning smile back then. He took the initiative to let Qin Baisheng plant a tracking method on him. With the correct direction, He Langzi and Hui Fengzi quickly arrived at the location where Xianxia died. Seeing the bloody mess on the ground, He Langzi snorted in disdain, truly trash. Hui Fengzi flew down and inspected the area. After confirming that there were no traps, he carefully observed Xianxia's mangled corpse. Soon, his gaze turned solemn as he found something. This is troublesome. The other party seems to have a strength path killer move. Xianxia died from this move. This move is extremely powerful and powerful. Hui Fengzi's analysis was correct. Fang Yuan's immortal killer move Myriad Self was no longer the same as before. The core cleanse soul immortal Gu was useless, but there was still self-strength immortal Gu, pulling mountain immortal Gu and pulling water immortal Gu, these 3 strength path cores. It was rare to see an immortal killer move that could perfectly fuse 3 strength path immortal Gu. He Langzi was skeptical of Hui Fengzi's words. In fact, he was very wary of human Gu immortals. He flew down and stood beside Xianxia's corpse. His head suddenly turned into a wolf's head. His eyes were eerie as they flickered with green light. He looked around several times. At the same time, his wolf nose sniffed, as if he had smelled some important information. Soon, He Langzi's expression turned ugly. He said, "Rank 7 strength path, it is indeed rare. Could it be the domination immortal?" Next he said, "No matter what, let's destroy this cloud building first." He Langzi acted like a wild beast. He did things in a straightforward manner. Hui Fengzi nodded, but his gaze was vigilant as he looked around, afraid that a terrifying rank 7 strength path expert was hiding near him. "Brothers, you've come so quickly. I am Xianxia. I am overseeing this cloud building. May I know your names?" Fang Yuan flew out of the cloud building. "Be careful. This is a star path rank 6 Gu Immortal." Hui Fengzi quickly transmitted to He Langzi. He Langzi nodded silently. Chapter 883. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi stared at Fang Yuan intently. Right now, Fang Yuan was wearing a blue robe. Traces of starlight were leaking out of his wide sleeves. He was no longer tall and muscular like before. He was tall and slender. His skin was not the bronze zombie skin. It was white and tender like a baby's. It had a faint red glow to it. His facial features had also become elegant and refined. Coupled with his long and smooth white hair, he looked exactly like a free and unfettered expert with a sage-like demeanor. After obtaining change form immortal Gu, vaguely familiar faces effect increased greatly. Fang Yuan's appearance changed greatly. Xianxia? I have never heard of him. He Langzi frowned, a ruthless gaze flickered in his eyes. From the start he had felt something amiss. "You are a Northern Plains Gu Immortal?" Hui Fengzi changed his expression. He looked relaxed, but he was actually wary of the other rank 7 strength path Gu Immortal hiding in the dark. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves, laughing heartily. "I am a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. A mere lone cultivator is not worth mentioning. Both of you are famous in Northern Plains. You are both experts, I cannot compare to you. He knew He Langzi, but he did not know Hui Fengzi. But looking at the situation, He Langzi and Hui Fengzi were walking side by side. With He Langzi's wild nature, one could deduce that this Hui Fengzi had battle strength that did not lose to He Langzi. Since you know of our reputation, why are you not retreating? If we really fight and you die in my hands, that would be too unwise. Hui Fengzi sneered a few times, his gaze was as sharp as a knife as he looked over. Fang Yuan smiled helplessly. I have been entrusted with a task, so I have to fulfill it. I am not skilled in fighting, but I have no choice but to fight you too. Please. He said this in a perfunctory manner. But he was secretly happy. Vaguely familiar face's effect was quite good. The two of them were rank 7. The moment he appeared, he had definitely used many investigative killer moves. Based on the current situation, these two did not have any suspicions towards Fang Yuan's appearance. If he found out that Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, just based on He Langzi's personality, he would have already attacked. Star Path rank 6 was already lower than his cultivation. If he was an immortal zombie, he would look down on him even more. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the other party had already discovered it but was holding back. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi saw that Xianxia was only rank 6. Their cultivations were lower than his, but they took the initiative to challenge him. Involuntarily, the two thought of the hidden strength path Gu Immortal. The two looked at each other. Hui Fengzi said to He Langzi, "Why don't you attack? I'll help you." He Langzi was wary of the rank 7 strength path Gu Immortal who killed Shuesongzi. Since Hui Fengzi is watching from the side, if that mysterious rank 7 strength path Gu Immortal suddenly attacks, there is no need to worry too much. However, I had an inexplicable feeling that something was wrong. I don't know why. He Langzi frowned and nodded to Hui Fengzi. At the next moment he growled and pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the famous demon of northern plains, He Langzi, was getting closer. He smiled. Please. Fang Yuan pushed his palms forward, using an immortal killer move. At that instant starlight shined. A whirlpool-like star cloud appeared. A few breaths of time later, it expanded to the size of 2 or 3 elephants. This star cloud rotated rapidly, creating a huge attractive force. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Cloud Grindstone. This was Star Lord Wanxiang's defensive killer move. Long-range attacks could be attracted in and then crushed by the Star Cloud Grindstone. For close combat experts like He Langzi, once he entered the Star Cloud Grindstone, his body would be restricted and he would be crushed by it. All in all, this was a very strong offensive-defensive killer move. How? He Langzi's body burst out with an explosive light. The light was so bright that even Fang Yuan had to close his eyes. At the next moment, the light faded and a wolf appeared. This wolf wasn't very big. In fact, it was even slightly smaller than an ordinary wolf. But the dangerous aura it exuded made Fang Yuan's eyelids twitch. It had no fur on its body, it was like a wooden statue covered in brown paint, giving off a sinister aura. On the wolf's head, there were naturally mushroom-like bones. It looked like it was wearing a pitch-black triangular hat. Under the brim of the hat, in the empty eye sockets, there were not sparkling eyeballs, but 2 glossy green flames quietly burning. Rank 7 desolate beasts fed on soul beasts. Fragrant sorcerine statue wolf. After He Langzi transformed into the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf, his speed increased by 3 times. He was like a shadow that flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Such speed. Even my investigative killer move cannot capture it. Fang Yuan's heart tightened. In any Gu Immortal battle, speed was an extremely important factor. Whoever was faster would have the initiative. Advancing or retreating could be done with a single thought. The slower side wanted to attack but could not hit the other side. If they wanted to retreat, they would be chased by the other side. He Langzi was indeed a famous transformation path demonic immortal in northern plains. When he was in human form, his battle strength was only rank 6 peak stage. But once he transformed into beast form, his battle strength rose sharply. It proved that he had great battle strength. At this moment, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He lost the initiative, but he did not panic. Even though he had an incomplete strength path immortal killer move, 3 pairs of true solid bat wings, he did not show any signs of using it now. True solid bat wings was a top-tier mortal killer move. Once Iron Crown Eagle strength immortal Gu activated, it could burst out with the speed of an immortal killer move. Thus it was called an incomplete immortal killer move. But this movement killer move was too unstable. And even if Iron Crown Eagle strength immortal Gu activated, Fang Yuan's speed could not match the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf. This ancient desolate beast wolf could fight against rank 7 Gu immortals. It was known for its speed and agility. Moreover, if Fang Yuan used true solid bat wings now, he would be exposing his strength path Gu immortal identity. A wise man would not take it. Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to become a star path Gu immortal this time. He was also using these two strong enemies to test his star path methods. He was testing the results of his research in Hu immortal blessed land. The fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf let out a sharp howl. It was so fast that even Fang Yuan couldn't catch it. It was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was about to reach Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He did something that He Langzi did not expect. He took the initiative to jump into the nebula grindstone that had just been activated. He Langzi had originally planned to bypass the nebula grindstone and kill Fang Yuan. Therefore, be it his mind or body, he deliberately avoided the nebula grindstone. Fang Yuan jumping in was out of He Langzi's expectations. With a soft sound, the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's claws scratched Fang Yuan's back. The fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf was really too fast. Even if Fang Yuan took the initiative to dodge and jump into the nebula grindstone, he would not be able to escape. He Langzi still managed to grab him from the back. But this grab was a hasty move. It did not cause much damage to Fang Yuan. Immortal zombies had pretty good defenses. A large hole was torn on Fang Yuan's blue robe, but the injury on his back was only superficial. His spine was not injured. When blood sprayed out, the flesh moved, the wound quickly closed. It was completely healed in a few breaths of time. But this blood. It was sprinkled in the air, it gradually changed color and revealed its true form, a few drops of immortal zombie blood. This is a weakness of vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan saw these drops of immortal zombie blood and had a thought. He remembered it. At the next moment, he waved his sleeves and collected the immortal zombie blood into his sleeves. Standing at the center of the nebula grindstone, he looked at the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf outside. He invited with a long laugh, "Sir He Langzi, you are very skilled, do you dare to enter?" Why was this nebula grindstone a defensive killer move? It was not an offensive killer move, that was the reason. As Fang Yuan fought inside, the nebula grindstone would grind down the enemy, but it could not harm or obstruct Fang Yuan. The fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf stared at the star cloud grindstone in front of it. In its empty eye sockets, a pair of eerie green flames burned fiercely. Fang Yuan could feel He Langzi's surging battle intent. He Langzi was about to pounce, Fang Yuan was fully focused. But at the next moment, the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf suddenly changed directions. It gave up on the enemy in front of it and charged towards the cloud buildings. Why should I fight you to the death? My goal is to destroy as many cloud buildings as possible. To destroy this damn 12-wave cloud confusion Gu formation. At this moment, He Langzi laughed coldly in his mind. He Langzi's action was aimed at Fang Yuan's weakness. Fang Yuan fell into a dilemma. The reason why Fang Yuan appeared here was to defend the cloud buildings and stall for time. But now He Langzi attacked the cloud buildings and gave up on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was in a dilemma. If Fang Yuan stood still, He Langzi would destroy the cloud buildings and achieve his goal, he would obtain victory. If Fang Yuan chased after him, he might not be able to protect himself. But his speed was not as fast as He Langzi's fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. Passive, Fang Yuan was in a very passive situation. Gu immortals were Gu immortals after all. When they fought, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts could not compare to them. He Langzi attacked twice. The first time he went around the nebula grindstone and attacked Fang Yuan. This time he gave up on Fang Yuan and attacked the cloud buildings. It was truly the essence of besieging way to rescue the besieging. Besieging way to rescue the besieging was a story from Fang Yuan's previous life on Earth. But this Gu Master World civilization was not simple, they had similar wisdom. Battles between Gu immortals were filled with such wisdom. It was not just a direct clash of strength on the surface, there were also schemes and plots between them. Seeing that the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf was attacking the cloud buildings, Fang Yuan was inside the nebula grindstone. He was not anxious, he smiled leisurely. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Snake Rope. At the edges of the nebula grindstone, 6 ropes shot out. The ropes were thin, they were made from dense dark blue starlight. The ends of the ropes were in the shape of snake heads. The 6 ropes were like 6 spiritual snakes that shot out like lightning as if they were pouncing on their prey. After which, they wriggled about and wrapped around the body of the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. "Sir He Langzi, where are you going? Please come in and fight." Fang Yuan laughed loudly. The nebula grindstone moved rapidly, cooperating with his strength. he pulled the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf into the nebula grindstone. These two immortal killer moves can be used together. This is a good tactic. At once, even Hui Fengzi's eyes shined with a sharp light. Chapter 884. When the star snake rope was used with the star cloud grindstone, its power would increase exponentially. Even though the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf was an ancient desolate beast, it did not specialize in strength. He Langzi's transformation was not perfect either. Thus, under the pull of the 6-star snake ropes, he struggled to no avail. Eventually he was pulled back by Fang Yuan. He Langzi was trapped in the star cloud grindstone. Starlight attacked him and grinded his wolf body, causing his skin and muscles to tighten as the pressure increased. At the same time, the 6-star snake ropes coiled around the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's body. They shrunk and soon created dents in the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's body. He Langzi could not even open his mouth. He only felt waves of force grinding against him. His bones were starting to creak. He Langzi was not flustered. Thoughts flashed in his mind. My transformation only has the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's speed. Its defense and strength are insufficient. And this person in front of me has a deep soul foundation. Earlier, I used the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf transformation to scratch him, but he was completely fine. This means that the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf's soul-damaging attack is not effective against him. In an instant He Langzi understood. Even though the wolf's mouth was tied up, this did not stop He Langzi from using his goo worms. He shouted at Fang Yuan, "Since you are courting death, I will grant you your wish." As he said that, lightning exploded. Large amounts of lightning shot in all directions. Rumble. Balls of lightning and thunder were exploding violently. Fang Yuan's 6-star snake ropes were submerged in the lightning and thunder. They first broke apart inch by inch before completely disintegrating. He Langzi regained his freedom. His body was bathed in lightning. He raised his head and howled. Howl. A few breaths of time later, the lightning dissipated. The wolf's howl also stopped. What appeared was no longer the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf. It was a lightning flash giant wolf. This was also an ancient desolate beast with rank 7 battle strength. The giant wolf was the size of an elephant. It was covered in blue fur. The tip of the wolf's fur had turned into a special blue crystal, emitting faint lightning. The fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf Yin Dove was thin and weak, but the lightning flash giant wolf was majestic. He actually turned all his Dao marks into the lightning Dao so quickly. It should be that thunder and lightning flashing earlier. I wonder what immortal killer move had such an effect. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted. He memorized this precious information. The next time he fought with He Langzi, Fang Yuan would try to destroy the immortal killer move and cause He Langzi's transformation to fail. Forget it this time. He Langzi would not give Fang Yuan this chance. Moreover, Fang Yuan knew that he would definitely lose this battle. It was just that the longer the battle dragged on, the better. They were rank 7 Gu immortals after all, experts who had been famous for a long time. He was also from northern plains. His battle strength surpassed the other 4 regions. But Fang Yuan only had a 6th revolution star path cultivation. This time, Fang Yuan mainly wanted to use actual combat to test vaguely familiar face and many star path killer moves. After a while, boom. With a loud rumble, a lightning pillar soared into the sky and smashed through the nebula grindstone that was on the verge of collapse. Fang Yuan's azure blue robe was in tatters. There were countless injuries all over his body. Thankfully, these were injuries caused by the lightning. The wounds were charred black. There was no blood. This helped Fang Yuan conceal his weakness. The lightning flash giant wolf howled proudly. It spoke, "Not a battlefield killer move. You want to trap me? You are too naive, die." Saying so, it opened its mouth and spat out a lightning pillar. The lightning pillar shot towards Fang Yuan with an imposing aura. Fang Yuan's face shone with an eerie blue light. His eyes shined with a bright light, but he still maintained his calm demeanor. "Hee, it is not easy to kill me." Saying so, Fang Yuan's body shook and suddenly turned into 6 figures, flying away and causing the lightning pillar to miss its target. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, 6 illusion star bodies. One body turned into 6, which one is the true body? Hui Fengzi had been observing the battle. Because he was wary of the Strength Path Gu Immortal hiding in the dark, he did not make a move. The 6 figures drew trails of blue starlight in the sky. They surrounded the lightning flash giant wolf and attacked together. At once, starlight flickered. Countless mortal killer moves flew towards the lightning flash giant wolf. He Langzi activated his defense, resisting Fang Yuan's attacks as he retaliated. But after spending a lot of effort and killing one Fang Yuan clone, another clone would be created. Xianxia attacked left and right. He killed a total of 8 Fangyuan Phantom Stars. It was quite a fruitful battle. But after Fangyuan Phantom Stars were destroyed, they would be reborn again and again. They seemed to have endless power. There were still 6 Fangyuan clones surrounding the lightning flash giant wolf and attacking it. Xianxia felt a huge headache. Here he could only use immortal killer moves to defend and expend rank 7 immortal essence. But the enemy only used mortal killer moves, they expended primeval essence. If this continued, he would be at a huge disadvantage. However, he had no choice but to defend. His physical body couldn't withstand such an indiscriminate bombardment. He attacked, but Fang Yuan's 6 phantom stars continued to grow. At once, Fang Yuan gained the initiative for the first time. He turned the situation around. At this time, Xianxia's investigative methods were being tested. Damn it, this lightning flash giant wolf has powerful attacks, but it is not good at investigative methods. Its speed is also not good. Even if I attack cloud building, I will be blocked by it. Do I have to turn back into the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf? Xianxia gritted his teeth. Transformation path Gu cultivators could only transform a limited number of times in a certain period of time. This was because the transformation was successful. The Dao marks would change. When transforming into another life form, the Dao marks would be left behind. Transformation path Gu immortals needed to use Gu worms to cleanse their bodies and get rid of the remaining Dao marks. Otherwise, they would be in great danger. Earlier, Xianxia could turn from the fragrant sorcerine statue wolf to the lightning flash giant wolf because he used a lightning path immortal killer move. This move not only attacked the surrounding star snake ropes, it also destroyed the soul path Dao marks on Xianxia's body. That was why Xianxia had the ability to transform into a lightning flash giant wolf. But if Xianxia wanted to turn from a lightning flash giant wolf to a fragrant sorcerine statue wolf, he did not have a soul path immortal killer move. Immortal killer move. It was very rare and precious, and it was very difficult to calculate. Xianxia was also someone who had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, with his identity as a rogue cultivator, he would not have achieved what he had today. It was a pity that he had obtained some inheritances. They were all quite incomplete. Unlike Xianxia, who had died not long ago, he had obtained a complete snow path inheritance from Qin Bai Sheng. He could use the immortal killer moves one by one. He was not like the current Fang Yuan who had obtained the complete star path inheritance from Star Lord Wuxia. Star Snake Rope, Star Cloud Grindstone, and 6 Illusion Star Bodies all used Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot as the cores. They complemented each other and could be used smoothly. He Lulan tried all ways and means to use the mortal killer move Self-Strength Giant Phantom, transforming it into an immortal Dao level. She had the foundation, but she could not do it. Fang Yuan had Strength Path Grandmaster Attainment level and the Light of Wisdom. He did not dare to try deducing other Strength Path immortal killer moves. It was not that he could not succeed, but he would expend too much time and effort. Xianxia did not have a Wisdom Path foundation. It was even more impossible to deduce a suitable immortal killer move for him. Of course, with Xianxia's strength, he had to endure Fang Yuan's attacks. It was not impossible to slowly get rid of the lightning path Dao marks on his body. After all, his cultivation level was there. Fang Yuan's strength was not as deep as his. But that would drag on for a long time. Just as Xianxia was hesitating, Wei Fengzi suddenly attacked. Fang Yuan's attack stopped. He was shocked to see a jade feather floating above his head. When did I get hit? What immortal killer move is this? It actually discovered my true body. You actually found my true body? Fang Yuan was shocked. The moment Fang Yuan used 6 illusion star bodies, Wei Fengzi used his investigative immortal killer move. After discovering Fang Yuan's true body, he immediately used another immortal killer move to mark it. Wei Fengzi was fighting at the side, guarding against the hidden strength path Gu immortals. But that did not mean he would not attack. Fang Yuan was fighting 1 against 2, and both of them were rank 7 Gu immortals. The disadvantage was too great. Once Fang Yuan's true body was exposed, the lightning flash giant wolf chased after him. Without a choice, Fang Yuan activated Star Cloud Grindstone to block in front of him. But the lightning flash giant wolf was an ancient desolate beast. Lightning surged and destroyed several Star Cloud Grindstones. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized the other 5 star bodies to disturb Xianxia. If Xianxia was an ancient desolate beast, his attention would have been attracted. But he had human intelligence and intelligence. He ignored the star body's interference. He continued to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fell into a passive state. The Star Cloud Grindstone in front of him was pierced by the lightning pillar again. Behind the lightning pillar, the lightning flash giant wolf chased after him. Immortal killer move, position star transposition. Fang Yuan's body shined with starlight, he vanished on the spot and appeared somewhere else, replacing one of the 6 illusion star bodies. This was a movement killer move recorded in Star Lord Wanxiang's inheritance. It could allow Fang Yuan to vanish at any time and replace one of the 6 illusion star bodies. After the replacement, the original phantom star body would vanish. Other than Fang Yuan's true body, there were only 4 phantom star bodies left. But soon, Fang Yuan willed and produced another illusory star body, standing beside him. The number of illusory star bodies in the field once again reached the maximum. At once, He Langzi's lightning flash giant wolf's mouth was wide open, he could not close it. Hui Fengzi's gaze was also dazed for a breath of time. Position star transposition and 6 illusion star bodies, these 2 immortal killer moves were closely matched, they seemed to be somewhat shameless. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi were speechless. Unless they had a method to counter it or if they could dispel one of these 2-star path killer moves, the current Fang Yuan was quite difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, be it Hui Fengzi or He Langzi, they did not have a method to counter it. And to dispel an unknown immortal killer move, they needed a deep wisdom path foundation. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. However, just as Fang Yuan and He Langzi were in a deadlock, Hui Fengzi finally made up his mind and attacked. Immortal killer move, wind escape. His body turned into a gust of wind, vanishing on the spot. At the next moment he appeared at the cloud building, opening his mouth. Immortal killer move, death wind flying blade. The wind blade that Hui Fengzi spat out landed on the roof of the cloud building. The cloud pavilion only lasted for a breath's time before it was sliced into 2 by the sharp wind blade from top to bottom. Wind escape? The number 1 movement killer move in northern plains. In an instant, Fang Yuan recognized Hui Fengzi. He called out to the land spirit of Langya. Chapter 885. When Fang Yuan looked again, he found that he was in another cloud building. Plus Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was because he had the help of land spirit of Langya, otherwise he would have been in danger. After all, among the enemies was Hui Fengzi. This person was known as the fastest person in northern plains. Even rank 8 Gu immortals could not catch up to him. He once had the shocking achievement of escaping from Yao Huang. But danger did not mean it was impossible. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. As long as he could stall for 3 breaths of time, he could escape. No matter how fast Hui Fengzi was, it was of no use. There were only 5 cloud buildings left to begin with. Now that we have lost 2 cloud buildings, we did not have much time left. The other party has already attacked, the 3 of us will attack together. Land Spirit of Langya instructed with a solemn expression. When Land Spirit of Langya spoke, Fang Yuan also discovered that other than him and the Land Spirit, there was another Inkman Gu immortal in the cloud building. Fang Yuan sized up this Inkman Gu immortal. He had clear Inkman characteristics, black skin, white hair, a face full of wrinkles. He looked quite old. Didn't Inkman City only have 1 Gu immortal, the Inkman City Lord Mo Tansang? It seems this Inkman Gu immortal should be the foundation of Inkman City. He usually hides himself very deeply. My information came from Fairy Li Shan, but I did not obtain any information about him. He only appeared when Langya Blessed Land is in danger. Fang Yuan guessed. Ink men are variant humans. Variant human races usually have few Gu immortals. Inkman City being able to hide 1 Gu immortal is already the limit. But then again, on the side of Inkman City, for the safety of Langya Blessed Land, they sent out 2 Gu immortals. They are quite staking it. This means that Mo Tansang is quite confident in the land spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan could see the general trend from this clue. Just by looking at this Inkman Gu immortal, he thought of many things. This Inkman Gu immortal only nodded at Fang Yuan. He did not speak, as if he did not want to converse with Fang Yuan. It was no wonder. Fang Yuan had changed his appearance, but he was still a human Gu immortal. In the current 5 regions in the entire world, mutants were either being ostracized or being hunted, trained, or raised as slaves to be sold openly. The mutants were struggling at death's door. Northern Plains Inkman City. This was already considered an extremely rare and precious alien tribe. This was also because Inkman City lords had always been Gu immortals for generations. Without the protection of Gu immortals, how could there be Inkman City? It had long been conquered by the joint forces of various forces, big and small, and the slaves had been carved up. It could be said that without Gu immortals, variant human races lived in small or miniature tribes, scattered in various corners of the world. It wasn't that the mutants didn't want to form medium-sized or large tribes. Usually, it was a calamity that attracted countless forces to hunt for slaves. This old Inkman Gu Immortal seemed to be extremely vigilant towards humans. Seeing Fang Yuan looking over, his expression changed. He only nodded slightly at Fang Yuan and remained where he was. He had no intention of coming over to talk. Fang Yuan also nodded. He needed to respond to him. Land Spirit of Xianxia, who was beside him, frowned deeply. He looked out of the window worriedly and suddenly said, "They came so quickly. They are pouncing on my cloud building. The situation is not good. It seems they have some kind of investigative method to deal with my 12-wave cloud confusion formation." Fang Yuan quickly cast his gaze over, but only saw the vast white fog. He knew that his investigative killer move was not effective. Land Spirit of Xianxia's words should not be false. Sure enough, after a few breaths of time, intense winds blew, pushing away the thick white fog and revealing a clear space. Two enemy Gu Immortals stood proudly in the air. One wore a black robe and had a very good complexion, but because of the hidden injuries on his body, his expression revealed a sense of decline. It made people feel that although this person was elegant and confident, his body was weak as if he was about to die. It was He Qing. The other was dressed in armor, he had a broad back and a thin waist, his eyes were shining with a sharp light. He was also someone Fang Yuan was familiar with, rank 7 Gu Immortal Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan immediately placed his attention on Qin Baisheng. In Fang Yuan's knowledge, this Qin Baisheng was extremely strong. He was at the same level as Central Continent's Shirlei. If they were to fight, Fang Yuan believed that he would not be a match for him. One had to know one's own limits. One of the reasons why Fang Yuan could live for so long was because he knew his limits. He had the Strength Path Killer move Myriad Self and did not lack Immortal Yuan Stone. He also had a set of Star Path Immortal Killer moves that made up for his many shortcomings. But in a real battle he might only be able to fight to a draw against people like Kanyang Laojun, He Lang Zi, Hui Feng Zi and Free Scholar. Although he killed Shui Song Zi earlier, that was because his luck was good, his plan worked. Earlier, when he used Star Path Battle Strength to deal with He Lang Zi, even though the situation was in a stalemate, He Lang Zi's third immortal transformation was not forced out. In other words, He Lang Zi still had some strength left. Evidently, the land spirit knew Qin Baisheng's strength. His brows furrowed even tighter as he muttered, "Damn it, I was just lacking a bit of time. As long as I can stall for time, even a tiger will become a sick cat." He seemed to have some powerful methods but needed time to prepare them. Unfortunately, the enemy did not intend to give the land spirit of Xianxia enough time. The enemy was already close to the cloud building. The land spirit of Xianxia had no choice but to resist. At the next moment, the land spirit turned around and said to the Inkman Gu Immortal at the corner, "Old Mo, go up and challenge them, try to stall for time as much as possible." "Yes, Lord Xianxia." The Inkman Gu Immortal bowed slightly and flew out of the cloud building. Fang Yuan prepared to attack at any time. The land spirit of Xianxia turned around and instructed. Fang Yuan nodded, thinking inwardly, "With my Star Path methods I can still contend with people like Hui Feng Zi and He Lang Zi. It is basically impossible to win, but I can stall for time. But against Qin Baisheng, I have to use my full strength. Just relying on my Star Path cultivation is not enough." Just as he was thinking about this, an extremely strong pressure suddenly came from the front. "What is this?" The terrifying pressure caused Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Xianxia's expressions to change. They quickly looked over, but there was only a dazzling golden light in their vision. After the golden light faded, Qin Baisheng stood proudly in the air. He Qing behind him looked at his back in shock. It was like he was looking at a monster. And in Qin Baisheng's hand was a head. It was the head of the Inkman Gu Immortal. As for this Gu Immortal's body, it had just landed on the ground. Qin Baisheng had actually killed a rank 6 Gu Immortal in a breath of time. How fast? What level of battle strength was this? Killing a Gu Immortal who was completely on guard, even if he was a variant human, was too terrifying. Even the experienced and knowledgeable He Qing was stupefied at this moment. Although he had personally witnessed the scene of He Qing suppressing He Lang Zi in one move. But suppressing and killing Gu Immortals were two different concepts. The opposing Gu Immortal had just flown out and was just about to speak. Qin Baisheng attacked. He did not even have the chance to speak. He did not even leave the other party. What was that move just now? The Gu Immortals and land spirit present could not see any clues. Terrifying. This Qin Baisheng's battle strength has already surpassed Shirlei. He is on the same level as Feng Jioga. Quickly retreat. Fang Yuan shouted at the land spirit of Xianxia. The land spirit of Xianxia also reacted at the same time. When Fang Yuan shouted, he grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and disappeared on the spot. What's going on? In another cloud building Mo Tanzi was guarding. Seeing the sudden appearance of Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langia, he was surprised. Fang Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not know the secrets behind Qin Bai Sheng, but the beheading just now. It left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. The land spirit of Langia was panic-stricken. He looked around. What do we do now? His body suddenly shook. He raised his head and looked towards the northwest. His gaze seemed to penetrate the cloud building, revealing a terrified expression. They are coming. They are charging towards us. What do we do now? Mo Tansang took a step forward. He looked at the stranger, Fang Yuan. As expected, he did not recognize Fang Yuan's true appearance. Mo Tansang did not investigate Fang Yuan's identity. He asked the land spirit of Langia with concern. The land spirit of Langia did not reply to him. He was very anxious. This was the first time Mo Tansang had seen such a situation. Instead, Fang Yuan spoke with wariness, explaining to Mo Tansang in a heavy tone that Inkman Gu Immortal died. He did not even last one move. He was beheaded by Qin Bai Sheng. This battle strength is already on par with rank 8. Only when the difference in strength is too great can such an overwhelming result occur. What? Elder Mo is dead. He was killed by Qin Bai Sheng in one move? Mo Tansang's body shook. An expression of disbelief and shock appeared on his face. Soon, the shock on his face faded, and his gaze became dazed again. The old Inkman Gu Immortal's death was a heavy blow to Mo Tansang. Inkman City had a total of 2 Gu Immortals. Now only Mo Tansang was left. The severity of their losses was evident. How can Qin Bai Sheng be so strong? Mo Tansang's forehead was soon filled with cold sweat. He was a mighty lord after all. After reacting, he immediately understood that he could only rely on the unfathomable land spirit of Langia. He took a step forward and asked the land spirit of Langia, Lord Land Spirit of Langia, what do we do? We cannot delay any longer. Your rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron, cannot unleash its power and forcefully refine the immortal Gu of these Gu immortals? Rank 8 immortal Gu house. Refinement cauldron? This is the trump card of the land spirit of Langia? Hearing this immortal Gu house can forcefully refine other people's immortal Gu? Fang Yuan's heart shook when he heard this secret. Everything became clear. No wonder the land spirit of Langia could resist the invasion of so many Gu immortals. It was no wonder that even Feng Jiogo would die here. With this rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron, as long as they delayed for a period of time, the immortal Gu of the Gu immortals would be refined by the land spirit. But Gu immortals could only use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves here. If the immortal Gu were refined, then the Gu immortals could only be slaughtered. No wonder the land spirit of Langia could capture so many Gu immortals alive. A rank 8 immortal Gu house could refine the immortal Gu of other Gu immortals through the immortal aperture. This power was unbelievably strong. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Long Hair Ancestor was the creator of 88-point Jianghu Tower. It was completely reasonable for him to create a rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron. If I could forcefully refine Gu, I would have done it long ago. What to do? What to do? There is not enough time. The land spirit of Langia ran around the house as he shouted in a frenzy. Mo Tansang had helped defend against 2 waves of attacks. He had never seen the land spirit of Langia so flustered. His heart sank to rock bottom. Don't tell me that not only did I ruin the whole of Northern Plains, even Langia blessed land has been affected and is going to be destroyed in advance? Fang Yuan had a heavy heart. Chapter 886. Celestial Court. There were many palaces, shining brightly. Heaven Overseeing Tower stood tall, for rank 8 Gu Immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Bai Tsang Shui, Lian Jiuxing and Bai Qin Tian, stood in 4 different directions. The huge Gu formation drew a grand shadow in the air. Countless precious immortal materials were thrown into the air like the cheapest cabbages in the market. In the shadow formed by the refinement path Gu formation, these immortal materials were processed at an extremely fast speed. At this point, half of the success Dao marks obtained from the infallible inheritance had already been used up. The female Gu immortal Bai Tsang Shui's gaze shined brightly as she looked at the refinement path Gu formation in the air. This was the first time she was participating in the restoration of Fate Gu, and also the first time she was seeing this refinement path Gu formation with shocking effects. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick. He had already noticed Bai Tsang Shui's expression. He spoke. Fairy Tsang Shui, if you want this refinement path Gu formation, you only need to pay 30,000 contribution points to obtain it. Bai Tsang Shui's expression changed. She knew that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words had a deeper meaning. He was reminding her. This was the crucial moment of the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu. She could not look at the refinement path Gu formation and be distracted. I am ashamed. Bai Tsang Shui bowed towards heaven overseeing Tower Lord, sighing, this refinement path Gu formation is extremely profound and has incredible power. Even though I am not a refinement path Gu immortal, I know that this formation seems to have reached the fundamental profundity of refinement path. But it is like a poem that is only half sung. This Gu formation gives me a feeling of wanting more. It seems it can go a step further and become an immortal Gu house. Fairy Tsang Shui's gaze was bright. But this Gu formation cannot be raised into an immortal Gu house. The white-haired young man, Lian Jiusheng, replied with a smile. Why is that? Bai Tsang Shui's gaze flickered, showing curiosity on her face. The main reason is that it lacks the most crucial core immortal Gu. Fairy Tsang Shui does not know. This refinement path Gu formation is only an imitation of long-hair ancestors' rank 8 immortal Gu house refinement cauldron by predecessors of Celestial Court. Lian Jiusheng slowly explained, revealing a secret. And this refinement cauldron. Now, it is still preserved in Langya Blessed Land. The core immortal Gu are all there. Is that so? Bai Tsang Shui's face dimmed. Immortal Gu were unique, refinement cauldron still existed. Celestial Court's Gu formation was not easy to upgrade. Of course. Indeed, he could start from scratch and redesign this Gu formation, using other immortal Gu as the core to achieve similar power. But this was very difficult. Back then, Longhair Ancestor was able to complete 88-point Jinyang Tower and the Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron. Other than being a Refinement Path Great Grandmaster, there was another reason. And because he has a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster friend, Immortal Yi Yen. Lian Jiusheng sighed. Immortal Yi Yen was the founder of the Prophecy of Three Venerables. A true Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, his predictions were very accurate. Immortal Yi Yen Longhair Ancestor. Bai Tsang Shui muttered and suddenly thought of something. Back then, why didn't they absorb Longhair Ancestor into the Celestial Court? He was a Refinement Path Grandmaster. But he only had rank 8 cultivation level. He was not an invincible rank 9 Gu Immortal. Even if he was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, our Celestial Court has our methods. We could change his Northern Plains aura to Central Continent aura. Indeed, there were only 3 people like Longhair Ancestor in history. Back then, why didn't Celestial Court take him in? Lian Jiusheng was also puzzled. Bai Qin Tian was silent. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord chuckled, his tone filled with arrogance. That is because Longhair Ancestor is not a pure human, he is a hairy man from head to toe. No matter how strong he is, no matter how high his refinement path attainment is, he cannot enter Celestial Court. Celestial Court is the sacred land of us pure humans. How could such a low-level variant human enter? There was actually such a thing. Longhair Ancestor was a hairy man? The other 3 Gu Immortals looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard of such a secret. Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land. Originally there were 5 cloud buildings but 3 had already been destroyed, only 2 were left. On Qin Baisheng's side, Shui Songzi died. On Land Spirit of Langya's side, an Inkman Gu Immortal also died. Qin Baisheng burst out with terrifying battle strength. He was unstoppable as he charged towards Land Spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan, and Mo Tansang's cloud building, causing Land Spirit of Langya to be in a panic. What do we do? What do we do? The other party is too strong, we cannot hold on. Even though there are still 2 cloud buildings, we have already lost them. Damn it, so hateful. Do I have to let him out? No, if I let him out, I will be locked up. I wonder when I can come out again. I spent so much effort to build Langya Blessed Land, who knows if that lunatic will raise it into a grotto heaven. That lunatic's ambition is too great, he will definitely bring destruction to Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya was fuming with anger. He was mumbling to himself to the point that it was almost nonsense. This gave Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang a sense of panic and anxiety. Fang Yuan was still fine, he had fixed immortal travel after all. But Mo Tansang was truly uneasy. That Inkman Gu Immortal had already died. If he was also sacrificed, the hundreds of thousands of Inkmen in Inkman City would have an extremely worrying outcome. Without the protection of Gu Immortals, the Inkmen in Inkman City would become a huge piece of juicy meat. Countless jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards would fight for them. The Inkman citizens would have a tragic ending, they would become slaves and live in misery. Lord Land Spirit, you have to stay calm. We are depending on you. Longhair Ancestor is a grand character who discussed Tao with a demon venerable. Think about it carefully, you must have some methods to deal with the enemy. Mo Tansang approached Land Spirit of Langya and urged. Don't force me, don't force me. Land Spirit of Langya grabbed his hair and shook his head. Mo Tan Sang was even more anxious. He grabbed the Land Spirit's arm and shook his body. Land Spirit of Langya, quickly wake up. Land Spirit of Langya seemed to have reached his limit. He suddenly raised his head and roared. Boom. A fierce power suddenly erupted from Land Spirit of Langya's body. Mo Tan Sang was caught off guard. He coughed out a large amount of blood like a broken gunny sack. He was ruthlessly pushed away. After crashing into the wall, he slowly collapsed. You are not Land Spirit of Langya? Mo Tan Sang's eyes were wide open. He shouted at Land Spirit of Langya in disbelief. Land Spirit of Langya originally had white hair and a sage-like demeanor. But now his appearance had changed greatly. His body had become majestic and mighty. He was about the same height as Fang Yuan's immortal zombie form. He had a stocky back and a bear's waist, the muscles on his body bulged. He was extremely intimidating. What was even more eye-catching was that his entire body was covered with thick long hair. The brown hair almost wrapped his entire body. Pair of eyes, filled with blood vessels, fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up, revealing a devilish smile. In a blink of an eye, Land Spirit of Langya changed from a human old man to a muscular hairy man. Towards this change in Land Spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan was also extremely surprised. Immediately, he silently retreated a few steps. He stared at Land Spirit of Langya with vigilance. Immediately, he silently retreated a few steps, his eyes staring warily at Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya slowly raised his head. He looked down at Mo Tan Sang, who was sitting on the ground by the wall. His tone was filled with emotions. Why am I not Land Spirit of Langya? How many years has it been? Ever since that myriad tribulation. Humph, because my power was weak, I was replaced by that weak fellow. Land Spirit of Langya said until here. Suddenly, he raised his head and shouted, how many years has it been? He breathed in deeply, his face was filled with excitement and malevolence. He clenched his fists, the bulging muscles on his arms were thicker than Mo Tan Sang's thighs. I am finally back. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed, he was filled with doubts. He took a few steps back again. You two don't need to be suspicious. I am Land Spirit of Langya, I am the real deal. Land Spirit of Langya suddenly raised his head, his gaze was sharp like a sword. It was directed at Fang Yuan and Mo Tan Sang. My main body is a hairy man. After I died, I had two obsessions. However, there was only one Earth Spirit and these two obsessions were evenly matched. Neither could suppress the other. In the end, they could only combine into one, forming the Land Spirit of Langya. What you two saw was only the obsession that wanted to break space, escape immortal goo. Land Spirit of Langya snorted coldly, explaining. Two obsessions. Mo Tan Sang's expression froze. Fang Yuan was much faster than him. He immediately asked. Then, Land Spirit of Langya, what is your condition? Earlier, for the Land Spirit of Langya to acknowledge him as its master, the condition was to unravel the mystery of why space escape immortal goo could not enter the space cave. Fang Yuan definitely could not achieve that. But now, the Land Spirit of Langya's appearance had changed. According to him, it was a different obsession. Then the condition would definitely be different as well. You don't have the qualifications to make me acknowledge you as my master. The hairy man Land Spirit of Langya stared at Fang Yuan. His tone was much more arrogant and domineering than when he spoke to the old man. Why do I not have the qualifications? Fang Yuan was not angry. The Land Spirit of Langya crossed his arms, smiling arrogantly. My ambition is to let hairy men rule the world. Any variant human, including a pure human like you, will have to crawl under the feet of us hairy men. You will become the slaves of us hairy men, you will have to beg for our favor, you will be as lowly as an ant. Any hairy man who can achieve this goal will be the owner of the Land Spirit of Langya. Mo Tan Sang was dazed. Fang Yuan was speechless. No wonder he did not have the qualifications, because Fang Yuan was not a hairy man. He did not even have the qualifications to participate. Two obsessions. Theoretically speaking, it's not impossible. No wonder long hair ancestor is called long hair, he is a hairy man. So that's it, long hair ancestor is extremely talented, but in history there are no records of him being recruited by the celestial court. No wonder. I once tried to buy hairy man slaves from the Land Spirit of Langya, but he rejected me with a firm attitude. Fang Yuan started to believe the words of the Land Spirit of Langya. After all, from start to finish, he had personally witnessed the entire process, through the appraisal of more than 10 investigative killer moves. This means that after long hair ancestor died he had two obsessions. One was the refinement path obsession. It was related to space escape Immortal Gu and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. The other obsession was the obsession of the race. Long hair ancestor was a hairy man. He felt that hairy men were oppressed by humans. That was why he had such an intense obsession. Fang Yuan's expression became even more solemn. The land spirit of Langya in front of him not only changed in appearance, his temperament had also changed. Their previous friendship was no longer useful. Then now what attitude would the new land spirit of Langya have towards the pure human Fang Yuan? Chapter 887. Don't be nervous, kid, I won't attack you. The land spirit of Langya stared at Fang Yuan with his tiger-like eyes, before adding in a playful tone, even though you have taken advantage of me. Those were fair transactions in the past. Fang Yuan's expression stiffened, immediately denying it. You were able to grow to your current level, you have indeed taken a lot of resources from that weak fellow. But I don't mind, we can even continue to cooperate. The land spirit of Langya said coldly. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, seemingly in disbelief. Don't you want to overthrow the human race and establish the hegemony of the hairy man race? Of course. The land spirit of Langya did not hesitate, immediately replying, but rice needs to be eaten mouthful by mouthful, the road needs to be walked step by step. To realize my ambitions, I need to recognize the reality. Even if my main body is alive, I need to disguise as a human. To realize the hegemony of the hairy man race, cooperation with you humans is essential. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with astonishment. This new land spirit of Langya in front of him, although his ambitions were unrealistic, his actions were rational, he had a clear understanding of his surroundings and himself. While the two were talking, Mo Tansang quietly got up and healed his injuries. My plan is foolproof. The land spirit of Langya's eyes flashed with a bright light. He said slowly in a low voice, First, I will use benefits to gather a group of human Gu immortals. Using humans to deal with humans, I will disintegrate the human camp from the inside. I will recruit these human Gu immortals and train them to become the hunting dogs of my hairy man race. You are one of my targets, ah. Towards the end he pointed at Fang Yuan. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, Mo Tansang, the land spirit could not lie indeed, he actually exposed his own scheme. Was all exposed. At the next moment, the land spirit of Langya also realized something was amiss. His loud laughter came to an abrupt end, he rubbed his chin, a look of regret flashing across his face. Oh no. Once he was happy, he told everyone about the plan. Fang Yuan, Mo Tanzang, as for you, Inkman Gu Immortal. At this moment, the land spirit of Langya's gaze shifted from Fang Yuan to Mo Tanzang. I'm not that weak fellow who is afraid of being exposed. I have refused to cooperate with you many times. I'm very interested in all the collaborations you've proposed. Especially those who had subverted human clans and schemed against human forces. Speaking of which, the human race is too powerful. Facing the current human race, we mutants are natural allies. Cooperate with my hairy man clan, your Inkman city will develop even faster and continue to grow stronger. Mo Tansang's injuries were not serious and he recovered quickly. Hearing the words of the land spirit of Langya, Zhang Hanyang nodded. Mo Tansang suddenly had a feeling that the bitterness was over and the good was about to come. He glanced at Fang Yuan discreetly. He still did not know that this star path Gu immortal in front of him was the Fang Yuan that he knew. Ah! The land spirit of Langya thought of a good idea, and started laughing loudly again. These idiotic ink men. That's right, to let my hairy man clan become the overlord, we need to make use of these ink men, feather men and others. Wait until the day we succeed. Then we will demote these clans to slaves and squeeze out their value. Of course. These ink men of Inkman City can be treated differently. After all, they are descendants of Immortal Yi Yan's bloodline. We can support them to become the puppet kings of the ink men, haha. This idea is too good. Fang Yuan, Mo Tansang, the land spirit of Langya saw their speechless expressions and was slightly stunned before his expression turned solemn, his hand rubbing his chin. I accidentally spoke my mind again. Fang Yuan completely relaxed. How could someone like the land spirit of Langya become the overlord of hairy men? Mo Tansang covered his face with his hands. Even though he was an Inkman and not a hairy man, he still felt embarrassed for the land spirit of Langya. Qin Baisheng quickly got close. The cloud building was already within his attack range. There is a land spirit and 2 Gu immortals in the building. Qin Baisheng had an outstanding investigative immortal killer move. He immediately found out many details about Fang Yuan's side. Qin Baisheng squinted his eyes. He suddenly slowed down his speed and swung his right hand forward. Boom! Golden light burst out. and a huge shadow of a giant golden hammer took shape in an instant. It suddenly shot out, crushing toward the cloud pavilion. Chi waves surged. The golden hammer shadow had an intimidating aura. It was even larger than the cloud building. The cloud building, which was originally quite large, immediately became thin under the golden hammer shadow. Metal Path Immortal Killer Move, City-Shattering Hammer. How dare you! At the next moment, a figure rushed out of the cloud building, shouting furiously. It was the land spirit of Xianxia. The land spirit did not dodge, he faced the giant golden hammer head-on. The moment his thick arms made contact with the city-shattering hammer, dozens of goo worms appeared and surrounded the land spirit's body. Rule Path Immortal Killer Move, Clear Space. In an instant, the giant golden hammer shadow disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. Only the golden hammer shadow was left. The chi waves created by the attack lasted for a long time. Land Spirit of Xianxia? Seeing the land spirit of Xianxia's change in appearance, even the mysterious shadow sect's vice leader Qin Baixing showed a strange expression. He asked with uncertainty. It is me. The land spirit of Xianxia shouted furiously. After destroying the golden hammer, he did not give up. He directly charged towards Qin Baixing. He was indeed different from the land spirit of Xianxia. His temperament was simply two extremes. He was very valiant and full of battle intent. Fang Yuan and Imo Tan Sang were on tenterhooks as they watched from the back. The land spirit was the symbol of this world. It was the most important thing for Gu immortals to attack blessed lands. Normally speaking, the land spirit would hide itself and use the entire blessed land to deal with the invading enemy. After all, the land spirit could control the blessed land. Once it was captured or destroyed, the difficulty of attacking the blessed land would fall sharply by several levels. But the land spirit of Xianxia, who had turned into a hairy man, was different. He directly attacked. Even though Qin Baixing had displayed extremely powerful battle strength, the land spirit of Xianxia was not afraid at all. He Cheng, who was at the side, was first stunned, then he laughed. He felt that with Qin Baixing's strength, the land spirit of Xianxia had taken the initiative to attack. He was simply walking into a trap. But as the person involved, Qin Baixing, his expression was solemn. Since invading Xianxia blessed land, this was the first time he retreated explosively. He mainly cultivated Soul Path. He also cultivated Metal Path. His most useful immortal killer move, Soul Suppression, was useless against the land spirit of Xianxia. Soul Suppression was Qin Baixing's method of using his own soul to suppress his opponent's soul. The difference in Soul Foundation caused the immortal killer move Soul Suppression to have an astonishing effect. Earlier, in Luopa Valley, Qin Baixing had used Soul Suppression to suppress He Langzi, who had turned into a giant wolf. And just now, Qin Baixing had used Soul Suppression again, suppressing that Inkmingu immortal until he could not move, and then used a Metal Path killer move to behead the Inkmingu immortal. But against the land spirit of Xianxia now, Soul Suppression had no effect at all. Why? Because the land spirit of Xianxia was a special existence. He did not have a soul. He was only a type of postnatal spirit formed from the combination of his obsession and heavenly power. His body was between illusion and reality. He did not have a real body. Nor did he have a soul. To make an analogy, it was like cursing someone. Qin Baixing had soul suppression. He could speak like a river. He could directly curse someone to death. But the land spirit of Xianxia did not understand his language at all. Even if he cursed harshly to the land spirit of Xianxia, it was like a gentle breeze. Because the land spirit did not understand at all. Qin Baixing was well aware of this point. And because this land spirit of Xianxia was too strange, he chose to retreat. He wanted to see what the land spirit of Xianxia was planning. Once Qin Baixing retreated, the land spirit of Xianxia's aura surged. He became even more unforgiving. Immortal killer move, Great Thousand Spears. Immortal killer move, Triple Desolation. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Lightning Starfire. Countless golden spears shot out, forming a dense forest of spears that shot towards Qin Baixing from all directions. Qin Baixing quickly defended himself. His entire body seemed to be covered by a giant pillar. A 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around the giant pillar. The golden dragon pillar temporarily blocked the endless Great Thousand Spears, but Qin Baixing's hair was covered in a layer of white frost. His lifespan was instantly reduced. This was the ability of Time Path Killer Move Triple Desolation. Great Thousand Spears were like a torrential storm. They were aggressive and unstoppable. Triple Desolation was mysterious and hard to defend against. Among them were sparks and sparks. They were chaotic and disorderly, but they were able to drill into the golden dragon pillar of light, burning and exploding on Qin Baixing's skin. The land spirit of Langia raised his head and roared. Countless goo worms on his body disappeared and reappeared. After they were used, they disappeared again. Immortal goo and countless mortal goo appeared one after another. Immortal killer move, yellow wood rustling. Immortal killer move, defeat blood flying smoke. Immortal killer move, immortal slaughtering beheading blade. Wood path killer move, causing withered leaves to fly in the air. Blade path killer move, unstoppable. The blade light was bright and unstoppable. There was even a blood path killer move. A blood-red smoke coiled around Qin Baisheng's waist. Qin Baisheng was busy defending himself, he had no choice but to retreat. The land spirit of Langia roared again, chasing after him relentlessly. All sorts of mortal goo and immortal goo appeared on his body, rapidly changing positions. Immortal killer move, shattered ice armor. Immortal killer move, chaotic hole drill. Immortal killer move, wishful shadow sword. Ice path, space path, and dark path killer moves erupted one after another. Qin Baisheng was busy defending himself, he had no choice but to retreat again. The more Langia land spirit advanced, the stronger his aura became, his immortal killer moves were unleashed like floodwaters. Qin Baisheng was forced to retreat repeatedly in an instant. The more Qin Baisheng retreated, the more passive he was, while the land spirit of Langia was getting crazier. One advanced and one retreated, they fought for tens of li in one breath. He Qing, Fang Yuan, and Mo Tan Sang, who were watching the battle, were dumbstruck. Langia Blessed Land's foundation was extremely deep, it had many immortal goo. Long Hair Ancestor did not lack immortal killer moves, he also had Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, he had accumulated a huge amount of immortal essence. Langia Land Spirit's indiscriminate bombardment was completely able to support him due to his large family and large business. Fang Yuan even suspected that the land spirit of Langia could fight for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. Chapter 888. Bam Bam Bam. Countless immortal killer moves appeared one after another in the hands of land spirit of Langia. A wood path, fire path, water path, ice path, space path, time path, and other attacks were like fireworks in the sky, they were dazzling but contained fatal danger. Even someone as strong as Qin Baisheng could only defend for a moment, he could not retaliate. Is this still a land spirit? It is too ferocious. He Qing watched as Qin Baisheng was suppressed, and the land spirit of Langia roared as it chased after him, his throat turned dry. Are you done messing around? Suddenly, Qin Baisheng let out a long cry. In the sky, a sun-like golden radiance blossomed. The golden light was so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. Boundless heat gushed out along with the golden light, filling the sky and earth in the blink of an eye. The temperature rose rapidly, heaven and earth were about to evaporate. Soul Path and Metal Path, Dual Path Immortal Killer Move, Burning Soul Supreme Gold. The land spirit of Langia was very special, it did not fear the burning of the soul, but Burning Soul Supreme Gold was an extremely rare and precious immortal killer move that combined offense and defense. Once this move was used, Qin Baisheng seemed to have turned into a miniature sun, he shone upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he was like the ruler of heaven and earth. All of the attacks of the land spirit of Langia were disintegrated. If it were an ordinary opponent with the land spirit's crazy attacks, they might really be able to kill the old master. But his opponent was not an ordinary Gu immortal, he was the vice envoy of Shadow Sect, Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng blocked countless killer moves, slowly accumulating some time to catch his breath, he finally found a chance to erupt. Once he made a move, the attacks of the land spirit of Langia suffered a severe setback. Next, he would use a powerful counterattack. Compared to him, the land spirit of Langia had many advantages. Its foundation was deep and powerful. But it was not a Gu immortal after all, it lacked battle wisdom. For example, these immortal killer moves that he used. Even though they were powerful, they did not coordinate with each other, there were even internal disturbances that expended a lot of power. In this regard, Fang Yuan was better than him. Whether it was the combination of the nebula grindstone, the star snake rope, or the combination of the 6 illusionary star bodies and the position shift, they were all enough for him to learn from the land spirit of Langia. Land spirits were after all just an obsession left behind by a Gu immortal after death. It was a special existence formed by the mighty power of heaven and earth. If the land spirit had Fang Yuan's intelligence, once it had the advantage just now, Qin Baisheng would not be able to turn the situation around. However, the land spirit was not Fang Yuan, so Qin Baisheng waited for the right time to counterattack. The Scorching Soul Supreme Metal had become the turning point of the battle. The land spirit of Langia's attack was blocked. Qin Baisheng immediately seized the initiative and did not hand over the initiative. The situation of the battle had completely reversed. The land spirit of Langia retreated step by step and was suppressed by Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng's attack frequency was less than 10% of the land spirit of Langia. But every time he attacked, every immortal killer move had good coordination with each other. It was like layers upon layers of traps that restricted the land spirit of Langia. The deeper he sank, the more he could not turn the situation around and wait for any opportunity. Qin Baisheng had rich battle experience. His methods were extremely shrewd and ruthless. His steadiness was accompanied by ruthlessness. The eyelids of Fang Yuan, He Cheng and Mo Tansang were twitching. What do we do? The land spirit's defeat is already set. Mo Tansang asked Fang Yuan with an anxious expression. Fang Yuan did not reply. He had a hesitant expression. The land spirit of Langia charged out without even saying a word, risking its life. It was simply stupid. The land spirit was not afraid of Qin Baisheng's soul pressure, but Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang were completely countered by this move. Unless they had a method to counter it or if they could break this soul path killer move. At once, Fang Yuan fell into a predicament similar to when Hui Fengzi and He Langzi faced the shameless combination of 6 illusion star bodies and position star transposition. Mo Tansang glanced at Fang Yuan, seeing that this unfamiliar Gu immortal had no intention of joining the battle. He could not help but feel anxious. The land spirit of Langia was unreliable and had boundless ambitions. It wanted to enslave all the ink men. But Mo Tansang was a formidable character. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he used Ma Hongyun's influence to revitalize the Inkman race. Even if the land spirit of Langia's thoughts were 100 times more arrogant, so what? To Mo Tansang, the brand new land spirit of Langia was more beneficial to the Inkman race than the previous land spirit. Cooperating with him had great prospects. Mo Tansang was moved. But Qin Baisheng was too strong. Mo Tansang did not want the land spirit to die, but he was wary of Qin Baisheng. He wanted to drag Fang Yuan down with him. Fang Yuan was unmoved. Such a huge change in the land spirit of Langia might be an opportunity for Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not want to take excessive risks. In the past, he took risks because he had no choice or the benefits were too great. Now he wanted to save the land spirit. It was indeed an opportunity, but the risk was too high. Different from Mo Tansang. Once the land spirit was destroyed, Mo Tansang would be trapped. He had to fight even if he did not want to. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. He could retreat. Thus, he decided to watch from the sidelines for now. Boom. The land spirit of Langia was directly hit by Qin Baisheng's attack. Its entire body was sent flying like a rubber ball, rapidly crashing into the thick cloud soil on the ground. The cloud soil was soft to begin with. The land spirit of Langia sank deep into the cloud soil, creating a huge crater. It wanted to teleport away, but found that its entire body was bound by a dazzling golden chain. The land spirit struggled intensely but could not move. It's over. Qin Baisheng's face was solemn, leisurely flying above the land spirit, his cold eyes looking down at the land spirit beneath his feet. Qin Baisheng retracted all of his aura, his hands formed palms, slowly putting them together in front of his chest, like an old monk meditating. At the same time he slowly lowered his head and closed his eyes. He is preparing something. Now is the best time to save the land spirit. Mo Tansang felt something was amiss and immediately shouted. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, his eyes staring at Qin Baisheng. He was secretly shocked. This starting stance, could it be the legendary move? In the battle just now, Qin Baisheng was like a ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains, a heavenly dragon wreaking havoc in the seas, unstoppable. Now with his palms together, his head lowered and eyes closed, he was like a piece of dead wood. There was no aura. The two states formed a stark contrast. Slowly, Qin Baisheng's right palm, 5 fingers pressed against his left palm. As if he was squeezing something precious, his right palm slowly clenched into a fist. Next, his left palm remained at the same spot, while his clenched right fist slowly rose from his chest to his shoulder to his head, before finally stopping above his head. Qin Baisheng's eyes were closed. There was no wind or ripple on his face as he lowered his head. His aura was completely restrained. His left palm was placed vertically at the center of his chest, while his right hand was clenched into a fist and raised above his head. Mo Tansang did not know what was going on, but he knew that Qin Baisheng would not act without thinking. Once he used this move, heaven and earth would collapse. Even gods and ghosts would be shocked. The land spirit of Langia sensed the greatest danger. It struggled with all its might. The gold coiling around its body shattered, showing countless cracks. But it was already too late. That's right, it is that move. Sword Immortal Bo Qing's legendary move. Famous in Central Continent. Qin Baisheng is a Northern Plains Gu immortal, how can he know it? Fang Yuan gulped, he felt extremely stifled. He did not dare to save it. Sword Path Immortal Killer Move. 5-finger fist heart sword. 1 finger. Qin Baisheng suddenly raised his right thumb. His right fist that was raised above his head suddenly shot out a sword light. Fast, fast, fast. The sword light was extremely fast. It was unimaginable. The moment it shot out, it hit the land spirit of Langya's forehead. The land spirit of Langya struggled intensely. In an instant, this sword light pierced through his skull. He suddenly stopped moving, his body was stiff like a statue. He looked at Qin Baisheng who was in the sky with a dazed expression. But at the next moment, the land spirit of Langya struggled even more crazily like it was electrocuted. If it was Fang Yuan, even if he was an immortal zombie he would have died from this attack. But the land spirit of Langya was a special existence, it did not have any fatal weakness. But this attack caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The solid head started to turn blurry. 2 fingers. Qin Baisheng raised his right index finger again. The second sword light shot out from his fist, it was as fast as before. The sword light pierced through the land spirit of Langya's right arm. The land spirit of Langya screamed miserably, its right arm immediately turned blurry. 3 fingers. The third sword light pierced through the land spirit of Langya's left arm. The land spirit of Langya screamed miserably, its left arm actually started to dissipate. Quickly save him, once the land spirit of Langya dies, we are all finished. Mo Tan Sang shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn, his body was like steel, he did not show any signs of saving the land spirit of Langya. Clusters of star cloud millstones appeared in front of Fang Yuan one after another. If the battle situation did not turn for the better, Fang Yuan had already decided to use fixed immortal travel to escape from Langya blessed land. 4 fingers. At this time Qin Baisheng raised his right ring finger. Save me. The land spirit of Langya could not stay calm, it screamed with all its might. Let's fight. Mo Tan Sang shouted at Fang Yuan, he immediately flew out and used his killer move to attack from afar. But the fourth sword light had already shot out. Clang. A sharp sound of impact suddenly came from the deep pit. A figure stood in front of the land spirit of Langya, blocking the fourth sword light. This aura, it is a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan was still in the cloud building, he sensed the unfamiliar aura, bright light flashed in his eyes. This was a variable. As he expected, Langya blessed land still had other trump cards. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Next, 8 black figures appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the air and appearing near the deep pit, protecting the land spirit of Langya. Mo Tan Sang quickly stopped in his tracks, he took a look and cried out, so many hairy man Gu immortals? Reinforcements had arrived. The 9 Gu immortals were all hairy men. Among them, the hairy man Gu immortal who saved the land spirit of Langya was the only rank 7. The other 8 hairy man Gu immortals were all rank 6. He Cheng's expression changed, he said in disbelief, how can this be? With so many hairy man Gu immortals, the advantage in numbers was immediately reversed. Mo Tan Sang showed joy on his face. Fang Yuan however frowned. To be able to obtain such protection from hairy man Gu immortals, it seems this is indeed the land spirit of Langya. But it is completely different from the previous land spirit. Qin Baisheng slowly opened his eyes, he retracted his right fist and left palm, dispersing the 5-finger fist heart sword. His lips curled up into a victorious smile. From the start he did not intend to eradicate the land spirit of Langya. Now that these hairy man Gu immortals had appeared, it was exactly what he wanted. Something is wrong. Fang Yuan's brows were almost knitted into a knot. Between the 2 Langya land spirits, there are differences in temperament. No matter how stupid the previous land spirit was, he would not leave such a huge battle strength to seek help from an outsider like me. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He guessed Qin Baisheng's motive. Don't tell me the other party's true motive is not Langya blessed land. Chapter 889. There were so many hairy man Gu immortals in Langya blessed land, but why did the land spirit of Langya not let them show up? Fang Yuan guessed that the reason should be the rank 8 immortal Gu house refinement cauldron. The human old man's land spirit of Langya was likely to have sent all of the hairy man Gu immortals into the cauldron. Long hair ancestor's true identity was a hairy man. The land spirit of Langya loved hairy men like their own children. According to this line of thought, he did not want the hairy man Gu immortals to suffer losses, so he arranged for them to stay in refinement cauldron. Most importantly, Immortal Gu houses also needed Gu Immortals to control them. Moreover, the more Gu Immortals controlled, the stronger the power of the Immortal Gu house. When Tai Bai Yunxing was in Eastern Sea, when he attacked Yulu Blessed Land and met with difficulties, all of the Gu Immortals worked together to activate the Immortal Gu House Profound Ice House. This allowed Profound Ice House's power to be strong enough to break through the battlefield killer move and allow the Gu Immortals to escape safely. The more hairy man Gu Immortals there were, the stronger Refinement Cauldron Immortal Gu House would be, and the faster it could refine other people's Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was almost certain. In the previous 3 waves of attacks, the land spirit of Langya had arranged for the hairy men to refine the Immortal Gu of the invading Gu Immortals and capture them alive. Now, in the 4th wave of attack, the enemy was stronger than expected. The land spirit of Langya in human form could not solve this problem, so he could only let another obsession appear to solve this problem. But this hairy man land spirit is also stupid. He is actually fighting himself, only summoning the hairy man Gu Immortals at the crucial moment of life and death. Fang Yuan shook his head as he observed the battlefield. Qin Baixing, He Cheng, and the hairy man Gu Immortals fell into a temporary deadlock. Blah. Suddenly, the one who blocked the 5-finger fist heart sword killer move for land spirit of Langya was that rank 7 hairy man Gu Immortal. He fell to the ground. Damao. Damao. The hairy man Gu Immortals went into an uproar. She looked at him with a concerned gaze and exclaimed in surprise. Damao, Damao, what happened to you, Damao? A female hairy man Gu Immortal knelt beside Damao and hugged his upper body, but found that his body had been pierced by sword chi. He was already dead. Damao, Damao, you can't die. Great hair. The female hairy man Gu Immortal cried out. Her face was covered in tears. She had a mental breakdown. Ermao, don't cry. Maybe Lord Land Spirit has a way. Ermao, if you cry again, we want to cry too. Woo 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 woo. At once, in front of Qin Baixing, many hairy man Gu Immortals turned around and went to Second Hair's side. He softly comforted her. Some hairy man Gu Immortals also shed tears. They were choking with emotions or sobbing softly. Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang were stunned. At this moment, they finally understood why the land spirit of Langya did not send these hairy men to the battlefield, but to the furnace. Because of the battle attainment of these hairy man Gu Immortals. He was simply trash. Oh no. Calling them scum was too much of a compliment. The enemy was right in front of them. They were so weak that they were crying and had a mental breakdown. It seemed that these hairy man Gu Immortals were nurtured by the first land spirit of Langya as the purest refinement path helpers. They were skilled in Gu refinement, but they were even more unskilled in battle. The land spirit of Langya's expression was ashen. He broke free from the restraints and went to the dead hairy man Gu Immortal. After inspecting him, he sighed in pain and stretched out his hand, closing the eyelids of this rank 7 hairy man Gu Immortal who had died with grievances. I know. The female hairy man Gu Immortal called Second Hair saw this and had a mental breakdown. After a cry, she pounced on Damao's corpse. Her eyes rolled back as she fainted. The other hairy man Gu Immortals saw this and quickly went to save her. Some of them even raised their heads and looked at Qin Baixing with teary eyes, complaining, "Oh heavens, why are there such cruel and violent Gu Immortals like you? We have no enmity. Why did you attack us? Why did you kill innocent Gu Immortals? Isn't it good to coexist peacefully?" Hearing this, Mo Tansang and Fang Yuan completely lost hope in these hairy men. These hairy man Gu Immortals seemed to have been protected by the previous land spirit of Langya too well. They were like flowers in a greenhouse. They had not experienced the cruelty of the outside world, and were focused on refinement path cultivation. In terms of battle, they were simply too weak. As long as you obediently hand over the Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron, I will not harm you. Qin Baixing sneered. Impossible. Don't even think about it. The land spirit of Langya raised his head and looked at Qin Baixing angrily, rejecting him directly. His attitude was firm. He had no hesitation. Humph, you want to use Refinement Cauldron to forcefully refine our Immortal Gu. Don't try such a childish idea on me. I won't give you time to do it. Qin Baixing sneered. He paused as if he sensed something. He muttered, continuing, "Oh, are you ready? Then let's begin. This hindrance, destroy it first." Raising his voice, he glanced at the cloud building. Immortal killer move, city-crushing hammer. The huge hammer attacked. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it. He decided to be a coward first. He could not be the first to stand out now. However, the land spirit of Langya was not at its wit's end yet. Fang Yuan did not intend to retreat. Rumble. The cloud building behind him was like paper. It was destroyed by the city-crushing hammer. Fang Yuan flew out in a sorry state, by the time he appeared in everyone's eyes, his appearance had changed again. He had turned into a hairy man. Qin Baisheng snorted in his heart. He looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning before shifting his gaze. The cloud building was destroyed, the fog in the sky dissipated. This was the last cloud building. The other one had been discovered by Hui Fengzi. It had already been destroyed. At this point, the 5 cloud buildings that Fang Yuan used to reinforce them were all destroyed. 12-wave cloud confusion formation was destroyed. White ground in the day. The sky was pure white, the cloud soil on the ground was pure white. Qin Baisheng looked around, he sneered in disdain, laughable disguise. At the next moment, he raised his head looking at the sky. He was beaming with joy, his expression was arrogant. He stretched out his hands. He grabbed towards the sky, shouting with desire, "Come, refinement cauldron." At the same time, the mysterious black-robed Gu immortals and fairy Jianghu in the other 2 directions also attacked. They attacked the cloud soil on the ground. Crack crack. Thunderclaps erupted in the sky, and waves of lightning flashed. The clouds surged violently, and the void shattered into pieces. There was a loud rumble. It was as if a formless monster was using its sharp claws to tear the cloud soil under everyone's feet. The thick layer of cloud soil was torn apart like cotton, leaving an extremely huge crack. The crack pierced through everything, extending to the limits of the immortal's vision. This is... Mo Tanzi's pupils shrunk. The true Langya blessed land, such a grand creation. I only saw the surface? At this moment even Fang Yuan was shocked. Through the huge crack, the immortals looked down. They saw that below the cloud soil was a vast ocean. In the ocean there were 3 huge continents. These 3 continents. There were dense forests, towering mountains and vast grasslands. There was a swamp shrouded in fog. Countless life forms lived on these continents. There were birds and giant dragons in the sky. There were sea monsters and fish in the sea, ants on the ground. Tigers and elephants. There were many life forms. They formed 3 extraordinary food chains on these 3 continents. On these 3 continents, hairy men were the only masters, they were the overlords. Countless villages and towns were scattered in the forests, grasslands, plains and rivers of the 3 continents. There were even many hairy men exploring the sea. Their footprints were spread all over the islands in the sea. Here, hairy men worked from dawn to dusk, competing in Gu refinement. They competed with their conscience. They lived a life of being the rulers of the food chain. So the place I was standing on was just a white cloud above the blessed land? Mo Tansang's body shook. How can this be? There is such a vast space. Is this still a blessed land? Even grotto heavens are not so spacious. This Langya blessed land has already surpassed most grotto heavens. He Qing saw this and fell into complete shock. How did they do this? Langya blessed land, this is simply another world. It far surpasses the usual form of blessed lands and grotto heavens. Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. At this moment, countless hairy men on the ground also raised their heads, looking at the cloud layer where Fang Yuan and the rest were. A shocking change has occurred in Cloud Cover Continent. This legendary continent in the sky seems to have been torn in half. Quick, report this to the elders. The billions of hairy men fell into panic. When immortals fought, mortals panicked. Such a population. Fang Yuan's eyes widened slightly. He licked his lips and shouted in his heart, "How much wealth is this? Breathtaking, breathtaking. No wonder the land spirit of Langya had the ambition to rule the world. This is simply a hairy man empire. No wonder there are so many hairy Mangu immortals and so many outstanding hairy Mangu masters. These people must have been chosen from the vast number of hairy men." Rumble. The thunder in the sky became louder and louder. Countless lightning bolts struck the sky, interweaving like a net and spreading rapidly. Within the intense winds, Qin Baisheng stood straight like a spear, proudly standing in the sky. His clothes fluttered in the wind, like a battle flag fluttering in the wind. Space ruptured, and goo worms appeared from within the ruptured space. These were the components of Refinement Cauldron. Seeing this, the land spirit of Langya knew he could not delay any longer. He shouted, "You want to snatch Refinement Cauldron?" Wishful thinking. Form the battle formation. "Yes, Lord Land Spirit." The hairy Mangu immortals responded. At the same time, the land spirit of Langya transmitted secretly, "Mo Tan Sang, Fang Yuan, quickly enter the formation. Don't count on these hairy Mangu immortals. It will be up to the 3 of us later. As long as we hold on for a while longer, these people will die." Chapter 890. Hearing the land spirit of Langya's call, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered intensely. He hesitated internally. But in the end he still moved towards the land spirit and the hairy man Gu immortals. Imo Sang did the same as him. Battle formation, heavenly giant solar. The land spirit of Langia shouted, countless Gu worms appeared and were teleported, surrounding the land spirit and all the hairy man Gu immortals. Next, these tens of thousands of Gu worms that appeared suddenly burst out with dazzling silver light. The silver light was so dazzling that one could not look at it directly. Imo Sang's attitude towards joining the land spirit was much more resolute than Fang Yuan. Therefore, when he saw this ball of silver light that was the size of a small mountain, he did not hesitate at all and plunged into it. Fang Yuan followed closely behind. Once he entered the silver light, Fang Yuan was pulled by the land spirit of Langia. He came to the center with Imo Sang. The land spirit's expression was ashen. He nodded at Fang Yuan and Imo Sang. Imo Sang quickly expressed his loyalty. Lord Land Spirit, don't worry, in this battle I Imo Sang will represent Northern Plains Inkman City. I will do my best and fight to the death. I will stand by your side. Fang Yuan was silent. He only nodded at the land spirit of Langia. The other hairy man Gu immortals were standing around. They did not pay much attention to Imo Sang. Instead they looked at Fang Yuan, this hairy man Gu immortal of the same tribe. They gave him curious, friendly and puzzled gazes. At the crucial moment, the land spirit of Langia did not criticize Fang Yuan for turning into a hairy man Gu immortal. Perhaps in his heart he would even be secretly happy. After all, Fang Yuan's action was to get close to the hairy man tribe. No time for nonsense, the three of us will be the main attackers in the following battle. The land spirit of Langia said. Before he finished speaking, the silver light around them had already become extremely dense. It turned into silver metal liquid. Heavenly giant solar, heavenly giant solar, heavenly giant solar, heavenly giant solar. The land spirit of Langia suddenly danced and shouted. After he shouted for the third time, the surrounding silver water suddenly exploded, revealing a space the size of a courtyard. In the space, light pillars of various sizes interweaved into a huge three-dimensional Gu formation. All the Gu immortals were separated by the land spirit of Langia. They each occupied a formation core of the Gu formation. At the same time, Fang Yuan, Imo Sang, the land spirit, and the hairy man Gu immortals were covered in a layer of silver light. From the perspective of Gu immortal He Cheng, the land spirit of Langia's formation was very fast. Silver light shot out first before silver liquid gushed out. It was like a tidal wave sweeping outwards. In the end, the silver liquid suddenly rolled back and solidified in an instant, forming a three-headed, six-armed metal giant that was hundreds of feet tall. Its entire body shone with a brilliant silver light. The giant slowly opened its eyes. Like a demonic god awakening, a formless aura burst out, enveloping the surrounding tens of li of the sky. This is actually an ancient battle formation. Fang Yuan was inside the space created by the silver giant. His vision was completely shared with the giant. He first saw He Cheng's shocked expression, then he saw that even Qin Bai Sheng had a slightly surprised expression. The land spirit of Langia, who was at the center of the formation core, smiled smugly, saying proudly, "My heavenly giant solar battle formation." Even in the olden antiquity era, it was the second strongest battle formation in the world. It was only below heavenly sage Jin Fan. In this battle formation, all of our powers are combined as if we have fused into one. Our soul foundation overlaps, our immortal essence can be used together with just a thought, others can sense it. Like this. They were not afraid of Qin Bai Sheng's immortal killer move soul suppression. Qin Bai Sheng's soul suppression killer move used his own soul foundation to crush others. But now, Fang Yuan and the rest were controlling the heavenly giant solar battle formation. It was as if the souls were stacked together. Even if Qin Bai Sheng's soul suppression had some effect, it could not be used to end the battle. Interesting heavenly giant solar, to think that it is in long-hair ancestors' hands. Qin Bai Sheng watched as the giant formed. He did not make a move. His reaction was a bit strange. He sized up the giant with a look of admiration. This is an ancient battle formation, the peak of formation path. It allows Gu immortals to cooperate and gain battle strength. But because of historical reasons, this battle formation has already been lost in the river of time. To think that I would be able to see it today. He Cheng sighed, but it is not strange. Long-hair ancestor is a famous person in history. He has the ability to collect such an ancient battle formation. Stop sighing, go deal with it. Qin Bai Sheng sighed lightly, ordering. He Cheng's expression froze. He looked at Qin Bai Sheng in disbelief. You want me to deal with this giant alone? After all, it is a giant formed by more than 10 Gu immortals working together. Qin Baixing snorted coldly, "You saw it too. I am trying my best to obtain the immortal Gu refinement cauldron. I cannot fight. Now is the time for you to perform. I am not hoping for you to defeat this giant, I just want you to block it. You have the immortal Gu house dark prison. This is not difficult. If we succeed, not only will I heal your hidden injuries, I will even let you escape the danger of your lifespan ending. You will regain a large portion of your lifespan." Qin Baisheng's tone was filled with pressure and deterrence. At the same time, it contained benefits that He Cheng could not reject. He Cheng squinted, his breathing became rough. He was astute and shrewd, he knew that Qin Baisheng was using him as a pawn. Regarding this, He Cheng was furious but also helpless. Because his weakness was in Qin Baisheng's hands. Qin Baisheng promised huge benefits, He Cheng had no choice but to comply. Inject immortal essence into the battle formation. Land Spirit of Xianxia commanded as he shouted, "Heavenly Giant Solar Attack." Without a sound, the enormous silver giant suddenly moved and directly crashed towards Qin Baisheng. Because Qin Baisheng was trying to retrieve the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron, he could not move. Seeing that the silver giant was about to crash, He Cheng suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Qin Baisheng. He Cheng looked at the silver giant that filled his vision. He had a solemn expression as he flipped his hand. In his palm, a black pearl appeared. It was the size of a rice bowl. It was shining with black light, like a black crystal. Through the translucent surface, one could vaguely see that inside this black pearl, there was a pig-shaped beast sleeping soundly. This pig was an ancient desolate beast sharp-tusked boar. It had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. And this black pearl was He tribe's rank 6 immortal Gu house, dark prison. He Cheng first let out the sharp-tusked boar, before entering the immortal Gu house dark prison. Boom. With a loud sound, the silver giant collided with the sharp-tusked boar. The pure and terrifying force caused the air to explode, creating a huge shockwave that spread in all directions. The ancient desolate beast sharp-tusked boar cried out in pain. Its huge boar head was covered in blood, one of its sharp tusks was broken. In contrast, the silver giant took a few steps back. There was a dent in its chest. But soon, after a silver light rippled, the dent was healed, there were no visible injuries. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and the other immortals who were controlling the silver giant felt their immortal essence expending several beads at the same time. That damned previous Gu immortal, he turned a Gu immortal's battle strength into a fool for no reason. Damn it. Land Spirit of Xianxia was very unhappy, he cursed himself. He was very unhappy with this attack. Even though the silver giant had the upper hand, it expended too much immortal essence. That attack earlier did not display the silver giant's true power. The main reason was because these hairy man Gu immortals were dragging it down. Emo Tan sang, "You will be the main attacker this time." Land Spirit of Xianxia shouted angrily before instructing fiercely, "Use your signature killer move." Understood. Emo Tan sang immediately responded with a solemn expression. After 3 breaths of time, he used his attacking method in the formation. Chi Path Immortal Killer Move, Chi Explosion Roar. And in He Cheng's eyes, he saw the silver giant's neck suddenly turn. Its right head was aimed at the sharp-tusked boar. The silver giant had 3 heads and 6 arms. The right head suddenly rippled with silver light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pitch-black head. On the head, there were many crystals that were sharp like spears, emitting cold air. The expression on the head's face also changed. Its eyebrows were raised, its eyes protruded as it stared angrily at the sharp-tusked boar. Seeing such a head, a strong sense of danger rose from the depths of He Cheng's heart. He Cheng wanted to summon the sharp-tusked boar to his side, but the black head had already opened its mouth. Roar! A thunderous explosion took place and echoed across the heavens and earth at that instant. Air was blown apart, sound waves spread out in all directions. Most of the power was concentrated on the sharp-tusked boar. Bam! Flesh and blood splattered, broken bones and organs flew everywhere. The sharp-tusked boar was an ancient desolate beast. It had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength, but under the sound wave attack, it only lasted for 3 breaths of time before it exploded, dying on the spot. Such power. He Cheng's expression changed. Fang Yuan was moved, an incredible ancient battle formation. It can actually amplify the power of an immortal killer move to such an extent. Emo Tan sang and the hairy man Gu immortals were shocked before becoming overjoyed. They could see the hope of victory. Although this attack consumed quite a few beads of their celestial core power, it was worth it since the battle was fruitful. He Cheng's heart was cold against this silver giant. Even if he used Dark Arrow Immortal Gu, it would not have much effect. But right after that, a wisp of hatred surged onto his face. Even though the sharp-tusked boar is dead, I still have the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. He Cheng growled as he controlled Dark Prison to move like a meteor, exploding in the air as it crashed towards the silver giant. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense, they were fortresses of war, they could not be underestimated. Immortal Killer Move, Star Cloud Grindstone. Immortal Killer Move, Might Mountain Shield. Immortal Killer Move, Fifth Earth Veil. Inside the silver giant, 3 Gu Immortals activated 3 defensive Immortal Killer moves at the same time. At once, 3 of the silver giant's 6 arms changed at the same time. Chapter 891. As the immortal Gu House Dark Prison crashed towards the silver giant like a meteor. At this time, the silver giant's 3 arms started to transform. One of the arms opened its fingers as a star cloud spiral appeared in its palm. The deep blue spiral expanded rapidly. Soon, it expanded to 5 to 6 times the size of a normal star cloud grindstone. Its rotation was also 50 to 60% faster than before. The other arm was placed in front of its chest. Its forearm bones changed, forming a huge navy blue shield. This shield was so huge that it covered most of the silver giant's body that was hundreds of meters tall. The last arm had its fingers hanging down. It seemed to be holding a light yellow translucent veil. It was inconspicuous compared to the other 2. The immortal Gu House Dark Prison tore through the air, getting close. The silver giant used the star cloud grindstone to block it. With a loud sound, Dark Prison was absorbed by the star cloud grindstone. The star cloud grindstone started to move rapidly, producing loud cracking sounds as it expanded and shrunk. After several changes, it exploded. The star cloud was destroyed. From the blue light fragments, the immortal Gu House Dark Prison charged out like a raging bull. The silver giant used the navy blue shield to block it. Dark Prison crashed into the shield. After a few breaths of time, a large area of cracks appeared around the area where the shield and Dark Prison collided. The shield shattered. But after these 2 layers of defense, Dark Prison's attack was less than 30% of its original strength. Eventually, Dark Prison Immortal Gu House crashed into the 5th Earth Veil. It was soft and powerless. It was like an arrow that had reached its limit. It landed on the silver giant's chest, but it only caused negligible damage. Even though Dark Prison was an immortal Gu House, the only Gu Immortal using it was He Cheng. From this, the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar was very similar to an immortal Gu House. The more Gu Immortals that used them, the greater the power they could erupt with. But there was a difference between the 2. Immortal Gu houses did not have strict requirements for the Gu Immortals' paths and cultivation level. But battle formations had specific requirements. For example, Heavenly Giant Solar Battle Formation required the Gu Immortals inside to cultivate the same path. This way, the power of the Silver Giant would be even greater, and it would be more agile and nimble to control. In this battle, Fang Yuan displayed Star Path strength, Mo Tan Sang was Chi Path, Land Spirit of Langya was a special existence, while the other Hairy Man Gu Immortals were Refinement Path Gu Immortals. In this situation, Heavenly Giant Solar's power had yet to reach its limit. Fortunately, there were so many hairy men as a foundation. Otherwise, if the paths were too messy, the Silver Giant wouldn't be able to take shape. This was only the requirement of Heavenly Giant Solar. Heavenly Giant Solar was the second strongest ancient battle formation. Its requirements weren't very strict. According to historical records, there were many other battle formations whose requirements were either tricky or strange. Normally speaking, it was very difficult to fulfill the requirements to form a battle formation. This weakness of battle formations was also one of the reasons why they gradually disappeared in history. Both were supreme attainments in formation path, but immortal Gu houses were much more convenient than battle formations. This was a sign of the progress of the times. History rolled on. From ancient times to the present, there were countless heroes and extraordinary talents that emerged in every era. The wisdom of these people accumulated over generations, forming the current era of Gu cultivation, where 100 schools of thought competed against each other. Even though many natural treasures, beasts, and plants from the remote Antiquity era and Olden Antiquity era were extinct, in this era, overall, it was far superior to the Olden Antiquity era. It was constantly improving. Materials and Gu worms were only the foundation. The Gu cultivator's wisdom was the key. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Baixing placed almost all of his attention on the sky. His gaze was intense. He raised his hands and grabbed at the sky. Along with this action, thunderous explosions resounded in the sky, and pieces of space shattered like mirrors, revealing Gu worms one after another. Then, under a formless and mysterious force, These goo worms were taken down and fell into Qin Baisheng's hands one by one. Qin Baisheng had an extraordinary aura, he could easily take down these goo worms. Right now, his aura was vast, he was like a heavenly deity fighting an immortal, plucking the moon and stars, he gave off a feeling of invincibility and respect. Collecting goo worms with him were the mysterious black-robed goo immortals and fairy Jianghu from 2 other places. They are taking away my immortal goo house refinement cauldron, we cannot let them succeed. Otherwise, the entirety of Langya blessed land will collapse. At the center of the battle formation, Land Spirit of Langya shouted anxiously. But it was useless. Even though the silver giant blocked Immortal Goo House Dark Prison's charge, it could not stop its interference. Several times, the silver giant tried to get close to Qin Baisheng under the Land Spirit's control, but was blocked by He Cheng. Boom. At this time there was a loud sound, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. For the first time, an immortal goo appeared in the shattered space. Good. Qin Baisheng saw this and could not help but shout in joy. He stretched out his hand to grab it. Logically speaking, this immortal goo belonged to Land Spirit of Langya, but it could not resist at all. Qin Baisheng easily captured it and kept it. Evidently, Qin Baisheng had some special method to seize other people's immortal goo. Once this immortal goo was lost, there was a huge impact. Langya blessed land shook, huge tsunamis appeared on the vast sea, crashing into the 3 continents in the sea. Far away at the edge of the world there was an intense collapse. Space shrunk, the seawater and living beings in this space all moved to the nearby sea area. Qin Baisheng obtained an immortal goo, but it actually caused such a huge reaction from the blessed land? Fang Yuan saw this scene and felt waves in his heart, he had some vague guesses. Stop right now. Land Spirit of Langya shouted anxiously. The other hairy man goo immortals were also very worried, taking away the immortal goo would have a huge impact on Langya blessed land, it was already threatening the lives of billions of hairy men in the 3 continents. But Dark Prison blocked the silver giant, and Qin Baisheng set up defensive methods around it, it was not so easy to disrupt it. Immortal goo were taken away by Qin Baisheng one after another, Langya blessed land was collapsing everywhere, causing tsunamis, hurricanes, floods and other natural disasters. The 3 continents lost millions of hairy men. This was a typical fight between immortals, mortals suffered. Fang Yuan saw this and was even more certain of his guess. Langya blessed land's true space far surpassed ordinary blessed lands, it could compete with outstanding grotto heavens. But Langya blessed land was only a blessed land. Then how did Land Spirit of Langya do it? Fang Yuan already knew that the environment of the immortal aperture was largely related to the Tao marks in it. Thus he thought of it, Land Spirit of Langya seems to have a unique method to fuse immortal goo into the world of the immortal aperture. This way the Tao mark fragments in the immortal goo would become the immortal apertures. This way the immortal aperture would be greatly expanded. But now, Qin Baisheng forcefully took away the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron. If the immortal goo inside were lost, Langya blessed land would lose a large number of Tao marks, this caused the environment to change and the space to collapse. Fang Yuan's guess was not wrong. Precisely because the immortal goo house refinement cauldron was embedded in this world, Langya blessed land could use the Tao marks in the immortal goo to develop a vast space and produce countless resources, its foundation was extremely deep. The previous Land Spirit of Langya had made a huge move. Refinement cauldron fused with the immortal aperture's world, this way the entire immortal aperture would become the interior of refinement cauldron, all the living beings in the immortal aperture would be included in the refinement range of the immortal goo house refinement cauldron. Precisely because of refinement cauldron's help, the previous Land Spirit of Langya was able to nurture a large number of hairy man goo immortals. But there were huge drawbacks in doing so. Firstly, the immortal goo house refinement cauldron could not be moved, it would be like being trapped in the immortal aperture. Once they moved, the environment of the immortal aperture's blessed land would shrink drastically, resulting in huge losses. This was also the reason why the Land Spirit of Langya would rather use the ancient battle formation than take out the immortal goo house refinement cauldron. Get lost. The silver giant raised its palm and sent Dark Prison immortal goo house flying. Next, the giant charged towards Qin Baisheng. But at the next moment, Dark Prison immortal goo house flew back and crashed into the silver giant's right shoulder, knocking it away. This situation had already happened more than 10 times. He Cheng was on this pirate ship, he could not get off easily, he had to go all out now. Even though Dark Prison immortal goo house was heavily damaged in the battle, He Cheng gritted his teeth and persevered. It is useless. I can still persevere for a long time. Immortal goo houses are made from a few immortal goo and countless mortal goo, As long as the immortal goo are not damaged, I can replenish as many of these mortal goo as they are expended. If an immortal goo house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal goo house? He Qing shouted from inside the immortal goo house. You are right. Land Spirit of Xianxia spoke, agreeing to He Qing's words. He Qing was stunned, his expression changed. He found that many goo worms in his dark prison immortal goo house had been forcefully refined by Land Spirit of Xianxia. Among them there were even 2 immortal goo. He Qing was right, if an immortal goo house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal goo house? Thus, even though the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron lost many goo worms and even lost some immortal goo, as long as the core was still intact, its power would only weaken, the ability to forcefully refine other people's goo worms would still be effective. Haha, 15 minutes is up. You have all lost. There are still 2 hairy man goo immortals in my refinement cauldron, with them guarding it, how will you snatch my immortal goo house? Land Spirit of Xianxia shouted, declaring victory. Xianxia blessed Land's foundation was truly deep. Even at this stage there were still hairy man goo immortals who had yet to show themselves. But thinking about it, an important place like refinement cauldron had to have people guarding it. But at this time Qin Baisheng smiled coldly, are you sure? Before he finished speaking, 2 hairy man goo immortals descended from the sky, greeting Qin Baisheng, greetings to Lord Vice Envoy. These 2 hairy man goo immortals who were guarding refinement cauldron were actually Shadow Sect spies in Xianxia blessed land. With their cooperation, the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron would definitely be lost. Chapter 892. Land Spirit of Xianxia's expression changed, he looked at this scene in disbelief. 12th hair, 13th hair, what are you 2 doing? The hairy man goo immortals were shocked and furious, one of them shouted. As hairy men, you are helping the enemy and betraying your own tribesmen. This is unforgivable. Impossible. 12th hair and 13th hair are hairy men born in the blessed land, how can they betray us? This must be an illusion, don't be deceived by this. Some hairy man goo immortals could not believe it. Everyone's attention was on the 2 hairy man goo immortals, but they had arrogant expressions as they protected Qin Baisheng, showing an arrogant attitude of disdain. Their betrayal was a fatal blow to Land Spirit of Xianxia's side. Especially those hairy man goo immortals, their minds were in chaos, they could not control the battle formation. He Qing obtained a precious chance to breathe. With the cooperation of the hairy man traders, Qin Baisheng collected the goo worms at an even faster speed. Land Spirit of Xianxia's expression was dark as the bottom of a pot, it was extremely unsightly. He clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He squeezed the words out from between his teeth, kill them all. Kill these 2 traitors among the hairy men. Even if they betrayed us, Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron still has my will, it will not stop. It still has power, it is still operating. Everyone, the life and death of Xianxia blessed land is in your hands. We have no way out, kill them all. Land Spirit of Xianxia tried his best to raise the morale of the hairy man Goo Immortals. No matter how naive the hairy man Goo Immortals were, they realized the danger of the situation, they made up their minds to fight to the death. The Silver Giant's aura was overwhelming, it regrouped and fought the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison again. After a few rounds, Dark Prison lost again and again. Inside Dark Prison, He Cheng's hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot, he felt dizzy, his control of Dark Prison was reaching its limit. It turned out that this ancient battle formation had a flaw. That was, to make the battle formation display its power, the Goo Immortals needed to practice it beforehand. This was the first time Fang Yuan and the others had formed a formation. Even though many Goo Immortals participated in this ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, the main attackers were Fang Yuan, Mo Tan Sang and Land Spirit of Xianxia. It was like having 2 fists, but only using 3 of the fingers to poke the opponent during a fight. The hairy man Goo Immortals were not good at fighting, they were a huge burden to Fang Yuan and the rest. The Silver Giant was very clumsy, many opportunities had appeared but it could not grasp them. However, after the intense battle earlier, the Immortals were already familiar with how to control each other, and they had even developed a bit of tacit understanding. It was precisely this bit of tacit understanding that allowed the Silver Giant to seize 2 opportunities to smash Black Prison into pieces. He Qing had to retreat. 2 hairy man Goo Immortals flew forward to protect Qin Baisheng. However, the Silver Giant's footsteps were only slightly sluggish as it charged forward. Its entire body was like a mountain as it rammed towards Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng spat out a large mouthful of blood. He interrupted the collection process and dodged, his entire body rapidly rising into the sky. Chase after him. Land Spirit of Xianxia ordered. The The silver giant chased after Qin Baisheng, but at this moment Black Prison crashed towards it. It was very fast and came at a tricky angle. The defending hairy man Gu immortals could not react in time. The silver giant was knocked down. The silver giant retaliated, slapping Black Prison far away. But at this time 2 figures flew out from afar. It was Hui Fengzi and He Langzi who came as reinforcements. At the same time, the 2 hairy man Gu immortals were like flies, circling around the mountain like silver giant, moving rapidly while bombarding it, trying their best to disrupt it. 4 Gu immortals and a rank 6 immortal Gu house engaged in an intense battle against the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. As time passed, the hairy man Gu immortals became more coordinated. The silver giant got stronger as it fought. Even when the enemies tried to stop it, they could not stop the silver giant. The true power of the ancient battle formation was being unleashed bit by bit. Qin Baisheng had no choice but to stop 3 times. He moved away from the silver giant's pursuit. His expression was extremely pale. Immortal killer move, myriad self-giant hand. In the intense battle, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He suddenly made a move. He had kept a low profile for so long. At this moment he finally bared his fangs and used his trump card. The silver giant's 4 arms were raised high before slamming down. Boom 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 boom. A loud explosion occurred in an instant. The air was compressed and exploded. 4 large hands of strength were like mountains as they smashed over with great force. At this moment, the Gu immortals in the battle formation expended 100 beads of immortal essence. Due to the amplification of the ancient battle formation, the strength path hand's power rose to an unprecedented level. Oh no! Hui Fengzi immediately used wind escape, escaping with all his might. He Langzi, who had turned into a giant wolf, also quickly moved. Just by brushing past the strength path hands, the giant wolf let out a loud cry. Its bones were completely shattered. That part of its flesh turned into a pile of mud. He Qing hesitated slightly. 2 strength path hands, one on the left and one on the right, slammed Black Prison into their palms like they were swatting a mosquito. Rumble. With a loud sound, the 2 strength path hands broke apart. The immortal Gu house Black Prison, which looked like a black meteor, shook as it flew out of the battlefield. Immortal Gu houses were not mosquitoes. They could not be slapped to death. But Black Prison's current state made all the Gu immortals who witnessed it suck in a breath of cold air. This immortal Gu house had undergone an intense transformation. It was originally a sphere, but now both sides were flattened. A huge crack was spreading all over Black Prison. Thick smoke billowed out of the crack, and from time to time balls of fire would explode in the black smoke. It is that rank 7 strength path Gu immortal who killed Xianxia. Hui Fengzi was indeed the number 1 person in Northern Plains who could fly at a high speed. He dodged and looked at the battlefield, his heart pounding in fear at this strength path giant hand. Inside the silver giant, the hairy man Gu immortals were dazed for a moment before cheering loudly. Land Spirit of Xianxia first showed joy on his face, but soon, his gaze flickered as he thought of something, looking at Fang Yuan who was not far away. Fang Yuan's expression was pale, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could barely stand, his body was shaking, he was on the verge of collapsing. He looked like he was suffering from a severe backlash after using too much strength. Land Spirit of Xianxia's suspicions immediately melted. He focused his attention on his enemy, Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng was no longer at his original position. A strength path giant hand attacked him. He had to stop the process of collecting immortal Gu and dodge. This time, his expression was pale. The injuries on his body seemed to have accumulated and reached a qualitative change. From the perspective of Fang Yuan and the others, Qin Baisheng's aura was gone. He was extremely weak. I will stop here for now. The next time I come, it will not be like this. Qin Baisheng said ruthlessly as he retreated. He seemed to be heavily injured. He gave up on the remaining parts of the immortal Gu house refinement cauldron, retreating from the battlefield. Land Spirit of Xianxia roared as he chased. Qin Baisheng and the rest were well prepared. After gathering, they tore space and escaped from Xianxia blessed land. Land Spirit of Xianxia could not fly out of this blessed land. He could only watch as Qin Baisheng and the rest escaped with a large portion of refinement cauldron. Why are we retreating? We have not obtained refinement cauldron yet. This is not in line with our plans. The group flew rapidly in the sky. Fairy Jianghu transmitted to Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng's expression was grim. The situation has changed. Luopa Valley is being attacked by a strong enemy. We need to return. That immortal Gu is being nurtured and is about to form. Once we lose it, the entire plan will be greatly affected. Fairy Jianghu's heart shook. She asked, then what about Xianxia blessed land? I suggest we keep it for now. The hairy men there are very valuable. At this time, 2 hairy man Gu immortals joined the discussion. As long as we have the immortal killer move soul transmission, we can transmigrate and possess their bodies. It is not a problem to create a few more spies. Unfortunately, we do not have enough time. We only managed to accumulate 3 hairy man Gu immortals as spies. Now that we have been exposed, we will need at least 300 years to accumulate more spies. Even though we did not expose ourselves, the previous land spirit of Xianxia seemed to have sensed something. Thus, he only allowed us Gu immortals to refine Gu normally. He did not give us the freedom to enter or leave freely, nor did he give us the chance to fight and raise our battle strength. The 2 hairy man Gu immortals spoke one after another. Qin Baixing thought about it and said, "Forget it. Even though we still have 1 spy left, the urgent matter now is to protect Luopa Valley until that immortal Gu is nurtured. This immortal Gu is related to our plan. We cannot lose it. As for Refinement Cauldron, we have taken more than half of it. It can be considered a remnant immortal Gu house. Since we did not achieve our original goal, we might as well use Dark Prison to make up for it. Alright. When the time is right, we will attack together." The Shadow Sect members looked at Hei Cheng with obscure gazes. They did not transmit anymore. "Relocate. We need to relocate." At this moment, in Xianxia Blessed Land, the land spirit of Xianxia muttered as he made up his mind. Long Hair Ancestor had already passed away. Xianxia Blessed Land had become an ownerless Blessed Land, but it could still be relocated? This did not make sense. I have my own methods to move the entire Blessed Land to another place. But during the relocation process, heaven and earth chi will be unstable. The price to pay is huge. The land spirit of Xianxia explained to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Long Hair Ancestor's foundation was so deep that it refreshed his knowledge. "You too contributed a lot in repelling the enemies this time, especially you, Fang Yuan," the land spirit of Xianxia said. Mo Tan Sang stared with wide eyes, looking at Fang Yuan in shock. Only now did he realize that this person in front of him was the Fang Yuan he knew. Fang Yuan had no awkwardness from having his identity exposed. He smiled lightly at Mo Tan Sang. Sigh. The land spirit of Xianxia let out a sigh. "It seems that the rise of my hairy man tribe is still very long and difficult. The journey is tortuous, but the future is bright. There's absolutely nothing wrong with following me. This time I am very satisfied with your performance. I will reward you greatly." Shortly after he said, "Without fodder, even the worst horse cannot move. Even if it was a dog, it had to be given a bone to make it bark happily." Why did I say my thoughts out loud again? Chapter 893. Northern Plains, a certain secret area, Luopa Valley. Ghosts roared, lightning flashed. Sparks shot everywhere, explosions resounded. An intense battle was unfolding. The defending side was Shadow Sects Qin Baixing, Fairy Jianghu, Huifeng Zi, Helang Zi, and the rest who had given up on Xianxia Blessed Land and returned in time. Immortal killer move, soul suppression. Qin Baixing gave a shout, braving the light and fire in the sky as he stepped forward. Boom boom boom. With 3 intense explosions, Qin Baixing forced back the 3 invading Gu immortals. His aura surged, giving off a feeling of one man holding back 10,000 enemies. The great Qin Jinqi actually lost 3 times to a Gu immortal, and could not even last 1 move each time? Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu immortal Qin Jinqi stopped his body with difficulty, looking at Qin Baixing with a furious expression. Damn it! The wave of attacks that I gathered after so much effort was easily destroyed by him again. Bu Fei Yen gritted his teeth, blood seeping out of his mouth. This soul path killer move is too strong. To think that this Qin Baixing's true strength is so strong. Old Oracle's deduction was right after all. This guy is likely to be the culprit who destroyed 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Old man Tianlong thought to himself. The ones attacking Luopa Valley were none other than the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Ever since they encountered a wall in snowy mountain blessed land, Feng Jioge was not discouraged. He commanded them well and obtained many secret clues. After Old Oracle's deduction, the immortals found out the location of Luopa Valley and rushed over. But Luopa Valley had been managed by Shadow Sect for a long time. It had a strong defensive Gu formation. The Central Continent Gu immortals were delayed. Qin Baixing and the rest made a decision. They immediately returned to reinforce them. Thus, the current situation was formed. Both sides were in a deadlock. Central Continent's side wanted to attack Luopa Valley, while Shadow Sect's side was defending their headquarters. Transformation Path, Fragrant Sorcerer Een Carved Wolf. Wind Path, Death Wind Flying Blade. Xianxia and Huifengzi saw that the Central Continent Gu Immortal's attacks were thwarted. He immediately seized the opportunity and launched a sharp counterattack. Ling Mei and Ao Shui, the two fairies from the Heaven's Envy Pavilion, were no match for the two. They could only retreat, unable to fight back. Immortal killer move, Green Jade Song. At the crucial moment, Feng Jioge attacked. His sound path killer move was extraordinary. Xianxia and Huifengzi were forced to retreat. Huifengzi returned to the defensive Gu formation, coughing out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood. The blood had turned into a jade green color. There was a qualitative change. Xianxi's injuries were even greater. Half of his fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf form was dyed into jade. He was extremely shocked. What immortal killer move is this? It seemed to restrain the transformation Dao. Now that I've been hit by this move, I'm actually unable to return to human form. Looks like I have to deal with this injury before I can continue transforming. Feng Jioge. Qin Baisheng roared, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. Qin Baisheng, I underestimated you. Last time I was fooled by you. Your acting skills made me concede defeat. This time we had a wisdom path Gu Immortal on our side. Without wasting lifespan we were able to deduce this Luopa Valley. Feng Jioge was still wearing his red and white robe. He stood tall like a spear or a sword. He spoke at this moment. He had a smile on his face, his tone was deep and graceful. Successful deduction, my ass. I had nothing to do with the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It had nothing to do with me. But since you are here, hand over your life. Qin Baisheng said. He slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head. Next he placed his palms together in front of his chest. His right hand grabbed his left palm, clenching into a fist and raising it above his head. Seeing this, the Central Continent Gu Immortals' expressions changed. They were shocked and uncertain as they quickly retreated. Only Feng Jioge stood on the spot, like he was nailed to heaven and earth, unmoving. He saw Qin Baisheng's posture and his eyes shone. This move, is it Sword Immortal Bo Qing's 5-finger fist heart sword? That's right, it is. Qin Baisheng replied, Are you ready to die? Feng Jioge laughed, showing excitement on his face. Good, very good. Sword Immortal Bo Qing is a senior of my Spirit Affinity House. He failed in his Immortal Ascension and his killer move inheritance also mysteriously disappeared. Our Spirit Affinity House did not obtain it, but Northern Plains Gu Immortals obtained it. But I have seen the relevant records in the Sex records. This 5-finger fist heart sword Immortal killer move has peerless power and unparalleled sharpness. It is said that Lord Bo Qing created this move because he felt the majesty of heaven and earth, and the difficulty of Immortal Ascension. He had the courage and heroic spirit to resist heaven and earth with his own strength. Thus, this move's posture is quite peculiar. The user faces heaven and earth and closes their eyes. It looks like they are giving in, but they are actually using all their strength to prepare the sharpest counterattack. Raising his fist above his head shows how heroic Sword Immortal Bo Qing is. As the saying goes, my life is in my own hands, not in heaven, the sword is in my heart, and I vow to the sword path. Facing the legendary killer move, Feng Jioge was not nervous at all, he spoke calmly instead. The Central Continent Gu Immortals behind him were influenced by this. The trace of fear in their hearts dissipated. They could not help but admire Feng Jioge's temperament even more. You know quite a lot. It seems you have a premonition of the outcome of failure and death. Qin Baisheng sneered. Feng Jioge shook his head, laughing heartily. This is quite a coincidence. I created a sound path killer move. The inspiration came from a certain period of time. During my cultivation journey, I discovered heaven and earth. I faced heaven and earth. I revered heaven and earth. I felt the vastness of nature. I realized my own insignificance and weakness. This move is called Heaven and Earth Song. How vast heaven and earth are, and how insignificant humans are. This song uses the power of heaven and earth to suppress all resistance with unparalleled might. On one side was the boundless might of heaven and earth, going with the flow of nature. It was grand and majestic. On the other side was defying heaven with the determination of sword path, advancing forward with indomitable will. These two moves were simply opposing each other. But who knew if Heaven and Earth Song was stronger, or if 5-finger fist heart sword was stronger? At once, the rhythm of the battlefield slowed down. The immortals' gazes were focused on Feng Jioge and Qin Baisheng. Even Qin Baisheng had a strange expression on his face. His eyes were still closed as he spoke. Oh? Then this battle will be very interesting. It was connected. First finger. Light shone on celestial court. Eternal indestructibility. Refinement path Gu formation. It formed a huge light shadow that coiled in the air. It was no longer dazzling, the light was completely restrained. Good, the first stage is over, all the materials have been processed. The second stage is to receive providence. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said after inspecting. Receive providence. Fairy Tsang Water muttered. Lian Jiusheng's and Bai Qin Tian's expressions also turned solemn. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to explain. The so-called providence is the will of heaven and earth. Humans have will, heaven and earth also have will. Humans are compared to heaven and earth. They are as insignificant as ants, as petty as sand, they are not worth mentioning. Providence is the most important immortal material to repair fate goo. Next, we will have to control this refinement path goo formation. It will be extremely difficult. Because we need to resist providence. Providence is grand and cannot be destroyed by it, otherwise, we will suffer severe injuries or even die. During this process, Celestial Court has also lost several rank 8 goo immortals. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood, we will take turns to rest and recover. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. A huge piece of mutton that was the size of a cow. It was placed in front of Fang Yuan, dripping with blood and flesh. Fang Yuan sat and stretched out his monstrous claws. He grabbed a portion and easily tore it apart. He placed it in his mouth. His bloody mouth continued to chew. After a while, with a gulp he swallowed it. Traces of blood flowed through the gaps of his sharp teeth, flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Fang Yuan, however, had a satisfied and blissful expression on his face. This mutton was not ordinary, it was the meat of a giant horned sheep. When Fang Yuan was in northern plains, he had captured a strength path desolate beast giant horned sheep. He was using eat strength immortal goo to devour its meat and increase his strength path Dao marks. I am a strength path goo immortal after all, strength path Dao marks are my foundation. Fang Yuan ate as he recalled the battle of Langya blessed land that he had participated in. In this battle, Fang Yuan first tested vaguely familiar face. He deceived almost everyone. Fang Yuan was satisfied with the result. Secondly, he used star path killer moves in battle. Star cloud grindstone, star snake rope, 6 illusion star bodies, position star swap. Battle was very different from normal practice. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of these 4 immortal killer moves after this battle. Of course, Star Lord Wanxiang's star path inheritance did not only have these 4 killer moves. But currently Fang Yuan could only use these 4. Because he only had Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot Immortal Goo. These 3 Immortal Goo were used in turns as the cores to form 4 Star Path killer moves. Star Lord Wanxiang had a 4th Star Path Immortal Goo, but it was destroyed in battle. Only 3 were left in Fang Yuan's hands. I had originally wanted to use the Light of Wisdom to deduce some Immortal killer moves through Strength Path Immortal Goo to make up for my shortcomings. But these Star Path killer moves are quite good, I can use them for now, there is no need to waste time and energy on them. In this battle of Langya blessed land, Fang Yuan had a clearer understanding of his own battle strength. Including the Star Path killer moves, my battle strength has stabilized at the peak of rank 6. In terms of offense, with Myriad Self, I can match rank 7 Goo Immortals. But I am still far from being able to fight against older generation rank 7 Goo Immortals, I can only try my best to stall for time. As for Qin Baisheng, I am even more unmatched. This is a quasi-rank 8, a person like Feng Jioga. In this battle, Fang Yuan truly understood Qin Baisheng's strength. Precisely so, in the entire battle, Fang Yuan did not put in much effort, he was basically slacking off. Only at the final moment did he use Myriad Self-Giant Hand. In this situation, being high profile was courting death. From start to finish, Fang Yuan kept a portion of his concentration in controlling fixed immortal travel. Once something went wrong, he would immediately retreat. Who is Qin Baisheng? His true strength is actually so deep. Heiqing Jianghu and Hui Fengzi, how did they get together? Qin Baisheng seems to be their leader, with Heiqing in the group. He Lulan has no hope of taking revenge. Speaking of which, Langya blessed land situation is really complicated. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, Langya blessed land had resisted 7 waves of attacks. But now, at the 4th wave, it was showing signs of not being able to hold on. What was the truth of history? Was it because of Fang Yuan's influence that changed Langya blessed land's situation? In front of Fang Yuan was a thick fog. Even if I am in perfect condition now, facing Qin Baisheng, especially with that immortal killer move Soul Suppression, I have no way to retaliate. I'm truly weak. Fang Yuan looked down at his hand, it was covered in goat blood, it was a bloody mess. Compared to Qin Baisheng, Fang Yuan was like this huge horned goat, he could only be slaughtered. The world was vast, nature was vast. The more one knew, the more ignorant one would find themselves. The stronger one was, the weaker one would find themselves. In the legends of Renzu, there was an interesting record. After boundless forest Samsara left her father, Renzu, she could only stay in ordinary abyss. She was very sad. She was no longer happy eating fruits. Every day she would wash her face with tears, crying non-stop. Eventually she was tired and gradually fell asleep. In her sleep she vaguely heard very faint noises, and felt as if ants were crawling over her. Thus she opened her eyes and woke up. She found that there was a tiny person crawling on her. Because of boundless forest Samsara's movement, this tiny person could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. Who are you? There is actually a tiny person like you in this world? Boundless forest Samsara found that the tiny person was smaller than her finger. She was very curious and forgot to cry. The tiny person looked at the huge boundless forest Samsara in a daze. After the shock, he raised his head and cried loudly. Hey, 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 tiny person, I did not cry. Why are you crying? Boundless forest Samsara did not understand. The tiny person cried as he said, I am the biggest person in my tribe. I am often brave, proud because of this. Today I plan to climb a mountain. To think that this mountain is actually a person. There is actually a person as big as you in this world. This is the first time I have seen it. I could not help but cry. Almost every person who wanted to grow would have such a mental journey. The more they saw, the more they understood how weak they were. Sometimes they would sigh at the greatness of the world. Sometimes they would find that their goal was so far away, that there was a long distance to reach their goal that they had never seen before. Thus they would feel bewildered, lost, discouraged, panicked, and even despair. The tiny person's cry when he saw boundless forest Samsara was understandable. Thinking back, in my previous life I was also bewildered and cried. There is always someone stronger than me. There will always be someone stronger than me. The goal of eternal life is too high and distant. How can the tiny me achieve it? Fang Yuan looked at his bloody palm, dazed. After a while he suddenly laughed, revealing his sharp fangs. I'm still too weak. Be it in my previous life or this life, I am still that tiny person who wants to climb the mountain. However, my own insignificance is not an excuse to stop pursuing greatness. Only cowards and losers will look for excuses. Even if I cry, I will continue to climb the mountain. This is where the joy of life lies. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan tore off a piece of flesh and put it in his mouth. Chapter 894. Half a month later. Sent inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture death land, two wills were fighting against each other. A wisp of will like twinkling stars flickered. The other was illusory, advancing and retreating at times. They were Nebula and the fake will. These two wills had been fighting for 15 minutes already. Nebula was gradually losing to the fake will. It was on the verge of defeat. But Fang Yuan willed. Another wave of Nebula descended from the sky and joined the battle, immediately changing the situation. Eventually the fake will lost miserably. Only a few of them were left. Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death. The fake will could not take on any form. It used all its strength to curse intermittently. The curses of such weaklings were useless. Nebula won. It formed into Fang Yuan's image. It looked at Mo Yao's fake will and sneered, flying into the sky and leaving the immortal aperture death land. I have made great progress in the battle of wills. Now, in a one-on-one battle, even though I cannot beat Mo Yao and lose every time, Mo Yao's fake will is not having a good time either. It has been a Pyrrhic victory recently. While Fang Yuan was evaluating himself, Nebula entered his mind and presented the information it had obtained to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have any expectations, but this time's information made him slightly surprised. Spring Dream Fruit Tree? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. It turned out that when Mo Yao was outside, she had accidentally encountered a spring dream fruit tree near a nameless village. During that era, the concept of dream path was very weak. There were no external manifestations of dream realms. Even the celestial court's exploration of dream realms was also very shallow. Mo Yao only felt that this tree was strange. She did not recognize it. Thus she remembered it. She left this spring dream fruit tree on the spot, not touching it. The spring dream fruit tree was not a desolate plant. It looked very ordinary from the outside. Immortals would not be able to discover it. But Mo Yao's investigative killer move was rather unique. He found some peculiarities of the spring dream fruit tree. However, she was only slightly curious. After all, it wasn't an immortal grade material. Later on, due to other matters, he didn't go to that small village again. The spring dream fruit tree had always been there. After so many years, the world turned into mulberry fields. He wondered how the tree was doing. Perhaps it had been felled by mortals, perhaps it had been destroyed by fire, perhaps it was still there. There were too many possibilities and it was hard to say. Mo Yao, that old hag, is really hard to deal with. This kind of memory was buried at the bottom of her heart. Only when she couldn't hide it anymore did I dig it out. But from the looks of it, everything she knows has been squeezed out. Fang Yuan suppressed his desire to take the spring dream fruit tree. In fact, previously he had also obtained another valuable clue. It was related to the hibiscus stone milk. This was a genuine immortal material. But later, when he sneaked over, he regretfully found that the crucial location was already secretly occupied by Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while but did not touch it in the end. Thus, regarding the spring dream fruit tree, Fang Yuan did not have much hope. And to take the spring dream fruit, he had to use a unique dream path method. Fang Yuan needed to make more preparations for this. If there really is a spring dream fruit, it will be of great help to me when I refine dream path mortal goo. It will be of great help. After all, goo materials that can be used to refine dream path goo worms are too rare. Ever since he obtained the killer move Understanding Dream Immortal. No matter how busy Fang Yuan was, he had to take time out almost every day to refine dream path mortal goo. If he had the spring dream fruit, it would be of great help to him when refining dream path mortal goo. Conservatively speaking, the goo refinement efficiency would increase by at least 6 times. The extremely weak Mo Yao's fake will was left in the immortal aperture, allowing her to recover slowly. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he left the bed and went to Danghun Palace's prison. Guiyue Fangjing was locked up inside. He was lying on the stone bed, staring blankly at the ceiling without moving. Crane Gate abandoned him. It was an extremely heavy blow to him. After the initial hysterical howling and crying, Fangjing became like this. Fang Yuan spoke. Even though he was mocking and cursing Crane Gate and Master Tenshuru, Fangjing did not react. Fang Yuan did not mind. After saying a few words, he turned around and left. Teaching this little brother of his needed time, it could not be done in one go. Fang Yuan had already expected this. He did not lack patience. Once in a while he would take the initiative to visit Fangjing. In Danghun Palace he could monitor Fangjing's actions from afar. The true reason why Fang Yuan visited was because he wanted Fangjing to know that he had been here. Fang Yuan left this place and went to another prison cell. Up until now, Fang Yuan's prison cell had many prisoners locked up. Other than Mo Yao's fake will and Guiyue Fangjing, there were also Dongfang Naganori's soul, the Featherman rank 7 Gu Immortal Zhengling's soul, and finally there was Xuesong Zi's soul, which was captured during the battle in Langya Blessed Land. Dongfang Naganori's soul had already been soul searched by Fang Yuan, only the soul itself was valuable. But Zhengling and Xuesong Zi's souls were very valuable. These days after returning from Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had been soul searching these two people. Fang Yuan gained a large number of mortal goo recipes, many mortal killer moves, some immortal killer moves, a few immortal goo recipes as well as secret knowledge, clues to many treasures and inheritances. But because Zhengling was a wind path goo immortal, and Xuesong Zi was a snow path goo immortal, there was nothing suitable for Fang Yuan's strength path or star path. Before Fang Yuan had wind path immortal goo and snow path immortal goo, these could only be used to strengthen Fang Yuan's foundation. What was worth mentioning was that Xuesong Zi's soul was touched, his most recent memories were erased. Thus, Fang Yuan did not know how Xuesong Zi and He Qing got together with Qin Baisheng and the rest. This soul path method was very profound. It made Fang Yuan sigh in amazement. He could not do anything about it. Of course, Zhengling and Xuesong Zi had not finished soul searching. It was unknown what they would gain next. As for the rewards for Land Spirit of Langya, they were very generous indeed. Not only did Fang Yuan obtain the rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe of all-out effort goo, under Fang Yuan's insistence, he even imparted the method to relocate the blessed land to Fang Yuan without holding back. There were only 2 gains. They seemed ordinary, but to Fang Yuan they were extremely valuable. There was no need to talk about the Immortal Goo recipe of all-out effort goo, just moving the blessed land. Be it who Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land, they needed to be moved. But this method was very costly. It would cause great damage to the blessed land itself. It needed to use 12 Immortal Goo at the same time. Land Spirit of Langya was already preparing to relocate. After that, he would lend these Immortal Goo to Fang Yuan and let Fang Yuan move. Chapter 895. 2 months later. Swoosh. Somewhere in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing stood on a cloud silently, waiting for Shark Demon and the rest. The sun was setting. There was a huge patch of burning clouds in the west. The sea below their feet was also dyed red. The waves surged elegantly, and the rays of light that shone on the peaks of the waves were red and bright. It was a beautiful sight to behold with the burning clouds in the sky. Every time I see such a beautiful scene, I often stop and immerse myself in it, gasping in amazement. Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze was deep and unfathomable as he sighed with emotion. Now, I can be considered as someone who has achieved the Tao and ascended to become an immortal. But I can feel that this piece of heaven and earth is vast and majestic. It makes people feel insignificant and humble. Compared to heaven and earth, humans are truly insignificant. Maybe only rank 9 Gu venerables have the qualifications to challenge heaven and earth. I can't do it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Tai Bai, don't look down on yourself. Do you remember the story of the mini-man in The Legends of Renzu? Since we realize our insignificance, we need to become stronger. We are insignificant to begin with, it is just that we have become aware of our own insignificance. You feel pain because you are growing. Xianxia, you are still so ambitious. Ah. Tai Bai Yunsheng was stunned before laughing heartily. The two were talking when a Gu immortal suddenly flew out of the sea below them. Who is it? Fang Yuan shouted. Lords, please don't blame me, I am Xianxia, I was sent by Lord Shark Demon to receive you. The person smiled as he greeted. Xianxia flew up, in a few breaths of time he arrived in front of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. He was a rank 6 immortal zombie. He was short and muscular. There was a copper hoop on his bald head, his pupils were ice blue. His skin was like an old tree, his hands and feet were exposed. There were webbing between his fingers, his ears were also in the shape of shark fins, the sharp tips of his ears extended to the back of his head. Fang Yuan pinched his fingers and calculated. He suddenly said, Jing Lan celestial walking immortal zombie body? The smile on Xianxia's face froze, he stared at Fang Yuan and cupped his fists. Sir, is the wisdom path Gu immortal Xianxia? He was indeed powerful. My scenic blue traveling immortal zombie body is self-created and I just came out of seclusion. No one knew. Your Excellency was able to reveal its name with just a simple calculation. Fang Yuan laughed. I am not a wisdom path Gu immortal, I mainly cultivate star path and only cultivate wisdom path on the side. I was just making a wild guess just now. I was just lucky to bump into it. Fang Yuan appeared very humble. Tai Bai Yunsheng was watching from the side, laughing to himself. This was the first time Tai Bai Yunsheng had met Xianxia. Because of this, the scene from before happened. Xianxia used an immortal killer move. He sneaked over and arrived at the sea where Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had descended into the mortal world. His traces were exposed by Fang Yuan. This was Xianxia's tactful probing. Soon Fang Yuan returned the favor. After some deductions, he deduced Xianxia's immortal zombie body's name. When Gu immortals interacted, strength was the foundation. They probed each other. They won the respect of both sides. Xianxia did not dare to be careless, he showed a solemn expression. He nodded at Fang Yuan. With a respectful expression he turned to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Please follow me closely, Lord Shark Demon's group is already attacking Yulu Blessed Land. A moment later the three moved through the seawater and saw a door at the bottom of the sea. This door was circular and had a light color as if it was carved from light jade. The door was circular and light in color, as if it was carved out of light jade. A curtain of crystal beads strung together blocked the light jade door. Fang Yuan's eyes couldn't help but be filled with curiosity. He would never believe that this towering door was really made of jade. This door was the entrance to Yulu Blessed Land. It was only the outer appearance, but in essence, it was the bridge between Yulu Blessed Land and the outside world. Portals were extremely important to small worlds like Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens. Once the door was closed, the immortal aperture world would become a sealed small world, isolated from the outside world. It was extremely difficult for Gu immortals outside the immortal aperture to enter. It could be said that the door was the first obstacle in conquering the paradise in Grotto Heaven. Back at the Crane Gate, Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu joined hands to attack Fang Yuan's Hu immortal blessed land. To overcome the door he used Fangjing and blood path methods to locate it. Only after confirming their location did they enter Hu immortal blessed land. When Qin Baisheng's group attacked Langya blessed land, they used the hairy man Gu immortal trader's soul to locate it and enter Langya blessed land. Thus, even if Fang Yuan did not capture Fangjing for blood deity, he would kill Fangjing for the sake of Hu immortal blessed land's safety. This way there was no way to locate it. Even if they knew the exact location of Hu immortal blessed land, even if they could shatter space they could not enter the blessed land. The three arrived in front of the light jade door. Xianxiang activated his Gu worm, The crystal curtain was lifted and the door slowly opened. "The two of you please come in," Xianxia invited. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this and smiled. "Your alliance has amazing methods, you have already taken control of the door." Xianxia laughed lightly. "Sir Tai Bai, you might not know, but ever since the failure 2 months ago, Lord Shark Demon returned to Zombie Alliance's headquarters and spent a lot of sect contribution points to invite a Wisdom Path rank 7 immortal zombie. Right now he has already broken through Vanish Immortal powder and is deep inside. This door was also completely controlled by our alliance a month ago." Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing nodded as they stepped into Yulu Blessed Land. After entering the Blessed Land, they did not see the true appearance of Yulu Blessed Land, they were instead in a world of ice and snow. This is the third round after Vanish Immortal powder, a battlefield killer move called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Every hour there would be a mighty hail rain and at the same time, there would be attacks from the snow monsters. Lord Shark Demon's group is not far away. Xianxia took the initiative to introduce Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Fang Yuan muttered as he looked around, showing great interest towards this battlefield killer move. Because he had gained Star Path battle strength, his original shortcomings had been made up for. Be it offense or defense, advance or retreat, reconnaissance or healing, there were no obvious weaknesses. In terms of reconnaissance, Fang Yuan also had immortal methods. Not long ago, Xianxia's traces were exposed by Fang Yuan because of this Star Path investigative killer move. His current battle strength. It had stabilized at the peak of rank 6. If he used Myriad Self, he would have rank 7 battle strength. The only thing Fang Yuan lacked now was a battlefield killer move. If he had a battlefield killer move, he could have secretly killed an immortal zombie member of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, then disguised himself and sneaked in. Because of this, Fang Yuan sought Fairy Li Shan's help, but Fairy Li Shan refused. Fang Yuan thought hard, he was a shrewd person, he thought of a way to advance by retreating, he would make a breakthrough from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Thus, he used the appearance and identity of an ordinary Star Path Gu immortal, Xianxia, and came to Eastern Sea with Tai Bai Yunxing. They purposely approached Shark Demon's group. "Brother Tai Bai, we meet again." Ah. After a while, everyone saw each other. Shark Demon was very enthusiastic. He patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder before turning his gaze to Fang Yuan. "Sir, are you the good friend Brother Tai Bai mentioned in his letter, Xianxia? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's good friend, you are also a good friend of mine, Shark Demon." "I am a wild lone cultivator, I do not dare to call myself that." Fang Yuan smiled modestly. He wore a large blue robe. His hair was white like snow, but his skin was rosy and tender like a baby's. He looked like an immortal. To speak the truth, he was much more presentable than Tai Bai Yunxing. People could not help but have a good impression of him. Shark Demon's wife, Su Baiman, said, "Xianxia, don't be modest, I heard that Sir has good wisdom path attainment, can you show us your skills now?" Fang Yuan raised his eyes. He looked over. This Su Baiman in front of him, even though she was an immortal zombie. But one could see how beautiful she was in the past. Land of beauties, tomb of heroes. No wonder even Shark Demon did not hesitate to turn into a zombie. He sacrificed his great cultivation future to accompany Su Baiman. Immediately, Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he agreed, "Then I will try, please forgive me if it is inappropriate." "Sir Xianxia, go ahead and try, even if you fail no one will blame you," Shark Demon immediately said. He had a fierce personality, he usually looked at people coldly, this was the first time he met Fang Yuan, but he had a warm attitude, it was because of Tai Bai Yunxing. More accurately speaking, it was because of Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before immortal Gu. Fang Yuan raised his head, carefully observing the surroundings. The world in front of him could be said to be a world of ice and snow, it was pure white as expected of a quasi-blessed land battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan secretly activated the Wisdom Path Gu worms in his immortal aperture. In front of everyone, he used many investigative Wisdom Path killer moves. But there were no flaws, the whole battlefield was a single entity, Fang Yuan could not find a way to break through. But Fang Yuan was not anxious, even though he had been training hard these last 2 months, he was very familiar with many Wisdom Path methods. The battlefield killer move in front of him was not simple, it was created by Fairy Yulu. Fairy Yulu was incredible. She had an extraordinary origin, her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. This lineage could be said to be the #1 battlefield killer move inheritance in human history. The battlefield killer move that Fairy Yulu set up was no small matter. Amazing. This battlefield killer move is completely one with Yulu Blessed Land, it seems to be created using the Tao marks of the Blessed Land. This method is much more advanced than Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan observed for a long time. He gradually found something special. Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to set up a battlefield killer move in the Blessed Land. When fighting against Qin Baisheng's group, he only used the 12-wave cloud confusion Gu formation. Land Spirit of Langya was afraid that the temporary Dao marks created by the battlefield killer move would cause great damage to the Blessed Land. In fact, in the current cultivation world, most Gu immortals did not dare to use battlefield killer moves in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. Once the temporary Dao marks of a battlefield killer move clashed with the Dao marks of the Immortal Aperture's small world, the battlefield killer move would fail and the Gu immortal would suffer backlash, or the Dao marks would reject and cause terrifying damage. The blessed land could be destroyed and the Gu immortal would die on the spot. This was the same principle as the backlash of Gu refinement. But Fairy Yulu was a battlefield killer move expert after all. She directly overcame this flaw. Her method was profound and advanced. It was beyond Fang Yuan's imagination. He even threw Langya Land Spirit, this old antique, 8 miles away. Chapter 896. Inside the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods to make deductions. Swoosh. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth was made from the Dao marks in Yulu Blessed Land. It was not a temporary Dao mark, it was more troublesome. Shark Demon and the rest could not destroy this battlefield killer move with brute force. Destroying it was equivalent to destroying Yulu Blessed Land's Dao marks. This would cause irreversible damage to Yulu Blessed Land. This was equivalent to Qin Baisheng snatching Refinement Cauldron, causing Langya Blessed Land's Dao marks to decrease sharply. It was a huge loss. Shark Demon and the rest attacked Yulu Blessed Land for the inheritances and resources inside. Moreover, to destroy a battlefield killer move with brute force, it required an extremely powerful offensive immortal killer move. It also expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Considering the cost and benefits, Shark Demon and the rest could only break the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth battlefield killer move head-on. Thankfully, this Yulu Blessed Land was ownerless. It was unknown whether the land spirit existed or not. Fang Yuan had many Gu immortal guards around him. It gave him a relaxed environment to research and decipher it. Fang Yuan squinted as starlight shined in his pupils. Right now, in his mind, countless star thoughts were moving and colliding as they rotated and collided, deducing rapidly. This time, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort to deduce Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Firstly, researching this outstanding battlefield killer move could give Fang Yuan a lot of knowledge and inspiration. Even if Fang Yuan could not find a battlefield killer move that suited him, this knowledge and inspiration would be the solid foundation for Fang Yuan to create his own battlefield killer move. Secondly, Fang Yuan's goal in entering Eastern Sea was to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. This was the first time he met Shark Demon and the rest. He was about to display his value. Let Shark Demon and the rest look at him in a different light, and help him join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. He was thinking and calculating at a rapid speed. Time passed quickly. Time is almost up. Soon there will be another freezing rain. Snow monsters will form and attack. How much longer does Sir Xianxia need? Among Shark Demon's group, a Gu immortal asked impatiently. He was Budan, a Gu immortal of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He was not an immortal zombie, he was a living person. However, after joining the Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, his status was not high. Because he had some wisdom path attainment, he was brought into Yulu Blessed Land by Shark Demon several times to participate in the invasion plan. Before Fang Yuan appeared, Budan was the only half-wisdom path Gu immortal in the group. Xianxia's appearance had threatened his position and benefits. If Fang Yuan was able to deduce the result, wouldn't that show his incompetence? Seeing that Fang Yuan did not make any progress for a long time, Budan finally could not hold it in any longer and spoke up, vaguely pressuring Fang Yuan. The other Gu immortals were also paying attention to Fang Yuan's performance. Budan asked the question that was on their minds. Fang Yuan chuckled softly, but he did not try to maintain his dignity. Instead he said directly, "I'm ashamed. This battlefield killer move is very profound. I studied it for a long time. I only managed to understand a little of it. In fact, this battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth was indeed created by the rank 8 great expert Fairy Yulu." Fang Yuan used many wisdom path methods, but there was no progress at all. It was like he was facing a huge tortoise shell. It gave off a strong feeling of not knowing where to start. "Is that so?" Su Baiman sighed, saying in a disappointed tone. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. "Give me some more time, I will continue to deduce." Shark Demon nodded. He said, "Xianxia, go ahead and deduce with all your strength. we will block this attack for you. At the same time, Shark Demon had a different thought. Xianxia was highly praised by Bai Yunxing, but now it seems it is not like what the letter said. The last time I encountered the battlefield killer move Endless Space Essence, I had to pay a huge price to invite a rank 7 Wisdom Path Immortal zombie from Zombie Alliance. I have already invested too much in Yulu Blessed Land, I need to live frugally now. If this Xianxia can really unravel this battlefield killer move, that would be for the best. This way the other Gu Immortals no longer looked at Fang Yuan with much anticipation. Bu Dan watched coldly, laughing internally. In the previous battlefield killer moves I could at least find the hidden Gu worms behind them. But this time I have no clues about this battlefield killer move. I want to see how you can find a breakthrough point. Sure enough, a moment later, in the sky of this battlefield, icy rain started to fall. These raindrops were all ice needles. Rather than calling it rain, it was more like the sky was filled with ice needles. They pierced through the sky and shot towards Fang Yuan and the rest. The Gu Immortals quickly activated their defensive methods. Bu Dan did not have an immortal Gu, he was protected by Shark Demon's immortal defense. Fang Yuan was also protected by Shark Demon. Countless ice needles shot down but were blocked by the light barrier. Because the ice needles were extremely fast, sparks were created on the light barrier. Fang Yuan willed, he activated Star Cloud Grindstone and entered it. He would not place his own safety in the hands of others. Seeing that Fang Yuan used an immortal-level defensive killer move, the other Gu Immortals' gazes shined, their attitudes changed slightly. Fang Yuan could use an immortal killer move, he definitely had an immortal Gu. A Gu Immortal with an immortal Gu was not to be underestimated in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Not all Gu Immortals had immortal Gu. In fact, most rank 6 Gu Immortals could only use mortal killer moves, they could not obtain immortal Gu. The rain got heavier, the ice needles turned into stronger ice darts. The ice darts tore through the sky, emitting sharp sounds. The Gu Immortals defended together, maintaining their defenses meticulously. They had solemn expressions as they calculated their immortal essence expenditure. After this battle started, there was a change, a small flaw appeared, I can take advantage of it now. It is no longer like before, I had no clue at all. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he felt a sense of joy and joy. The movements of his hands immediately increased by more than 2 times. He used mortal killer moves at times, and threw out Wisdom Path Mortal Gu at times. These killer moves and mortal Gu hit the air, smoke rose, thunder exploded, or jade green acid splattered everywhere. Fang Yuan was using all sorts of methods to test this flaw. But the effect was not good. This was an ice dart rain, it had already turned into an ice spike storm. The Gu Immortal's immortal essence expenditure was increasing rapidly. Thus it was increasing rapidly. With a loud sound, a tall snow monster. Amidst the icy rain that filled his field of vision, he charged over recklessly. Snow monsters were the prey of snowmen. They devoured the flesh and blood of the snow monsters. Snowmen could increase their reproduction speed and even extend their lifespan. A 10-meter-tall snow monster could battle a rank 3 Gu master. A 40-meter-tall monster had the strength of a rank 4 Gu master. A 50-meter-tall monster had the strength of a rank 5 Gu master. But now this snow monster was rank 6. This was a desolate beast-level snow monster, it could not be underestimated. Try not to kill them, even if these snow monsters die in battle, they will revive immediately. They are very annoying. Su Baiman quickly reminded. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Snow monsters that cannot be killed? How can we fight them? Bai Yunxing was also moved. Don't worry, once the time passes, these snow monsters will disappear. When the next icy rain comes, they will appear again. Shark Demon explained. A Gu Immortal on the left of Shark Demon sighed with worry. This freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move already has the hint of reincarnation battlefield. Fairy Yulu's master is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, she might have already obtained the profundity of reincarnation. Roar roar roar. Snow monsters appeared one after another, causing Shark Demon and the rest to have a hard time defending. The charge of the snow monsters. They had great momentum and did not lack agility. The Gu Immortals were not willing to face them head-on, they continued to attack and use immortal killer moves. They interrupted the charge of the snow monsters and delayed their speed. Fang Yuan's expression became even more joyful. He sensed the appearance of the snow monsters. There were even more flaws in this battlefield killer move. There's hope. Fang Yuan encouraged himself inwardly. He had only obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance for a limited time, his Wisdom Path attainment level was at the bottom of ordinary. Even though he trained hard, he did not slack off or relax. But such things. In the end, it still took time to accumulate. To say that Fang Yuan was a dabbler was a huge exaggeration. To say that Fang Yuan was a wisdom path novice was not an exaggeration. But now, this wisdom path novice was trying to break the freezing rain frozen earth killer move. For example, on Earth, it was like a primary school student solving a high school math problem. Fang Yuan tightly grasped the flaw he found, and with an aim in mind, his hands moved faster and faster. Finally, under his deductions he found a goo worm. This was a mortal goo. Together with other mortal goo and immortal goo, they formed the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth. Go! Fang Yuan willed. A star snake rope flew out and coiled around this mortal goo. But just as Fang Yuan was about to drag this mortal goo back for research, this mortal goo self-detonated. The star snake rope was empty, it could only return to Fang Yuan's side. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of other goo immortals. Because of this mortal goo's destruction, the freezing rain weakened by a lot. He actually found a flaw? Budan was shocked. He had also tried to find a flaw when attacking, but there was no result. Budan's wisdom path inheritance was too incomplete and low level, his methods were limited. In contrast, Fang Yuan's inheritance was extremely outstanding and had an extraordinary origin. He had created many powerful wisdom path goo immortals. The previous one was the #1 wisdom path goo immortal in Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori. Even with Fang Yuan's strength, he could still find the flaw of freezing rain frozen earth. It showed how outstanding his wisdom path inheritance was. Good. Shark Demon praised. But the moment he said that, the rain above the immortals' heads suddenly became twice as intense. Swish swish swish. The rain poured down, the icicles were sharp, suppressing the goo immortals to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Xianxia, what did you do? Budan immediately grabbed the chance and shouted. Fang Yuan was also shocked. He knew he was rash. Even if he found the goo worms that formed the battlefield killer move, he could not casually destroy them, otherwise, it would trigger an even stronger attack. But soon Fang Yuan was overjoyed. After this mortal goo was destroyed, the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth had 2 more flaws. Chapter 897. Soon, using the star thoughts in his mind to make deductions, Fang Yuan found the locations of several goo worms. These locations could not be found by investigative methods. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are a total of 4 locations with goo worms, but they are all mortal goo. They are really well hidden. Even if I have a star path investigative killer move, I cannot find them. With his previous experience, Fang Yuan did not directly attack and destroy these mortal goo. He did not move, he continued to observe and deduce. So close. Soon he sighed inwardly, finding a dangerous location. The mortal goo hidden in this location was a crucial location in the formation of the battlefield killer move. At the start of his deductions, Fang Yuan found that as long as he destroyed this goo, he would be able to reduce the power of the icy rain snow monsters by 50 to 60%. But after further deductions, Fang Yuan made even more discoveries. If he really destroyed this goo, it would be terrible. This time, the power of the attack would indeed fall sharply, but the next attack would be launched earlier, and its power would increase by nearly 2 times. In this attack, Shark Demon and the rest were already having a hard time defending. The icy rain continued, causing a lot of immortal essence expenditure. The immortal zombies were having a headache. More than 60 feet tall snow monsters appeared. The goo immortals did not dare to be careless. If the power increases by 2 times, I'm afraid ancient desolate beast level snow monsters will appear. Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. The risk of unraveling this battlefield killer move was very high. If he was not careful, he would end up worse off. And this was just unraveling mortal goo. These mortal goo were the outer layer of the formation. If he dealt with the inner goo worms, if Fang Yuan's method was not good enough, he would even suffer a strong backlash. Fang Yuan went around this crucial location and continued to target other locations. He probed. Time passed quickly. Fang Yuan made no progress. This is the 4th attack. Sigh, how much longer do we have to last? An immortal zombie sighed. He had participated in this attack. The immortal essence expenditure made him feel heartache. With the current situation, no matter how much celestial core power is consumed, what's the use if it doesn't improve? Budan said meaningfully. Shark Demon and the rest were a little impatient. They turned their attention to Fang Yuan. This was the first time they met Xianxia. They did not know about Fang Yuan's wisdom path strength. Budan could not do it anymore now that the burden of deciphering the battlefield killer move was given to this stranger. Was it reliable or not? Lord Xianxia. From the beginning until now, you have been using mortal path methods to probe. You see, although the current situation is not critical, it can be said to be difficult. Why don't you use immortal level wisdom path methods? Don't worry, according to the rules, you will get a fixed amount of immortal yuan stone as compensation for your immortal elemental power consumption. You don't have to worry about the loss, said Budan. Fang Yuan frowned. Budan's intention was sinister. Again and again. Again and again he tried to sow discord. Fang Yuan knew about the predicament of immortal zombies. Immortal essence was hard to obtain, he cherished it. But now his losses were huge. There was no progress, even Shark Demon was silent. Su Baiman was solemn. The other immortal zombies were very anxious. Budan was targeting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could understand. However, this kind of provocative behavior was one thing. This was simply stabbing Fang Yuan in the back. Immediately, Fang Yuan took a deep look at Budan. Next, he secretly used moving perspective cups Gu to send a message to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately cooperated, saying, Budan, why are you in such a hurry? Lord Shark Demon said that we need to endure this attack and buy time for Xianxia. Right now, this offensive is only halfway through, and you want to run away before the battle? Or do you think you have contributed too much? Budan's expression changed, he said with grievance, How would I dare? Lord Tai Bai Yunxing has misunderstood me. He knew that Tai Bai Yunxing was Shark Demon's favorite. Looking at Shark Demon's warm attitude towards Tai Bai Yunxing, anyone could tell. Moreover, Tai Bai Yunxing had an extraordinary precious immortal gu, he was an expert healer, he could not be offended. Alright, stop arguing. Shark Demon maintained the situation, looking at Fang Yuan. We have already experienced 3 rounds of attacks, a 4th is not a big deal. Fang Yuan felt Shark Demon's gaze, his heart sank. It seemed that Shark Demon's group did not think highly of him. How could this work? Fang Yuan knew the importance of first impressions. He still wanted to borrow Shark Demon's help to get him to join Eastern Sea's Immortal Zombie headquarters. If he failed the first time and left a deep impression on Shark Demon, it would be difficult in the future. Even if he showed his value in the future in Shark Demon's heart, it would be discounted. On the contrary, if he succeeded this time, even if he failed in the future in Shark Demon's eyes, it would be pardonable. Who would not fail at times? Hearing Shark Demon's tone, it seems that before the 5th attack, he does not want to stay here any longer. After all, he needs to consider the cost of attacking this place. Forget it. Fang Yuan pondered for a while before finally making up his mind. He suddenly attacked the goo worm from before. With a soft sound, the goo worm shattered. Another goo worm. Ah! Tai Bai Yunxing cooperated with him, immediately laughing. A joyous expression involuntarily appeared on the faces of Shark Demon and the others as their morale rose slightly. Budan did not make a sound. Tai Bai Yunxing did not let him go under Fang Yuan's instructions. How is it, Budan? Methods do not differ between mortal and immortal as long as they are effective, it is fine. Budan nodded, smiling. Lord Tai Bai Yunxing is right, I was too impatient earlier. He knew when to advance and when to retreat, he did not resist but gave in. Evidently, such a petty person was harder to deal with than a person who resisted head-on. Tai Bai Yunxing continued, You might not understand, but I have known Brother Xianxia for a long time. I know that his wisdom path methods are very powerful. Tai Bai Yunxing showed his loyalty to his good friend. At this time, Fang Yuan acted like he had made great progress, saying, I finally found a vital spot. This discovery has greatly increased my confidence in deciphering this battlefield killer move. Is that so? Su Baiman's eyes brightened. He was somewhat doubtful. But soon, facts spoke louder than words. An immortal zombie shouted, Look quickly. The icy rain in the sky has weakened, many desolate beast snow monsters are collapsing on their own. The immortals were overjoyed. Their gazes towards Fang Yuan had changed a lot. They had only taken Tai Bai Yunxing's words for granted, but now that they had seen it for themselves, the immortals' attitudes changed. Maybe this Xianxia can really decipher this battlefield killer move? Earlier, Budan was helpless, but once he arrived, he destroyed 2 goo worms. He even reduced the battlefield's offense by half. It seems that his wisdom path attainment is higher than Budan's. I have to admit that the barbarians of the northern plains are indeed skilled. In everyone's heart, all of them were filled with hope. Budan was all smiles, but his heart was very gloomy. Fang Yuan's outstanding performance further accentuated his incompetence. Budan was very unwilling. He used his wisdom path methods to observe the battlefield again. With this observation, his heart shook, and he was filled with boundless joy. It turned out that Fang Yuan had unraveled 2 mortal goo, and had also relied on Budan's ability during the battle. He also found one or two flaws. He hurriedly calculated in secret. This was also one of his cleverness. Before there were any results, he restrained himself. He was silently accumulating strength for a counterattack. Fang Yuan secretly retracted his gaze from observing Budan and inspected the battlefield killer move in front of him again. After destroying that mortal goo, it was like a veil had been lifted. Freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move revealed another 6 to 7 flaws. However, Fang Yuan was not happy at all. His heart was heavy. These 6 to 7 flaws. The price he had to pay was too high. In a short period of time, Shark Demon and the rest were kept in the dark. When the next wave of attacks arrived, they would feel the pain. Fang Yuan continued to deduce. He had already expended over 10,000 star thoughts in his mind. The battlefield attacks gradually stopped. Shark Demon and the rest let out a breath of turbid air. The pressure on their defense was very heavy. Now that they had passed the 4th round of attacks, their pressure was greatly reduced, but they did not let down their guard. Fang Yuan had also made some progress, but he did not make a move. He did not even use the probing methods that he had used earlier. He sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes, as if he was deducing with all his strength. But he was thinking inwardly, this battlefield killer move has its pros and cons when used to defend blessed lands. One of the biggest cons is that the battlefield killer move can form a temporary world. It is called a quasi-blessed land. Mortal goo and mortal killer moves could be used here. It was not like the blessed land where mortal killer moves were restricted. But all in all, the pros outweigh the cons. These battlefield killer moves greatly delayed the progress of the blessed land. Up until now, Shark Demon and the rest had not seen the true appearance of Yulu blessed land. And even if they could use mortal methods, the attacking goo immortals would not be able to save much immortal essence. Because once a battlefield attack is activated, the goo immortals would have to use immortal methods to advance and retreat. If I can obtain some battlefield killer moves in this Yulu blessed land, and use the blessed land's Dao marks to construct layers of battlefield killer moves, that would be amazing. When I relocate star form blessed land in the future, I can use this method to form layers of defensive lines. Hu Immortal blessed land can also be used. In case Hu Immortal blessed land is suddenly attacked in the future, these battlefield killer moves can give me enough time to move the blessed land's resources. Because they were afraid of interfering with Fang Yuan's deductions, Shark Demon and the rest remained silent. Fang Yuan's earlier performance made them wait patiently. But they did not know that Fang Yuan looked like he was deducing, but he was just letting his imagination run wild. Right now, the most anxious person was not Fang Yuan, nor was it Tai Bai Yunxing who was worried about Fang Yuan, nor was it Shark Demon and the rest, it was Budan. Budan was anxious. He was not resigned to being suppressed by Xianxia. Earlier he could not find any flaws, so he was helpless. But now that he found a flaw and had a clue, he tried his best to deduce. Time passed. Fang Yuan did not make a move, but Budan found a place where mortal goo were hidden. Moreover, after removing these mortal goo, there was little danger. It was an effective way to unravel the battlefield killer move. Budan had some ability, otherwise Shark Demon would not have brought him along to attack Yulu blessed land. With this discovery, Budan was secretly excited. He thought to himself, Budan, you are truly amazing. He was quite composed. He did not make a move immediately. He observed Fang Yuan first. Fang Yuan had his eyes closed the entire time. He did not make a move. Budan waited for a while. He became more and more impatient, his eyes darting around. He had wanted to wait for Fang Yuan to be helpless before he made a move, to slap Fang Yuan's face. But soon he thought, what if Xianxia also found this flaw? What should he do? Finally he decided to make a move. Lord Shark Demon, I have made some progress. Look. Budan suddenly spoke. As he spoke, he destroyed that hidden mortal goo. Shark Demon nodded at him. Budan was a member of Zombie Alliance after all. Compared to an outsider like Xianxia, Shark Demon was more willing to see Budan's performance. Su Baiman smiled lightly. With your help, it seems that unraveling the battlefield killer move is just around the corner. But at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was very ugly. Oh no. What's wrong? Tai Bai Yunxing cooperated. Fang Yuan said, this mortal goo cannot be destroyed. It is like a trap. If we destroy it, the battlefield's offense will increase instead. Fang Yuan stamped his feet. He was filled with regret and anger. He looked extremely pained. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 898. What? When the immortal zombies heard Fang Yuan's words, their expressions changed. You are bullshitting. Budan was even more anxious. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Shark Demon narrowed his eyes, he looked at Budan, then at Fang Yuan, his expression darkened. What is going on? Budan was so angry that his teeth were itching. He immediately said, Lord Shark Demon, I dare to use my many years of reputation to guarantee that there is nothing wrong with this. This Xianxia looks like a good person. Budan pointed at Fang Yuan, but he is actually a petty person who is jealous of others. He must have seen my performance and realized that he is inferior, so he made a false accusation. Lord Shark Demon, fellow comrades, please judge clearly. I know Brother Xianxia's abilities the best. In my opinion, you are the petty person. Tai Bai Yunxing was furious, he immediately rebuked. Everyone shut up. Seeing that the situation was about to become chaotic, Shark Demon shouted. He turned to Fang Yuan. Xianxia, what do you say? Fang Yuan laughed bitterly. I have nothing to say. Seeing his attitude, Su Bai Man couldn't help but frown. But Fang Yuan continued. But I have another question I would like to ask Sire Budan. Fang Yuan was not angry at all, he was very charming. Compared to Budan, who was red-faced and scolding, it was a stark contrast. Budan saw Fang Yuan's attitude. He was even more jealous and disgusted. He snorted, What do you have to ask? Fang Yuan smiled faintly. He stared at Budan and provoked him. If I ask you, do you dare to answer truthfully? Budan gritted his teeth. He knew that this was Fang Yuan's provocation, but at this moment he could not back down. He stiffened his neck and said, Ask away. Fang Yuan sighed and said, I want to stand aloof from worldly affairs. But someone is making things difficult for me, I am only asking you this freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move. Right now there are several hiding places for goo worms. Shark Demon and the others fixed their eyes on Budan. Budan's heart skipped a beat. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he only stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Fang Yuan's question was like a sharp sword, directly stabbing into Budan's heart. Budan had only found a place where goo worms were hidden and deduced. He felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he got rid of it. Now that this goo worm had just been removed, the battlefield killer move would definitely have some flaws that were not there before. However, if Budan wanted to deduce where the rest of the goo worms were hidden, he would need time. Budan had naturally thought of making a false report, but at the next moment he rejected this stupid idea. Because this thing was easy to verify. You pointed out a goo worm's hiding place, you just need to get rid of it and let everyone see. Facts spoke louder than words. Budan was speechless. He subconsciously clenched his fists. But soon he thought it through. He could not make a false report, he could only reply loudly, You asked to teach me. Then I will satisfy you. Give me some time, after I deduce it I will teach you. The goo immortals were shrewd. Hearing this their expressions did not change. But they were shaking their heads inwardly. Budan's sorry state was deeply imprinted in the goo immortals' minds. These goo immortals were not idiots. They naturally understood that Budan's words were not convincing enough. Xianxia exposed Budan's true colors. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Budan with pity, he sighed inwardly, You want to fight with Fang Yuan like this? Fang Yuan knew Budan would reply like this, he laughed at this moment. Sir Budan, you must have only deduced one point. But the goo worm hidden in this point is only a trap. If you can continue to deduce and be more patient, you might be able to find more flaws and deduce more hidden points. That way you might be able to understand how rash your actions were. Oh. Budan's lips twitched, he had already thought of an excuse, he immediately made things difficult for Fang Yuan. Then why don't you tell everyone what was wrong with my actions? How did it cause problems? What kind of trap is this point? Haha, you need to answer properly, Lord Su Baiman has a lie detection method. This point was naturally not a trap. Fang Yuan naturally could not answer. But Fang Yuan was already prepared, he smiled lightly. My wisdom path inheritance is a unique method, how can it be leaked? Budan, you are so shrewd, are you trying to steal my wisdom path method? Bullshit. Budan was enraged. Budan spoke rudely time and time again, but Fang Yuan was not angry, he glanced at Immortal Zombie Shark Demon. Shark Demon was frowning, he was watching from the side, waiting for Fang Yuan and Budan to come to a conclusion. Fang Yuan saw this and knew that Shark Demon was biased towards Budan. This was not strange at all. Shark Demon and Budan were members of Zombie Alliance after all. Furthermore, Shark Demon and Budan had worked together so many times, they had been together for so long. There was a saying, distant relatives are not distant relatives. Fang Yuan was only meeting Shark Demon for the first time, they were strangers. Meanwhile, Budan and Shark Demon had a much closer relationship. Fang Yuan laughed, his expression suddenly changed as he looked at Budan in disdain, saying, Clown, I will teach you a lesson today. Watch carefully. Saying so, Fang Yuan pointed his fingers like a sword, moving them in the air. Specks of starlight flew out of his fingertips, flying into the air, some near and some far away before stopping. Here, and here, all of them have hidden mortal goo. If you don't believe me, you can do as I say and try them one by one. For example, here, you need to use a fire path attack to destroy the goo worm. Or there, you need to use an ice path method to make it appear, then use lightning to destroy the goo worm. And here, if you want to destroy the hidden mortal goo, you need to wait for the next wave of attacks to destroy it. Fang Yuan spoke with certainty. The starlight specks stopped in the air. There were as many as 10 of them. The goo immortals were all smart people. Fang Yuan pointed out the exact locations of these hidden goo worms, and even explained the method to destroy them in detail. He made it clear that he was not afraid of them verifying it. This intense confidence made people have no choice but to believe him. Budan stared with wide-opened eyes but did not know how to retort. He became impatient, rolling up his sleeves. He was about to make a move in disbelief. I want to see if you are speaking the truth. Wait. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He stopped him. Budan was already in an awkward situation. He was pleasantly surprised. But he smiled coldly on the surface. What, Xianxia, are you afraid? Fang Yuan sighed, looking at Budan. He gave off the feeling of an elder looking at a naughty child. Budan almost jumped in anger again. Fang Yuan immediately spoke. These hidden goo worm locations are all true. I am not afraid of anyone verifying them. However, these points could not be tampered with. Like the goo worm that you destroyed earlier. Many of them are traps. They are interconnected. Even if they are touched, it will affect the entire battlefield killer move. Our wisdom path deductions will change completely. We will have to deduce from the beginning again. The locations that I pointed out have deep implications. I am unable to deduce which one should be touched and which should not be. After saying that, Fang Yuan turned to the immortal zombie shark demon, bowing. Lord Shark Demon, I am truly sorry. I am not capable enough. Seeing Fang Yuan so humble, it was a silent mockery. Budan's eyelids twitched. He wanted to jump up and tear off Fang Yuan's white beard. He wanted to tear Fang Yuan's blue robe into shreds. He wanted to trample on Fang Yuan. He wanted to trample on Fang Yuan's rosy and clean face. But of course he could not do that. Because Shark Demon was returning the greeting to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just spoken when he bowed to Shark Demon. From Shark Demon's point of view, he was the leader. He naturally had to show his manners. Furthermore, Xianxia was tied by Yunqing's good friend. He was brought here by the latter. Xianxia bowed to Shark Demon. How could Shark Demon not return the greeting? Zombie Alliance was part of the righteous path. Even though their members were all from the demonic path, a large portion of them were from the demonic path. But since they joined Zombie Alliance, they had to follow the righteous path's rules and demeanor. And Shark Demon heard the two's discussion. He had an idea. In his opinion, Xianxia's wisdom path attainment was higher than Budan's. Towards such a talent, especially when he needed to take down Yulu blessed land in the future, Shark Demon naturally had to return the greeting. After returning the greeting, Shark Demon spoke in a very polite tone. Brother Xianxia's words have benefited me greatly. I wonder what we should do now. Shark Demon had rank 7 cultivation level. Even though he was an immortal zombie, he was a famous expert in Eastern Sea. He took the initiative to call rank 6 Xianxia brother. When everyone heard this, they felt that Shark Demon's attitude was very gentle. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I am still too weak. I had just obtained a trace of hope in my deduction earlier. To think that the goo worm was destroyed, causing my deduction to go to waste. In my anxiousness I spoke without thinking. Sai, there is a saying that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, let alone a small snake like me, while everyone here is a strong dragon. Budan was so angry that he was panting heavily. His eyes were red. Fang Yuan's tone was humble, but his words took care of Budan's face. It was like slapping Budan's face repeatedly. But this time, Budan did not flare up. He was very angry, but at the same time he felt a little weak. His wisdom path inheritance was very incomplete. It could not compare to Fang Yuan. Since Fang Yuan could openly point out so many flaws, Budan knew that he was inferior, but he did not want to admit it. Could it be that I really made a mistake? This mortal goo, was it really a trap like that damn Xianxia said? The pitiful Budan was framed by Fang Yuan. He was in self-doubt now. Fang Yuan looked at Budan's reaction and expression from the corner of his eyes. He smiled bitterly and humbly on the surface, but he was sneering internally. He was already thinking of retreating. Because the following attacks were very fierce. If they were not careful, some of these goo immortals might die. If they could persevere, their immortal essence expenditure would be even greater. Such a huge loss would cause the Gu immortals to feel heartache, but Fang Yuan did not have the ability to break through this battlefield. By then the Gu immortals would put in so much effort, but Fang Yuan, who they had high hopes for, would not make any progress. It was easy to imagine how bad their impression of Fang Yuan would be. Thus, Fang Yuan's humility earlier was not to mock Budan, he was setting a trap in the Gu immortals' hearts. Retreating is inevitable, but how to do so is a matter of consideration. Fang Yuan thought of this and glanced at Budan discreetly, before continuing to speak to Shark Demon. There is not much time left until the next attack. After this change, all our previous efforts have gone down the drain. I can only start over and give it a try. I won't hide it from everyone, the chances of success are not high, I need more time. Most importantly, this attack will be very fierce. According to my suggestion, we should retreat now. The Gu immortals naturally would not give up, after all, they were already at this stage. Shark Demon said, Brother Xianxia, please try again. Thus, Fang Yuan pretended to sit cross-legged in the air, closing his eyes. Soon, the fifth attack was launched, ice needles rained down, dozens of snow monsters roared as they charged at the Gu immortals. This attack is indeed much more powerful. Let's go. This is just the beginning, but it is already so difficult. Budan, what should I say to you? Budan's expression was ashen, he gritted his teeth, his gaze cold. He felt that the surrounding Gu immortals' gazes were piercing his heart even more than the ice rain. The Gu immortals' words were like whips lashing at his soul. Xianxia. Xianxia. He roared in his mind, chanting a name, but it was a fake name. Chapter 899. The banquet had a harmonious atmosphere. Even though Shark Demon and the rest had failed in their attack on Yulu Blessed Land, after the matter, Shark Demon still invited Tai Bai Yunxing and Fang Yuan to his home as guests. Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before immortal Gu was something that Shark Demon desired. As for Xianxia, Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment made Shark Demon and Su Baiman see his value, especially when it came to attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Thus, it was not surprising that Shark Demon invited Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Shark Demon's residence was called Shark Sea. This was a vast sea area, it was over 5 billion km2 in size. If converted to Earth's size, this Shark Sea was equivalent to China's Southern Sea. That was to say, this entire sea area of Southern Sea belonged to Shark Demon alone. Everything in this sea area, the countless species of sharks, the abundant seaweed, the sand and rocks at the bottom of the sea, as well as this huge amount of seawater, were all owned by Shark Demon. It was like northern plains, where the beautiful grasslands were divided by others. In Eastern Sea, the rich and resource-rich sea areas were also divided by others. Even though Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, he had great strength, he had the ability to guard the sea area. His palace was situated at the bottom of the sea, at the center of this Shark Sea area. The banquet was filled with Eastern Sea's unique dishes. They were delicious and had a unique style. Regardless of what intentions both sides had on the surface, this banquet was very effective, it was joyous and harmonious. Shark Demon enjoyed the wine in his cup, even though he was an immortal zombie, with the help of Gu worms, his sense of taste returned to his body. Next, he put down the cup and willed. The majestic and exquisite roof of the palace turned transparent. Everyone please look. This is the Godspear shark, this is the Shattertooth golden shark, and that one over there is the silver-scaled treasure shark. These are all my little pets that I've carefully cultivated. Shark Demon pointed with his finger, not concealing his pride at all. Fang Yuan looked up and saw that the seawater was dark. The lights in the palace could only illuminate a distance of 20 to 30 feet. The undersea palace, on the other hand, was ablaze with lights. Looking from the outside, it looked like an enormous, weirdly shaped gem that emitted warm light. Fang Yuan had his own investigative killer move. The dark seawater was no obstacle. He soon saw the shark pointed out by Shark Demon. The divine spear shark was solitary and had a peculiar appearance. The tip of the shark's head was shaped like a spear. The outside of G's body was no longer smooth shark skin. Instead, it revealed the texture of white bones. The god spear shark swam freely at the bottom of the sea. The dagger axe above his head was unexpectedly sharp, but it did not lose its momentum. Wherever it went, the rocks at the bottom of the sea were smashed into pieces. A path was opened. The Shattertooth golden sharks were the most numerous, often forming groups of 200 to 300. This kind of shark had very fine teeth. When the Shattertooth golden shark opened its mouth to hunt, Fang Yuan acutely observed that this golden shark had an upper and lower oral cavity. There were 6 rows of tiny sharp teeth growing out of it. Even though this kind of golden shark was a carnivore, it did not prey on large fish. Instead, it was like a whale, it ate small fish and prawns. These 6 rows of fine teeth. They formed 6 tight lines of defense to distinguish between sand and prawns. Even the smallest fish and prawns could not escape the golden shark's chewing. The silver scale great treasure shark was the largest on Earth. It was the size of a small whale. This kind of great treasure shark seemed to be a family unit, forming groups of 3 or 4. Normally they would take their time, but when food appeared they would rush out to hunt for it with a whoosh. Even though this silver scale great treasure shark was huge, it had an astonishing speed that did not match its size. Once they moved, they were extremely fast. In the dark depths of the sea, there seemed to be a flash of silver lightning. Silver scale great treasure sharks had the fiercest temperament. Not only did they prey on other fish species, they also treated other sharks as food. Of course, for strong sharks like the divine spear shark and the shattertooth golden shark, as long as they had enough food, great treasure sharks would not provoke them. How is it, these little fishes that I raised are not bad, right? Shark Demon saw that Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were engrossed in their gazes. He could not help but feel happy. Not bad at all. These sharks are full of vigor and vitality, they are raised very well. In this sea area, all kinds of species coexist harmoniously. The goo worm aura on these sharks is very dense. I even saw 1 or 2 desolate beast sharks from afar. Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing also sighed. He nodded and sighed. No wonder Eastern Sea is the richest region in the 5 regions in terms of resources. This sea area in front of us shows it. Shark Demon raised his head and laughed heartily. Su Baiman was beside him. He smiled. Don't praise him to the heavens. My husband usually raises these sharks leisurely and elegantly, and he loves to hear other people praise these sharks the most. At the banquet, be it Shark Demon or Su Baiman, they were much more amiable and approachable than when they were in Yulu Blessed Land. This showed that the 2 of them had a clear distinction between public and private matters. They had to lead the situation in public, they had to be serious and impartial. In private they were gentle and calm, they would joke around, it made people want to get closer to them. This couple was not only good at fighting, they were also good at socializing. It was no wonder that they were able to snatch the important mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land in the Zombie Alliance headquarters, which was filled with intense competition. To attack Yulu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had invested a lot, but they had already lost a lot of wealth. But once Yulu Blessed Land was taken down, Shark Demon and Su Baiman would obtain 10 times, or even dozens of times, of what they had gained. Ordinary immortal zombies would not be able to take on such an important mission. Only older generation experts like Shark Demon and Su Baiman had the foundation to support the huge expenditure in the early stages. Hearing Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's sincere praise, Shark Demon smiled. You are too kind, ha. Actually, my sea area is only ranked 46th in Eastern Sea's ranking list. Above me are Hua Li's splendid sea area, Huang Xing's bumpy sea area, and Shen Klangu Immortal Shen Yishi's poetic emotion sea area. You have not been in Eastern Sea for long, you might not have seen the 10 great sea areas of Eastern Sea. These 10 great sea areas are all wondrous sceneries. Rainbow Island's Rainbow Sea area, the seawater is colorful. They are clearly separated. Myriad Forest Sea area from the bottom of the sea. Sea trees that are thousands of feet tall. Their treetops can reach out of the sea, there are millions of trees. They form underwater forests. Merman Sea area, mermaids have all kinds of beauty, there are countless mermen living there, they have great strength, they are one of the top 10 super forces in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing was fascinated as he listened, sighing again. The world is vast, nature is vast, Eastern Sea is rich in natural resources, it is a land of great heroes. It makes us feel our own insignificance. Merman. Fang Yuan's heart jolted, a trace of his previous life's memories were evoked. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the banquet was nearing its end. Shark Demon said, "This is the first time you have come to my place as guests. I have prepared some gifts, I hope you will accept them." This was a very obvious method to win them over. Fang Yuan did not reject any gifts, he had wanted to get close to Shark Demon to begin with. Joy appeared on his face as he cupped his fists. "Then I will thank Lord Shark Demon in advance." Shark Demon laughed heartily. He clapped his hands. "Good, I like the straightforward nature of you Northern Plains Goo Immortals. However, my gifts will have to be personally received by the 2 of you." Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing looked at each other. They could not help but feel some doubts. Su Baiman covered her mouth as she smiled and explained, "You might not know, but Lord Husband rarely invites people to be guests. But every time a guest comes, he will give some sharks." However, the guest had to catch it himself. As for what he caught, as for what they catch, it will depend on the guest's abilities. So that's it. Tai by Yunxing and Fang Yuan. They immediately understood. Please take action, you only have 7 minutes. During this period you will have to stay in the palace. If you go out, you will be breaking the rules. Shark Demon said. Tai by Yunxing could not help but feel interested. These sharks were raised very well, they had high value. Even if he could not use them, he could sell them elsewhere and exchange them for a considerable amount of immortal yuan stone. Moreover, there were sharks that were suitable for him. Fang Yuan, however, suddenly thought, isn't this the famous shark fishing banquet in my previous life? In his previous life, when Fang Yuan came to Eastern Sea, Shark Demon and Su Baiman had already died. The reason for their deaths was unknown. This Shark Sea had become someone else's property. The Gu Immortal who occupied this place, Zhu Xinghua, was a hospitable person and had many friends. When he invited his companions to the banquet, he also played this trick, letting the guests fish sharks in the underwater palace. It turned out that the source was Shark Demon himself, while Gu Immortal Zhu Xinghua was merely an imitator. The shark fishing had already begun, time was limited. Fang Yuan temporarily suppressed his other thoughts and carefully looked at the sea. Groups of sharks were swimming freely around the underwater palace. These sharks, the ones with the highest value, are the 3 that Shark Demon pointed out earlier. Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. But these sharks are not suitable for me. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. What was suitable for Fang Yuan were Blood Fiend Sharks and Star Spot Sharks. Of these 2 types of sharks, the former was suitable for Hu Immortal Blessed Land that had gone through the blood calamity, while the latter was suitable for Star Form Blessed Land and could be kept in the lake at the center of the Blessed Land. However, the numbers of these 2 types of sharks were far less than the Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark and Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. Because the ferocity of Blood Fiend Sharks and Star Spot Sharks could not compare to the Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark and Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. This area of the underwater palace was where Shark Demon resided. Normally, when Shark Demon was in the mood, he would throw out blood food, causing the sharks to fight over it. As time passed, this place became a treasure land for sharks, with the strongest shark group residing here. It was difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain Blood Fiend Sharks and Star Spot Sharks. He was in the underwater palace, but he could not casually walk around and search the sea. This was only an entertainment activity. Shark Demon would not be so generous as to let others freely hunt sharks in this sea area. Fang Yuan felt regretful. He had no choice but to give up on the idea of Blood Fiend Sharks and Star Spot Sharks. As for the Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, and Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark, Fang Yuan did not care about them. After these 2 months of accumulation, he already had about 500 to 600 immortal yuan stone. With his immense wealth, he did not care about this bit of profit. How many Divine Spear Sharks, Shattering Teeth Golden Sharks, and Silver Scale Great Treasure Sharks could he collect in 7 minutes? Chapter 900. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it and decided to help Tai by Yunxing. The cloudline sharks that Tai by Yunxing wanted to collect were small and exquisite. Not only could they swim in the sea, but they could also fly in the air and survive for a long time. They were very suitable for Tai by Blessed Land. However, these cloudline sharks were very good at hiding themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the gaps between the 3 groups of sharks and near the underwater palace. Tai by Yunxing's shark fishing encountered difficulties right from the start. His target was the cloudline sharks, but the God Spear Sharks, Shattertooth Golden Sharks and Silver Scale Treasure Sharks weren't just watching from the sidelines. Tai by Yunxing's method spread like smoke in the sea, stirring up the 3 groups of sharks. From their point of view, this feng shui treasure land was under their joint control. Now that something was wrong, they were like wild beasts that had their territory invaded. Naturally, they had to teach these daring invaders a lesson. Tai by Yunxing was good at healing, but he wasn't good at shark fishing. The 3 groups of sharks also caused him serious interference. After Fang Yuan made his move, he immediately eliminated most of the interference. Tai by Yunxing immediately felt relieved and cast a grateful look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled faintly and nodded at Tai by Yunxing without saying anything. Finally, with Fang Yuan's cooperation, Tai by Yunxing harvested an ideal number of cloudline sharks. Tai by Yunxing hereby thanks Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Tai by Yunxing stood up and solemnly bowed to the 2 of them. The 2 of you really have a deep friendship. Shark Demon sighed softly. After chatting for a while, the banquet came to an end. The guests and the host were all happy. Shark Demon personally sent them off. He sent Fang Yuan and Tai by Yunxing out of the sea. Looking at the backs of the 2 leaving, They had already shrunk to the size of ants in the sky. Su Baiman's eyes sparkled. Suddenly she asked, "What do you think of this Xianxia?" The smile on Shark Demon's face disappeared, his gaze cold and arrogant. He snorted, "This person looks humble on the outside, but he is actually arrogant and full of thoughts. He is different from Tai Bai Yunxing. He is not an easy person to deal with." After pausing for a while he continued, "Budan is too useless. He was led by the nose by Xianxia. Budan was on my side but Xianxia was making things difficult for him. If Budan was embarrassed I would also lose face. This Xianxia had stirred up a storm the first time he came. Hiding a needle in a cotton floss, he was not a kind person. If it was my previous personality I would have slapped him a few times and taught him to be obedient. Let him know that this is Eastern Sea but Northern Plains." Su Baiman quickly consoled, "Don't be angry, husband, such a capable person naturally has his pride." As for Bo Dan being at a loss of what to do, it was understandable. Think about it, that private sea area of his. Blazing Heaven Demonis had occupied it for many years without any intention of returning it. Recently, when Budan came to ask for it, he was beaten up by Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis is a Northern Plains immortal zombie. Budan is naturally angry at Northern Plains Gu immortals. Moreover, he lost his private sea area. Without any other methods to earn money, he is extremely short on funds. This time the rewards for attacking Yulu Blessed Land are huge. It is the best chance to save him from bankruptcy. Xiangxia's wisdom path methods are even more profound than his. Budan could not help but feel anger from losing his livelihood. Because of the importance of this matter, he lost his composure. This is unavoidable. Shark Demon heard this and his eyes brightened. He turned to look at Su Baiman with a smiling gaze. "Why is Madame suddenly speaking up for this Budan? Oh, it must be that fellow Bodan secretly giving Madame some big gift, right?" Su Baiman covered her mouth and laughed. "Nothing can be hidden from husband. It is not a huge gift, it is just a palm-sized medicine ice." Shark Demon was surprised. Even though this medicine ice is not much, it is a genuine rank 8 immortal material. Where did Budan get it from? It seems that he is really spending a lot to protect his livelihood. Su Baiman shook her head. "Budan looks unremarkable, but to have such accomplishments he is not simple." Shark Demon pondered. It seems that Budan really wants to grasp this opportunity. He is involved in the situation, his knowledge is a bit blurry. Actually, even if he is not very capable, he will still be of some use. Even though Xianxia is very capable, he is still an outsider. I will definitely bring along Budan to keep this Xianxia in check, to prevent him from monopolizing power in the future. If he is already so arrogant now, how will he be in the future? What if he sets a trap for us when we attack? What will we do? We do not know about wisdom path methods. With Budan, Xianxia will have to be cautious and prevent him from playing any tricks. That is good enough. Su Baiman was immediately at ease. She looked at the man she loved deeply. "My husband is truly skilled. Budan and Xianxia will not be able to do anything in your hands." "Ah, madam, don't praise me." Fang Yuan followed Tai Bai Yunxing back to the island. This nameless island was where Tai Bai Yunxing had stayed previously. It was very simple, but because of Tai Bai Yunxing, it gradually gained some fame in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Shark Demon had encountered some difficulties in attacking Yulu Blessed Land this time. He had to return in defeat. To carry out the next invasion he needed some time to prepare. Tai Bai Yunxing used this free time to go to all the invitations he had received earlier. Needless to say, landscape as before, this time Path Immortal Gu was very popular. There were unpredictable situations in the world. The sea areas controlled by Gu immortals would have some problems from time to time. Landscape as before Immortal Gu was outstanding in this aspect. It showed immediate results. "Fang Yuan, why don't you go with me? We can take care of each other and I can also introduce you to others. If you follow me for one round, you will be able to familiarize yourself with the nearby Gu immortals." Tai Bai Yunxing suggested. This suggestion was very pertinent, but Fang Yuan already had a plan. He smiled bitterly and told Tai Bai Yunxing, "Old Bai, it is best if you don't let others know about our relationship. Because what I am going to do next might implicate you. Didn't you come to Eastern Sea to get a share of Yulu Blessed Land and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance?" Tai Bai Yunxing immediately felt something amiss. Hearing Fang Yuan's tone, he seemed to want to cause trouble. Tai Bai Yunxing had a deep impression of Fang Yuan's ability to cause trouble. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Giant Sun Immortals 88-point Jianghu Tower, had collapsed because of Fang Yuan. But this was only done by Fang Yuan when he was immortal. Now that Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie, his ability to cause trouble had also risen sharply. Fang Yuan, don't act recklessly. What are you planning now? Tai Bai Yunxing looked worriedly at Fang Yuan. Don't worry, my good senior brother, I am doing this to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan consoled. Don't call me senior brother, I am not qualified to be your senior brother. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly waved his hand, but still asked for more details. Fang Yuan revealed a bit. Old Bai, have you ever thought that it would be inappropriate for me to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yunxing blinked. Although you are a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, Eastern Sea Gu Immortals from other regions have also joined Eastern Sea's local forces. Moreover, this Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is the headquarters of the 5 regions zombie alliances. It has a huge force. Other Zombie Alliance branches do not recruit living Gu Immortals, but Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance can. Your identity won't be a hindrance either. Fang Yuan shook his head. People like Budan join Zombie Alliance only because they are in a miserable state. These people are at the bottom of Gu Immortals. Their status in Zombie Alliance is even lower than immortal zombies. But I, Xianxia, am not like that. Not only do I have immortal Gu, I also have powerful wisdom path methods that can decipher the battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land. For someone like me, no matter how much I do, I will not join Zombie Alliance. As long as I show a trace of willingness, I believe other righteous path forces will welcome me to join. That makes sense. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded. Joining these forces means losing freedom. Especially for outsiders like us, the restrictions and supervision are even stricter. Otherwise, why would there be so many Gu Immortals and lone cultivators? So, for a Gu Immortal like me to join Zombie Alliance, it is not only my own will, but also a strong external pressure. Fang Yuan nodded. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined with a bright light. He quickly asked, what pressure? Fang Yuan first smiled before asking a question that made Tai Bai Yunxing's face turn pale. Which super force is the closest to this place? Song clan was a huge force that had been in Eastern Sea for hundreds of years. This family was also one of the top 10 superpowers in the East Sea. Just the Gu Immortals in the clan alone numbered 18. Song clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan, had been a rank 8 Gu Immortal for many years. His battle strength was deep and unfathomable. Song Qiyuan's son, Song Xiaoling, was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had outstanding talent and was cultured and refined. He was publicly recognized as the successor of Song clan. But unfortunately, more than 10 years ago he died from a plot, leaving behind only a daughter. His daughter's surname was Song, her name was Yishur. She was the only descendant of Song Qiyuan's lineage. Song Yishur was doted on by her grandfather, Song Qiyuan. Since she was young, some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Most people in the world were struggling to survive. Most Gu Immortals were working hard to prepare for their next tribulation. They were rushing around to raise their cultivation level, while Song Yishur was enjoying the fruits of their labor. Song Qiyuan was providing all of her cultivation resources. As long as Song Yishur asked, her grandfather Song Qiyuan would satisfy her. When Song Yishur underwent immortal ascension, her grandfather Song Qiyuan personally protected her. After becoming a rank 6 Gu Immortal, Song Qiyuan gave his granddaughter a huge gift, a sea area of 6 billion km2. It was slightly larger than China's southern sea on Earth. Not only that, this sea area was rich in resources, it was called Poetic Emotion Sea Area. In Eastern Sea's ranking, it was ranked above Shark Demon's Shark Sea. After Fang Yuan investigated and combined with his previous life's memories, he placed his attention on this Song Yishur. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 901. After planning for half a month, Fang Yuan arrived at a small island. There were many islands in Eastern Sea. The islands that Fang Yuan stepped on numbered in the millions or even tens of millions. Most of the islands were uninhabited. However, there were signs of human habitation on this island. There were 3 fishing villages on the island. The highest cultivation level was only rank 3. Fang Yuan concealed his figure. Under the blazing sun, he strolled around one of the fishing villages as if nothing had happened. Most of the people around him were mortals. Occasionally, 1 or 2 Gu masters, rank 1 or rank 2, would attract respectful gazes from the mortals. Fang Yuan's current methods were far superior compared to when he was in southern border. He strolled around the village for 2 or 3 times. The people around him could not discover him. This should be Li Village. Fang Yuan observed for a long time, and combined with his previous life's memories, he confirmed this place. Of course, this small fishing village was not Li's village yet. But in the 500 years of his previous life, an extremely legendary Gu Immortal appeared here. his name was Li Xiaoyao. This small fishing village was renamed Li's village because of him. Of course, Li Xiaoyao had not been born yet. According to his previous life, Li Xiaoyao would be born 200 years later. After confirming this fishing village, Fang Yuan walked out of the village, arriving at a cliff by the sea. There were countless caves on the cliff, hundreds and thousands of seabirds were resting there. They had strong territorial awareness. Once a Gu master or a large creature enters this place, the seabirds would feel threatened and would attack in full force. Therefore, even the people in the village rarely set foot here. Occasionally, Gu masters would enter. They would pick some herbs or steal some bird eggs. The composition of these birds was complex. It was like a gathering of more than 1,000 beast groups. They were not the same type of birds. On this small island, humans with Gu masters were not the overlords. According to biography of Li Xiaoyao was often bullied by older children. He had no choice but to hide here. He accidentally discovered a small hidden cave here, and he treated this small cave as his little secret base. This cliff was filled with holes, caves of all sizes. There were countless of them. It was naturally quite difficult to find Li Xiaoyao's cave. However, since there's a flock of birds occupying this area, Li Xiaoyao can't possibly go deep inside. His cave should be on the outskirts. Fang Yuan was well prepared. After searching for a while, he had selected over 100 targets. When the noon sun slowly set in the west, Fang Yuan finally found his real target. The cavern wasn't big. Based on Fang Yuan's current size, it wasn't big at all. He couldn't enter it yet. Not to mention Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie form. Thankfully, he had changed form Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan shrunk his body again and entered the hole. The cave was moist. In the evening, there was a faint afterglow. After walking for a short distance in the narrow cave, Fang Yuan arrived at the deepest part of the cave. The space here was quite spacious. The sea breeze outside the cliff continuously flowed through the small holes on the walls of the cave. The wind whistled as it poured in. Fang Yuan couldn't help but think of the records in Li Xiaoyao. The content described Li Xiaoyao's hardships as a child. He was often bullied. Hiding in this cave, she sobbed softly while listening to the whimpering of the wind. This situation lasted for a long time. Until one day, fate suddenly turned a corner and Li Xiaoyao's legend began. This corner of fate was a small hole in the corner of the cave. Li Xiaoyao once again hid in it and rested in the corner. In the end, the small hole suddenly collapsed. Li Xiaoyao fell all the way into the depths of the cliff and was swept away by the sea current. Fang Yuan's trip this time was to replicate Li Xiaoyao's fortuitous encounter in his previous life. This cliff was like an ant's nest. The inside seemed to have been drilled through. It was filled with all kinds of caves and tunnels. 6 hours later, Fang Yuan found the correct path. He broke the hole on this side and went in. He entered the inside of the cliff and quickly descended. It was dark and damp inside. There were many small creatures like snakes and frogs. The largest one was a type of lizard that had the size of a cat. These were not obstacles for Fang Yuan. He quickly reached the bottom of the cliff. The rumbling sound of water waves became louder and louder. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a huge whirlpool of seawater. This was the unique undercurrent phenomenon of Eastern Sea. The seawater in the whirlpool rotated rapidly and was filled with water vapor. It was like a monster opening its mouth. Fang Yuan willed and several Gu worms flew out and stayed there as a mark. Next he plunged into the rumbling whirlpool. Once he entered the whirlpool, a formless force wrapped around Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan had great strength, he felt helpless when he was wrapped in seawater. Fang Yuan did not struggle and allowed this undercurrent to send him elsewhere. This undercurrent was like a formless dragon python that traversed the bottom of the sea. The fish in the depths of the sea would stay away from the undercurrent. Even seaweed and trees would not grow near the undercurrent, because they could not grow and could not endure the erosion of the undercurrent. Fang Yuan moved rapidly along this undercurrent. His current speed was extremely fast. It was even faster than some ordinary movement immortal killer moves. This was the characteristic of the undercurrent. In Eastern Sea there was a precious sea map. The map did not show islands or sea level, but the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Undercurrent after undercurrent intertwined at the bottom of the sea. It was a natural transportation resource. In Eastern Sea some superforces had deep-sea caravans. These caravans used Gu worms to drill into the sea and use the undercurrent to move rapidly. In a short period of time, they could travel tens of thousands of li or even hundreds of thousands of li to conduct business. After about 15 minutes, Fang Yuan went from one end of this undercurrent to the other end. The end was similar to the beginning. It was a huge whirlpool of seawater. Fang Yuan jumped out of the whirlpool. What entered his eyes was a sea of red. The scorching hot air hit him in the face. This was a volcano at the bottom of the sea. At this moment Fang Yuan. He was at the waist of this underwater volcano. The volcano was hollow, there was no seawater inside. At the bottom of the volcano, hot and thick magma was surging out from the depths of the trench. Large numbers of life forms resided here. And at the top of the volcano, there was a natural underwater hot spring. Fang Yuan's destination was the underwater hot spring at the top of the volcano. But Fang Yuan estimated that it was not time yet. He decided to probe down and waste some time. The deeper he went, the hotter it got. His eyes were red. A type of fire lizard entered Fang Yuan's detection range. This type of lizard was covered in glossy scales, its tongue was extended and flicked as it caught flying insects as food. These flying insects actually came from the bottom of the volcano, from the flowing magma river. In the river of magma, bubbles popped up one after another and tiny bugs flew out of them. The fire lizard was lying on both sides of the magma river, seeing the insects flying out. Its tongue shot out like lightning, catching these insects quickly and accurately. In the next second, the tongue brought the food back into its mouth. Such a unique ecology. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while. The mysteries of nature were displayed in front of Fang Yuan. After observing the fire lizard for a while, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the flying insects. These flying insects were quite special. They were born from the magma river and could endure extremely high temperatures. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan had a new discovery. The fire lizard was not certain when it hunted. Sometimes it would fail consecutively. A portion of the flying insects. It seemed that under the life and death pressure of the fire lizard, some kind of profound potential was stimulated. These flying insects, in an extremely short period of time, suddenly turned into goo insects. Their speed increased and they dodged the fire lizard's attack. This was a type of evolution. It was like a carp leaping through the dragon gate, turning from a fish to a dragon. The essence of their life was elevated. After these flying insects evolved into goo worms, a portion of them landed on the fire lizard's body and became its parasitic goo, relying on the fire lizard to survive. But these were all fire path mortal goo, they had no value to Fang Yuan. The only thing that caught Fang Yuan's attention now was this underwater volcano. With it, he would have a production line that could mass-produce fire path and water path goo worms for a long period of time. Mortal goo worms would only have value to goo immortals if they increased in quantity. Finally, Fang Yuan observed this magma river. There were living beings in this magma river, they were a type of fish. Fang Yuan did not intend to look into it, nor did he want to find trouble by swimming in the magma river. The magma river's temperature was very high. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to enter, he would need to use an immortal killer move to defend himself. This also meant that he would need to expend precious immortal essence. Nature was great. There were many places with harsh environments that even goo immortals could not enter for long. Fang Yuan had been estimating the time. When he felt it was about time, he moved up from the bottom of the volcano. After passing the waist of the volcano, Fang Yuan got closer to the peak. At this point he started to be careful and conceal his traces. The young and beautiful Song Yishur was one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea. Today Song Yishur was not in a good mood. She was being pestered again. These male goo immortals that came from everywhere were like annoying flies. They surrounded Song Yishur and made a lot of noise. She could not chase them away. After getting rid of these pursuers with much difficulty, Song Yishur arrived at her private sea area. This sea area was called Poetic Emotion Sea. It produced a type of rank 4 wisdom path goo worm, Poetic Emotion Goo. This goo worm could be used to store emotions. It was extremely precious in the eyes of mortal goo masters. Song Yishur went deep into the sea. She arrived at her underwater volcano palace. This underwater volcano was located in Poetic Emotion Sea. It was naturally Song Yishur's private territory. Song Yishur had built an exquisite and beautiful small palace at the peak of the volcano. She loved the hot spring in the palace. Every once in a while she would come here to soak in it. She took off her clothes, revealing her exquisite, fair and delicate body. Her skin was white and tender like a freshly peeled egg, her body was soft, she had red lips and beautiful eyes, her long hair hung down to her waist. She entered the hot spring and closed her eyes to enjoy it. Soon, her mood turned for the better, she started to hum softly. She did not know that Fang Yuan was already hiding nearby, observing her every move. It's about time. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he calculated, purposely revealing a trace of his aura. Chapter 902. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Fang Yuan had no choice but to show himself. Yenif seeing Xianxia, this old man, suddenly appear in front of her, Song Yishe screamed in shock. She was soaking in the hot spring, naked. This was her weakest moment. So be it if it was a female, but it was a male Gu immortal. There was a difference between men and women. Song Yishe fell into panic. I can explain. This is all a huge misunderstanding. Please listen to me. Please listen to my explanation. Fang Yuan waved his hand, talking non-stop. At this moment, Song Yishe's panic was replaced by intense anger. Perverted scoundrel, die. Song Yishe was hidden in the hot spring, pointing at Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, stream yarn. The water vapor in the air intensified, and two streams of water appeared out of nowhere, like the long sleeves of a songstress, or like a veil covering a beauty's face. One on the left and one on the right, they coiled towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Song Yishe was a water path Gu immortal. This stream yarn was Song clan's signature immortal killer move. It was an excellent capturing method. If Fang Yuan was hit, he might not be able to escape. Not daring to let this stream yarn get close, Fang Yuan quickly retreated. Starlight shined around him as star snakes danced in the air, clashing against the stream yarn. Immortal killer move, star snake rope. The star snakes coiled around the stream yarn, but the stream yarn was like water, soaking the star snakes. In just a few breaths of time, the star snakes turned into nothingness. Stream yarn charged towards Fang Yuan again. Star snake rope and stream yarn are both killer moves that focus on capturing. To think that the difference is so huge. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Thankfully, after this delay, the Starlight Immortal Gu in his immortal aperture was fully activated. It emitted a bright light like the rising sun. Around Starlight Immortal Gu, countless Fire Path Mortal Gu were like countless fireflies flying around. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Fire Escape. Whoosh. With a soft sound, Fang Yuan's body burned with deep blue flames. Fang Yuan flew like lightning, flying into the sky. Where are you going? Song Yishe shouted, quickly using a killer move to block him. Boom. A huge explosion took place at the top of the underwater volcano. The bottom of the sea shook and the torrents surged. More than half of the top of the underwater volcano collapsed, and its natural protective structure was destroyed. Millions of tons of seawater poured in. Song Yishe was flustered in order to deal with the flying boulders and the seawater that was pouring in. She put up a barrier and quickly put on her clothes. Her heart calmed down a little. Then, ignoring the destruction of the volcano by the seawater, she directly chased after Fang Yuan and flew out. You can't escape. Song Yishe gritted her teeth. With the help of Starfire Escape, Fang Yuan's speed was extremely fast, but because the seawater was too deep, he could not move at all. After a while he finally flew out of the sea. In the biography of Li Xiaoyao from his previous life, it was recorded that Li Xiaoyao fell to the bottom of a cliff and entered the undercurrent. He was sent to the undersea volcano. The bottom of the volcano was too hot. Li Xiaoyao walked to the top of the volcano. He was surprised to see Song Yishe bathing. Song Yishe acted and restrained Li Xiaoyao. After the interrogation he was overjoyed. It turned out that she did not know that there was a volcano under the sea. There was a hidden undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Right now there were strong enemies surrounding the sea, and Li Xiaoyao's appearance gave Song Yishe hope of getting out of the predicament. Song Yishe relied on this undercurrent to temporarily resolve her predicament. And Li Xiaoyao's fate changed greatly from then on. He was brought along by Song Yishe, and was taught Gu Master Cultivation. Li Xiaoyao and Fang Yuan's experiences were completely different. Li Xiaoyao is a young boy with delicate features. Although I have a sage-like demeanor and good looks, I am already 70 or 80 years old. Song Yishe is young and Song clan is a huge force. It would be strange if she did not chase after me in anger. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly as he observed his surroundings. When he discovered that Song Yishe was chasing after him, he smiled faintly and charged out of the sea with a boom. Gu Immortal Yao Gu Pai was one of Song Yishe's pursuers. Right now he was patrolling around Emotion Poetry Sea area. He was a handsome young man with rank 6 cultivation, and was a lone cultivator of Eastern Sea. Every once in a while, Fairy Yishe would go to Emotion Poetry Sea's underwater volcano hot spring to bathe. They do not know this secret, only I am clear about it now. I want to use this opportunity to interact with Fairy Yishe more. If I can marry her, would I still need to worry about lacking cultivation resources in the future? What happened? Yao Gu Pai looked towards the source of the voice and saw Fang Yuan rapidly flying out of the sea, looking like he was escaping in a sorry state. The calm sea surface was stirred up by him. From his appearance he seems to be a scoundrel. Should I chase after him? Yao Gupai hesitated. Right at this time, Song Yishur also came out of the sea. Looking at Fang Yuan's fleeing figure, she shouted angrily, "Don't run, perverted scoundrel, die!" What, perverted scoundrel? It was as if Yao Gupai was struck by a bolt out of the blue. He was so shocked that his eyes bulged out, and his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Perverted scoundrel? What did Fairy Yishur encounter? That old bastard is actually a daring pervert. He deserves to die, he deserves to die. Yao Gupai roared in his heart, killing intent filling his chest. Fairy Yishur, don't worry, I Yao Gupai am here. At the next moment, Yao Gupai shouted loudly, stepping forward. Song Yishur was slightly stunned, her surging aura stagnated. She had just attacked in anger and did not think much when she shouted, but Yao Gupai's appearance made her panic again. Heaven have pity on me. She was still a young girl, this was the first time she had encountered such a thing, she had no experience. She naturally wanted to keep this matter a secret. It would be best if she could settle everything secretly and kill Fang Yuan, no one else would know about this. If this matter spread, how could she face others in the future? But now, another Gu Immortal had appeared. She knew this person, he was one of the pursuers she hated, his surname seemed to be Yao. Song Yishur was not too sure. Yao Gupai saw Song Yishur's panicked expression and felt even more pain in his heart. When he saw Song Yishur's flushed face, it was like the blush of spring. Yao Gupai's killing intent immediately rose by dozens of times. Actually, nothing had happened, but a person's imagination was endless. Moreover, Yao Gupai was a man, and also a fanatical pursuer. It was very easy for him to think of the dark side. Right now, Yao Gupai was thinking, this old perverted thief who was desperately escaping in front of him must have taken advantage of her. He might have used some despicable method to make Fairy Yishur faint. Kissing her, no, kissing and nibbling. Who knew how many times Fairy Yishur had been violated, how much humiliation. Thinking of this, the anger in Yao Gupai's heart was about to ignite his body. He madly chased while shouting, this damned old thing, old pervert, don't run. You actually dare to blaspheme our Fairy Yishur? I will peel off your skin. I will make you regret everything you have done to Fairy Yishur. When Song Yishur heard this angry roar, her body swayed and she almost fell from the sky. Don't be so loud, do you really want the whole world to know about it? Let's quietly, secretly deal with this damned old man, isn't that the best? Unfortunately, the furious Yao Gupai could not hear Song Yishur's inner thoughts. And this was the first time Song Yishur had encountered such a situation. She was at a loss, she wanted to transmit her voice to Yao Gupai, but her skin was too soft, she could not open her mouth no matter what. If she said it, it would be too embarrassing. Among these three, the one who was the happiest, the one who was truly happy was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already calculated Song Yishur's reaction. Yao Gupai's appearance could be considered an unexpected surprise. Good, that's it, louder, right, louder? Fang Yuan inwardly encouraged Yao Gupai. The two Gu Immortals chasing him would definitely not think of Fang Yuan's strange thoughts at this moment. Fang Yuan wanted to blow up the matter. Song Yishur was a Gu Immortal of a super-force Song clan. She was the beloved daughter of Song Qiyuan. She had so many pursuers. After blowing up the matter, Fang Yuan would have the external pressure to join Zombie Alliance. But this conflict was not about stealing someone's wealth or killing their parents, it was not a life-and-death battle. At most, Fang Yuan had only taken a glance unintentionally. Song Yishur was a young girl, she did not have much experience, her thoughts were still very conservative, this was the first time someone had seen her body, she was naturally angry and wronged. This was the natural mentality of a young person. But as they grew older and experienced more, no matter who it was, they would more or less understand the principle of flesh and body. So what if they took a glance? Some women wanted others to stare at them without blinking, right? From a certain point of view, didn't this prove her charm? 200 to 300 years later, Li Xiaoyao also took a peek, but nothing happened, instead he was shielded and hidden. One of the main reasons was that Song Yishur's mentality had already changed. Later, Li Xiaoyao had another fortuitous encounter. He became a sword path Gu Immortal, finally becoming an immortal couple with Song Yishur. Song Yishur was older than Li Xiaoyao by 200 to 300 years, it was like an old cow eating young grass. Of course there is another reason. That is, 200 to 300 years later Song Qiyuan's lifespan was used up, he died completely. The death of a rank 8 Gu Immortal caused a huge change in Eastern Sea's situation. Song clan started to weaken, Song Yishur's huge wealth was coveted by others. Not only was there external pressure, there was also internal strife in the clan. Li Xiaoyao was taught by Song Yishur. When he was a mortal Gu master, he accompanied Song Yishur, going through trials and tribulations with her, never abandoning her. He became the person Song Yishe trusted the most. Later, Li Xiaoyao obtained Sword Immortal Drunken Green Bull's inheritance. He took a new path and became a powerful sword path Gu Immortal. This made Song Yishe fall in love with him. In the end, the two of them became an immortal couple. Their whereabouts were erratic and elusive, and they were free and unfettered. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, they could fight rank 8s together. They were a pillar of defense against Central Continent. Chapter 903. In the sky, a pursuit was taking place. Bam bam bam. Violent explosions rang out one after another. Song Yishe and Yao Gupai continued to attack, but due to the distance, Fang Yuan was like a slippery eel that was covered in oil, displaying astonishing flying attainment. Fang Yuan, who was running in front like he was escaping, had purposely slowed down to keep up with the two pursuers. He was a demonic path overlord. Even though his accomplishments in his previous life were not high, his life experience and battle experience were unimaginable to the two young Gu immortals behind him. Especially Song Yishe, she was too young and had too little battle experience. Even though she had immortal killer moves to travel, she could not catch up to Fang Yuan no matter what. Fang Yuan made many turns, sometimes diving into the water, sometimes flying into the clouds. He was extremely crafty. Song Yishe was seething with anger. She felt like she was not being chased, but being played. As for Yao Gupai, he was a lone cultivator. Even though he had more experience, he did not have an immortal Gu, not to mention any immortal killer moves. He who could only use mortal killer moves was a tragedy in this pursuit. He was left at the back. He could only shout and scream. If not for Fang Yuan taking care of him, he would have been left far behind long ago. The three streaked across the sky, gradually leaving the poetic emotion sea area. What's going on? Gu immortals are fighting? The sound of breaking air attracted the attention of 2 lone cultivator Gu immortals on the distant island. These 2 were playing chess. They were in a leisurely and elegant mood. Hearing the commotion, they raised their heads and started investigating. It seems to be Song Clan's Fairy Yishe and a young lone cultivator are chasing after another person. This person's aura is leaking. He is not from Eastern Sea but a Northern Plains Gu immortal. One more thing. One less thing is better. Song Yishe is Song Qiyuan's beloved daughter. Let's not get involved. That's right. Come, let's continue playing chess. Fang Yuan looked at this island and frowned slightly. He changed his direction and continued flying. Not long after, in the Net IC area. What? There is such a shameless old pervert in this world. Fairy Yishe, Chen Zhongyong will lend you a hand. Fang Yuan chuckled and dodged Chen Zhongyong's attack. He continued to flee. Thus, the number of pursuers behind him increased to 3. After another period of time, in the thunder-shaking strait. Fairy Yishe is as pure as ice and pure as jade, yet she was tainted by someone. He deserves to be killed. He deserves to be killed. Bai Qingtian was overcome with grief, and he resolutely joined in the hunt. 15 minutes later, the grand pursuit attracted another Gu immortal who liked to fight. You are a Northern Plains Gu immortal? You dare to target our Eastern Sea female immortal? Are you trying to bully the Eastern Sea for not having anyone capable? Lei Hong was enraged. Song Yishe was getting more and more furious. As she watched Fang Yuan scurry away, her mood became worse and worse. Clearly she had only been peeked at. Why did these people scold her more and more outrageously, making it seem like she was the victim? All of you stop shouting. Kill this person in secret. I have a great reward. Song Yishe could not hold it in any longer and transmitted a message to her companions. These Gu immortals were not fools. After hearing this, they immediately understood. After hearing this, they all kept quiet. Why aren't you scolding anymore? Fang Yuan naturally did not want this to happen. He wanted the matter to blow up as much as possible. The bigger the commotion, the better. Since you are not scolding me, I will do it myself. Thus, Fang Yuan started to shout loudly. He defended himself. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I want to explain the situation clearly. Actually, I accidentally entered the underwater volcano in the depths of poetic emotion sea area. This matter can be investigated. I am telling the truth. Old pervert, stop bullshitting. Immediately, a Gu immortal scolded in response. But Fang Yuan ignored him. He continued to shout. I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal. I have just arrived here. I only wanted to choose a nameless island as my resting place. After looking around, I saw an island. I wanted to inspect the surroundings before setting up my method, but I unexpectedly found an undercurrent in the sea. I followed this undercurrent and entered the underwater volcano. Liar, continue to lie for me. You did such a despicable thing. You still have the cheek to deny it, pretending to be a gentleman? Do you think we are so easily deceived? The Gu immortals behind him scolded. Fang Yuan shouted, even if I lied to you, I would have to find another excuse. Why did I mention the undercurrent? You can investigate it, I can tell you the location of that nameless island. Before I entered the undercurrent, I did not know it was connected to the underwater volcano. After I entered the volcano, I discovered... Shut up. Song Yishir shouted. She was worried that Fang Yuan would say something bad. She quickly interrupted him. If you are wrongly accused, don't run, surrender and let us investigate. If you are speaking the truth, I, Song Yishir, am not someone who kills innocent people. Song Yishir had learned her lesson. She had improved. She actually knew how to deceive people. However, her tone was too stiff. Anyone who heard it would be able to hear her roar of rage and monstrous killing intent. Song Yishir was too capable. Her acting was not up to par. Fang Yuan ran even faster, shouting, do you think I am an idiot? If I surrender, I will die. I'm innocent, I didn't even touch a single finger of yours. After I entered the volcano. Shut up. Song Yishir was furious, her voice raised by an octave. The other male Gu immortals were furious on the surface, but they were secretly listening attentively, afraid that they would miss out on Fang Yuan's words. Seeing that Fang Yuan was interrupted by Song Yishir again, they felt slightly regretful. But Fang Yuan quickly said, you don't want me to say it, but I will. How can you be so domineering? I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal who came to Eastern Sea to make a living. Do you think it is easy for me? I did not do anything, I only saw you bathing. This is all a misunderstanding. Song Yishir's vision darkened. She was so angry that her heart was about to explode. She could make her pursuers shut up, but she could not stop Fang Yuan's shouting. So such an interesting thing happened. At this time, a charming laugh could be heard. A female Gu immortal approached them. It's 7 Seas Snake Lady. The Gu immortals chasing Fang Yuan saw this female Gu immortal. Their gazes froze. Yao Gupai was already cursing internally, the others subconsciously looked at Song Yishir's face. Song Yishir's expression was ashen. She was like ice, emitting a cold aura. It turned out that 7 Seas Snake Lady and Song Yishir were both publicly recognized as one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea. 7 Seas Snake Lady had rank 7 cultivation level, she was a demonic path Gu immortal, she had conflicts with Song Yishir, but because of Song Qiyuan's deterrence, she did not dare to attack Song Yishir. Now that she heard this explosive news, it would be strange if she did not add fuel to the fire and spread it everywhere. Song Yishir felt like the sky was collapsing. What should she do? 7 Seas Snake Lady would definitely ruin her reputation. Song Yishir felt even more hatred and anger towards Fang Yuan. You old pervert, how can you run so fast? And you even ran into 7 Seas Snake Lady? What a joke. This route was carefully chosen by Fang Yuan after he personally inspected it. The Gu immortals they might meet along the way were all things that Fang Yuan had investigated in detail. 7 Seas Snake Lady was the main focus of Fang Yuan's plan this time. Even though 7 Seas Snake Lady was a demonic path Gu immortal, she had 7 sea areas. Right now, this sea area was the crucial time for the red tide fish to reproduce. 7 Seas Snake Lady had to stay here. This information was easily obtained by Fang Yuan. 7 Seas Snake Lady was a snake and scorpion beauty. She was beautiful on the outside, vicious and merciless. The righteous path would spread information about such vicious people, in case they ran into them. Boom. With a loud sound, 7 Seas Snake Lady suddenly attacked. She attacked Fang Yuan's pursuers. 7 Seas Snake Lady, what are you doing? Lei Hong shouted. Song Yishir's group was greatly disrupted. Such an interesting matter. Of course I have to join in. 7 Seas Snake Lady had an alluring body, she replied with coquettish eyes. Lei Hong had a solemn expression. I will block 7 Seas Snake Lady. Continue the chase. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He was not afraid of 7 Seas Snake Lady. Even though his battle strength was lacking, he could stall for a while and escape safely. 7 Seas Snake Lady and Fang Yuan did not know each other, she did not intend to help. Seeing Lei Hong appear, 7 Seas Snake Lady showed a look of disgust, she stopped on the spot. It's you again, this nosy fellow who is wandering around aimlessly. Thereupon, the other Gu immortals went around 7 Seas Snake Lady and chased after her. Time passed. After half a day, a few more Gu immortals joined in the pursuit of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also quite injured, but he did not fall into the enemy's hands, he was still escaping. Damn it. Song Yishir gritted her teeth, looking at Fang Yuan's energetic figure, she felt fatigue. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. How did this happen? Song Yishe also felt a sense of absurdity in her heart. Just a moment ago she was still enjoying a peaceful and beautiful life, enjoying the soothing feeling of the hot spring. But now she was chasing her enemy to the ends of the world. She could not catch up no matter what. And now all the immortals knew about it. Song Yishe's body was tired, but her heart was even more tired. It's about time. Fang Yuan looked at the pursuers behind him, a faint smile on his face. The implementation of this plan was even better than what he had originally imagined. Now it is time to escape. Thinking of this, a ruthless light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. His body suddenly shook and split into 6 figures that fled in different directions. Immortal killer move, 6 illusion star bodies. The pursuers cried out in alarm. They were dazed for a moment before splitting up to pursue. Immortal killer move, position star swap. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his location, appearing in front of Yao Gupai. Don't think I don't dare to kill you. Fang Yuan growled, using star cloud grindstone. He had been escaping all along. How could Yao Gupai expect him to change his style and counterattack? Caught off guard, he was sucked into the star cloud grindstone. He only had mortal killer moves. How could they match the might of an immortal Gu? When the immortals came and broke through the star cloud grindstone, Fang Yuan was already holding Yao Gupai's head in his hands. Humph, don't go too far. Fang Yuan revealed a ruthless light as he looked at the immortals. The pursuers only had rank 6 cultivation level. Lei Hong, who was similar to a rank 7, was not so easy to encounter. Yao Gupai is a Gu immortal after all, but he could not even last this long. Northern Plains barbarians have outstanding battle strength indeed. The immortals were shaken, feeling deep wariness in their hearts. Chapter 904. 3 days later in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, a scandalous piece of news spread everywhere. It was about how one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea, Fairy Yishe, was sullied by an old perverted thief while she was bathing. Song Yishe was Song Qiyuan's beloved daughter. She was very popular and had many suitors. This matter concerned Song clan's reputation. Once the news spread, it attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. Soon, Xianxia's identity as a Northern Plains Gu immortal was investigated by Gu immortals. Before Song clan had even expressed their stance, Song Yishe's pursuers, filled with anger, had already started a large-scale manhunt for Fang Yuan. In a nameless and ownerless barren sea area, deep in the sea, the waves were dark and there were few fish. A blessed land's entrance that looked like a wooden door suddenly appeared and opened with a creak. A figure walked out from it. It was Fang Yuan in Xianxia's appearance. Fang Yuan killed Yao Gupai in battle. After that he escaped with Yao Gupai's corpse. There were 2 uses for Gu immortal corpses. One was to land on the ground and form a blessed land. The other was to put it in one's own immortal aperture and absorb the Gu immortal's Dao marks. Fang Yuan did not think too much, he chose the former. His immortal aperture was dead. Putting the corpse into his dead aperture would not only not obtain Dao marks, it would also cause the dead aperture to collapse and the body would explode. Immortal zombies had tried this before, but there were no successful cases. Fang Yuan first used wisdom path methods to temporarily suppress the immortal aperture and stall for some time. After getting rid of the pursuers, he used a stargate to return to Tai by Yunqing's immortal aperture. Next, he used fixed immortal travel to a remote location in the northeast of Eastern Sea. Finally he went to the bottom of the sea. Without anyone noticing, he planted Yao Gupai's immortal aperture deep in the sea. When the immortal aperture formed a blessed land, it naturally caused earth chi and heaven chi to fluctuate. 2 whale desolate beasts were attracted, but Fang Yuan sent them away. Fang Yuan first changed his appearance and entered Yao Gupai's blessed land, meeting the land spirit. Yao Gupai was a woodpath Gu immortal. His land spirit was rather peculiar. It was shaped like a tree and was planted in the center of the blessed land. He could not move an inch. The big tree land spirit informed Fang Yuan of its conditions: 100,000 immortal yuan stones and a large number of rare immortal materials, including countless rank 7 and 8 immortal materials, and even Genesis Lotus immortal venerable's blood. This requirement was too high and too difficult. Of course, Fang Yuan couldn't fulfill it, so he could only regretfully leave this blessed land. Yao Gupai was a loose cultivator. Among the pursuers he had the least background, and his background wasn't great either. That's why I killed him. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. As expected, I managed to intimidate Song Yishe and her group, allowing them to escape easily. Yao Gupai's immortal aperture turned into a blessed land. The land spirit's condition of recognizing a master has nothing to do with me, the murderer. What he needed was a large amount of cultivation resources. It could be seen that the greatest obsession in Yao Gupai's heart was the desire for wealth. But his desire is a little too insatiable. Fang Yuan had just stepped out. The door of the blessed land closed. He looked back and saw that the door was completely closed. He could not help but frown. If Yao Gupai's obsession was related to me with my rich blood path methods, I would be able to deal with it. Unfortunately, this master recognition condition is harder than ascending to heaven. Not to mention the 100,000 immortal yuan stones, even those rare immortal materials were extremely hard to gather. Unless Fang Yuan robbed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, or made a huge profit from the Celestial Court's warehouse, with his current condition, if he tried his best to gather them, and if his luck was good, 200 to 300 years was the most conservative estimate. Not to mention, the Big Tree Land Spirit's final condition was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 Woodpath Gu Venerable. Yao Gupai was also a Woodpath Gu Immortal. It was not strange that he coveted Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. But what kind of person was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Even if he had his blood, if it was kept in Heavenly Lotus Sect, it would be a genuine rank 9 immortal material. This was an extremely precious item that could refine rank 9 immortal Gu. It would definitely be heavily guarded. How could Fang Yuan obtain it? This Yao Gupai must have gone crazy from poverty. His obsession towards wealth is actually so strong. It seems that to obtain this blessed land, the official way is already a dead end. The only way left is to forcefully attack it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. If this land spirit did not recognize him as master, then he would destroy the land spirit and forcefully occupy this blessed land. Not all blessed lands had a land spirit. Some Gu immortals were completely killed without leaving any obsession behind. The blessed land formed after their deaths was a blessed land without land spirit. Yao Gupai's blessed land had a land spirit. The master recognition condition was too harsh. Fang Yuan could only have evil intentions and plan to forcefully attack it. Just like how Shark Demon's group attacked Yulu blessed land. If I can take down this blessed land, I will have a place to stay in Eastern Sea. But now is not the time to deal with this blessed land. I should meet up with Shark Demon's group first. Fang Yuan scattered a group of mortal Gu, forming a Gu formation around him. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel and left this place, heading towards Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture. At the bottom of the sea, fixed immortal travel's aura was completely destroyed by Fang Yuan's Gu formation. After finishing this task, this mortal Gu formation collapsed on its own. Unless it was an extremely powerful tracking method, no one would be able to discover such a hidden paradise in this ordinary seabed. Fang Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture. The latter had already set off, flying above the vast sea. The two senior and junior brothers conversed along the way. After 15 minutes, they arrived above Yulu blessed land. But there was no one here. The two waited for a while before Zombie Alliance's Gu immortals, led by Shark Demon, flew over together. Brother Xianxia, you have been in the limelight recently. Seeing Fang Yuan, Shark Demon teased. The other Gu immortals also looked at Fang Yuan with strange gazes. These last 3 days, Fang Yuan had been in the limelight in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. He had already gained some fame. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in response. He replied, bad luck, bad luck. Sorry for making a fool of myself. I wanted to find an island to stay on, but I found an undercurrent in the sea. I wanted to explore it, but I ended up encountering such a troublesome matter. This is not a troublesome matter, it is more appropriate to call it a romantic affair. Budan laughed loudly, mocking him. Earlier, Fang Yuan had taught him a lesson. But after that, Budan paid a huge price. He gave Su Baiman a huge gift, and continued to participate in the Blessed Land invasion. His attitude was somewhat fearless. Fang Yuan looked at him and laughed. He did not bicker with such a person. He looked around. Other than Shark Demon, Su Baiman, and Budan, there was only a familiar face, Immortal Zombie Xianxia. There were 3 fewer people than before. But Shark Demon was full of confidence. He had clearly made ample preparations before coming. Everyone went to the bottom of the sea and opened Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. They entered the battlefield. Killer move, freezing rain, frozen earth again. For this invasion we will need you, Xianxia. Budan will assist you. Shark Demon instructed politely. In the previous battle, Fang Yuan's performance was very outstanding. Shark Demon and the rest felt that Xianxia's wisdom path attainment was higher. Lord Shark Demon, don't worry, I will do my best. Fang Yuan expressed his firm attitude. Budan snorted coldly in his heart. even though he was very dissatisfied. But he knew himself, he crossed his arms and watched from the side. His gaze was dark. Facing freezing rain frozen earth again, Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He began to deduce. Freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move had completely recovered, the damage caused by Fang Yuan and the rest had been repaired. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Earlier, when Shark Demon and the rest attacked the Blessed Land, the battlefield killer move showed signs of self-recovery. But he did not know if this was the work of Yu Lu Blessed Land's land spirit or Fairy Yu Lu's arrangements. Speaking of which, Shark Demon and the rest had been attacking the Blessed Land for so long, but they had not found Yu Lu Blessed Land's land spirit. Whether the land spirit existed or not was still an unsolved mystery. Because of his previous experience, Fang Yuan progressed quickly. He naturally did not destroy that crucial mortal goo, so when the battlefield killer move was used for the first time, its power did not increase. Ice needles rained down. Shark Demon stepped forward and activated his immortal goo. The immortal goo's name was Melt Ice. It was an ice path immortal goo that could melt ice. This goo was specially borrowed by Shark Demon and the others for the freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move. They had spent a lot to borrow it from a member of Zombie Alliance. With this melt ice immortal goo, it was extremely effective against freezing rain frozen earth. Even the desolate beast level snow monsters were greatly suppressed. Shark Demon and the rest felt much more relaxed. The immortal essence they expended was also several levels lower than before. Tofu with brine. Everything has its weakness. The powerful freezing rain frozen earth. Upon meeting a mere melt ice immortal goo, its power fell sharply. The goo master world was like this. All living things were balanced, strength and weakness were relative. There were no invincible goo worms, only invincible goo masters. With melt ice immortal goo, Shark Demon and the rest had a lot of ease. Fang Yuan also advanced steadily. Even though he was a wisdom path newbie, he had gained valuable experience last time. After he returned, he felt that he had improved a lot. He also thought of many methods. This time, Fang Yuan came prepared. Undeniably, Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was incomparably outstanding. Fang Yuan relied on it to forcefully open up the battlefield. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After opening up the battlefield, Fang Yuan's progress became faster and faster. He deduced more and more hidden goo worm locations. But during this process, Fang Yuan also felt the weakness of his lack of experience. Thankfully, he was an astute person. He ordered Budan to make a move at this time. Even though Budan's wisdom path methods were shallow and lacking, after Fang Yuan opened up the battlefield, he understood the contents of the battlefield killer move. His dismantling methods were proficient and accurate. Fang Yuan pretended to deduce while secretly observing Budan's methods. He learned a lot of practical experience. His wisdom path attainment rose rapidly. Eventually, the two worked together to completely dismantle the freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move. At this point, the freezing rain battlefield had launched a total of 33 attacks. It was all because of Shark Demon's melt ice immortal goo that held up the battlefield. Chapter 905. Freezing rain frozen earth dissipated, the world changed drastically. Since the original world of ice and snow had been replaced by a dark and spacious environment. It was as if it was dusk, with dark clouds covering the sky and a thunderstorm was approaching. Evidently, this was another battlefield killer move. Welcome to Fighting Soul Battlefield. A female voice suddenly resounded in the battlefield. It was ethereal and melodious. Every time they entered a battlefield, there would be a notification. Shark Demon's expression changed. Oh no, it is the famous Fighting Soul Battlefield. This is going to be difficult. Before he finished speaking, a sandstorm blew in the surroundings. Sand and dust filled the air as soul beasts appeared out of nowhere. They surrounded the goo immortals from all directions. Su Baiman quickly reminded, Xianxia Budan, you two need to hurry. There are too many soul beasts here. The longer you drag this on, the stronger the soul beasts will be. This Fighting Soul Battlefield is a battlefield killer move created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable after referencing a certain inheritance of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's other creations all contained a merciful heart. There would always be a chance of survival. But this battlefield killer move is different. It has the killing nature of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is the battlefield killer move with the strongest killing intent among Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's creation. Fang Yuan and Budan did not dare to be careless. They used their methods to break it. Fang Yuan soon realized. This Fighting Soul Battlefield was different from Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. The latter's attacks were flawless, they were integrated into one, no one could attack them. But right from the start of Fighting Soul Battlefield, Fang Yuan easily found the hidden points of several mortal goo. As time passed, Fang Yuan found more and more hidden points. There were simply too many of them. Tens of thousands. The number of goo worms used to create this battlefield killer move far surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan soon realized something else. Traps similar to the freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move did not exist. No matter what hidden points were destroyed, there would be no backlash. There was no need for Fang Yuan to recalculate. Therefore, very soon Fang Yuan and Budan began to decisively dismantle these hidden points. However, the offensive power of this fighting soul battlefield was several times stronger than the freezing rain frozen earth. Freezing rain frozen earth's attacks were intermittent. There was a period of peace between the attacks, allowing the goo immortals to rest and recover. Once the war soul battlefield was activated, it didn't stop. The number of soul beasts increased exponentially, and soon desolate class soul beasts were formed. After a while, there were more than 10 desolate class soul beasts, and ancient desolate class soul beasts were also starting to appear. In less than half an incense stick's time, Shark Demon and the others had no choice but to activate the profound ice house and escape in a sorry state. There are too many goo worms that make up this battlefield killer move. I am ashamed, but I lack methods. I can only dismantle them one by one. Out of the sea, Budan faced Shark Demon. He did not hide anything or make false reports. Just tell the truth. Fang Yuan also frowned. With my methods, I can at most dismantle 5 to 6 hidden points at once. I suspect the difficulty of unraveling the war soul battlefield lies in this. The faster we unravel it, the longer we can last under the attacks of the soul beasts. The higher the chance of unraveling this killer move. As for the difficulty of unraveling it itself, it isn't high. Then according to your deductions with your speed, how long do you need to completely unravel this battlefield killer move? Shark Demon quickly asked. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I am not sure. I did not inspect the battlefield killer move in its entirety. There are too many hidden points, they are like the stars in the sky. But from the tens of thousands of hidden points that I found, to get rid of them I will need at least the time of 2 incense sticks. Shan'an Jiang involuntarily blurted out, 2 incense sticks? We resisted for half an incense stick's time. Ancient desolate level soul beasts have already appeared. 2 incense sticks time, there are definitely immemorial level soul beasts that have formed, and not just one. Everyone became silent. Su Baiman said solemnly, if that is the case, it seems we will have to invite more people next time. These goo immortals need to have wisdom path attainment at least to get rid of the hidden points. Saying so, Su Baiman and Shark Demon looked at each other, seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. There were not many goo immortals with wisdom path attainment to begin with. The price to ask for their help was not small. Shark Demon pondered for a while before saying, then let's disperse for now. The next time will be around 30 days later. The specific time will depend on the situation. I will inform everyone. Xianxia, this is my token. You can use this to temporarily stay in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and lie low. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Thank you, Lord Shark Demon, for your kind intentions, but I do not want to waste time. Just Song Yi sure cannot do anything to me. Even though Song clan has a huge force, they cannot control the entire Eastern Sea. If I cower because of this, then I, Xianxia, would have cultivated for so many years in vain. Everyone will meet again next time. Looking at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing flying away, Budan took a step forward, arriving at Shark Demon's side and slandering him. This Xianxia does not know what is good for him. Lord, he actually did not appreciate your kindness. Shark Demon glanced at him and snorted coldly, saying in displeasure, if you had worked harder, why would I have treated him like this? Budan had a bitter expression. Lord, it is not that I did not try my best, but my inheritance is too incomplete, my ability is limited. Shark Demon waved his hand impatiently. Budan quickly shut up and retreated with his head lowered. Su Baiman got closer and smiled. Husband, if you are worried that something might happen to Xianxia and affect the next attack, there is no need to worry. Northern Plains goo immortals usually have higher battle strength than the other 4 regions. Xianxia also has immortal goo with him. His battle strength is so outstanding that he can kill the Yao Gupai on the spot. It will not be a big deal. Even though he offended Song Yishe, the beloved daughter of Song Qiyuan, because Song clan is a righteous path superforce with huge assets, they will not wage a war over such a small matter. But Song clan's reputation is damaged, they will definitely give an explanation. Not long later, Xianxia will feel immense pressure. At that time, won't he come to our side? That is true, my wife's analysis is reasonable. Shark Demon's expression eased as he lightly held Su Baiman's hand. Northern Plains, Luopa Valley. The battle around Luopa Valley had unknowingly lasted for half a month. On Qin Baisheng's side, they had a strong geographical advantage. Feng Jioge's side could not take them down even after a long time. But Feng Jioge and the rest seemed to be determined to attack. As long as they did not retreat, Qin Baisheng's side could only continue to hole up in Luopa Valley. Jianghu, how are your injuries? How are your injuries? Qin Baisheng visited Fairy Jianghu. In another half a day I will be completely healed. Fairy Jianghu was sitting cross-legged on the bed. She closed her eyes to heal her injuries while replying distractedly. Qin Baisheng's expression shone with joy. That's good. After you recover, we will protect you with all our strength. You can immediately break out of the encirclement and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to activate our backup plan. What? We need to use Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's backup plan? Will it affect the entire plan? Fairy Jianghu was shocked. She could not help but ask. Qin Baisheng said solemnly, it won't. I have already communicated with Old Man Inkstone from Southern Border's Shadow Sect headquarters. We have already communicated. Feng Jioge is truly an amazing person. His self-created Heaven and Earth song can actually fight evenly with my five-finger fist heart sword. My personal reputation is insignificant. The immortal goo being refined in Luopa Valley has yet to take form. This goo is related to the plan, we cannot lose it. But now that Luopa Valley is heavily surrounded by Central Continent's people, we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. We can only rely on the ancient soul beasts to defend. Being conservative will lead to failure. We need to take the initiative. These last days, he and Feng Jioge had fought dozens of times. They had exchanged blows and used all their strength, but there was no clear victor. Qin Baisheng was concerned about the big picture. He was already looking for a way to break out of this predicament. Right at this time, Feng Jioge's voice could be heard from outside. Qin Baisheng heard this and sneered in his heart. You endured for 3 days this time. You finally could not endure it and came to challenge me again? Qin Baisheng flew into the sky, facing Feng Jioge. Brother Feng. You and I have fought dozens of times. We already know each other's abilities. You are a smart person. Can't you see the current situation? As long as this Luopa Valley is guarded by me, you will not be able to attack. Feng Jioge laughed heartily, his eyes shining with intense confidence. Brother Qin, it is different this time. I fought with you countless times and obtained many inspirations. These 3 days I was in closed cultivation, and finally used these inspirations to complete an incomplete move that I created earlier. Qin Baisheng's expression turned solemn. Feng Jioge raised his head slightly and said loudly, this time I would like to invite Brother Qin to comment on my song of submission. Green Jade Song. Heaven and Earth Song. Submission Song. When Feng Jioge sang the Green Jade Song, his voice was clear and sweet, like pearls falling on a jade plate. When he sang the Heaven and Earth Song, his voice was grand and majestic, making people feel that they were insignificant. At this time when Feng Jioge sang the submission song, he shut his mouth. The whole place was silent. Qin Baisheng's expression turned solemn and grave, because he heard Feng Jioge's voice. His voice directly resounded in Qin Baisheng's mind. This submission song was not to be listened to with the ears, but with the heart. Qin Baisheng's heart sank. This sound path killer move contains wisdom path, enslavement path, sound path and soul path. It can affect people's hearts. From opening to closing, it already has a trace of the charm of five-finger fist heart sword. Feng Jioge obtained this inspiration from me. It's just that this degree isn't enough to affect my fighting spirit. Oh no. Qin Baisheng's reaction was considered fast, but the submission song took effect even faster. In Luopa Valley, many ancient soul beasts that were defending were moved by Feng Jioge's song. They bowed towards Feng Jioge and betrayed him, becoming the lackeys of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Submission song could temporarily make desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts change sides, becoming subordinates of the singer. Damn it. Xianxia cursed. They were few in numbers, they needed to rely on the ancient soul beasts to defend. But now, most of the ancient soul beasts betrayed them and attacked Luopa Valley. Shadow Sect's side was in danger. But Qin Baisheng was not easy to deal with. He quickly thought of this and used a battlefield killer move. Feng Jioge and the rest, as well as the ancient soul beasts, were drawn into the battlefield. The battlefield was covered in thick fog, countless specters flew around. Dark blue soul beasts quickly formed. Most were ordinary soul beasts, but desolate level soul beasts soon appeared. It seemed that they would also become ancient soul beasts soon. The soul beasts formed in the battlefield immediately clashed with the ancient soul beasts under Feng Jioge's control. Good. Feng Jioge stopped singing, he clapped his hands and praised. Using this battlefield to strengthen my control over the soul beasts, I can negate the advantage of submission song. But this soul taker battlefield is outdated, even though it was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he created it when he was young. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had obtained this killer move and created an even better battle soul battlefield. Soul Taker Battlefield can only turn the souls of living beings into soul beasts. But Battle Soul Battlefield can create an endless supply of soul beasts. Feng Jioge was inside the battlefield killer move, but he was not worried. He praised this killer move with confidence. But Qin Baisheng smiled. Predecessors plant trees for future generations to benefit from. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was able to create an even better battle soul battlefield based on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's foundation. It is natural for him to have some achievements. But he has a kind nature. He reduced Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killing intent. He looks outstanding, but he lost the possibility of advancing further. Just as he said that, the battlefield changed again. Feng Jioge's expression changed. So this is not Soul Taker Battlefield, it is the Trillion Slaughter Field created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in his later years. Chapter 906. Eastern Sea Song Clan Headquarters, Zhongshui Blessed Land. Grandpa, you have to avenge me. Song Yishe rushed into the study room, stomping her feet and acting like a spoiled child towards the rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Qiyuan. Song Qiyuan and a group of rank 7 Gu Immortal elders were discussing the important matters of the clan. But Song Yishe barged in like this. Song Qiyuan slowly turned around, showing no anger on his face. He had a benevolent smile. My dear granddaughter, how do you want Grandpa to avenge you? Song Yishe was not surprised that her grandfather knew about this. In fact, it would be strange if Song Qiyuan did not know about this. This young female Gu Immortal had already thought of an answer before coming. She gritted her teeth. Grandpa, capture him alive and let me deal with him. At the same time, she added in her mind, I want to dig out this old scoundrel's eyeballs first, then pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will make him regret everything he has done. Song Qiyuan nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Good idea. But he dragged his words. Song Qiyuan's tone changed as he showed a difficult expression. Grandpa has some matters on hand right now. I can't leave for this period of time. How about I ask your uncle Song Xiachi to help you? Song Yishe's eyes shined. Forgetting her own honor, she thought of something and asked excitedly, Grandpa, is it about ascending heaven plane? Song Qiyuan did not hide it from her. He admitted, that's right. Ascending Heaven Plane's exact location has almost become an open secret in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance is buried in Ascending Heaven Plane. This time, Grandpa will personally lead the clan's Gu Immortals. We will contend with Kai clan and Rua Lai clan. We will try our best to obtain old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. Old eccentric Tian Nan. He was a refinement path great grandmaster of the remote antiquity era. In history he had the same fame as old immortal Kongju. Long hair ancestor in old immortal Kongju. According to historical records, old eccentric Tian Nan had an eccentric personality. Because he tried to refine the immemorial nine heavens, he failed and died. Even though Song Yishe was spoiled, she knew the big picture. She quickly said, Grandpa, go ahead and defeat those two clans. You don't need to worry about their matters. However, Uncle Song Xiachi alone was not enough. I still need Uncle Song Jiadan to help me calculate and deduce the position of that old thief. Aha, my good granddaughter. Alright, take this warrant and head to the Twin Polar Strait to find your Uncle Song Jiadan. As he spoke, Song Qiyuan tossed out a token. Song Yishe hurriedly took it and with a joyful expression, she turned around and left. He didn't even greet them. The Twin Polar Strait was shrouded in a thick layer of fog all year round. Song Yishe floated in midair, facing the mist in front of her. However, he was in a dilemma. He asked a middle-aged Gu Immortal beside him, Uncle Xiachi, how do I go in? Song Xiachi was full of vigor. He smiled faintly when he heard this. Didn't the old man give you a token? Little Yishe. You only need to show your token and your Uncle Jiadan will sense it. Song Yishe raised the token in her hand. After a while, the fog in front of him began to spin slowly, revealing a narrow passage. It led straight to the interior of the bipolar strait. Song Yishe and Song Xiachi followed the passage and stepped into the Twin Polar Strait, meeting Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan was a wisdom path Gu Immortal specially nurtured by Song clan. He sat cross-legged on the cliff of the Twin Polar Strait all year round. His upper body was extremely old while his lower body was petrified, seemingly fused with the Twin Polar Strait below him. Uncle Jiadan. Song Yishe called out. Since birth, she had only seen Gu Immortal Song Jiadan a few times, but that did not hinder her admiration and reverence towards Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan was willing to sacrifice his freedom for the clan. Ever since he became a wisdom path Gu Immortal, he sat cross-legged here, using a special wisdom path inheritance to fuse with heaven and earth. Thus, Song Jiadan's deductions and plans were extremely outstanding. Every time Song clan had a huge operation, they would ask him to make a divination and make deductions for them. In the current Eastern Sea Gu Immortal world, he was publicly recognized as one of the 3 most outstanding wisdom path Gu Immortals. There was a poem to prove it. Twin Polar Pan Jiadan Huan was hidden in Nangong and Dragon Head Tortoise, returning from Adversity Sea. Song Jiadan had already opened his eyes, looking at Song Yishe and Song Xiachi expressionlessly. He wanted to smile, but his face was like a statue, his muscles were stiff and expressionless. Even when he opened his mouth, his voice was extremely slow and difficult. Little Shi, cousin Xiachi, long time no see. Uncle Jiadan, I came this time to ask you to deduce the exact location of an enemy. Here, this is his image and the aura I collected. Song Yishe took the initiative to hand over 2 Gu worms. Let me take a look at the token first. Song Jiadan said slowly. Even though he knew Song Yishe and Song Xiachi, he was impartial and impartial. He needed Song Qiyuan's token to make a deduction. After confirming that the token was correct, Song Jiadan slowly opened his mouth and let out a suction force, sucking the 2 Gu worms in Song Yishe's hands into his mouth. He slowly closed his eyes and started the deduction. After a long while, he opened his eyes, revealing a puzzled expression. I can't deduce it. What? At once, be it the expectant Song Xiachi or the confident Song Yishe, they were both extremely shocked. Uncle, you are one of the 3 strongest wisdom path Gu Immortals in Eastern Sea, how can you not deduce it? Song Yishe shouted. Little Shi, don't be anxious. Song Xiachi's expression was solemn. Cousin Jiadan, the other party is only a rank 6 lone cultivator from Northern Plains. With your wisdom path attainment, you can't deduce it. Song Jiadan was still expressionless, his voice was deep and slow. What's so strange about me not being able to deduce it? I only have rank 7 cultivation level, even though I have some reputation. That is just meaningless flattery from nosy people. From start to finish, I am only a tiny worm in this grand world. I can only recognize some of the signs of an approaching storm. Compared to the world, I am as insignificant as an ant. Compared to the heroes of this world, I am content in my own corner. Song Xiachi smiled bitterly. Cousin, you are still so humble. Song Jiadan, it is not that I am humble but because I am one with heaven and earth at all times. Every time I take a step forward on this wisdom path, I can see even more wondrous scenes. The more I know about the mysteries of heaven and earth, the more I understand how insignificant I am. So this is not being humble. It is being realistic, knowing one's own limitations. Song Yishe said unwillingly, Uncle Jiadan, even if you cannot deduce it, you are still the smartest person here. You're the smartest person here, so you still have to give me some good advice. Song Jiadan was silent for a while. Then he said, there are 2 reasons why I cannot deduce it. First, the other party is not in Eastern Sea. Second, the other party has wisdom path methods that can obstruct my deductions. Or maybe other wisdom path Gu Immortals are helping him to cancel out my deductions. Song Yishe and Song Xiachi looked at each other. Both of these reasons were rather inconceivable. First, if Xianxia was not in Eastern Sea, where else could he be? The earth tide had already ended. Could it be that he could return to Northern Plains? Second, how could Xianxia have wisdom path attainment that could resist Song Jiadan? If someone helped him, then this person was at least on the same level as Song Jiadan? Was it Nangong Tribe's Gu Immortal Huan, or Dragon Head Tortoise Immortal in Adversity Sea? Uncle Jiadan, deduce it again. Maybe you did not deduce it correctly. Song Yishe requested. Song Jiadan rejected directly, no. The clan is making a huge move, we are fighting for old eccentric Tiannan's inheritance. I need to conserve my strength and preserve my methods, I will deduce it in a few days. So Uncle Jiadan did not do your best. Song Yishe heard the hidden meaning and said unhappily, alright, you can leave now. You can leave now. Song Jiadan slowly closed his eyes. Song Yishe was ignored at the side, she gritted her teeth and stomped her feet in anger, turning around to leave helplessly. Fighting for the hegemony of ascending heaven plane. Fighting for old eccentric Tiannan's inheritance was the clan's 100-year development plan. And chasing after Xianxia was a small matter. Song Yishe was pampered. but she cared about the big picture in the clan. She was not someone who did not know what was important. Central continent, who immortal blessed land. Underground cave. Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom. His eyes were shut as star thoughts flickered in his mind, deducing some important things. Last time he used the light of wisdom to deduce the immortal killer moves Starfire Escape and Star Thought Projection. Thus, Fang Yuan now had 6 Star Path immortal killer moves. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap, Starfire Escape and Star Thought Projection. Among them, Starfire Escape was a movement killer move. It was very useful in Song Yishi's operation. As for Star Thought Projection, it was an investigative immortal killer move that Fang Yuan used to discover immortal zombie Shan and Zhang's traces. The predecessors of these 2 killer moves were only incomplete moves. They were killer moves that the predecessors of Star Lord Wanxiang's Star Path Inheritance had a flash of inspiration and recorded down, or they failed in their deductions and could no longer be perfected. Fang Yuan's Star Path attainment level was ordinary. Under normal circumstances, these incomplete killer moves would only have reference value to him. But after obtaining the rank 9 Wisdom Immortal Gu and using the Light of Wisdom, he had unlimited inspiration. He overcame the weakness of his Star Path attainment level and perfected the killer moves. It is a pity in this short period of time, perfecting Starfire Escape and Star Thought Projection is already my limit. After all, I only have 3 Star Path Immortal Gu. Of course, the main reason is that my Star Path attainment level is too low. Right at this time, moving perspective Gu appeared in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. The information contained in the Gu came from Land Spirit of Xianxia. Land Spirit of Xianxia has finally completed the relocation of Xianxia Blessed Land. He can lend me his set of immortal Gu now. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. This time, he had specially returned to Central Continent from Eastern Sea to wait for the news of Land Spirit of Xianxia, and then relocate Star Form Blessed Land. In Fang Yuan's plan, Star Form Blessed Land was very crucial. Once the truth of his crimes in Northern Plains was exposed, he would have to flee for his life. By then, Immortal Blessed Land would definitely be doomed. If he was still an immortal zombie and could not produce immortal essence, then Star Form Blessed Land would be his only secret base. However, He Lulan knew the location of Star Form Blessed Land. He Lulan knew that meant Fairy Li Shan also knew. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. Since he was the owner of Star Form Blessed Land now, he naturally had to move the Blessed Land to a place that only he knew. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 907. Immediately, Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He used fixed immortal travel to Xianxia Blessed Land. Xianxia Blessed Land's appearance had changed greatly. On the vast sea, the 3 continents looked at each other. In the sky there was a 4th continent made of cloud soil. The blessed land that had been destroyed during the intense battle had been restored to its original state by Tai Bai Yunxing. Even though Tai Bai Yunxing did not participate in the battle, he had reaped a lot of rewards from the restoration work. Of course, because some of the immortal Gu that made up Refinement Cauldron were lost, the space inside the blessed land shrunk. Tai Bai Yunxing did not have the ability to restore these lost spaces and the related losses. The 12 cloud buildings had been rebuilt by Land Spirit of Xianxia. They were evenly distributed on the cloud soil continent. Furthermore, around the 12 cloud buildings, many hairy Mangu masters were building more buildings. I intend to use the 12 cloud buildings as the center to build 12 cloud cities. This cloud soil continent in the sky will be the new habitat for hairy man elites. Land Spirit of Xianxia explained to Fang Yuan after seeing him. Fang Yuan nodded, expressing his agreement. Because Xianxia Blessed Land lost many immortal Gu, the space inside shrunk by a lot. But the hairy man population inside was huge, reaching the upper limit of the 3 continents. In this situation, there needed to be new places to accommodate more hairy men. But Land Spirit of Xianxia's next words shocked Fang Yuan. Other than this, I have also created Xianxia Sect. The sect system is based on the current central continent. I am the first supreme elder of the sect. The hairy man Gu immortals are the other supreme elders. My previous self was too inflexible. He used these precious Gu immortal battle strength to refine Gu. I want to realize the grand plan of hairy men ruling the world. There will definitely be bloodshed. Next, I will conduct collective training for these hairy man Gu immortals, to nurture their battle strength. When they have the ability to protect themselves, I will send them outside the blessed land. I will make them complete all sorts of sect missions. Also, the 3 continents in the sea will go to war under my influence. 3 monarchs would be chosen and 3 continents would be formed. The countries would then compete with each other. Every year, our Xianxia sect will be in these 3 hairy man nations. Recruit the most elite hairy men and bring these hairy men to live on Cloud Cover Continent, forming the foundation of Langya sect. Furthermore, he would choose a rank 5 peak stage hairy man Gu master as the sect leader of Langya sect. The new land spirit of Langya was completely different from the previous one. Perhaps it was also stimulated by Qin Baisheng's forceful attack. The land spirit of Langya was determined to reform the entire Langya blessed land with iron and blood. His methods were forceful, and he had the appearance of a formidable emperor. Because of the change of the land spirit of Langya, the hairy men living below were going to be tortured and tested by the flames of war. The peaceful life of the past was going to be gone forever. The land spirit of Langya uses a cruel method like war to pick out the most outstanding hairy man seeds. But there was no such method. Isn't that a little too extravagant? Fang Yuan felt it was a pity there were many people who died in the war. This loss made him feel heartache. It was better to leave it to him to refine Gu. But Fang Yuan only muttered this in his mind, he would never say it out loud. In the eyes of the land spirit of Langya, hairy men were the most outstanding species in the world, humans and other variant humans were inferior. Fang Yuan raised hairy men as Gu refinement slaves. The land spirit of Langya knew about this situation. He would never accept it, he would even fall out with Fang Yuan. Thus, even though Fang Yuan lacked the business experience of raising hairy men, when they were discussing the compensation for Langya Blessed Land's battle earlier, he knew that the land spirit of Langya definitely had the most precious experience in raising hairy men, but Fang Yuan did not raise this request. But at this rate, Langya Blessed Land will go through this iron and blood transformation. The hairy man Gu immortals will work hard and their battle strength will rise rapidly. Maybe in my previous life, Langya Blessed Land also went through such a transformation, that was why it survived 7 waves of attacks. But Langya Blessed Land's situation is very complicated. Even though 2 hairy man Gu immortal spies jumped out, it is hard to say that there will not be a 3rd or 4th spy among the remaining Gu immortals. Qin Baisheng and the rest were actually able to develop such spies, their methods are simply unimaginable. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly, while talking to the land spirit of Langya about the purpose of his visit. The land spirit of Langya was a little shocked, he brought up an old topic. Oh? You want to borrow my set of immortal Gu to relocate your blessed land? I remember I told you that this set of immortal Gu would not be cheap. Even in consideration of the fact that you helped me defend against the enemies, you will need to pay 2,000 immortal yuan stones, right? Fang Yuan took out 2,000 immortal yuan stones and handed them to the land spirit. Look, I have already prepared them. The land spirit of Langya was extremely shocked. He received the immortal yuan stones while sizing up Fang Yuan, his gaze faintly changing. He knew about Fang Yuan's foundation, he was very surprised. This kid has only advanced for a short period of time, but he already has so many immortal yuan stones? Thinking back to the time when he transacted with the previous owner, deducing immortal Gu recipes to earn immortal yuan stones, it shows how dire his situation was. It seems that most of these immortal yuan stones are borrowed. This is not good, he owes a huge debt and also favors, it will be hard to repay them in the future. The land spirit of Langya shook his head, he did not agree with Fang Yuan's actions. But he also understood. He knew that Fang Yuan's crime was too huge. Once the truth is found out, he would be finished, he would definitely be chased to the ends of the world. Thus, Fang Yuan had to relocate his blessed land. But this was also the main reason why the land spirit of Langya was prepared to gradually recruit Fang Yuan and attempt to turn Fang Yuan into his lackey. Precisely because of Fang Yuan's current situation where he was surrounded by enemies, he had no choice but to join a hairy man force and become a human spy. But the land spirit of Langya did not know. He was completely wrong. These 2,000 immortal yuan stones were truly Fang Yuan's private property. Fang Yuan was rich now, very rich. The first batch of Guts Gu he transacted with Spirit Affinity House gave him 180 immortal yuan stones. After the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan displayed powerful refinement attainment. Fengyang personally invited him to Crane Gate to take a look. This was a clear change in the attitude of Crane Gate towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was now in control of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, sandwiched between the 2 super forces, Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. He could be said to be benefiting from both sides. After the external environment became unprecedentedly relaxed, and considering the dangerous situation of being chased, Fang Yuan increased the production of Guts Gu. This decision caused his monthly profits from just Guts Gu to rise to around 300 immortal yuan stones. Don't forget, after Fang Yuan subdued Langya Blessed Land, he also inherited Star Lord Wanxiang's 4 main sources of income. Furthermore, he personally made a deal with Western Desert's Shao clan for regretful spiders. A total of 6 projects allowed his monthly earnings of immortal yuan stones to break through the 1,000 mark. There were also dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons that had not been put into the market. If these two were included, Fang Yuan estimated that his monthly profits could reach 1,500. 2 months had already passed since Fang Yuan became the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. He naturally had more than 2,000 immortal yuan stones in his hands. Thinking back, from when he had just ascended to Gu Immortal, he had to haggle over every penny and even had to carefully calculate half an immortal yuan stone. But now, with a monthly earnings of 1,000, he had ample funds. Fang Yuan had successfully taken a huge step forward. This step was so huge that even though Land Spirit of Langya did not know the details, even though he thought highly of Fang Yuan, his guess was still wrong. Even though Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation level and was still an immortal zombie, his earnings from immortal yuan stones had already reached the level of ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals. After paying 2,000 immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya used an information path immortal killer move to set up a contract. Finally, Fang Yuan mortgaged 10 immortal Gu to the Land Spirit to borrow a complete set of immortal Gu, a total of 16, to relocate the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan did not stop. He used fixed immortal travel to return to Star Form Blessed Land. Star Form Blessed Land had 3 desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish. Fang Yuan had already inspected them. He did not hesitate and chose the strongest one. He first circled around the spine-fin star arowana, constantly using various methods to observe the spine-fin star arawana's shape, bones, flesh and other aspects. After confirming that the spine-fin star dragonfish was in good condition, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged in the air, facing this desolate beast and closing his eyes. The spine-fin star dragonfish had already been tamed. It obediently floated in the air, not moving. A pair of carriage-sized dead fish eyes flickered with starlight, reflecting Fang Yuan's figure. Fang Yuan's mind was calm, but his mind gradually became excited. Countless star thoughts were like the stars in the sky, moving like fireflies as they danced and circled in his slightly narrow brain. These star thoughts soon split into 2 groups. One group occupied the right half of his mind, forming the 3-dimensional image of the spine-fin star dragonfish. The other group occupied the left half of Fang Yuan's mind, forming the entire view of Star Form Blessed Land. After completing this step, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating his immortal essence and pouring it into a certain wisdom path immortal Gu. He started to deduce according to the method that the Land Spirit had given him. The 2 star thoughts rapidly moved forward, colliding fiercely and creating a starry cloud storm. In the storm, countless star thoughts flickered, some were merging while others were disintegrating. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in Star Form Blessed Land after a full 7 days and 6 nights, the exhausted Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The star thoughts in his mind reached 160,000 beads. Activating the wisdom path immortal Gu also consumed 66 beads of green grape immortal essence. After paying such a huge price, Fang Yuan obtained 2 sets of Gu formation diagrams. These 2 sets of Gu formation diagrams, one large and one small. The large Gu formation diagram corresponded to Star Form Blessed Land. It had 8 formation cores. The small Gu formation diagram corresponded to the spine-fin star dragonfish. It had 4 formation cores. Each formation core required a specific immortal Gu to control the formation. The 2 large and small Gu formation diagrams together required 12 immortal Gu. Chapter 908. Fang Yuan started to set up the formation. Swoosh. According to the Gu formation diagram, under Star Form Land Spirit's lead, he found the 8 formation cores in Star Form Blessed Land, and set up the corresponding immortal Gu. Star Form Blessed Land lacked space path down marks. The Land Spirit could not teleport. The 8 formation cores were in strange locations, some were near and some were far away. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time on them. By the time he finished, half a day had already passed. After completing this step, the meticulous and vigilant Fang Yuan inspected the 8 formation cores again. After confirming that there were no problems, Fang Yuan returned to his original location, and kept the spine-fin star dragonfish into his immortal aperture. Under his command, Star Form Land Spirit opened the Blessed Land's entrance. Fang Yuan walked out, arriving at Earth Abyss. The Blessed Land's entrance emitted light that could only illuminate the surroundings. Earth Abyss was very dark, it was silent. This was the depths of Earth Abyss. Even Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, had not explored this place. But even though there were no humans here, there were countless desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts. it was very dangerous. Without further ado, Fang Yuan let out the spine-fin star dragonfish. The spine-fin star dragonfish was the size of a whale, but it looked like a carp. Its body was covered in a layer of blue scales. On its back there were bone spikes growing out of its body, rising up and extending out. Fang Yuan placed the 4 immortal goo in different parts of this spine-fin star dragonfish's body according to the small formation diagram. One was in the fish's mouth, one was in a bone spike on its back, and one was in the fish's left eye. The last one was in the depths of the fish's stomach. Even though the spine-fin star dragonfish was big, it could not compare to star-form blessed land. Thus Fang Yuan's arrangement this time. He only spent a moment to complete it. After inspecting it carefully again, Fang Yuan confirmed that all 12 immortal goo had been set up. He started to scatter countless mortal goo around him, even 1 or 2 immortal goo flew out, forming a powerful goo formation. Next it was time for the most crucial part of moving the blessed land. Fang Yuan followed the method strictly, activating the remaining 4 immortal goo in his hands. The gate of star-form blessed land closed tightly and disappeared into thin air. Fang Yuan's entire body began to emit a pale yellow radiance. Although the radiance was bright, it wasn't the kind that was blinding. Instead it was very gentle. The radiance lasted for a full 17 breaths. Then it slowly converged and finally condensed into Fang Yuan's pupils. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and willed. In the next moment, a weak yellow beam of light shot out from his right eye and hit the whale-like spine-fin star arowana. The spine-fin star dragonfish shook intensely, the small-sized immortal goo formation on its body activated and burst out with a red halo. The spine-fin star arowana was enveloped by this layer of red light. It was as if he was wearing a close-fitting red armor. The entire spine-fin star arowana was as stiff as a stone, motionless like a statue. Fang Yuan breathed heavily before shooting out a yellow beam of light from his left eye. It hit the hidden area of star-form blessed land. Under the guidance of the beam of light, star-form blessed land was actually extracted, turning into a blue lump of light. The blue lump of light was only the size of a broad bean. It formed a sharp contrast with the whale-like spine-fin star arowana. The moment star-form blessed land was extracted, the green grape immortal essence in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture started to be expended at a terrifying speed. Fang Yuan's left eye moved with difficulty. It moved the yellow beam of light. The yellow beam of light moved the blue lump of light slowly. And that spine-fin star arowana that was like a stone statue was also moving towards the blessed land under the guidance of Fang Yuan's right eye. Rumble. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Roar, roar, roar. Countless beasts roared in fear in the darkness. The movement of the blessed land naturally caused intense turbulence in the heaven and earth chi. An intense earthquake was already unavoidable, it started to erupt in the abyss. Fang Yuan did not care about these minor details. He placed all his attention on the spine-fin star arowana and star-form blessed land. The huge rocks that came crashing down from above were also blocked by the means that he had set up earlier. Even if desolate beasts attacked, Fang Yuan was confident he could buy some time. He created a temporary and undisturbed environment. Like moving 2 mountains, Fang Yuan moved the 2 pupils in his eye sockets. At this moment, be it his body or his soul, they were using all their strength. Not much time had passed, the 2 finally made contact. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it felt like a year had passed. The moment star-form blessed land and the spine-fin star dragonfish came into contact, Fang Yuan suddenly relaxed, as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders in an instant. The 2 immortal goo formations that Fang Yuan had meticulously set up played a crucial role at this moment. Star-form blessed land was like a wanderer returning home. It was placed on the spine-fin star arawana's body, turning into its immortal aperture. This was the method land spirit of Xianxia used to relocate the blessed land. It had to use a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast to transform the blessed land into an immortal aperture and transplant it into the body of an ancient, desolate beast. Then when the ancient, desolate beast moved, it could move the immortal aperture around. However, time was very limited during the process of this transfer. The ancient, desolate beast that contained the immortal aperture could not be kept into other immortal apertures, and could not use any other immortal goo, otherwise the immortal goo formation on its body would be affected. The specific situation was, Fang Yuan could not keep this spine-fin star arowana into his immortal aperture and quickly move it. At the same time he could not use other immortal goo or immortal killer moves to help it. He could only rely on the spine-fin star arawana's own strength to float and move to other places. After all, Even though the immortal aperture was stored in the spine-fin star arowana's body, it was only forcefully connected by the two immortal goo formations. Any external influence would cause the goo formation to shatter. Not only would the relocation of the blessed land fail, the immortal goo inside would also be destroyed. But even with such a huge disadvantage, it could not conceal the huge value of this method. The person who created this relocation method was not Longhair Ancestor. But in history he was as famous as Longhair Ancestor. His name was Old Immortal Kongju. In the long river of Goo immortal history, one of the three refinement path great grandmasters, a legend of the remote antiquity era. He had research and knowledge of apertures and immortal apertures that surpassed the current era. Because of his hard work, the 10 extreme physiques could undergo immortal ascension and become 10 extreme Goo immortals, creating a high-grade blessed land. This immortal killer move was named Immortal Aperture Transplantation by Old Immortal Kongju. This was the immortal killer move that involved the most core immortal Goo that Fang Yuan had seen so far. However, this immortal killer move that involved 16 core immortal Goo was only an incomplete move. Old Immortal Kongju's initial idea. It was to perfectly transplant a Goo immortal's immortal aperture into a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast's body. It was not like this, using the large and small Goo formations and the intense expenditure of immortal essence to forcefully merge the two together. After Longhair Ancestor obtained this portion of Old Immortal Kongju's inheritance, he made many attempts based on Old Immortal Kongju's achievements, but they all failed. Under the guidance of the Inkman Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Yen, Longhair Ancestor found that this incomplete move already had shocking value. Goo immortals could use it to relocate the immortal apertures of those dead Goo immortals. Time elapsed and the world changed. Countless years had passed and now, it was Fang Yuan's turn to benefit from this. Let's go there. Fang Yuan directed the spine-fin star dragonfish to move. Because of the disadvantage of immortal aperture transplantation, the spine-fin star dragonfish's speed was less than half of its original speed. The pressure on its body was huge, it felt like it was carrying a mountain. This led to this. Each time the blessed land was relocated, the distance was limited. Even if the land spirit of Langya had moved away from Langya blessed land. But it was definitely not far from the previous location. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan did not relocate to immortal blessed land. Fortunately, the Earth Abyss is already an excellent hiding spot. In the future, when this layer of the Earth Abyss is exposed, carry out large-scale development. I can also use this blessed land as the most reliable frontline camp for timely supplies and recuperation. Furthermore, I know the drawbacks of immortal aperture transplantation but others do not. When He Lulan discovered that the star form paradise had disappeared, she would probably think that it had already been destroyed. After all, this kind of blessed land relocation is beyond the common sense of Goo immortals. Just like that, Fang Yuan led the spine-fin star arowana deeper into the abyss. The route he took was naturally a map that had been meticulously drawn after a large amount of probing. He continued to venture deeper, avoiding many desolate beasts. In the narrow gaps between the territories of these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Fang Yuan slowly swam with the spine-fin star arowana. Fang Yuan's destination was Star Form Blessed Land's original location, a certain place in the Earth Abyss 3 layers below. But after going down 2 layers, Fang Yuan's luck was terrible. He encountered a desolate beast, the one-eyed giant monkey. This one-eyed monkey was very lively, it often roamed around in the depths of Earth Abyss. After discovering the spine-fin star arowana, it excitedly chased after it. Fang Yuan engaged in an intense battle with this one-eyed giant monkey, strenuously maintaining the safety of the spine-fin star arowana. But in the end, Fang Yuan suffered a disadvantage because he did not have a battlefield killer move. He could not stop the one-eyed giant monkey's movements effectively. In the end, halfway through, the one-eyed giant monkey heavily injured the spine-fin star arowana. The spine-fin star arowana that carried the immortal aperture was very fragile. In order to swim, it had already used all its strength, thus it could not retaliate at all. Fang Yuan finally chased away this damned one-eyed giant monkey, but the spine-fin star arawana's injuries were too severe, it could not move anymore. Thankfully, the immortal Goo are not in danger. Otherwise, if the immortal Goo were lost, wouldn't I have to pay for it? After Fang Yuan inspected it, his heavy mood finally eased. This was a blessing in disguise. Since the situation had already turned out like this, Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing. He placed this star-form blessed land nearby. The moment the immortal aperture left the spine-fin star arowana, the latter completely disintegrated, turning into a pile of rotten flesh and blood. Even its beast soul dissipated. This was a necessary sacrifice for immortal aperture transplantation. Fang Yuan already knew the price of using this method. Even if the spine-fin star arowana was not injured, it would still die of exhaustion after reaching its destination. Eventually, Star Form Blessed Land was successfully relocated, hiding in a new location. Chapter 909. Fang Yuan entered Star Form Blessed Land. After Star Form Blessed Land was relocated, heaven and earth chi shook. An earthquake occurred in Star Form Blessed Land. Only when Star Form Blessed Land landed again, did it absorb the endless earth chi and stabilize. The earthquake gradually stopped. At this time, Fang Yuan looked around, only to see that the vast land was covered in cracks. Flames burned, black smoke curled up. Fang Yuan's heart sank, he sighed deeply. There was no other way. Because he needed to transplant the immortal aperture, he could not interfere with the two immortal goo formations. Thus, even if Fang Yuan had immortal goo and methods, he could not protect and defend Star Form Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Xianxia had told Fang Yuan about this. Xianxia Blessed Land's losses were much greater than Fang Yuan's Star Form Blessed Land. Thus, normally speaking, Blessed Lands would not be relocated. Where is the Land Spirit? Fang Yuan summoned the Land Spirit. Star Form Land Spirit's eyes were red. He could not understand why his master was moving. Under Star Form Land Spirit's lead, Fang Yuan started to inspect Star Form Blessed Land. First, he had to inspect Star Form Blessed Land's four main sources of income: Arrow Bamboo Forest, Broken Star Lake, Meteorite Pit, and Star Fragment Grass Field. Broken Star Lake's water had already flowed out of a huge crack. There was a lot of seaweed at the bottom of the lake. There was still some water left at the bottom. It had not dried up completely. Landscape as before. Fang Yuan took out an immortal goo and injected his immortal essence into it. Landscape as before. Immortal goo let out a white light that swept across the Broken Star Lake. Immediately, the ground in Broken Star Lake healed, the lake water filled up. It had returned to its previous state. It was just that a lot of seaweed had been lost, and for some time to come. For some time in the future, the production of Star River goo would be affected. There was nothing in the lake, only seaweed, and seaweed were floating. The original palace at the bottom of the lake. It was completely destroyed. This man-made structure could not be affected by landscape as before immortal goo. But in this lake, the fish groups, insect groups, and goo groups did not die in the earthquake. Instead, it was moved to immortal blessed land by Fang Yuan a long time ago. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was filled with the dead land. Living beings could not be kept inside for long. After that, Fang Yuan went to the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the Meteorite Sinkhole, and the Stardust Meadow. To Fang Yuan's surprise, the forest of Arrow Bamboo was unscathed. Beside the Arrow Bamboo Forest, there were two long ravines and crevices. He almost brushed past the forest of Arrow Bamboo. It was a close shave. The Arrow Bamboo Forest was Star Form Blessed Land's largest breeding ground. Fang Yuan had already collected most of the resources there and stored them in immortal blessed land. He did not expect the Arrow Bamboo Forest to be able to escape this calamity. It was a pleasant surprise. However, the meteorite craters and the few star detritus meadows were not so lucky. The meteorite crater was so badly damaged that it was almost beyond recognition. As for the stardust pasture, some of it was burnt to ashes due to the earth fire. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but ashes. Under the effects of landscape as before, the meteorite crater was completely restored. The stardust meadows terrain was also restored. Landscape as before immortal goo is really useful. With it, my losses have been reduced by at least 80%. And because most of the resources were moved out earlier, Star Form Blessed Land, which was heavily damaged, is now only slightly damaged. Fang Yuan had an overview in his mind. He went to many places and used landscape as before to restore Star Form Blessed Land's terrain. He spent a lot of green grape immortal essence. Not all areas were restored. Fang Yuan purposely left some cracks. He had a sudden inspiration. Maybe I can use this chance. These cracks in the ground would be expanded and fixed into river channels. In the future, Star Form Blessed Land would have a system of rivers and lakes that would cover the entire blessed land. But Star Form Blessed Land's terrain is special. I will need to use the light of wisdom to think about this. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to Xianxia Blessed Land and returned the immortal goo he borrowed to the Land Spirit of Xianxia. The Land Spirit of Xianxia also returned the immortal goo that were mortgaged to Fang Yuan. Before leaving, he said, "If you need to relocate, you can find me." Needless to say, he had made a huge profit this time. In less than a month, he had earned 2,000 immortal yuan stones. The Land Spirit of Xianxia continued, If you join my Langya sect and become one of the supreme elders, when you relocate your blessed land, you will be able to borrow gu at a discount. I will think about it. Fang Yuan brushed it off. He only wanted to extract benefits from the land spirit of Langya. He had never thought of being on the same side as these hairy men. Once he joined, he would lose his freedom and be unable to leave. He would not do such a stupid thing. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to tie Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture, returning landscape as before immortal gu to Tai Bai Yunxing. Inside the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan asked Tai Bai Yunxing about Eastern Sea's information. Tai Bai Yunxing told him that Song Yishur and the rest were searching for him all over the world. Someone had already found Tai Bai Yunxing because of this. At this rate, our relationship will be exposed soon. Fang Yuan muttered. I suggest you contact Shark Demon now and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Then rely on Zombie Alliance to resolve this matter. Tai Bai Yunxing said. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he was not shaken by external pressure, he shook his head. The time is not right yet, there are still over 10 days before the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land, let's wait and see. Hu Immortal Blessed Land 10s of days later. Underground cave. Fang Yuan, who was bathed in the light of wisdom, slowly opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. I still failed in the end. He muttered, standing up slowly. He was originally sitting down, sitting directly on a short jilin, using it as a stool. But this kind of short ji forest was already very rare. Right now the underground cave was filled with ji forests. These ji forests were very different from before, not only were they tall and sturdy, they were also blood red in color. It turned out that after Hu Immortal Blessed Land's 7th Blood Begonia Earthly Calamity, the probability of encountering that ordinary ji forest had turned into a blood ji forest. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's soil was originally not suitable for ji forests to grow. But after turning into a blood ji forest, it was like a fish in water. But for this blood ji forest to slowly expand, pushing away the soil and rocks to form a vast underground forest, it would take at least 1 to 200 years. Fang Yuan did not have any expectations for this blood ji forest, so he would not invest in it. These last days, Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest, he was focused on developing Star Form Blessed Land. Once his identity was exposed, everyone would know that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would have to be abandoned. Star Form Blessed Land would become his only base of operations. At that time, if Fang Yuan had not broken free from his immortal zombie status, Star Form Blessed Land's value and significance to Fang Yuan would be even greater. Thus, Fang Yuan's focus had already shifted from Hu Immortal Blessed Land to Star Form Blessed Land. As for Star Form Blessed Land's construction plan, Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom to think of it a few dozen days ago. According to his previous inspiration, he would build a huge river system in Star Form Blessed Land. After some calculations, the plan became even grander. The entire river system was not only on the ground, it also encompassed the sky, forming a huge three-dimensional river system. This made use of Star Form Blessed Land's unique terrain. Star Form Blessed Land was protruding on the outside and concave on the inside. The terrain was high on the outside and lower towards the center, forming a bowl shape. If it was just a river system on the ground, it would cause the water to accumulate in the center of the blessed land. But if it was a three-dimensional river system, the water in the center could be drawn into the sky, and after flowing, it would fall to the edge of the blessed land, forming a grand circulation of water. As for how to carry the river system in the sky, Fang Yuan had already deduced the cheapest and most effective method, that was cloud soil. Cloud soil was also used by the land spirit of Langya, forcefully creating a cloud-covered continent in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan planned to use the cloud soil to build a river system that could carry the river system. The fertile cloud soil on both sides of the river system would be used to plant countless star fragment grass. The best soil for star fragment grass was cloud soil. Star Lord Wanxiang had no choice but to plant them in the blessed land's black soil. He did not have the financial resources to purchase large amounts of cloud soil. But Star Form Blessed Land's environment was very suitable for star fragment grass to grow. As a result, the growth of star fragment grass in Star Form Blessed Land was much better than in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's plan was huge and beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Fang Yuan lacked funds. The 2,000 Immortal Yuan stone that he had just accumulated were all given to the land spirit of Langya. Thus, these last days he could only repair the 4 resource points in Star Form Blessed Land. The arrow bamboo forest had returned to its peak state of being covered in mist after being irrigated by a large amount of moon well water. The meteorite pit and broken star lake were completely restored. The star fragment grass field was a little troublesome, but after being irrigated by Fang Yuan's spring star rain several times, it was growing well. Ever since he inherited the star path inheritance and obtained star shoot immortal goo, spring star rain had already turned into an immortal killer move. Its effect was dozens of times better than before. As for the dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and Danghun Mountain in Hu immortal blessed land, they had not been moved yet. Firstly, he needed to construct the river system first. It would be best to move these dragonfish and others after that. Secondly, star form blessed land was facing a heavenly tribulation. Why was Star Lord Wuxia so anxious to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? It was because the heavenly tribulation was approaching. He was a rank 6 rank 1 Gu immortal. He was facing his second heavenly tribulation. Because in the battle with Song Zixing, his foundation was injured and he lost the confidence to pass the tribulation. He had no choice but to expose the secret of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and bring Shirley along to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan was still hesitating. Should he move these resources before the heavenly tribulation arrived? Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan returned to Danghun Palace. Guiyue Fangjing, who had been imprisoned by him, seemed to have accepted his fate. His eyes were dim as he sat paralyzed in the cell, not moving. Evidently, the truth behind the Crane Gate's attempt to kill him and his Master Tenshuru's attempt to possess him was a huge blow to him. As per usual, Fang Yuan stood in front of him and said a few words. Chapter 9-10. Fang Yuan was not anxious as long as Guiyue Fangjing could eat prison food. It meant that he had the will to continue living. As for how to change his mindset and view of the world to get closer to Fang Yuan, that was a long process. There was no need to be anxious. Next, Fang Yuan went to another secret room to check on Dongfang Naganori's soul. He had many immortal souls: Dongfang Naganori, Featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling, Snowy Mountains Shuesong Zi, and Eastern Sea Lone Cultivator Yaogu Pai. These last days, other than constructing star-form blessed land, he had been plundering these immortal souls. At present he had already thoroughly searched through their souls and memories and obtained a lot of benefits. What truly left Fang Yuan with endless aftertaste was still Dongfang Naganori's soul. Every once in a while Fang Yuan would search his soul. This time was no exception. After the soul search, Dongfang Naganori's soul suddenly spoke. "My memories have already been searched by you, but recently you have been searching my soul again every once in a while, and each time, you are looking at the memories of deciphering battlefield killer moves in my soul. It seems that you have encountered an inheritance or a strong enemy, and need to decipher battlefield killer moves." Towards Dongfang Naganori's sudden words, Fang Yuan was slightly surprised, but he answered frankly, "That's right. These last days I have been studying your wisdom path inheritance, the contents of deciphering battlefield killer moves. Combining my experience and looking at your memories, I have gained more insights each time." Soul searching could be understood as reading a book. It was looking at the memories in the soul. However, it was impossible to remember every detail clearly when reading a book. Soul searching was like reading the book from beginning to end. One would at most know the contents of the book. So one had to review the old to learn the new. When it came to the specific content, one had to read it again. That way one could learn more. Dongfang Naganori's soul smiled. "Have you ever thought that I can help you? You are only a wisdom path novice." No matter how much he practiced, no matter how much he saw, the temporary effects were extremely limited. "And my wisdom path attainment is much higher than yours. As long as you give me a body, I can use my mind to help you deduce and think of a solution. Wasn't that a good thing? You can use information path methods to restrict me and I will treat you as my most capable assistant." "That's a good suggestion." Fang Yuan nodded and smiled. "But I won't do that. You should just give up on it. You've already become a soul, yet you're still so restless. It seems like I haven't taught you enough lessons." The faint smile on Fang Yuan's face slowly turned into an evil grin. Dozens of goo worms were activated according to his will. Ah! Dongfang Naganori's soul twitched violently, and his miserable howls filled the cell. This punishment would last for 2 hours, and the pain in his soul would be even more intense than before. He believed that it would teach Dongfang Naganori a good lesson. Fang Yuan naturally would not waste time here. He left early and went to the other 2 secret rooms. In one of the secret rooms, it was the soul of the rank 7 Featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling. The other room was Shuesong Zi's soul. Even though these 2 Gu Immortals were not Wisdom Path Gu Immortals when they were alive, they had memories of facing battlefield killer moves. Even though they did not have Wisdom Path methods, they had Wind Path and Snow Path. They had their own unique methods and achievements in unraveling battlefield killer moves. These memories were of great value to Fang Yuan. They had great reference value. What was worth mentioning was that these two souls had already been searched by Fang Yuan several times. From Xianxia's soul, Fang Yuan learned that he had left behind a fortune in snowy mountain blessed land. On his snowy peak, there were also many snowmen and many cedar trees. But Fang Yuan did not dare to take them. Old ancestor Shui, who was unfathomable, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in vaguely familiar face. He could not tell Fairy Li Shan about Xianxia's death either. What? Because Fairy Li Shan and Xianxia were both part of Snowy Mountain, they were allies. Knowing that Fang Yuan caused Xianxia's death, even if Fairy Li Shan did not deal with Fang Yuan, she would inform old ancestor Shui Hu due to the alliance agreement. And in Zheng Ling's soul, Fang Yuan had great gains. He obtained a complete wind path inheritance from Zheng Ling, the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, as well as many precious information about the immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City. There was also the Green Heaven Fragment world that the Feathermen relied on to survive. This world was huge, the resources inside were rare and abundant. After learning about it, Fang Yuan almost started drooling. Even though he already knew the scenery of the Green Heaven Fragment world, Fang Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to go there. But that place was already occupied by White Sea Shadua and other Gu immortals. It was a tiger's den. Fang Yuan would not take the risk. Walking out of the secret room, Fang Yuan received Tai Bai Yunxing's letter. It told Fang Yuan he had already met up with Shark Demon and the rest. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to teleport into Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture, before coming out. At the next moment, Xianxia appeared in front of Shark Demon and the rest. Come, let me introduce you, this is the famous Xianxia. Shark Demon laughed, introducing passionately. Fang Yuan showed a bitter smile. Lord Shark Demon, please don't tease me, ugh. As he spoke, Fang Yuan's body started to crackle, like firecrackers exploding on his body. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, his body shook lightly as the hundreds of mortal Gu that were living in his body fell out. Not a single one of these mortal Gu survived, some were even shattered into pieces. Xianxia, you offended Song clan, this wisdom path mortal killer move is far from being able to conceal your traces. Behind Shark Demon, an elderly Gu immortal spoke. Another thin middle-aged female Gu immortal had a cold and arrogant expression. She said with a trace of disdain, "That's right. Right now, among the three publicly recognized strongest wisdom path immortals in Eastern Sea, one of them is Song Clan Song Jiadan. If you only have these methods, he will deduce you sooner or later." The final unfamiliar face was a man wearing a golden robe. He was fat like a rich man. He smiled as if he was showing goodwill towards Fang Yuan. Dual polar plate armor Dan Huan is hidden in Nangong, and Dragon Head Tortoise is hidden in Adversity Sea. He was talking about the three publicly recognized wisdom path experts of Eastern Sea. Among them, Song Jiadan was ranked first. He was willing to sacrifice himself for his clan, fusing himself into Eastern Sea. As long as it is someone or something in Eastern Sea, he can deduce them accurately. He is very terrifying. Even if you hide in someone else's immortal aperture, you will only be stalling for time. You will be deduced sooner or later. Xianxia nodded, cupping his fists towards the three Gu immortals. I have learned a lot, thank you for your guidance. These dead mortal Gu on him were wisdom path defensive methods. They were used to prevent others from deducing him. But the moment Fang Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, these defensive methods self-detonated. From this, one could see how terrifying Song Jiadan was. Alright, brother Xiang, let me introduce them to you. Shark Demon gestured to the elderly Gu immortal who spoke earlier. This is the demonic path Gu immortal 9 Ghost Finger. He cultivates soul path and wisdom path as a secondary path. Shark Demon gestured to the cold and arrogant middle-aged female Gu immortal. This is the wisdom path Gu immortal Xie Shufang Master Xie. Finally, the smiling fat Gu immortal introduced. This is Big Bag Lu Tan Xn. He cultivates space path and has wisdom path attainment. It is my honor to be able to meet all three of you. Fang Yuan cupped his fists again, showing a humble attitude. The middle-aged female Gu immortal Xie Shufang said coldly, "It is my misfortune to meet you. You offended Song clan, don't think you can escape. You are still at large now because Song clan is going all out to fight for ascending heaven plane. They are ignoring you for now. I advise you to turn yourself into Song clan. It is a small matter if you implicate me, but if you implicate everyone else and cause Lu Blessed Land's invasion to be obstructed, you will be in big trouble." These words were said without mercy. Many Gu immortals heard it and their expressions changed. They were not worried about what Xie Shufang said, but they were worried that Xianxia would lose face and cause internal strife. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression sank, while Budan saw Fang Yuan's setback and was secretly happy. Fang Yuan sized up Xie Shufang, thinking that this Gu Immortal was not fond of him. She was probably from the righteous path. Fang Yuan was not angry, he was happy instead, following Xie Shufang's words. Master Xie is right, Song clan is a super force with huge assets, how can I resist such an existence? Thus I came here after thinking it through. Lord Shark Demon, I need your help. If I join Zombie Alliance, will I be able to avoid this calamity? Xie Shufang was stunned. In her impression, Northern Plains Gu Immortals who like to fight should have a strong will. Why were they so soft? Shark Demon was the first to react. He laughed. Of course. Brother Xianxia has great talent, joining Zombie Alliance is the best choice. I can guarantee you that you can join Zombie Alliance smoothly. Don't worry, as long as you do not do anything to Song Yi, sure, Zombie Alliance can support you and negotiate with Song clan. Then I will have to thank Lord Shark Demon. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and helplessly. Lord Shark Demon, don't worry, I entered the underwater volcano by mistake and saw Fairy Yishur bathing. In the end I caused this storm. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. He had a bitter expression as if a calamity had fallen from the sky. Budan's expression became extremely gloomy. Shark Demon laughed loudly. I trust Brother Xianxia, let's go and destroy the Fighting Soul battlefield first. After entering Yulu Blessed Land, the Immortals fell into the Fighting Soul battlefield again. In a dark and empty space, dark clouds covered the sky, a thunderstorm was approaching, intense winds blew and sand filled the sky. Soul beasts formed in the sand, their numbers increased rapidly. Without any pause they immediately attacked Fang Yuan and the rest. The moment Fang Yuan, Budan and the rest entered, they had already started to destroy it, using their own methods and abilities. Because of the probing earlier, they were already clear that there was no difficulty or trap in destroying the hidden Gu worm, it was just a race against time. Chapter 9:11. This was a race against time. If Shark Demon and the rest could not defend against the Soul Beast's attacks, this plan would end in failure. Greater than over equal to if the Gu Immortals unraveled the battlefield killer move before that, they would obtain victory. Boom. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves, a Wisdom Path Mortal Killer move was thrown out, blasting 7 to 8 hidden Gu worms into smithereens. Earlier, when he unraveled the battlefield killer move Battle Soul Battlefield, he could only destroy 5 to 6 hidden Gu worms, but now he could destroy 7 to 8. This showed that during this period of time he had been holed up in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, practicing and studying, his Wisdom Path methods had improved. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. This kind of self-training has limited improvement. To increase my ability to unravel battlefield killer moves, I need Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, even though I have a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, I cannot use it to unravel battlefield killer moves. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu's effect was to help Gu Immortals think and solve puzzles. If battlefield killer moves were treated as riddles, then Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was very close to unraveling battlefield killer moves. Just using Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu had no help in unraveling battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan used the Light of Wisdom, using Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu as the core to deduce a simple Immortal Killer move to unravel battlefield killer moves. But it was a pity that Fang Yuan had been working tirelessly. In the end, before Fang Yuan came to Eastern Sea, he did not succeed. It was very difficult to deduce an Immortal Killer move. Normally speaking, even if a rank 8 Gu Immortal wanted to design a brand new Immortal Killer move, they would need years as the unit of measurement. And most of the time, there would also be a lack of thinking and a lack of foundation. As a result, the Gu Immortal would not be able to complete the Immortal Killer move even at death's door. Thus, Fang Yuan's inheritance contains so many incomplete Immortal Killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan's star path attainment level was ordinary, he used Wisdom Gu to perfect some incomplete Immortal Killer moves, creating Star Fire Escape that reflected star thoughts. But now he had to create a Wisdom Path Killer move on a blank foundation. It was beyond Fang Yuan's capabilities. Even with the help of the Light of Wisdom, his Wisdom Path attainment level was only ordinary. This shortcoming, which he lacked the most, was a huge burden on him. Actually, Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu is very similar to Unravel Battlefield Killer moves. As long as my Wisdom Path attainment reaches master level, I will be able to design a brand new Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move to counter battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan had already calculated it in secret. But at this moment, although he felt regretful, he was not anxious at all. Since Shark Demon had already promised him in front of everyone to bring Fang Yuan into the East Sea Zombie Alliance, the possibility of him going back on his words was extremely small. Even if he managed to break the soul of the warring battlefield this time, it was still a failure and it had little to do with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already achieved his previous goal, which was to join the East Sea Zombie Alliance. From a certain point of view, it's to reflect my future value. If I can keep Shark Demon busy and use him, I can use battlefield killer moves similar to Battle Soul Battlefield. The later the better. If these battlefield killer moves were all deciphered, they would be able to conquer Yulu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan would not gain much benefits. It would be better to stall for time and wait for Fang Yuan's strength to grow. He wanted to see if he could get a bigger share in the future. Fang Yuan's hands did not stop moving, but his mind was calm and leisurely. He used the corner of his eyes to observe the surroundings. Bu Dan did not need to observe anymore. He was still the same as before, using all his strength to decipher the killer moves, but each attack could only destroy one hidden goo worm. In terms of contribution to the overall situation, it was better than nothing. Fang Yuan focused on observing the 3 new goo immortals. These 3 goo immortals all had wisdom path methods. They were specially invited by Shark Demon. The one closest to Fang Yuan was that elderly goo immortal, the demonic path goo immortal 9 Ghost Finger. At this moment, he lowered his head to look at his hands. He had 10 fingers on both hands, but when he rapidly formed seals, there were only 9 finger phantoms. His wisdom path inheritance was unique. It only lacked 1 finger, which was one of the most elusive heavenly secrets. 9 ghost finger formed seals as his 9 finger phantoms danced around. He muttered some incantations. It was unknown what he was saying. At the same time, all sorts of mortal goo flew out of his immortal aperture. These mortal goo flew into the air and self-detonated, destroying the nearby hidden goo worms. Some mortal goo could only destroy 1 spot, while others could destroy 7 or 8 hidden goo worms. On average, his speed was slower than Fang Yuan, but his wisdom path attainment level was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan looked at Big Bag Lutan Xian. This Big Bag's name was very special. Fang Yuan guessed that since the other party was a space path goo immortal, did Big Bag mean that this person was proficient in storage methods? But normally speaking, space path goo immortals had more space path Dao marks. Their immortal apertures would be bigger and more spacious than ordinary goo immortals' immortal apertures. Right now, Lutan Xian's eyes had turned into vertical slits. Like a cat's eyes, he was scouting. His fat hands were shining with a golden luster. The aura he exuded told others that this was a top-tier mortal killer move. Lutan Xian observed for a few breaths of time before attacking. He stretched out his golden hand and pointed in a certain direction. This action seemed to expend a lot of his strength. Soon he was covered in sweat. He was gasping for breath. But with every finger, a large number of hidden goo worms would be destroyed in the corresponding direction, turning into golden sand that drifted in the air. Every time Lutan Xian attacked, at least 8 hidden goo worms would be destroyed. But his attack frequency was low. His attacks needed scouting. They needed a few breaths of time to prepare, and he was very tired. He was getting more and more tired. His attack frequency was falling. Thus overall Lutan Xian was below 9 Ghost Finger. It could be seen that Shark Demon's evaluation was on point. When Shark Demon introduced Lutan Xian to Fang Yuan, he said that he had wisdom path attainment. And when he introduced 9 Ghost Finger, he said that 9 Ghost Finger also cultivated wisdom path. Then, the person that Shark Demon introduced, the wisdom path goo immortal Xie Shufang, was undoubtedly the strongest among the 3. Fang Yuan looked at Xie Shufang. As expected, Xie Shufang stood proudly in the air. 2 streams of light, one yellow and one white, were being breathed out continuously. The yellow and white streams of light were extremely fast. They tore through the air and destroyed 100 hidden mortal goo. After destroying these goo worms, the yellow and white streams of light weakened, but when they returned to Xie Shufang's nose, they regained their vigor, and when they breathed out again they had a majestic aura. A solemn light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. These 2 streams of light had extraordinary power. They were clearly immortal killer moves. The power of immortal killer moves was truly different from Fang Yuan's mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan sighed internally. My wisdom path attainment level is not high enough. Unravel mystery immortal goo cannot be used properly, so be it. Attainment level is something that needs a long time to accumulate. But if I had Star Thought immortal goo, according to Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, I would have at least 3 wisdom path killer moves that can break the battlefield killer move. 2 of them are at least 5 to 6 times stronger than this yellow and white stream of light. The wisdom path inheritance that originated from Dongfang Naganori was clearly more outstanding than the wisdom path inheritance that Xie Shufang had. What Fang Yuan wanted the most now was Star Thought Immortal Gu. On one hand, he had a huge need for Star Thought itself. Fang Yuan's stone nest in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had been refining Star Thought Mortal Gu for many years. If he had Star Thought Immortal Gu, this stone nest could be used to increase the production of air sac Gu. Fang Yuan's Immortal Yuan stone would earn more. On the other hand, Star Thought Immortal Gu was one of the two cores of the Immortal Killer move Star Fog Concealment. Star Fog Concealment had a similar effect to Immortal Gu Dark Limit. It could allow the Gu Immortal to resist other people's deductions, causing others' deductions to be vague and unclear. Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance also had many top-tier Mortal Killer moves. Fang Yuan had used them before, but against the deductions of people like Song Jiadan, they had almost no effect. Fang Yuan's true body stepped into Eastern Sea, the Mortal Gu that he had set up on his body self-detonated, the defense of the Mortal Killer move crumbled. Evidently, in the future, if Fang Yuan fled to the ends of the world and was chased by the entire world, all sorts of forces and people would try to deduce his whereabouts. Then he would need at least one Immortal Killer move to protect himself and defend against other people's deductions. Facts had already proven that Mortal Wisdom Path Killer moves, even if they were top tier, were useless no matter how many there were. There was a qualitative difference between immortals and mortals. But there are many difficulties in refining Star Thought Immortal Gu. Firstly, funds. I had just spent 2,000 Immortal Yuan stone, my finances are limited. Even if I have enough funds to buy all the immortal materials, I will need time and luck. Moreover, the success Dao marks on me have already been used to refine change form Immortal Gu. No matter how much I prepare, if I am unlucky and encounter a failure rate, I will not be able to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. As for other people obtaining Star Thought Immortal Gu in advance, the chances are very small. After all, Dongfang Naganori detonated Star Thought Immortal Gu not long ago. Time passed, 15 minutes passed. In the Fighting Soul battlefield, ancient soul beasts appeared again. An endless army of soul beasts surrounded Fang Yuan and the rest from all directions. Compared to the dense army of soul beasts, the position that Fang Yuan and the rest occupied was like a sesame seed on a cake. However, Shark Demon and the rest did not despair, they still retained their fighting spirit and anticipation. That was because Fang Yuan and the rest had seen the light of success in unraveling the battlefield killer move. Fight. Shark Demon gritted his teeth, he knew that he had to go all out now. He activated the Remnant Profound Ice House without hesitation. The Remnant Profound Ice House enveloped everyone. It was like a white meteor that rampaged through the dense army of soul beasts. Along the way, countless soul beasts were crushed to pieces. Even desolate-level soul beasts could not block the collision of the Remnant Profound Ice House. Boom boom boom. But the ancient soul beasts had enough strength, they surrounded the Remnant Profound Ice House and attacked. Chapter 9:12. Persevere, persevere. Success or failure depends on this. As long as we persevere, we will win. Inside the Remnant Ice House, the immortals were shouting loudly, they had already lost their composure. Outside the Remnant Ice House, soul beasts were densely packed, they were like a swarm of ants, surrounding the entire Profound Ice House. How many more hidden points are there? Shark Demon shouted. 178. Bu Dan immediately reported. Although he could not decipher it at this moment, Fighting Soul battlefield was close to collapsing. Soul beasts could no longer be produced. Bu Dan's investigative ability was enough to see the whole situation. 178. Su Baiman muttered, although his expression was unsightly, his gaze was filled with hope. This number of hidden points seemed to be able to be easily destroyed. But the truth was there were many difficulties. Firstly, these remaining Gu worms contained core immortal Gu, they were hard to decipher. Secondly, the immortals were inside the Remnant Ice House, their methods were greatly restricted, they could not act freely like before. Immortal Gu houses had comprehensive offense and defense, they could advance and retreat, they were like fortresses, they had their own specialties and had no weaknesses. As long as there were more Gu immortals inside the Immortal Gu house, and their cultivation level was higher, they could provide more immortal essence to the Immortal Gu house. Thus the Immortal Gu house could erupt with greater battle strength. But there was a flaw in this. That was, the Gu immortals were only providing power to the Immortal Gu house. The Immortal Gu house's offense and defense, advance and retreat, healing and investigative methods, all depended on the Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu used to construct the Immortal Gu house. Thus, Fang Yuan, Xie Shufang and the others' original methods could not be used because of the Immortal Gu house's obstruction. From this point, Ancient battle formations were much more outstanding than immortal goo houses. Even though ancient battle formations had been eliminated by immortal goo houses in the history of goo cultivation, facts proved that ancient battle formations still had many outstanding aspects. For example, ancient battle formations had combat methods. They were much more flexible than immortal goo houses. The immortal goo houses' offense and defense, advance and retreat, healing and investigative abilities depended on the immortal goo used to construct them. Their abilities were fixed, their strength would increase along with the amount of immortal essence. Thus they were more inflexible. But ancient battle formations were different, because even though ancient battle formations were made up of goo formations, the core was the goo immortals inside. The goo immortals were inside the ancient battle formation. He could use his own unique immortal killer moves. Like in the Battle of Langya Province, Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man goo immortals formed the second ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. This silver giant would change its appearance according to the goo immortal's killer move. The killer move's power would also be amplified greatly. Anyway, if it was an ancient battle formation, the immortals would have already destroyed all the hidden points and obtained victory. But now that it was an immortal goo house, his movements were restricted. It was like climbing a mountain. There was only a short flight of stone steps left before he could reach the top. However, this short distance had become an obstacle that was difficult to overcome. In the eyes of the immortals, time seemed to have slowed to a crawl. Every minute and every second was torture. Are we going to fail again this time? Su Baiman muttered in disappointment. Shark Demon clenched his teeth and remained silent. His expression was one of defeat. At this moment, Xie Shufang stood up, saying to Shark Demon with a solemn expression, I can get rid of these hidden goo worms, but the price of my method is huge. If you can give me one of these immortal goo as compensation, I can help. Shark Demon had an unhappy expression. He snorted coldly. Su Baiman also had a fierce gaze, he had an unfriendly expression. Xie Shufang's actions. She was using the chance to extort him. But at this moment, they were already at their wits' end. If they wanted to get past this obstacle, they could only rely on Xie Shufang. But Xie Shufang immediately asked for immortal goo as compensation. Immortal goo were extremely valuable, this was an exorbitant demand. But Shark Demon quickly thought about it, he was silent for a while before agreeing, you can only take one immortal goo. That is my bottom line. He had gone through an intense competition in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to snatch this mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land. Other than a portion of the benefits that he would give to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, the rest would belong to Shark Demon and Su Baiman. This immortal zombie couple had invested more and more in the early stages, they were already suffering a huge loss. The immortal goo and Yulu Blessed Land were part of their assets. It could be said that Xie Shufang's words were like digging a hole in their hearts. But undeniably, Shark Demon was someone who could do great things, he could adapt to the situation and was able to size up the situation. He actually endured this and agreed to Xie Shufang's request. Fang Yuan praised him inwardly for this. Xie Shufang heard Shark Demon's concession and nodded without hesitation, smiling, Sir Shark Demon, I am not such a greedy person. It is just that one of the immortal goo in the battlefield killer move is very suitable for me. No matter how many immortal goo there are, I do not dare to take them. I owe you a favor this time. Then let's ask Master Xie Shufang to make a move. Su Baiman crossed his arms, speaking in a stiff tone. This immortal goo was not so easy to obtain. Everyone was waiting, Xie Shufang's expression was solemn as her aura rose steadily. At the same time, a dazzling black and white light appeared on her body. The black and white light continued to revolve, quickly condensing into a huge ball. The huge ball used black, white and gray to depict a vivid image of an intense battle. In the image, the remnant ice house was a white dot at the center, the surroundings were pitch black and filled with soul beasts. And the hidden goo worm's location was in the middle of this soul beast army, it was like a star, flickering, its location was clearly marked. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move, Clear Image. Xie Shufang breathed in deeply, she slowly stretched out her finger into the image. She used her index finger and thumb to pinch a hidden spot, then exerted a little force as the fingertips of the two fingers moved closer to each other. All the immortals could hear was a slight cracking sound, as if something had been crushed. After that, Xie Shufang twirled her two fingers, and when she retracted her hand, the goo worm at the hidden point had already been destroyed by her. At once, the immortals gasped in shock. Xie Shufang's Wisdom Path killer move could actually launch a profound attack through the remnant ice house, and it was so precise. The soul beasts outside could not disturb it at all, it was truly amazing. Even Fang Yuan felt like his horizons were broadened. This female immortal, Xie Shufang, might not have a friendly attitude towards Fang Yuan, but Shark Demon called her master. She was indeed skilled. Even though Fang Yuan relied on his outstanding wisdom path inheritance to surpass Budan, Lu Tan Xian, and Nine Ghost Finger, there was still a huge gap between him and a Gu immortal like Xie Shufang who mainly cultivated wisdom path. Eventually, Xie Shufang used the killer move Clear Image to destroy most of the hidden Gu worms, and successfully captured an immortal Gu. When she took out this immortal Gu from the split brightness map, the other Gu immortals were shocked. After losing an immortal Gu, Fighting Soul battlefield quickly broke apart, the remaining immortal Gu and a small number of mortal Gu disappeared, retreating on their own. Countless soul beasts roared and growled as they launched their final frenzied attack. Remnant Ice House was an immortal Gu house after all. It firmly blocked the final retaliation of the soul beasts. Eventually, the soul beast army dissipated along with the battlefield killer move. Shark Demon and the rest obtained the final victory with much difficulty. But soon they fell into a brand new battlefield killer move. Oh heavens, how many battlefield killer moves are there in this Yulu blessed land? Budan held his forehead in dejection. After fighting Soul Battlefield, the Immortals fell into a brand new battlefield killer move, 8 Doors Labyrinth. In this battlefield killer move, the sky and ground were all orange. Other than the 8 huge doors there was nothing else. But the strongest wisdom path Gu immortal, Xie Shufang, showed a troubled expression as she reminded the immortals, "Be careful. This 8 Doors Labyrinth is used to trap people. Even though it does not have the killing intent of fighting Soul Battlefield, it is harder to deal with." Nobody objected. 8 Doors Labyrinth was very famous in history. Gu immortals would have a huge sense of direction once they got inside. Moreover, these 8 doors could only allow one life form to enter. After entering, the open door would disappear. That was to say, the 8 doors in front of Shark Demon and the rest meant that there were only 8 chances to explore. After entering the door, the Gu immortals would have to fight alone. They would be isolated and without help. There would be no other Gu immortals to help them. It is said that after entering this door, the Gu immortal will enter a second space and face another choice of 8 doors. 8 Doors Labyrinth has a total of 8 spaces. Each space has 8 doors. There is only one correct choice. Otherwise they can only move around inside. This is a classic labyrinth battlefield. It is very powerful in trapping people. Without wisdom path Gu immortals skilled in deductions, there is no way to break it. Gu immortals skilled in fighting will find it hard to move forward. They might even be trapped to death inside. Xie Shufang sighed. Even though she was a wisdom path Gu immortal, she was not skilled in deductions. The immortal killer move map earlier had already exposed her background. She was a wisdom path Gu immortal who was skilled in reconnaissance and long-range attacks. She was more inclined towards fighting. Fang Yuan's wisdom path inheritance was skilled in deductions, but unfortunately, he did not even have the most basic star thought immortal Gu in the inheritance. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. His situation was very awkward. This is only the first space, there is still time to return. Xie Shufang reminded. The battlefield killer move earlier could still be used to probe. But against the 8 Doors Labyrinth, the Gu immortals probing would be throwing away their lives. They could not even probe. Yulu Blessed Land's battlefield killer moves are getting harder and harder. I think we are close to opening it? Shark Demon sighed. He wisely chose to retreat. Using the remnant Profound Ice House, the immortals forcefully left Yulu Blessed Land. In this trip, even though Shark Demon and the rest successfully unraveled the Battle Soul battlefield, they paid a huge price. It could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. The one who truly benefited the most was Xie Shufang. She was very happy to obtain an immortal Gu as her spoils of war. Chapter 9:13. Even though they unraveled Fighting Soul battlefield, because of the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth, Shark Demon's group had no choice but to leave Yulu Blessed Land. After parting ways with the other Wisdom Path Gu immortals, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing followed Shark Demon and Su Baiman to Shark Sea, where they were entertained by Shark Demon and his wife. Brother Xianxia, how confident are you in unraveling 8 Doors Labyrinth? During the banquet, Shark Demon asked bluntly. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. He shook his head with a solemn gaze. I am ashamed, I do not have any confidence. Even you do not have confidence? Su Baiman said in disappointment. Fang Yuan pondered. If I can refine a wisdom path immortal Gu, I will have 30% confidence. Unfortunately, even though I have been accumulating immortal materials, I am still far from the immortal Gu refinement standard. Refining immortal Gu is too difficult. Shark Demon heard Fang Yuan's words and his eyes brightened, but soon dimmed. He had cooperated with Xianxia more than once. he could see Fang Yuan's foundation. He indeed lacked a Wisdom Path Immortal killer move. After unraveling the battlefield killer move, Shark Demon had a better idea. Big Bag Lu Tan Xin and the Demonic Path Gu Immortal 9 Ghost Finger could not compare to Fang Yuan in Wisdom Path methods. There was no need to mention Budan. Xie Shu Fang was quite amazing, far surpassing Fang Yuan, but she was a Righteous Path Gu Immortal. Not only was she incompatible with Shark Demon's group, her appetite was also too big. This time Shark Demon and the rest did not get anything, while Xie Shu Fang obtained an Immortal Gu, taking the biggest share. No matter how magnanimous Shark Demon was, losing an Immortal Gu still made him feel great heartache. Even though he unraveled Fighting Soul Battlefield, he still had a huge grudge against Xie Shu Fang. He was just restraining himself. With Shark Demon's personality, he would sooner or later seek revenge. Fang Yuan observed his expression. Looking at the chairman, Shark Demon's eyes brightened and dimmed. He said slowly, "I won't hide it from the two lords, my Wisdom Path inheritance is still complete. If I have that Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, I will be able to use several powerful Immortal killer moves and my strength will rise greatly. Even if she's weaker than Xie Shu Fang, she's not that far off." Shark Demon nodded his head and changed the topic. He did not continue on this topic. Fang Yuan did not finish his words, he did not go overboard. But how could Shark Demon not understand what Fang Yuan meant? Xianxia's words have a deeper meaning. He wants me to help him refine Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. However, in this kind of transaction, I will suffer the greatest loss. It's fine if I can refine it, but if I can't, I'll have wasted a large amount of my investment. That's one disaster after another. Shark Demon pondered and rejected the idea of funding Fang Yuan to refine Immortal Gu. In fact, he had been under a lot of pressure recently. In attacking Yulu Blessed Land, he and Su Baiman had invested a lot of effort and money, but so far there was little effect. This time they invited 3 Wisdom Path helpers. They even bled a lot. Even if Shark Demon and Su Baiman were veteran experts with deep foundations, they were showing signs of exhaustion at this point. Refining Immortal Gu. It might be a bottomless pit. Unless he had no other choice, Shark Demon would never choose this. Towards Shark Demon's attitude. Although Fang Yuan felt some regret, he had expected it. There was not even a trace of disappointment. In order to relocate the Blessed Land, he had spent most of his Immortal Yuan Stone. With his current wealth, it would take a long time to gather the standard Immortal materials to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu. It doesn't matter if Shark Demon didn't take the bait, the important thing is to infiltrate Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan did not forget his main goal. Shark Demon was also willing to let Fang Yuan join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Why? Because once Fang Yuan joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he would be on the same side as Shark Demon and Su Baiman. This way, with the restriction of Zombie Alliance, Shark Demon would be able to use Fang Yuan's help more easily when attacking Yulu Blessed Land. He would be able to use him more easily. This was very helpful to Shark Demon's current development plans. Helping Xianxia was helping Shark Demon himself. Thus, after the shark fishing banquet, Shark Demon brought Fang Yuan to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. 2 days later. In the air, Shark Demon and Fang Yuan were flying rapidly. This is the Yellow Spring Sea area. Shark Demon pointed at the sea below as he introduced. In fact, even without his indication, Fang Yuan had already noticed the special sea area below. Yellow Spring Sea area, the seawater was an earthy yellow color, it was like a large river mixed with sand and sand, the waves were rolling and undulating. But in fact, there was no sand floating in the Yellow Spring Sea area, the seawater itself was a light yellow color. Yellow Spring Sea area is a very special sea area. The closer you get to the center of the sea area, the fewer living beings there are. This is the largest zombie farm in the 5 regions. Shark Demon introduced. Fang Yuan nodded, using his investigative method, his gaze pierced through the sea surface and reached the depths of the sea. He saw countless corpses floating in the sea, large numbers of zombie fish, zombie cuttlefish, jellyfish, sea turtles and others were swimming in the water, killing each other. At the bottom of the sea, there were gray-white rotting corals, they emitted an intense stench that polluted the surrounding seawater. The seaweeds were pale white bandages of seaweed, they floated with the currents like white silk used to hang people. These last 2 days, we used 4 undercurrents to fly for a day and a half, passing through more than 10 sea areas before arriving at Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, the Yellow Spring Sea area. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is indeed worthy of being the headquarters of the 5 regions, to be able to control such a huge territory in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan sighed sincerely. Shark Demon laughed heartily. In the other 4 regions, Zombie Alliance is inferior, but in Eastern Sea this is Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It is powerful and can suppress other super forces. Brother Xianxia, it was a wise decision for you to join such a powerful force. Different from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow Giant City, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters had a public blessed land as their headquarters. This public blessed land was called Undying Kingdom. In Eastern Sea's Immortal world, it was located at the center of Yellow Spring Sea area. Under Shark Demon's lead, Fang Yuan successfully entered Undying Kingdom Blessed Land. Contrary to Fang Yuan's estimation, Undying Kingdom Blessed Land was filled with birds and fragrant flowers. It was a scene of vitality. This was a stark contrast to the death energy and decay of immortal zombies. Immortal zombies are already living dead, their immortal apertures are also dead lands. How can they gather such a large public blessed land? Is it a blessed land for living Gu immortals of Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Shark Demon chuckled, Xianxia, don't worry. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has never forced any living Gu immortal who joins Zombie Alliance to contribute a portion of their immortal aperture. Of course, Zombie Alliance encourages you to contribute your blessed land. There is a huge corresponding reward. You can see this when you look at the missions in the inner hall. Undying Kingdom is a public blessed land that mainly comes from immortal zombies. Or more accurately speaking, it comes from old Gu immortals who are about to reach the end of their lifespan, or for other reasons, they are preparing to turn into immortal zombies to prolong their lifespan. Do you know why this blessed land is called Undying Kingdom? It is because Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has a unique method to allow the combined blessed lands to maintain their youth and vitality. Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze brightened, revealing an extremely interested expression. Shark Demon observed his expression and laughed. Xianxia, you are also interested in this method? That's right. Our Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has gone through countless predecessors' research and accumulation. We have already developed some results. How to maintain the vitality of the immortal aperture while maintaining the immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan was greatly moved. He had always wanted to revive and get rid of his immortal zombie body. What? Wasn't it because the immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead aperture? It did not have the potential to advance further? But now, Fang Yuan heard Shark Demon's words and his thoughts towards reviving changed. The reason I want to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive is so that my immortal aperture can survive and continue to raise my cultivation level. But if I can really become an immortal zombie while maintaining the vitality of my immortal aperture, there is a possibility of advancing further. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Immortal zombies were living dead. They did not need to consider lifespan limitations. It could be considered a different kind of longevity. Fang Yuan used this advantage and continuously used the light of wisdom to develop and rise rapidly. But if Fang Yuan became a living person again, his lifespan would decrease sharply under the light of wisdom. How many times could he use wisdom Gu? The immortal zombie body had its advantages and disadvantages. But even if Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu, the disadvantages were greater than the advantages. Thus, Fang Yuan had to find a way to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie body no matter what. If there really is a method to maintain the immortal zombie body while reviving the immortal aperture and raising my cultivation level, that would be my best choice. But now, it seems that although Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's research results are outstanding, they are still far from perfection. If they really had such a method, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance would have dominated Eastern Sea long ago, right? The 5 regions are no longer the same as they are now. After Fang Yuan calmed down, he also guessed the truth of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Humans will die eventually. There will be a day when their lifespan runs out. Brother Xianxia, after you join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, you can make contributions to Zombie Alliance. You can use these contributions to exchange for this research result. Shark Demon patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a fervent expression on his face, but he was calm inwardly. He knew that Shark Demon was tricking him. Fang Yuan had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance before. He already knew that to exchange for this level of research success, he would have to make huge contributions to Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon brought Fang Yuan to the center of Undying Country. There was a mountain range of corpses there. On top of dozens of mountain peaks were tens of palaces or halls. Shark Demon led Fang Yuan into one of them. Half a day later, Fang Yuan and Shark Demon walked out of the palace. Fang Yuan had an identity token in his hand as well as information path Mortal Gu. He could use it to transmit all sorts of information in Zombie Alliance. With Shark Demon's guidance, Fang Yuan successfully became a member of Zombie Alliance. Floating astronomy.